perspective of an observer.
Let's
I'll
see.
copy and paste it right now.
Send the source. Send the source for that.
Yeah, it's
They're
Wikipedia.
changing the definition.
Literally, just look
So-
Wikipedia Horizon. That's it.
So as soon as they show me how you navigate with right triangles with that curved horizon, let me know. Send it to me in a DM or
What are you
whatever.
talking? What are you yapping about, my guy?
What are you yapping about, my guy?
Low quality Globers in here right now.
This
I
is
like
like
it. Fucking hippos in a barrel, fishbowl, man. Fucking just
What?
shoot
on
it.
Hippos in a fishbowl.
That is what Wikipedia is telling Horizon.
This is like dollar store Globers, but like 2 in a pack for $1.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get some friends. You will be sorry, eh? You will be sorry, eh?
Oh, he's Canadian.
He's Canadian now, eh?
Get this man the fuck out of here. He disgusts me.
No, we're
Yeah,
gonna
only
actually...
one Canadian per room.
Did he leave? Fucking how did he leave?
That's too many, to be honest.
He's gonna go and get friends. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Right. So, Janvis, Google Horizon definition.
He left.
Oh,
Yeah, he's fucked off.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
On Wikipedia it says curve. It actually
Yeah, on Wikipedia, it's
he was
talking,
right. He was
but
right.
it's talking about, but it's not talking about the Earth's horizon. It's talking about a celestial body in the sky for some reason.
Ah,
For some reason, that's the
that's
first
weird.
horizon that Wikipedia is telling you about, and then it's showing you an image.
Okay, show me
from the
three
space
circles
shuttle.
of show me 3 circles of equal
Yeah.
elevation then on this curved surface.
No wonder the globies are confused.
But
Right,
this
so
is
it's
not
the-
what Horizon means.
I know, isn't that mental?
And that's the first thing that came up on Wikipedia?
On
What the
Wikipedia,
fuck?
yeah. Isn't that crazy? So if you Google horizon
Whoa.
definition, and you get the dictionary definitions, it'll say the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. That's the actual
A
definition.
line. Yes.
line.
That
a
actually doesn't
line.
make sense. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the Wikipedia
Wait,
one
It is a
doesn't.
line.
Actually, it kind of does
This
make
is-
sense.
In my
Only
first
thing
version,
legible.
it's not a line.
Oh shit, dude! I'm gonna post an image of this shit. This is too good.
That's wild. So
Can-
they're
you know what?
changing-
Someone
it's
had a
19
tool. Someone had a tool that could
it's-
track all the Wikipedia updates. It would be interesting to see when that was changed, because that's definitely not the
Oh.
original article for Horizon.
Yeah, it's 1984, folks.
But this
Just
is a
like-
reasonable definition.
That's
No,
incredible.
it's not, because it's not talking about Earth's horizon, which is what we're talking about.
I know, but
It actually is because, like, so if you look at a photo or you're looking,
No, it's
if you're on
talking
the
about
beach,
a line. It's talking about a curve on a celestial body in the sky. In the
No.
yeah, let me.
Wikipedia article.
Yeah, it is. it
Yeah,
is.
that's exactly what it's talking
Wait.
about.
Yeah, look, let me
It
post the
kind of
image.
is. No, let me just be frank on this. It's what it's doing is it's already begging the question that you're on a celestial body in the first place, because it's saying that
Yeah,
you
true.
observe this when you're on or near the surface of that celestial body, right? But of course, that's begging the question that you're on a celestial body, which is the thing in contention. So as usual, they reassert the thing in contention and just hope you don't notice.
could the celestial body just be the flat Earth? Like, why is that not a celestial body?
Well, yeah, but they're saying
On
in
the
order for you
first.
to in order for you to see it in perspective, I guess because you have to see it from like a telescope's vantage point. You're looking at it from a celestial body and seeing that curved horizon. So then, therefore, since everything's in space, you would say, well, we're also that like a celestial body that has curvature like that, because I can't see it because I'm on the ground. Yeah, it's too small for me to see. I'm just like an ant on a beach ball, but I can't see the thing up in the sky. So I'll be able to say that I can see that. I can see the
But it's-
horizon on that thing.
But it's trying to imply that what you see on Earth is a curve as opposed to a horizontal line, which is mental. That they're just saying that on Wikipedia right at the front. Oh, mental.
Wait, what's your guys' position on telescopes?
What do you mean? A position?
Like, if we
You go-
see
you go
like
behind them.
like if we see other planets, right? Like, if I look at with a telescope and I see, like, I don't know, Pluto or some shit.
No, don't think you'd see
is-
Pluto, but yeah.
Whatever the fuck we see with we see quite far with these telescopes, do we not? We see like
Okay, I have a guys. Okay, if the Earth is flat, then it theoretically is a container, no?
It's
That
not
doesn't-
to do with
that doesn't-
the
that doesn't
nature of the
follow.
surface.
It
So
doesn't
wait,
follow.
if hold on, if it's a container, if we're in a dome, then could I theoretically interact with it?
Oh.
Like, you
What
know,
do you
like
mean,
it
like
can
insects?
fly. It can fly into the clouds. I guess that's
Let us
technically
know.
interacting with the dome, right?
No. But like
What do you mean,
interact with it, touch it and stuff like that.
Oh, Janvis is back. Yeah. What do you mean? Like, send it a text message or, invite it to dinner or like, how do
Play
you mean
patty
interact?
cake with it.
Yeah.
No, I mean like
have a
touch it,
glowy
you know, like something
interaction.
like that.
Ask it
Why
how
were
far the
all your
stars are.
interactions with the dome like sexually based? This man really likes it.
And
How
you
is
know
sending
what?
a
You should
text-
answer his question.
maybe.
Shouldn't he be able to interact with it?
How is sending a text message sexual?
No,
I'm a
no,
bit
no,
worried
bro.
about
I'm
you,
just
Anthony.
Did
Your
you
text
send him a
messages aren't
bro.
sexual, my guy.
Well, not his text messages, but yeah.
And
I
then
mean, I
again, you're
text
gonna
my
tell
mum
us all the
earlier.
pictures from
What?
NASA. It's all CGI, right?
Well, I mean, they tell you it's CGI, Matthew, so we don't have to.
Damn, where are they hiding this good CGI?
Bro, I think they're hiding it like
Well,
I
I'll
think
tell you where
they
they
like
hide it.
I think they gave it to India.
bro, I stole it all. It's all mine. It's all in my
I'll tell you
basement.
where they're hiding the CGI. They're hiding it in every image of the Earth you've ever seen.
They're hiding it in the flat
Oh.
Earth's basement.
Yeah, hilarious. Every single globe Earth image you've ever seen was CGI, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
They tell you that. They tell you that. I'm not telling you that. They tell you that.
No, I know that. I know it's usually a
Right.
render
Fair enough.
because the way they actually collect images with these telescopes is by collecting light, usually, right? And then, a computer can translate the collection of light into an image.
Yeah, but you can also
It's kind of
translate
what
that
they
data.
do.
You can translate that data into any way you like. I was trying to demonstrate this to someone yesterday who said, if you've got weather patterns and it's mapped to a globe, that proves the Earth's a globe. And then I showed him the weather patterns mapped to a half donut Earth, and then he
So like theoretically, I could
very
touch the
loudly.
dome. I could, I don't know. I could touch
Caress
it.
the dome. Kiss the
Caress
dome.
it. Yeah. Actually, yeah. That's stuff I could do with it.
You could fuck the dome.
According
guys.
to your theory, I could do all that.
Get some dome from the dome.
Yeah.
But if the Earth was a dome, it would be a funner time, honestly.
Come on, guys. Try something else.
Okay.
What you
So
got?
like, in what other ways could I interact with the dome?
How? We're not gonna talk about the dome anymore. It got old. All right, Janvis, do you know if the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
Yeah, it is a globe.
All right. So what evidence do you have to present that it is a globe?
Have you ever seen a boat disappear off the edge of the Earth?
Oh my god.
Off the edge of the Earth.
Yeah.
It's not disappearing off the edge of the Earth, Janvis.
Yeah, because the Earth is a globe, so it's going around the globe.
I know, but it's not disappearing off any edge. So if it disappears behind Earth's curvature, do you know who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history?
No idea.
Okay, how about axial rotation? They tell you that the Earth is spinning around. Who's ever
Yeah,
measured
it is.
that? Yeah, who's measured it?
Indians actually.
Indians?
Yeah, and
What- what
the Mayans measured that.
Which
Okay,
one? How did they measure it?
They I don't know how. I saw that in history class. Let me see.
You don't know how? You saw it in history class?
How did the Indians
And
measure
How
Earth
was
rotation?
The
Earth
Indians measured
axis?
the
All right,
Indians
but
measured the
you know
curve
you
on the
are looking
Scoville
it up
scale.
right now, right? You're looking
Yeah,
it up.
yeah.
That means you don't know.
No, I don't know.
Yes,
That's why I'm looking it
yes.
up.
Yeah, because
exactly.
you
I
don't know.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
looking it
so
up.
then the last question would be
Okay,
this,
here we
right?
are. The tilt
Yeah,
of the
it
Earth's
doesn't matter.
axis.
It doesn't
was-
matter. You didn't
oh,
know. You didn't know.
No,
So we're on
no,
to the third question.
But I can tell you
Yeah.
now.
No, we don't need to hear because you didn't
Just-
know. So let's go to the third question. So the third question is: they have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space, or the cosmic vacuum. How do we have gas pressure without a container? Every instance that we have gas pressure on Earth, we have a container. That's how you define gas pressure. It's a conditional statement.
Because
So,
of gravity, my guy.
so gravity, my guy. In what way is gravity a container?
Gravity pulls us all towards the Earth.
No, gas. The air that you breathe.
Exactly.
Oh,
It's the force. So
exactly.
it pulls gas
Okay,
towards the
so
Earth.
what direction in the evaporation cycle does gas go when, rain clouds are going to be made?
And air pressure goes up.
Okay,
Gravity's still pulling it
where's
down.
gravity? No, it doesn't pull it down. If
Yeah,
it's
it is
going
pulling
up, Janvis.
It's going up because it's being pulled
No,
down. Is that
it
right?
stays up there because
Yep.
there's
So-
way too much gravitational force to let it go.
Way too much.
down.
So why does
Yeah.
it go up in the first instance?
Because of air pressure.
Air pressure. And so does that mean that there's no more gravity?
No.
No, it does mean that there's gravity. Well, how come it's not pulling it back down?
It is pulling it back down.
So
That's
then
why it
how
stays
come it's
floating.
going? Then how come it's going up?
I already told you because
What?
because it goes up, so and then
Yeah,
gravity
well,
pulls
what
it
happened to
towards the Earth. So
what
like,
happens?
it
Well, yeah,
sails
but
like
what
a
happens to
stalemate.
gravity? No, what happens to gravity when it
Stalemate.
goes up?
Sorry,
When it's going up, what happens to gravity?
it's pulling it down.
So does it go up or down?
It goes up, but then after some time,
Like how much
because
time?
because of
How much time?
gravitational pressure,
How much time?
when
How
it
much
goes up a
time?
certain distance,
How much
Gravitational
time?
pressure.
How much time?
when it goes up when
How
it goes
much
up a
time,
certain
Janvis?
holy I don't know how much time.
Okay, so you don't know if it's a week, a year, 5 months. How
I'd
much
say
time?
like a day.
1 day. So for 1 day, gravity's turned off and then it turns back on again.
No,
No. So then how
No.
come things go up
No.
The air
Because-
gets to go up for 1 day before gravity changes
before
its mind.
gravity
pulls
changes
it
its
back.
mind and then it pulls it back down? Is that right?
No. Because
no,
so
no.
you see how we all you see how we all can stand up, right?
Yeah.
That's because of pressure from the soil.
Pressure
Uh-huh.
from the soil.
Yeah.
What does
Well-
that have to do with gravity?
What?
Well, that was
a lot,
my leg.
actually. A lot actually.
Like what?
Wait a minute.
You
Which
know
one
how
of you
when
guys
you
are
walk over
paying
over
attention?
leaves, you can squish them.
What does that have to do with gravity, Janvis? You're getting away from the point.
That has a lot to do with
Wishing
gravity.
No,
leaves,
what is
therefore
gravity
globe.
doing if evaporation goes up in the evaporation cycle?
God, my
Yeah, it's difficult, right? When you don't have
Autumn
the answer.
leaves,
No.
therefore
So it
gas
goes
pressure.
I do.
up, Janvis.
I just
Yeah,
explained it to you.
Yeah, no, the evaporation, the gas goes up, and then for 1 day, gravity's like, wait a minute, no, you need to come back down, and then thinks about it, and then it comes back down, right?
No.
No. So how come gravity doesn't just say no? You're not going anywhere.
Have you ever been in a cabin where
Answer
it's
the
so
question.
hot?
I want to
Yeah,
know the question to that.
I'm
You
gonna
keep
give
saying
you an
that
example.
No, you're
Holy
not. You're giving me the information why the evaporation cycle happens. If gravity is so strong on the surface, then none of the gas would go up.
Bro, what
right?
are you even yapping about?
I'm
Holy
yapping
crap.
about your knowledge of gravity is insufficient to support the claim. You don't have
No,
the evidence
you're
to support.
just talking about
What?
incoherently. You're talking from pure
Incoherently.
ignorance.
No,
Yeah.
I'm ignorance. You're the one that brought it up. You said that gravity turns on in a day and then it comes back
I
down.
didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, listen.
So
What I
how long
said
does
was
how long does it take for gas to go up and then for gravity to
holy
act on it?
crap.
Answer the question. How long does it take for
I told you about it. Like I'd say like an hour to a day, something like that.
1 hour to 1 day? So
Yeah.
now it's an hour.
Can we get a
It's not a day.
citation?
Yeah,
Can you
Can
guys
we get a
shut the fuck
citation
up?
on that?
go ahead and tell us where it says that anywhere. Pull that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wikipedia that. Where in Wikipedia does it tell us what you're saying?
How long does it take for a
How
cloud
long?
to
You
form?
don't know. There it is.
For
You don't
cloud
know.
to
Thank
form.
you. You're looking it up. That means that it doesn't exist anywhere in reality. How long does it take? That means that you're asking Wikipedia or the internet how long does it take?
15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter anymore because
Okay.
gravity is inefficient to hold it in the first instance. So it still goes up even for 15, 20 minutes, and then gravity like, oh, wait a minute. No, you got to come back down. No,
No.
that's not how it works.
Could I
That's not
ask the
how-
guy, Jared Janvis, could I just ask you quickly,
Yeah.
how would you define gas pressure? Do you know what the definition is?
I wouldn't know the definition, but I could tell you what it is.
Okay, tell me
Oh
what the
my
definition is.
No, I cannot tell you the definition, although I can tell you what it
Oh
is.
my god.
No, can you Google the definition of it?
Yeah, sure.
And then let us know what it says.
Gas pressure is a force exerted by gaseous molecules as they collide with the walls of their container.
Oof.
Okay, so in order to have gas pressure, then they need to be colliding with the walls of a container, yeah?
Yeah.
So the gas pressure we breathe, what walls of a container are they colliding off of?
The atmosphere in general.
Is that a container?
Yeah.
What's the definition of a container?
Holy shit. Let me check it real quick. Container definition.
You don't know, do you?
Yeah, I
Show
know
the-
what a
show
container is, but I
gases.
don't know the
That's okay.
definition of it.
That's all right. Just read out what the definition is.
Yeah.
An object that can be used to hold or transport something.
Right. So not a gas then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a solid.
Yeah, that's what the atmosphere is.
No, that's gas.
The
No, it's
atmosphere is a
not.
solid.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't know
No
what you're
further
talking about.
Are
questions.
you moving right now?
Yeah, you don't
Not
know
Are
right
you
now.
moving?
not according to the globe
Yeah,
Earth.
Yeah.
that's
Is it
enough.
so?
Yeah. So
Confirmed.
you don't know. It's just a religious belief that you have that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. I already demonstrated that you didn't know any of this information to support the claim.
Yeah.
You said, yeah, I'm sorry, but you have a blind
I'm
belief in
going
the globe.
I'm going with more base people. Bye bye.
See ya. More base
Wow.
people. If he
More base people who understand
I have a
that
question,
gas is a
actually,
solid.
with that Earth,
Interesting.
Can I ask?
More base people that think that gases contain gases,
yeah,
or
Ava,
Well,
that
that
as
gas is a
gases are a
solid.
container.
Just
yeah,
as
Ava,
a
as Rack, go ahead.
yeah. Did you think the Earth have an end?
Probably.
Speculation.
Hmm?
Speculation. You'd
What's
have to
that mean?
find one.
I
I
have
mean,
have
to
to
let's
find
find
put
one.
it
one.
like
So you
let's
told
put
me
it
no
like
one
this.
have find one.
Sorry, you've got two choices. It's
Okay.
either finite or infinite, right?
Exactly.
So, finite, we're breathing gas pressure.
I don't know. I don't actually understand why the gas pressure have to deal with this.
Because gas pressure requires containment.
Containment.
Constant
Yes.
pressure requires constant volume. Constant volume requires a constant surface area.
This is what Wolfgang was just speaking to of the other gentleman just a moment ago. The definition of a container. Physical containment, like a tyre, right? What's the consequent of putting gas into a tyre? What happens to the gas?
What's happened to the gas? It's
Yes.
a tyre. Okay.
Yeah. When you put it
You mean
into a tyre or a balloon, what happens? What's the
the
consequent?
balloon being a balloon? I don't know. It's being bigger.
It's under pressure, isn't it? The gas
The pressure,
can't
yeah, exactly.
escape.
Pressure,
Yeah. So that's consequent of putting it under containment.
Mhm.
Now, what happens when you break the container, pop the balloon? What happens to the high
gets
pressure
out.
inside? Yes, high pressure goes to low. So, can you transport gas from here to there without putting it in a physical container?
Half-Life is on the playthrough list.
So
Yeah, well done.
I didn't even know why that have to deal with. Okay. Like told me the gas.
Yeah.
Like with the physical way.
Yeah.
I can take the gas with the physical way without anything around them to some place, like from point A to the point B, like this.
Can you do that?
I don't know. I'm not chemical.
Well, no, of course you can't. If I would like you to bring me some
I don't know. I
propane,
don't have any information
okay,
that
I know.
I didn't understand actually why that have to deal with my question.
What was your question? Is the Earth infinite or finite?
Exactly.
Well,
Did you think
we're
it's
breathing,
infinite?
hold on, I'll explain it to you.
Okay.
We're breathing gas pressure. That would
Why
mean
have okay? I didn't
oh my
actually.
goodness! I'm literally telling me to.
Maybe my
You
English
asked me to explain it.
my English
You
is not
dummy.
that perfect. No.
Excuse me.
No.
You've asked me to explain. I've gotten 2 words into my fucking sentence, and you're already chattering all the way through
Take
it.
it easy, dude. Take it
How
easy.
will you?
Don't
How will you learn if you don't listen? How will you
We're
learn?
speaking about gas, so don't blow up, dude.
Yes, and I'll
Take it easy.
explain to you why it's
Take it
important.
easy, dude. Okay, yeah.
You've
I'm just
asked
asking
me.
you first.
Yes,
Yeah.
shush. Right. So you've asked, is
No,
the
you
Earth
could just.
infinite or finite? Right. I've given you the answer. It is finite because we're breathing gas pressure, which requires a container, which would mean that our system has a limitation.
Did you see we are breathing the gas pressure?
Yes, we're breathing gas pressure,
Okay.
which
And
requires containment.
continue. Oh, wait, I need to translate that. What that mean? Write it in the chat. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Cyclone. So container, balloon, tyre, physical boundary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the gas in the container and
So that would mean that the Earth is a limited environment.
Well, yeah, you need that for the gas pressure that you breathe. Do you understand?
Okay. So actually, do you believe in space? If I take it.
No,
No.
no, because that's a vacuum,
Yeah.
isn't it? Space
So
vacuum.
did you think? Do you like see the Earth like a container? What did that
Yeah, it's a contained system.
Okay, contains. So it's close. You can't if
Yes.
anything goes out or go in.
Correct. You can't leave
Uh-huh.
for all this discussion.
Now I understand
For all
your
intents and
like
purposes
your
here.
idea. So you're saying the Earth is container and no one can go out and no one can
Yeah,
join in.
it's like all cultures previous to ours pretty much had the same conception that the sky is not drifting off into a vacuum. It's actually a form of physical ceiling, like a roof. Right. So you're contained. We are contained.
So I
Which is why
understand
we
now
have
why
gas
he's
pressure.
bringing the example of a tire because it's think the gas you can't even see it. So the gas is absolutely he's here every time. That's why
Yeah,
he's
so
bringing the example.
so we need a tire to hold the air pressure. The same way we need a container to have air pressure on Earth.
So there's a like how to say that in English, but wait, let me translate that.
Yeah, just Google the definition of gas pressure and the definition of
I
container.
understand his. Actually, I think I understand his idea. He's think the Earth it's a container.
Yeah, it's not just an idea. This is how gas behaves in reality, right? Air in a tire, air in a balloon, deodorant in a can. To have pressure, the gas needs to press physically, press off a surface, a physical surface, a container.
You consider like the air, like the simple air, it's kind of like gas.
Air is pressurized gas, yes. Gas pressure.
Okay.
Pressing.
Pretty confusing. So you think the Earth it's container and okay. So do you think it's close about something? Because if you see it with a balloon, I don't think like example is the same thing. Because the balloon have like you can't see the container, you can see something holding the pressure. In the Earth, I can't see anything holding the pressure.
No, but we know that gas pressure, by definition, requires one. So it's the same way like if we had a piece of beef in front of us, a steak.
Oh, now I. So you think if, uh, if oh, that's very confusing. So you think if we actually incarnate and what's that the word? Oh my god. Excuse my English.
All right.
Container, yeah. Container. It's container, yeah?
For gas pressure, yes.
Okay. So you're just claiming, assuming we are actually in container because
No. It's not an assumption. It's an observation of how gas pressure exists. It
so if
needs a
okay,
container.
we have gas pressure.
We
I
have gas
understand.
pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually understand that. We can see the gas pressure in some metals, like some like a metal, like in tire and balloon. Yeah, we understand that.
We can
We
only
see
see
it.
gas pressure there
Yeah, yeah.
with a container, not without.
With a container, yeah.
Yeah. So if you don't have a container, you don't have the pressure. You don't have the pressure. Meaning, we wouldn't have the air, and we'd all be dead.
What about ocean then?
What about? It's not gas.
Yeah, it's not gas. But did he have a pressure?
Yep. But it's a liquid, not gas.
So it's a liquid, I understand that. But your whole point about the pressure here.
Gas pressure, yes.
Yeah, the gas pressure. You build the all points about the gas pressure, about the pressure that's happening in this world.
Yeah,
So,
because gas will move in all directions, including up.
that water doesn't move in any directions.
Well, a body of water isn't moving up, is it?
Yeah. So you hold the world. It's not infinite. I see. It's a container, a big container. No one can go out. No one can go in. Because
Seems to be.
Seems to be, yeah. So because the gas pressure.
That's what tells us that we have a container, but that doesn't tell us that the floor is curved or flat. It's direct
So
measurement
when
of
I
the
see up
surface
in
which
the
does that.
sky, like when I see up in the sky, like is it this pressure is infinite up there?
No, there's a container.
There's a container. Can I see this one? Because if your example, it's begot a balloon and a tire. Actually, I can see them. But
Mm.
when I see up sky, I can't see anything holding the pressure.
Well, technically, you don't really know what it is that you're looking at. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that you
So
can see a container, no, but
did you okay? Is it just A or B? There's something holding a pressure up there or not? Because I didn't see anything actually.
well, there has to be, yeah, because otherwise you wouldn't have the
Has
gas
to be.
pressure.
Exactly. Has to. So what is it?
A container.
Because I didn't see anything.
Yeah, you wouldn't
Because the guy there,
necessarily
he
be able to
say
see it if
the
it's.
guy up there, like down there, he say he doesn't believe in space. So
Yeah, because space would say that there's no container, but then we wouldn't have gas pressure.
hold on. Did he think they are space and we are container, or he doesn't believe in space in the first?
Well, he wasn't making a claim to what was beyond a container. We're just saying the story about us being uncontained in the vacuum, i.e., space, can't be true. It has to be a container. What's on the other side of that would be speculation. But yeah, think about it more like instead of being on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum, it's more like you're in a giant building with walls and a roof.
I know, but actually we didn't. This is the problem. I didn't see any roof and didn't see anything like
Yeah,
holding my.
I didn't say you would necessarily see it, but let's be honest, how far have you traveled? Up and sideways. Why would you have seen it? You've just been in the middle somewhere, hanging
Yeah,
out.
it's a good point, but I give you just simple example, the sky. I didn't give you. I'm going to go to
Yeah,
China.
yeah.
Yeah.
But how high up and how far have you gone up into the sky?
I don't know if I have a telescope. Did you think this telescope like it's like play
Yeah,
with?
but think about it. Think about it.
Huh?
You ever heard of planetarium?
Planetarium? No, I don't know
So
even that what
it's one
that
of
means.
these. It's like a building where they simulate the sky using screens on the roof, like for astronomy classes
Oh
and
my
stuff.
god. Oh,
You
so
can
you
pay
think?
to go.
Oh,
No. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm saying there's
okay.
ways that we could have a sky
Yeah.
as we observe without it
Yeah, but
receding into
that's
an infinite
still
vacuum.
this is still claiming this anything.
Well, that would, yeah, technically, I mean, if I was to speculate about the nature of the container, that would be speculation, but I'm not making a hard claim about what it is. I'm just saying to have gas pressure, there has to be some form of physical barrier.
Yeah.
So otherwise you can't have gas pressure.
Yeah, I understand your point. You're using gas pressure to see we are in container, but there's not a necessity if you have like gas pressure that mean
Well, at this point it is, because no one can demonstrate how we can have gas pressure without a physical container. But if you can
yeah,
prove
actually,
that,
I didn't know a lot of the gas pressure, so
yeah, that's okay. You can research it, but no one can provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. They all require containment. So you can imagine, like most of the globe believers do, oh, you just need a massive object, so we can't demonstrate it, but we believe it. Well, that's not what we're going on here. We're going on what can be demonstrated.
But if somebody actually, I can take your example so much far. I'm gonna go with you. There's a gas pressure. I go with you. Gas pressure should be have a container. Okay, I agree in that. So how that make the Earth flat in any way?
Well, it doesn't really speak to the shape of the Earth. That's a separate issue.
So
So
asking the shape of the Earth doesn't mean anything
okay,
about it.
so that's to do with measurement of the surface and whether or not there's a curve to it. Yeah.
Okay, now we're talking about.
Now we're
So
talking.
did you think? Now we're talking.
So
Yeah.
in order to test this, then you can test line of sight. Do you understand what line of sight is? Like how far you can see?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they'll tell you and us that how far we can see is going to be affected by the curvature of the surface. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Like
like
it's
certain
simple.
objects will be hidden behind the curve. There'll be a horizon at a certain distance because of the curve. So this is what they tell us. And these are
Actually,
these
forget about anything. Anyone tell you anything. Like,
well
did
no,
you?
but this is the claim. So
What's right?
if you go
What's
onto if you go onto Google, right?
Forget about Google. Let's speak about reality here.
Well, this is the thing, though. To understand whether or not we are on the ball that they tell us, you need to understand what rate of curvature they claim exists and what rate of obstruction over the surface will exist. So, how far away should it start to affect how far you can see? You understand?
Yeah, I understand, but you can go like with the short way and discuss about did I can actually forget anything about tell me anything.
Well, no, because
Anyone
I'm telling
tell
you,
me
because
anything.
I'm trying to explain to you. You're
Yeah,
asking about the curvature.
yes,
You're asking
yes,
about the
thank
curvature. So, for example, if you're standing on the beach and you're
Yeah.
6 foot tall, say, it will
Mhm.
tell you that the horizon has to be a certain distance maximum away from you, right? Which they say is about 3 miles. Okay, so if you're standing at the beach, the horizon on the globe, you know, the bit where it curves and you can no longer see beyond.
Mhm.
You understand that?
Like
That's
there's a
supposed to
chip,
be.
like there's a shape there in the
Yeah,
ocean.
yeah. So they say
Yeah.
a ship will go over this curve. So that's supposed to happen at about 3 miles mathematically, based on the size of the ball they tell us that we live on.
How much
Do you understand?
kilometers? Miles.
5, something like that.
We're using kilometers here. I'm gonna say it with myself. Go ahead.
So I mean, you can check on Google. You can go to distance to
Yeah.
horizon calculator. You can check the numbers yourself. But this is what they tell us. So we, who are questioning this and wanting to know if it's true or not, we'll go to the beach and we'll make those observations and we'll see if the horizon is in the place that it's supposed to be. Yeah. But what we're finding is when we go and perform this test, is that it's not where it's supposed to be. It's way further. Right? Where the water is supposed to have curved out of our sight, it's just carrying on flat for miles. So do you understand what this means? If we're seeing flat water where it's supposed to have curved away beyond the curve, it means there's no curve.
So you tested and there's no curve.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can test it with long distance observations, laser tests, distance to horizon tests, all this kind of stuff. Just testing how far you can see in reality versus how far they say you should see based on the globe. That's what's being compared. And what we're finding is reality doesn't agree with the globe.
Okay.
Understand?
I understand your point. Now, in reality, did you can see it the chip if you go so far away?
Yeah. But the issue is the
Yeah.
ship can be
You sure
seen
about that?
much further. The ship can be seen much further than it's supposed to be seen.
Okay.
I'm
You
not
say
saying it
yes.
won't ever disappear bottom up, because as a
Never
function
disappear.
of perspective, it can disappear bottom up. Doesn't always, depends on the conditions.
No.
But by
Just reality,
perspective,
but it's gonna disappear.
well, it doesn't always, but it can do. It can appear
Not
to. But
always.
that's not necessarily because of a curved surface, right?
What is about then?
Perspective, how we see things. So you can demonstrate this effect
Okay,
happening
then
on a
use
flat
telescope.
surface.
You can't use
Yeah,
telescope.
we can show you
Forget about
examples of
your
this.
forget about your eye. You can use
Just
telescope and
it's
traffic
the
vision.
same. It's the same principle. The optic still has a angular resolution limit. Just quickly before we continue, can someone send this guy the link to the server? So on our server, we have an additional information section. It's all alphabetized, and there's a channel called Optics, Vision, Perspective, and there's loads of information there about perspective, how these things work, how we see things. So you should join this server that you're about to get a link to and look at the additional information sections, because you might be interested.
Yeah, sure, thanks. Okay, that's
So yeah, that's kind of the basis of this whole
yeah.
argument.
Your point of view, it's a lot. It's debatable. Actually, it's debatable. It's yeah, it's debatable. It's not that. Took a huge dump feeling, like a million sucks.
Say that again. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, just read the chat.
Well, yeah, that's the basis of it, right? They tell us we live on a ball. That means the surface
Yeah,
has to be
actually, I don't
curved.
care about their numbers. Actually, you
Yeah,
know,
that's fine. That's fine. I'm just telling you
yeah,
this is
you know,
what we are testing for.
you know the sinus, the how to look the science. The science, like you have pseudoscience and have science. You have science built on evidence, and have science doesn't build on evidence, and have science built about, like how say that expecting, like I'm expecting. You're gonna see like this maybe gonna be 90%, maybe gonna be 80%. It's just expecting things. And you have like
Science,
the science like built in actually real evidence. You can test it.
yeah.
You can
So
feel
what we
it.
would say is that real science
Yeah.
only demonstrates a flat, motionless Earth. Pseudoscience is what tells us the Earth is a spinning ball.
Okay, that's your claiming about it. Look, forget about NASA. Forget about all these people discussed about. Forget about all this duration like we have now. This thing have been like from 1,000 years, dude. It's just not available today.
No, but this is the thing. This is the thing. They tell you that it was figured out thousands of years ago, but when you actually
Oh,
investigate those
okay,
claims,
okay, this nuts. You didn't should think about this because now you cannot like deny all the history. You say, oh, look,
no,
the
no.
history all
Listen,
like
bro,
messed up.
chill. Before you take an emotional stance against me and
I'm not
think I'm
emotional,
some
dude.
kind of
I'm
science
speaking.
denier, I'm telling you because
Yeah.
I guarantee we've looked into this more than you have. What they tell you has proven the Earth to be a ball thousands of years ago was not a proof of the Earth. Well, you just said, oh, it was figured out thousands of years ago. If I ask you
Yeah,
who did that, okay,
that's
who did it and how did they do it?
okay. Then did you actually
Who
take
did, who did
from
it?
history, yes or not?
Who did it and how did they do it? Tell us.
Do you want to like Westerner scholars or Arab scholars? Because I take all from Arab scholars and think anything from Westerners.
Anyone you like.
Okay, so like from how's that in 300 Hijri and 200 Hijri, like the Muslims' golden age. Do you know like the Muslim
Yeah,
golden
yeah.
age? Yeah. Did you see the scholars there? Did you see what they measured? Did you see what they did?
I've heard stories of some of them. In my view, most of them would have also been flat earthers, but there may have been some that thought the Earth was a spinning ball, even though nothing about that is said
There's a
in reality.
debatable thing about that one.
But
Say
either way,
Al-Biruni
they
for
might
me.
say Al-Biruni. Yeah, Al-Biruni. Is that who
Al-Biruni.
you're thinking of? Yeah. See, this is the problem with someone like Al-Biruni.
You
So
know,
what they
like
say he
there's
did,
you
is
see
that who you're
Baloney.
talking about?
It's a flat earther.
No, I'm not necessarily saying that he was. Although I wouldn't necessarily assume that what they tell us about these people in the past is accurate either. But the issue is that what he claimed to have done required a geometric horizon, right? The horizon that is at 5 kilometers when you're 6 foot on the beach. But that's not the case. We don't have that. It's not a physical thing, the horizon. It's optical. So Al-Biruni's method wouldn't have worked.
Well, I'll tell you what, Al-Biruni was a great one for proving the flat Earth, being as he had to use trigonometry and the elevation angle to the top of a mountain, which required a straight horizontal baseline between him and the base of that mountain. We forget that bit, but he proved the flat Earth before he got up to the top of the mountain.
So you say Baroni proving the flat earth.
He used trigonometry. He used an elevation angle to figure out the top of the mountain, how high it was, before he went to the top of the mountain, and then looked at the physical geometric horizon and made a claim about it. In the first instance, you understand what a triangle is, right? 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices, and when you measure the interior angles and add them together, 180 degrees. So he used an elevation angle to the top of a mountain. That requires a horizontal baseline between him and 90 degrees at the foot of that mountain. You can't measure angles from curved lines now, can you?
I don't think so. But
Exactly. Exactly. You can't. So Al-Biruni, from your golden era, he used trigonometry, a flat Earth, to get an elevation angle up to the top of the mountain. Before he
Did
got
you
to the top of the mountain, turned
did you
around and
see
looked at the
his own?
horizon.
Okay, so you're claiming like about his tests, about like he's have a test doing, and did
Yeah.
you see what he's speaking about Earth in
Yes.
general?
Listen, I've literally told you.
What he say about Earth generally?
He said it was a ball, but he used a flat Earth to get an elevation up to the top of the mountain. That's a contradiction.
Give me what thing you read.
Sorry, Cyclone, didn't mean to interrupt you, buddy.
No, you're all good.
No, it's fine, because it's in the topic. It's not about it. That's because I'm
Yeah,
pretty
so
sure
they'll
what
tell
he's
us all
saying.
these stories about people who thousands of years ago performed these tests, but when you look into the tests, you'll realize they didn't actually prove a globe. At best, they assumed it. And when you get into the details of their method, you see they assume a flat surface, not a curved one.
Assuming. It seems you are assuming.
No, we're talking about what he did, not what we're doing or assuming.
Al-Ard meaning a ground, doesn't meaning a global. So, and after that, he spurred out the earth. Al-Ard in Arabic language. So it's people. I debate Muslims before I debate you. I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah, the Muslim scholars made it as curved. I'm Arab. So in Arab. So Al-Ard. Does Ard mean global? It's one of meaning of it's always being global. Because if you told me,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I speak the guy on the chat. Sorry, get out of subject.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're
Okay.
still at the position of there's no curvature of the Earth's surface, so it can't be a ball. Pretty much it.
Yeah, we was about like there is if we're speaking about like the ship and the curve and horizon. I told you, did the ship disappear? Yes or not? You told me maybe not, because you can't.
Yeah, it depends on the conditions of the day. You don't always see it disappear bottom up.
So did you
Sometimes
have
it
like
just disappears.
anything recording like it's not like
Yeah,
being
yeah. If you did you get the link to the server?
No one give me anything. Wait a second. Let's check my message.
Check your messages. If not,
No,
someone
no.
DM him.
You can't put it in the
Guys,
chat here.
someone send him the link.
Hey, I'll send it to him. What's his name though? Because I'm having trouble with the menu.
You can put it in your bio and join in.
I think your name is Mr. MR 5403. Is that it? Mr. 5403. So if you when you get this link and you go on the server, if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the list, you'll see an additional information section. And in that, if you go through L, you'll see long distance observations and laser tests.
There he is. What? New long distance. Okay.
So you can see if you scroll down, you see you're in the information channels.
Long distance observation. Yes, this one.
Observations and laser tests. And in your own time, you can have a look through there, and you can maybe do your own where you live. These will show you what we're talking. We see too far.
Okay. Let's see. It's a lot of YouTube videos there.
Yeah, you can just, in your own time, you don't have to look at them now, but just a resource for you if you want to research on your own.
Yeah, I have no problem in that. So, did you consider the Earth have an end, or you didn't think so?
Again, I mean, it would be speculation. You would assume it's finite, but where that is, how
Forget about
far it
like
goes, who
proving that.
knows?
Just do you think about some?
Yeah,
I
we
didn't tell you.
speculate about it, but
Do you
yeah.
think they have?
Do I think there's an end of the Earth?
Yeah.
Well, it seems
Like
reasonable to me that there would be a point at some place where the container would touch the ground,
touch what exactly? Excuse me.
the Earth,
The air. Uh-huh.
the Earth. So the container contains us, like a building.
Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
So
you
at
consider
some
the
stage,
container. So you
you
didn't
may
think
reach that point. Who knows, though?
container. You mean like you mean like the movie Hunger Games, like when people go, there's a container of about weird thing like this?
I don't really, I'm not sure I've seen Hunger Games, but yeah, like Truman Show, contained environment.
Like I'm gonna give you an example. Like PUBG, when you play PUBG, there's a zone.
Like a planetarium. Have you ever been to a planetarium
No,
before?
I already asked him about the planetarium. He hasn't.
Okay. How about
Yeah,
a
but
building?
those concepts are like man-made concepts. You wouldn't be able to actually figure out if, I mean, the size or the we don't know the size of the extension of the whole world. I mean, how can we tell it's gonna be like the Truman Show or like Hunger Games? Those are man-made concepts. How can we even know?
I've
Yeah.
kind of said to him it's speculation as to how far this thing
It's
extends,
just
what the
like
true
very
nature of
weird
it
to
is.
me. No one like have this seeing this end. No one recorded in history. No one doing anything about it.
Well, no, listen. It's not about recording it because it could be at a point where just human beings can't reach for a number of reasons, right? The conditions.
Yeah, the end of the world could be
distances.
the end of you. The end of the world could be the end of your body and your mind. You can go. Maybe you can make it. You can only live what 100 years, 110 years.
Even
Maybe you can't even reach that place within your lifespan. You can't reach the end within your own lifespan. So it's the end of your world.
But look, this isn't a new. It's not a new concept, right? So if you look in the, can you see the text channel to this voice?
Yeah, can see.
See the image I just posted? Shows you a bunch of different
Greek,
civilizations.
Indian. Okay, what's about it?
Yeah, so they all had this conception of Earth. I mean, slightly different, but roughly the same. That it's a contained environment. So it's not like a new thing we're talking about. This is what most human beings have thought.
In Earth? What's this?
Yeah, so the Egyptians.
Egyptians believe the Earth. It's what? The spirit.
Yeah, these were all flat Earth contained cosmologies
Why
from
does
all
the
these
water
different
above the
cultures.
sky? I don't understand how that works.
That's all right. I'm just saying, right? This isn't a new thing.
Oh, why there is Islamic dude? No, who claimed that?
That is the Islamic cosmology.
No, it's not.
Yes,
like
it is, my friend.
Oh my god, my friend, I'm Muslim.
Yeah, that's okay. You can just Google Islamic cosmology. You'll see.
Okay.
The scholars don't teach this. Most of the scholars won't teach
I
this
mean,
now.
Muslim scholars. The scholars who's like there is ijma' like Sunder from Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Hazm.
Yeah, most of the Muslim scholars
and
will not be talking about traditional Islamic cosmology. They're talking about the globe and space because they're indoctrinated too. But read, I mean, any mention of the Earth in the Quran doesn't mention a ball Earth. Yeah, the Quran doesn't mention a spinning ball Earth in a vacuum. It compares Earth to a carpet. So carpets are flat.
That's the problem because the word Ard doesn't mean global.
Yeah, they don't describe the Earth as a ball. This is why.
Does my friend Abba Azrak? It does when there is no ism ishara or nat or hal when the word ard and it's mu'arraf with the alif and lam, it means the whole thing.
Okay, you sure about it?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
When it doesn't, when
It's
when
mean.
there is no
Okay.
when there is no nat and ism ishara and hal, it and when the word is mu'arraf, it means the whole thing. Like لن أبرح الأرض.
So, طيب. I consider you can speak Arabic, yeah?
Yeah, I'm a Moroccan. I speak Arabic.
Okay.
And I'm a Muslim too.
نعت.
Yeah, نعت.
Subhanallah.
هذه الأرض. هذه
هذه
الأرض.
الأرض.
تلك الأرض. or حال الأرض أرض القاحلة، الأرض البيضاء أو الجرداء مثلا.
Let's try and keep it to English where we can,
نعت.
guys.
نعت.
I'll
Okay,
understand a bit
الأرض
of
mean it's
breaking
الأرض in Arabic
circles.
language. It's have some meanings about like context. It's like
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry,
maybe it mean ground. Maybe it mean ground. Maybe it's mean earth. Maybe it's mean global. But actually, global, I don't think it's كوكب.
When he said
It's not possible.
when he said أفلا ينظرون إلى الجبال إلى الإبل كيف خلقت والسماء كيف رفعت والجبال كيف نصبت والأرض كيف سطحت, he was talking about the whole thing, about the full camel, about the mountain, the entire mountain, not just of the mountain.
The mountain are يعني I think do you said the
الجبال.
mountain are flat?
Yeah, الجبال كيف نصبت. No, I'm not telling you that the mountains are flat. I'm telling you that he
again,
was
without
asking you to look to the mountains.
Again.
How they were.
Yeah. So الأرض, this the mountains. يعني الجبال. هل الجبال خارج الأرض أم داخل الأرض؟
نصبت الجبال على الأرض والألقى على الأرض.
نعم هذا كله في سياق هذا كله في سياق واحد.
No. The Jibal, when he talks about the
أعرف
mountains,
حبيبي.
it's like something external here. ألقى الأرض.
We really need to stick to English here. We really
Yeah,
need to
it's so. I
keep
mean,
on
for the
English
sake
as
of
much as we can.
translation here, but we need to keep it mostly to the English side, guys. But I appreciate both of you guys having the honest conversation. But yeah, it's a topographical plane, so hills and valleys and mountains, but not curving into a ball.
Exactly.
Cyclone, wouldn't we just expect that to be the case on any primitive view of Earth?
What do you mean?
Like if I knew nothing, and I just looked around me,
It's
and I
reversed.
tried
by
to
the
make
way.
a model of what I was seeing, I would make
Yeah.
a circle, right? Because you know, the farthest you can see in any distance is always going to be a circle, right? And then I'd make some kind of dome type shape above me, because as far as I can see, in any shape going upward and not downward is a dome type shape. I feel like pretty much any primitive culture would come up with that, right?
So you're saying if you hadn't been told otherwise, you would assume the Earth is flat and contained?
Not necessarily contained, just this is what I see. If I'm trying to demonstrate what I see as a person standing on a flat Earth, I can't see the bottom half
So
of
you're
a
saying that
circle
you
if it was a
see.
circle.
So you're saying that you see a flat Earth in reality?
Yeah, I mean, for these,
Cool, I agree.
I'm saying for these people that are trying to make models, yeah, as far as they can see, it looks flat on the ground, and then it looks like a dome above them, right?
So without any without any presuppositions, that would mean that what we see out in reality in nature is what it actually is.
I don't know about that one.
Either way,
Like
if
this
you're
one,
saying that's what you observe, then the burden of proof would be on the other person who's saying, yeah, that's what it looks like, but it's actually something else. They would need to prove that, which they haven't. That's the problem. So anyway, let me finish off with this guy here first, and then we can move on. So, Mr. 54, you still there?
Yeah, I mean,
You got any more questions?
excuse me.
Have you got any more questions, or do you want to just go and research, or you want to make an argument for the globe?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
if
it's
you've got
fine.
any more questions or you want to say something, just let us know.
Just want to know about the idea of this Earth have a end. What you're like.
The
ideology about
end.
it.
The end, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, there's a bit of speculation there. Maybe check out the channel Antarctica on the server that we sent you. But yeah, that's a bit of a speculative subject. We can speak about that another time, but yeah.
Yeah, just give these people like.
Yeah. So
it seems to be almost humanly impossible to reach the extents of Earth, and if they have done so with all of our tax dollars for the last 60 years, they're not telling us about it. That's
yeah,
my
maybe
speculation.
something that you don't know about. Have you ever heard of the Antarctic Treaty, Mr. 54?
Speak to me.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the Antarctic Treaty?
I don't know what that actually means.
Okay, so it's a treaty signed by many countries around the Earth who have essentially drawn a political line at 60th degree parallel south, about 1,000 miles before Antarctica, that restricts travel beyond that point. So it's illegal to just travel south past the 60th parallel unless you get permission under the treaty.
You mean Antarctica or like?
Antarctica Treaty. So it prohibits, it stops public exploration beyond a certain point. So legally, we can't travel to Antarctica and beyond potentially without permission under the treaty, which is very difficult to obtain, or as part of a guided tour. So just because you're interested in travel and exploration, that's something you should look into.
I'm gonna see.
Yeah.
And just because I'm confused, we can just like, if you have any like, actually, because your people
Yeah.
like,
Look
just
in-
ask my question, because your people like share about lots of things to prove your opinions. Because like you have like a opinion.
Yeah. If you look at the Antarctica channel, see on the additional information channels, look under Antarctica and read through some of that information.
Yes. But if you're just like,
actually,
if you're like hard worker people, we should go to the history books and maybe you're gonna have something like.
Yeah, the history books are interested. The history books are interesting.
Yeah.
We have been
That's why,
to them.
because I didn't like mention anything. I didn't say anything.
Yeah,
Nobody
they
like.
have. They have.
Yeah, so that's gonna be good.
Yeah, look into Captain Cook and his journeys south. Yeah, well, do we need to go into it now? We can go into that another time.
Okay, another.
Well, we can if you want, or if someone else wants to. Basically, he described traveling about, what was it, 60, 70,000 miles around what he called the Great Ice Barrier. Basically, an impenetrable wall of ice as he's traveled south. And it took him like 3 years or something, 60, 70,000 miles going around. Something like that is in his logs. Whereas they tell us that Antarctica's got, I don't know, a rough circumference of, what is it, 15,000 miles? On the bottom of a ball. So, yeah, the concept of Antarctica on a globe Earth versus a potential flat Earth can be very different. But anyway.
That would make the circumference of what he was supposedly traveling around, or on, if you look at it on the flat Earth, what we know the water is flat, so whatever like circle he was doing out there around the plane, basically it was at least 2 to 3 times larger at that point, and he rarely got past 60th south parallel. He actually most of the time was around 50 because it's too harsh. Can't stay down there for long. So, and he never got further than 70. Still makes that's twice as big as the equator, at least, if not 3 times.
So yeah, it is interesting to look into the history books and see what was being said.
Yeah. If you have anything you want to say about it, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, we'll look through that channel that I sent. I'm sure it's in there.
I've seen some.
So we got anyone else with questions about the globe or arguments for the globe?
Put article to make this to people easy.
Well, it's a collection of articles, so it's like a
No, it's
library.
not
You
just
just go
people
through
like
it.
dropping videos and this dropping pictures. Not actually like how to say that's.
Well, there's
pushing
both.
on your
There's videos, there's pictures, there's articles, there's audio, there's every form of media. There's got to be one you can
You can't
get into.
put these things like the people share on another channel, but the whole idea you should put in one article and with their evidence so people can understand.
Well, we'll take your critique on board. In the meantime, you're welcome for the information.
I don't know. If I were to do it over again, I would take it slow and take it like one topic at a time.
Bro,
would
if
be
the
my
Earth
advice.
was flat, bro, why the fuck would they lie about it, bro? What?
Ooh, why would the government lie? Do you think the government lies?
Good question. Yeah, hell yeah. What the fuck?
Okay,
Us
so
white
why
people
why
are-
the most important thing ever? So then
Yeah,
if
but
you
why
say
would they lie about the shape of the Earth?
so if you say yeah they lie, why do they lie?
Why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? That's the question.
No, the question was to that guy who said yeah they lie. Of course they lie. So why do you think they lie?
No reason. That's his point. They wouldn't.
They just no. He said they did. He said they do lie.
Yeah, but why do you think they lie about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, but you're
Well,
avoiding
why
the
do they
question.
lie to you? Why do they lie to you about anything?
Yeah, but you asked
Oh, okay,
specifically
there
why
it
did they
goes.
lie
There's the question.
about the shape of the Earth.
So you agree that they're liars, but you believe them when they tell you what the Earth is and
Yeah, but it's easy
what
to
millions
prove
of
the
miles away.
Earth is round, but it's not easy to prove like if Jeffrey Epstein killed himself.
Okay, so if it's so easy to prove that the Earth is round, how do you
Bro,
prove it?
Bro, just go outside. Bro. What?
Well, I've been outside. The horizon is flat. The ground is motionless. So
Bro,
I
why
don't
can't
see
I
a
see
spinning ball.
China from outside my window?
Why would you?
Because if it's flat, I can just see right there.
Can't even see
Can
the
I only
hallway in a
see?
hotel.
You think you
With
can
a
see
powerful
forever?
enough telescope, we should be able to by their logic.
You people
Oh,
deserve
really?
to be deceived, bro.
Oh yeah, that is
Embarrassing.
true. By a telescope, you should see it.
Cool story, bro. Well, when you find a telescope that
Yeah.
strong, let us know.
Oh,
They
there's
want
plenty
to
of
be
ones that look at it in
deceived. That's why.
space.
What we
If
should
we were to get one
do?
of those, point out at the beach, we should
They
see
prefer being
across the ocean.
deceived. You prefer being deceived. That's all. Yes,
They-
Stockholm syndrome.
It is a post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy to assume that just because somebody lies, that you can't trust anything they say. I mean, you still
Well,
have
yeah,
to.
no, but it's
you have
also
to,
illogical to
you have
trust
to.
people who are known liars.
No, it's not, because not everybody.
Oh, is it
You've
not?
lied. I've lied. We've all lied. We're all liars. But
So then if I
we
said to
also
you, I've
we
got a
also tell
unicorn in my
the truth. And usually, what we're usually referring to is something outside of our own statement, right? So
Yeah, so if
evidence.
you want to
as opposed
prove the truthfulness or veracity of their claim, then you would have to be able to verify it in reality.
So the three little pigs were wrong.
Yeah, but that's the point, right? So you agree.
Yeah, the point is it cannot be verified in reality.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. That we can, agree on that reality in and of itself is something that's verifiable. But
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm
you
saying the
need to point
globe
out the
is not
fact that
verifiable.
you still need to substantiate the fact, or at least substantiate a reason in which the government would lie about a
No, I
globe
don't.
Earth.
No, I don't.
And I
Because
don't
measurements of the
disagree that they
surface.
couldn't be lying, but you still have to substantiate that. You
No,
can't just
listen.
be
You
like,
don't need to
"Oh,
prove
well,
motive.
You're
well, they
thinking.
You
You're
don't need
thinking
to show
something
motive to prove
else."
somebody killed somebody.
Yeah, you're thinking incorrectly if you think that in order to prove that we've been misled about what we're standing on, we need to somehow divine the thoughts of some people who might have claimed it and pushed it. Those two
Not
things
true.
are separate.
That's
Yeah,
not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
that is what you're saying.
you're arguing. No, what you're saying is that because this entity has lied in the past, you can't trust them about this other conclusion that they draw.
I'm saying it's illogical for you to base your worldview on stories from known liars, but no, that's not why I'm saying we know it's untrue. We know it's untrue because of direct measurement and observation of the surface. Their
Right.
motive is irrelevant to know whether or not the surface is curved or not.
But
You can want to know.
that's what would make them a liar, right? If what
Yes.
they say is insubstantial or doesn't comport with reality,
Which it
then
doesn't.
yes,
That's
they're
the
a
whole
liar.
point.
And then you
Exactly.
could just
That's
be
the
like,
whole point.
you should be like, so then it doesn't. Hold on. Then it
point.
doesn't matter that they lied in the past. They're just lying about this thing.
That's
But
fine.
then
Yeah, they're lying.
if somebody wants to say, okay, well, why are they lying? Sure, that's a completely different subject. But simply
Correct.
saying that the argument that I'm making, right? Because you're making a good argument and a bad argument at the same time. The good argument you're making is, I have evidence that supports that the Earth is flat. That's a great argument, right? The bad argument is this entity has lied in the past, therefore I can't trust them when they make another truth claim.
The question
Well,
was
for
why lie
starters,
about the shape of the Earth.
For starters, it was him who made the claim.
No,
That
he asked the question.
They are well. Either way, he's asking me why people are
The sequence
lying.
of events. The sequence
he
of events
admits
was
that they're
Bro,
liars.
the idea of the mouth or something that you always have to start speaking when someone else is speaking, bro. Can you relax a little bit, bro? Stop it.
Yeah, you just need to chill. So when you're saying I've got a good argument and a bad argument, no, I've got a good argument in that the Earth has no detectable curvature, so cannot be a ball. And the other one wasn't an argument. I'm pointing out the lack of logic in asking why people he thinks lie, why they would lie. I mean, sure, you might want to know, but that doesn't change the measurements of the surface, doesn't change what Earth is. I'm not a mind reader. I could give you speculation as to why, if that's what you
That's
really
what he
want.
asked.
So the gentleman asked why would the government lie about the Earth being a globe, and then the response was, does the government lie about other things? The implication being, if you say yes, it's kind of a gotcha. It's like, okay,
And
well,
now
if the
you're
government,
ignoring, and now you're repeating the same shit again. We know what you said already. You're repeating the same shit, and you got another reply saying
hold
that
on,
the
who's talking
claims
right
cannot be
now? Under heaven,
substantiated.
earther. Okay, just
Nah,
making sure.
the claims
Anyway,
cannot
and so the
the
implication there
claims
is
the claims cannot be.
the implication there is that if the government has lied about one thing,
He's
therefore
gonna
they'll
be
lie about
muted
another
then.
thing, and that's the
Mute
problem.
him. If you can't stop running your mouth, you're going to be muted by someone. So
Yeah, so to whoever was asking that originally, it's not that I'm dodging your question, but the Socratic method can help you understand things too. So do you agree with the statement that knowledge is power? To anyone who's asking why would they lie? Is knowledge power?
Well, who are you?
Sure
Are
it
you
is.
asking? Are you asking the first guy, the guy that was asking
Asking
why the government?
whoever doesn't understand why people lie or why the government would lie.
How would the shape of the Earth be a power?
Is knowledge power?
Yes, but how would the shape of the
Right.
Earth be
So
a
if you
power
had
dynamic?
knowledge about the truth of reality and a load of people didn't, you would have an advantage over them. You would have more knowledge than them.
Yeah, but not in this case. If the Earth
Well,
was
yeah, in this case,
a
that's what we're
space
saying.
pizza, and
No,
that
no
we
one's
were
saying it's a
lied to,
space
and it is a
pizza.
space pizza,
No, there's not a
then
space
we'd
pizza.
believe that, right?
No, well,
Nothing
you
would
would, yeah,
materially
you would
change.
probably believe what you're told, yeah. But we're not saying it's a space pizza. We're not saying it's a disc in space.
You're a
You're
flat
just,
earther. That's exactly what it is.
yeah, you tell me. You
Sure,
tell
if
me what
it's
it is
not a
after your
disc
quick
in the
Google search.
space, what is it
No,
then?
listen,
Do you
it's
believe the
a
moon is real?
motionless. Well, I observed the moon, yeah.
Do you believe
Is it a
it's real?
square? Is it a triangle?
What are you
What is it?
talking about? What are you talking about? Do you observe it to
Answer
be a
the question.
triangle
What
or a
shape is it
square?
then?
You observe it to be
It's
a
a circle, bro.
circular
It's a
light.
globe. It's a globe.
It doesn't have a
A
shape. It
circle.
doesn't have a shape. It
No,
doesn't have a
Listen,
shape
we're
that's
not going down.
then
We're not going down
behind.
into speculation about what the moon is. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But if
Right.
the Earth is
Okay.
flat,
Earth
then the
doesn't.
moon shouldn't be real, right?
Yeah, your tag
No one
says
moon
here
flat
round?
thinks.
earther, right?
Hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on
Okay,
one
no,
second.
this is what we need to
Well,
address.
hold
No,
on.
this is
Hold on.
what.
Just 1 second. Hold on 1 second. No one here thinks the Earth is a pizza in space. No one here.
Yeah.
No true
What's a
flat
shape,
earther.
right?
All you have to do
It's
is,
a disc.
if you want to know what kind of Earth we're talking about, it's the one that's right outside your door. The Earth outside. That's what you're going to use as a reference to what we're saying.
Yeah. So these
Well,
images that you
outside that
see,
we live in.
these images that you're shown of a disk Earth in space with water falling off the side and all that, that's like troll.
What
So
isn't
you've been
the
trolled.
title of this voice chat called Flat Earth?
Yeah, it doesn't say disk in
Yeah,
space,
that
does it?
doesn't mean disc.
Then what
Doesn't
is
say
it? Is it a
disk in
triangle?
space Earth, does it? Does it say triangle Earth? Is that what it says?
I'm asking you.
No. We're not
Then what is it?
claiming a shape of the ground. It's
Doesn't
ground
have a
shape.
shape.
What else is it? It's a
It's
3D
a
object.
What shape is
topographical.
it?
It's a topographical
What?
plane. Yeah, with hills and
So
valleys.
it's a
Ask him.
3D object. What's the shape of that 3D object?
No,
How
it's
would you
not an
verify a
object.
shape?
No.
It can be a
How would
number
you
of things.
Not an
verify?
object.
Some of them
So
think
How
it's
would you
it's not
infinite.
verify
3D.
Some of them
shape
think
then?
it's infinite. It could
Yeah,
literally
but
just be
I'm
infinite.
talking about the planes. We can go up,
You
down,
don't.
and all the
You
axes.
don't
How
have.
would you
That's
verify?
3D. So what is it?
You lack the frame of
Jesus.
reference from an outside view to be able to attribute a shape to the whole construct, bro. You don't. Nobody
No
in
one's
here
been
has an
outside.
outside view to
Yeah, we're
give it
not
a shape.
claiming a shape. We're not claiming a shape. You
But it is
can't
a shape.
verify a shape.
No,
Well,
it
if you
isn't a
figure it
shape.
out,
What
let
shape
us
is a
know.
lake?
Then what?
Hold on. Hold
Then
on.
don't call
What
it a
shape
flat
is a
Earth.
lake? What shape is a lake?
What shape is a lake?
Yeah, a lake. What
From
shape
what
is a
perspective?
tree?
Bowl shaped, right?
Shapeless.
No, what shape is a
It'll
lake?
be
No,
a
it isn't.
bowl
It's
Is
from
it? Yeah,
not
it's a
shaped
bowl,
like a
right?
bowl.
Yeah, with like full of
It's
water,
not
right?
shaped like a bowl.
For a cross section, it would be a
A
bowl
lake.
shape.
Yeah.
A lake doesn't have a defined shape. Some things
Yeah, it
don't
does
have a
from the
defined
bed, the
shape.
bedrock.
Yeah, it's a bowl shape, right?
Shape.
No,
What shape?
no,
A
no.
lake
You
has
don't know
a
what the shape
shape
is.
if you cut a cross
We
section
don't.
from it. Yes, it does.
We don't claim a shape. It doesn't claim a lake is not a bowl shape. No, it isn't. Have you
What?
ever
You
walked
you want
along a
How do you
shoreline
think?
of a lake?
What do you know? You
Oh,
can
you're
like
are you thinking you're out of your mind? So
you're trying
you're
to put
I'm just
the
trying to
whole
get the point.
construct in the category of an object or something that you can give it attribute it some
We
shapes or dimensions. But
we
this place
yes
that we're in and the whole construct is not an object like you have in your mind. That object that you're imagining
yeah
in your mind when you think Earth, that's not what reality is, bro.
yeah.
Well,
We
it
are
is,
not
but
claiming any shape. We're not claiming Earth is any shape. We're not the ones doing that. The person that would claim a shape has the burden of proof to prove it. So, are you claiming the Earth is a globe?
am I claiming the Earth is a globe? Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So prove that claim then. What
Spy
information are you
satellites
backing
are.
that claim with?
We have geosynchronous
Wait a
spy
minute.
satellites.
Your reificate. That's a reification. It's a logical fallacy.
How?
You're begging the question.
What question
You already have it
am I
baked in.
begging?
You have the answer baked into the question.
What's the
Since
question
the
that I'm
Earth is a
begging?
globe, yeah. Your answer is since the Earth is a globe and we have geosynchronous orbits.
No. I'm not
Oh,
doing
you're
that at all.
begging.
I'm
Yeah, you're
saying
begging the question.
if we had geosynchronous satellites that look at the full picture of whatever shape the fuck we're on, it could be It could be an
There
oval.
is no
It
shade.
could be
There
a
is no
triangle,
shade.
but it's
You don't
not.
get it.
We're not.
There is no shade.
So you
There is.
don't.
It's not an object
You
that you
he
can
asked me
attribute
for a
shapes to.
proof. He asked me for a
No,
proof. We have
for the globe,
yeah.
for your globe, yeah. We're
Yeah,
at the
I'm telling you.
surface, drop over distance. Where's the drop
I'm not
over
talking about
distance
drop over distance. I'm
required?
talking about
Yeah,
I'm
we
talking
are.
about
That's
geosynchronous.
what.
You asked me
No,
for my
drop.
proof.
No,
My
curvature
proof.
on Earth. Okay, so back it up with curvature on
Do you
Earth.
think the government keeps things hidden
Back
from us?
up your back
will.
up your geosynchronous fucking
I
orbits
will. I'm
with
going to walk you through this.
curvature
Do you
on the
think the
surface.
government hides information from us?
Back up your. You didn't let me finish.
I will be.
So back up your geosynchronous fucking
I will.
orbits with surface curvature measurement.
Yep, I can do that. So you believe the government
Okay.
keeps information
Where
hidden
was
from
it?
us?
Where
Yes.
was it measured? Where was
I'm
it
gonna
measured?
walk you through it. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
No,
So
you're not walking
you
me
provide
through. You're
information.
telling me what it
I
is.
did.
No, you're
I
telling
tell
me
you
what
the
the fucking
answers
measurement
to
is
the
right
questions
now,
you
or you'll
asked
shut
me.
the fuck up. Listen,
What are you gonna do
you'll
about
give
it?
us the
You
measurement,
asked
or
me
you'll
the
shut the
question.
fuck up. No, you said you
Just
had
dial
it,
it
so
back.
give us the measurement, or shut the fuck up. Sit
Yeah,
down.
just chill. So yeah,
Sit
either
down.
either
Shut
present
the
the
fuck up.
measurement or bring up something else. We're not interested in your
You don't know anything you're talking about. You don't have a measurement, so sit back, little boy. Sit down.
He said he was gonna look
Junior.
it up. He said he was gonna look it. He doesn't know. He just said he's gonna find it
So
somewhere
he
in the
doesn't
ancient.
know. So he doesn't know. I'm not willing to let him go today. Like today's not the day. You're not getting out of it. I'm like Miggy. Got the double whammy.
So is it pleb? Pleb, just pose whatever you're gonna prove. He says it's his proof. His proof. So did you measure it? Lab.
Man, if you got measures, post it. We want to see.
Pleb, can you pose your measurement
So
of the
you asked me for
curvature?
my evidence. Cool. So do you think the
The
government hides
evidence,
information from us?
the evidence of the claim on the table, right?
I'll
They
do what I
claim.
want. You asked me for my proof.
Surface
You asked
curvature.
for my proof.
Nothing else.
See, you're
No,
scared. You're
surface
scared.
surface
You asked
curve.
for my proof.
Surface curvature, little boy.
You asked
Surface
for my
curvature,
proof.
Junior.
Damn.
Child,
Listen,
boy, you asked
sunshine.
for my proof.
You're gonna be muted. Unless
Yeah,
you
I've just
provide
muted him.
the measurement. Thanks. So you're bound to be muted if you don't bring what you said you had. Then you go to like backtrack and backpedal. Like we can't see that happening. Who do you think you're dealing with here?
Yeah, listen, the claim on the table is the surface curvature. That's what there needs to be a measurement of. So, Leb, if you've got that, post it. If not, don't claim it.
I thought the claim was the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
claim.
which is
So we have to
curvature.
have curvature.
I'm going to give you the evidence. I'm going to walk you through it. Cool beans. So you accept the fact that governments hide information from us. Yes.
You said
What
you're
is that? The
presenting.
evidence?
We need the measurement.
I'm going to
we
walk
need the
you through it.
measurement of curvature.
I'll give you that.
Surface
I can give you that.
curvature.
Hold on,
Bro,
hold on.
Sonic,
Does
you're
it have
I
to
know
do
you're
with surface?
intellectually weak and you
Does it-
can't
no,
you
no.
can't
Does it have?
string
Yeah,
together a
you're.
thought process.
Guys,
You're that
You show us
intellectually
the
weak. You
fucking.
can't
Show us the
connect the
measurement.
dots. I can
No, the
do that, and I
measurement.
will be doing
We
that.
need the
But I'm going to
measurement.
pull you through.
well, just skip to that bit.
Surface
Just skip to that bit,
measurement.
Jed.
Yeah, I'm going to
Surface
do that.
measurement.
I'm going to walk you through the process.
No,
No,
just
you're gonna do it
start
right
with the
intellectually
measurement.
now.
capable. I'll do what I
Start with the
want.
You're
measurement.
gonna bring
Start
us a
with
You
the
asked me
measurement.
for my
direct
proof.
surface measurement.
No, we asked you
You
for the
asked
measurement.
for my proof. I'm going
We
to walk
asked for
you
the
through that
measurement.
proof. Cool beans.
No,
So
thank
do you
you.
accept that the government keeps information hidden from?
All right, you
Thank
can't
you
do it.
very much.
The hell?
Obnoxious.
So does anyone else have the measurement that he said he had but he couldn't provide? Or is it just questions about why would daddy government lie?
I'm gonna walk you through the measurement. Does the government lie? Do you believe they lie? What does that have to do with the measurement, bro?
This guy's a broken record, bro.
I didn't even hear him mention anything about a measurement.
He said he was
He
gonna
said he was
post
going to get to it.
Right.
Get to it.
Oh,
That was the most.
He
But
said
you did
he's
ask
gonna
him
walk
what his
us
proof
through it.
was. You can't
No, we asked
try
him for
to
the measurement.
make
We
him go
asked
down
him
the route
a
he
mil-
wants for his
no, no,
own
no,
proof.
no, no, no. He said he had the measurement. We told him to give it to us, and he said, "I'll get there. I'm going to walk you through it," and he didn't provide it. That's exactly what just happened. So don't simp.
I'm not simple. I'm just saying what I
You
heard.
are.
You're just
You're not
reversing what
listening now.
happened into your own version of it.
Okay.
Yeah, he said he had a measurement. So when he posts it in text chat, he can be unmuted. We can talk about it.
Yeah, post it in text chat and then you can walk people through it.
He just wants to run everyone through like a million hypotheticals. It's like too much.
Yep. Anything but the measurements.
Oh shit.
I was kind of interested to hear what he had to say.
We'll DM him, ask him for the measurement, and then he can continue.
Yeah, he
Get a
can DM
measurement
it
out
to
of
you.
him. Yeah.
I
Get
mean,
out your.
it sounds like he had his own argument he was trying to work with. I just was curious.
Well, he said he had a
So
measurement, so get that.
is it his version of reality that he's gonna tell us in here and walk us through it? Like he has a claim of reality and he's gonna show us what it is.
If he has a compelling claim, I'd be interested to hear it.
Well, why don't you get it from him, and then you can tell us if it involves a measurement of the curvature that he claimed he had.
Why are you not interested in hearing the rest though?
I just, yeah, like, what gives?
Because he's being dishonest. He's saying, "Yeah, I'll get to the measurement. I'm walking you through it first," and then he starts with, "Does the government lie?" Obviously retarded.
Well, the initial question to him was, you know, you're making the claim. Can you prove your claim? And then he was trying to do that, and then you
Yeah, the
jumped in and
claim
said,
in question was surface curvature.
"Well, no, the claim in question was the globe, or the Earth is a globe."
No, he was
not
talking about surface curvature. But yes, even if you're talking about the globe, that is a claim of surface curvature, isn't it?
Well, that could be part of it, sure, but it doesn't have to
No,
be.
that it.
Wow.
Oh, so the globe doesn't need curve. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, it needs a
No, he was
curve.
asked
If it's a
directly.
globe,
Well,
He
exactly,
was asked.
exactly. This retarded shit you're
He
doing.
was asked. He was asked quite directly to back up his asynchronous orbits with surface curvature measurement. That's what he was asked. He said, "I have it." So don't try
well,
to
he was asked
play
something
this
before
game.
that. That's why he didn't want to answer it in that way.
No. That's exactly what he was responding to. His claim about whatever that Sonny just said being based on surface curvature. So
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, it sounded like
you
he
need
was.
that for the orbits.
It
No, it
sounds like he
sounded
was
like
working his way through his
no, it
argument,
didn't.
and
No, it didn't. No, it
we're
didn't
kind of
because he
like
started
insisting
with
on him
no,
answering
because
a specific question rather than letting him,
No.
you know,
How
go
does he
through his
start?
work,
How does he
his argument.
start? How does he curvature measurement with? Does the government lie? It's unrelated. It's obviously non sequitur.
You know, it could be or it couldn't be. It kind of depends on how the argument follows from its construction,
Yeah,
right?
Well, it doesn't
we would
matter
have
now.
to see. We would have to see
He
like
doesn't have
premise
the
2 or
measurement.
premise 3 to be able to evaluate that.
And
Yeah, we would have
how
to see
about
the
this?
measurement that he can't provide.
Sorry.
We've given him the opportunity multiple times, and he couldn't provide it. That's his problem. Ask him why.
Can I say something? How about this approach? For example, you come in, you
Uh-huh.
don't shoot now. You think that it's a moon, it's triangle, whatever. What about this approach? Hello, people. What are you? Why you people think that Earth is not a globe? And then people, do you know now? We will answer that question, and then people explain the question long observation, distance observation, blah blah blah, do, and then person know, okay, this is their position now, and they are not saying anything about disk in the space. They're not saying anything about moon shadows. They're not saying anything about eclipses. They're only saying something about geometry, something about rotation, or something, and it's other stuff. And if they listen that things, they will say, okay, now I know what they are thinking. Not to shoot. Okay, I'm coming in a restaurant and I'm saying, why your food your meat is so bad, and this is fucking vegetarian restaurant. Because they saw something on internet what is written about flat earthers, and now that's what we are thinking. No, man, you coming here first time, ask the people why they are think what they are think, and they will answer. If is that not enough for you, okay, good for you. That's not enough for you, but they will tell you everything exactly in details why they think that there's not a globe.
Well, sure,
In
yeah,
detail.
and I'll tell you, that's been my experience here with Jedi's here. Like, with people like Jedi, I've just asked questions and listened, but I somebody who's trying to like learn about your position, it comes across as incredibly intellectually dishonest to
Well,
silence
listen,
somebody before they're able to complete a thought.
We deal with this level of sophistry all the time, so we're used to it. You might not recognize it, but we do.
Okay.
We understand rhetoric and the fallacies that are going to be used here. So, yeah, we nip it in the bud. Listen, if you are convinced that this guy has an argument, get it from him and tell us what it is. We've given him the opportunity in the text chat. If he wants to paste whatever his argument is, whatever his measurement is, he can do it there. And if it's worth discussing, we will.
So I have a quick question.
What's your
Y'all
question,
are
buddy?
like agnostic as to what you believe the shape of the Earth is, right?
No
Again.
one's making a claim to the shape of the Earth here, mate.
That's what agnosticism is, that you lack knowledge about the
That's
shape of the Earth.
that's literally what I'm just saying. Yes, I'm clarifying your point. Yeah,
Oh,
no one's
okay.
making the claim.
Okay, well, why call yourselves Flat Earth? Why not like choose a different
Because
moniker that's more accurate
because
to your position?
because flat is a description of a surface, isn't it? It's not a
But
claim to shape.
also,
Of
we
a
didn't name
circus? Sorry, did I
ourselves.
mishear
This is
you?
just what
You
the
misheard
media.
him. He said surface with an F.
This is what the media.
Oh.
This is what the media is labeled us as. We didn't come together and say, "Hey guys, what are we going to call ourselves?" We're not saying. I mean, it shouldn't
Well-
be confused with being a perfectly flat surface or it's topographical. It's not a disk in space, but we didn't give ourselves a label.
Okay, but you guys did call yourselves as Flat Earth Channel.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah,
just the
that's
label now. We don't mind, but we're just saying it's not like we got together and we're like, let's call ourselves this.
What if we call ourselves globe deniers?
Yeah.
I feel like that's more accurate to your position, right?
Well, no, we're
Yeah,
not.
I know, because
I wouldn't suggest so at all. I mean, I
Yeah,
was
yeah, I
kind
know.
of right in the first. Sorry, Sash. I was kind of right within my first assertion, being as the Earth is measured to be horizontal, so flat, a description of the surface, and no one's making a claim to shape. I still think is accurate.
Yeah, I know. It has also with creation something, and you cannot change that so easy. But if you ask, maybe you people think flat Earth, and now you think, how it's flat? We have mountains. No, that's not the point. You can listen to people; they will explain what they mean by that flat Earth in details. Especially Jedi, they can explain it in 3 sentences.
Well, when people say flat, I don't think they mean that it's not topographical. I think they mean that it's there's only a X and Y axis. Do you understand what I'm saying? I think that's what people interpret
I
as
guess so.
flat Earth. They understand there are mountains and then there are like valleys.
Yeah, but we're primarily talking about the surface of water, really. I mean, I'll grant you that that's not Earth, that's water, right? But if we're told, for example, that 72% of the Earth's surface is water, and that water is measured to be horizontal, then it's the description of the overall surface of the Earth.
Wait, I'm not sure I'm following that. Are you
Water.
saying that if a shape was covered in like 90% water, it would be flat by definition?
No, let's put it like this. We're told that the Earth is a ball, correct?
We are told that the Earth is a
Okay.
globe, yes.
72% of that surface is water, which should be
Yeah.
curving over distance. But when we observe, measure, and practically use the surface of water, we understand that that water is horizontal, flat, and level. So if the primary surface of the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as horizontal, flat, and level, then the Earth can't be a ball.
How does that follow?
You can't
I
have a
don't know
72%
how you don't
level
get this.
ball.
I really don't. Sorry, Cyclone.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying you can't have a 72% level ball. Pretty simple.
That only with words, but also with if you use the reality, then you find out that
Later,
it's really true.
but it sounded before like you were saying that it's like by definition of like what it means to be flat is if there's a majority of water on to any object, it's by definition flat.
No,
That's what it
Level.
sounded to me that you were
no,
arguing.
I was very clear. You can't have a 72% level ball. If 72% of Earth's surface is level, being level water, can't be a ball.
Can you
So, yeah.
just address what I said?
Yeah, you misinterpreted what was said, and I just clarified what was said. Did you listen?
Are you not saying that the
What did I just say?
definition?
What did I just say?
What does that matter?
So you weren't listening.
I don't remember. I don't remember the words, the exact
All right,
words
try
that came
again.
out of your
Try
mouth.
again.
But
Try
they're
again.
definitely not. They're definitely not an
72%.
answer to my question. Because I asked you
72%
about
of Earth's surface being
definitions.
level water. You can't have a 72% level ball. Repeat after me.
There cannot be a 72% level ball. I understand that is your position, but I'm asking
Right.
you about the definitions of the words that you're using.
So
So I know
flat,
you're not answering what I asked.
horizontal level.
Are you saying that any shape, regardless if it has a majority water on it, is therefore horizontal and level? Can you just answer that? Is that what you're arguing?
Water
Is that
is level, so
dude?
yeah,
Answer.
water's going
Why
to be
can't you
level.
answer the question?
Because it's fucking stupid, mate. It's like you
Yeah,
haven't
it's
understood a
a
word
retarded
that's been
question.
said to you for the last 3 or 4 minutes. It's really
Why are you talking
weird.
about any shape? We're talking about a ball, yeah? We're talking about a ball. You understand what a ball is?
I do understand what a
You
globe
understand a
is.
ball has. You understand a
I
ball
do
has
understand what a ball
curve.
is. Why can't you
You
answer
understand
my
a ball has
question?
curve. You understand a ball has curve. Yeah.
So does any curved surface become flat because it has a majority water on it?
Well, if the water's level, then it's not curved, is it?
That's the
Also,
surface of the
nothing
shape.
can be
Hold on.
curved
That's
if it
the,
has a majority
that's the
water.
surface. That's the surface of the shape, isn't it? At the moment, it's 72% water within the heliocentric ball Earth conception. So the surface of the Earth is primarily water, and if that surface was curved, it would be a ball. But flat is a description of a surface that is not curving. Being as the waters are measured to be flat, then it's not curving, so therefore not a ball.
And we call that sea level.
A horizontal has zero slope. A curved has slope of non-zero, so it's more than zero. We see the horizontal. We can draw horizontal lines, zero slope in reality, but the curve will have a slope of non-zero. So yeah, in reality, it's not curving. And that's how you have the sea level and the horizontal, the horizon.
Mhm.
Has zero slope, no curvature. It's not curving.
Motherfucker.
What is like? What do they say the Earth's curvature is? I don't even know what most globe believers say the
About
Earth's
8
curvature.
inches per mile squared.
Hmm?
About 8 inches per mile squared.
8 inches per mile squared. Okay.
Yep.
You can go on Google and type in Earth curve calculator.
Yeah.
And it'll show you.
Oh.
So this is what you should get familiar with so that you can start testing. Because that's telling you how far you should be able to see. But what we're
Right.
doing is we're going out and testing this, and we're finding that we see much further. Meaning
You are now.
the surface
He's now on
isn't
point.
curving down. The surface isn't curving down and away from us to obstruct our view. It's
Uh-huh.
just carrying on as a planar surface. So we take the
Yeah,
globe
like
model.
so. Yeah, if you were far enough away, you shot a laser at an
Yep,
observer.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. This is what folk are doing. Going to like a lake. Say the lake is 10 miles wide.
Uh-huh.
You stand on one side, I stand on the other side. They tell us that
Yeah.
you or me should be 60 plus feet below the curve from that observation. So we shouldn't see each other. But we take a camera or a telescope or something, we see each other. We can shoot lasers off each other. Meaning there's no curve to that lake.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it's not about.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just making the point. A lot of people think when they hear about flat Earth, they're like, "Oh, these must be like religious people or crazy people or whatever." This is just long distance observation, measurement.
So one thing I'll hear people talk about is like the difficulty in observing over a long, like what prevents us from observing, say, an infinite distance has to do with the density of the atmosphere, right? So like you can't. Is that
Not
the
just
case?
that, but yeah.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons. But you've also got your atmo conditions, the optic that you're using, the limits of that optic. Every optic has a limit, an angular resolution limit. So your eye has one, the camera has one, telescope has one. And you're going to increase this when you use an optic like a pair of binoculars or something like that, but they still have a limit. And yeah, how far light can travel through the medium, all these things play into it. Perspective. So there's a number of things going on, which is why we need to conduct as many tests as we can to see what the differences are day to day, use lasers, observation, different methods of trying to determine whether the surface is curving or not. But all the tests are showing that there's no curve. And when we ask people for measurements of curve, they're not giving us any.
Do you, not to completely change the subject, is there a projection of the Earth that you think is most accurate, Cyclone? Like, what is it called? The
The azimuthal equidistant is what you'll see a lot of people kind of conceptualize.
Got it.
I think they all have their issues. All maps have their issues.
Right.
What one is the most accurate? I don't have that view of Earth. Right. The highest I've been is in an airplane. It certainly doesn't show me the layout of the continents and how they sit in relation and size to each other. So, be speculation on my part.
Do you think like the true distances between locations on Earth is something that's like obfuscated by the government, or like because
it's hard to say because it's not an easy thing to cartograph, right? Basically nowadays you would need the resources.
They have no way of measuring any of that. Like there's no way across vast distances over oceans. As much as the air fluctuates above the surface and at the surface of the ocean, there's no way, like traveling in any kind of airship is not a measurement. You can't measure that way. It's never been measured. So I think no one really knows exactly what the extents are. They just have guesstimations.
I would say, yeah, to do independent exploration and cartography, you're needing the practical resources of like a modern navy, right? So obviously independent people don't have that. I think we do have a reasonable idea of distances between places that are inhabited, right? So like the major centers, we use Google Maps and things like this. These are pretty accurate, but they're not reliant on the globe, and they're not measurements of the globe. They're all basically using flat maps anyway.
They're using satellite imagery, right? Isn't the satellite taking into account what they believe to be a curvature to measure distance and relay that to an airplane?
Well, I would say your assumption of what satellites would be begging the question, because I mean you could say they've got high altitude imagery, yeah, but that doesn't mean boxes of metal floating around in a vacuum over a ball. You can do that on a flat surface.
Oh, I didn't even consider that you guys don't think satellites are real.
So
it's
before,
I
have a couple of follow-up.
Hold on, let Jedi go.
Damn it.
So no one's saying that technology doesn't exist in the sky. Satellites have been placed on balloons by NASA since the 1950s, for example. It's one of the first ways they got these heavy payloads up into the sky. Obviously, technology exists above our head, my friend. when we talk about satellites, we're primarily though talking about the vacuum of space, and the vacuum of space itself is in contention.
Yeah, again, if you join our server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you'll see the additional information section. There's a channel called Satellites. There's a bunch of information in there which you should read into.
What do you just speaking of like distances and traveling, what do you think about like shipping? So like if a ship goes from say you know, a Chinese port to a South American port across the Pacific, presumably if they're traveling at a constant or semi-constant speed, and you know essentially how long it takes.
Yeah, between known locations, I think they
Yeah.
do have a good idea of how long it's going to
Okay.
take them. They should arrive. I'm not saying that they don't know that. I'm saying that doesn't require a globe, and it's all done assuming basically a flat surface, right? The
But
charts are all flat.
we must not have the because if and I again I'm not holding you to the specific projection. This is where I get kind of hung up on. It's like, what does the map even look like, right? Because I've been in, you know, obviously I'm, you know, I've been indoctrinated to a very specific view of the world, so I'm trying to like
Yeah, well,
understand.
that's what you need to let go of. That's something that you need to. This is what you understand when you start looking into this. You understand that you, as much as you might have an attachment to these ideas, to be ruthlessly critical about it, you have to let go of them. And when it comes to evaluating vast distances, that would be out of my remit or my ability to confirm. So I go with what we can confirm, which is the surface measurements, the observations, and that tells us that it's not a ball. So however they're traveling from one port to another, it's over a surface that doesn't curve, which is that's the crux of the whole issue, right? We can get down to what this whole place actually looks like when enough people have figured out that it's not what we've been told. At the moment, we're just at the stage of we've got a problem here. We need to start figuring these things out. So we're as curious as you are, but we've learned to accept that there are certain things that we cannot practically figure out or verify right
Yeah,
now.
that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, if you don't, yeah, I get it. Like, it's not like you can get in a boat and do these measurements and travel between like Africa and South America at different, I guess what people would suppose are latitudes.
Yeah, and even if it did, it would still, even if we did, it would still require a bunch of assumptions, and it wouldn't tell us that the surface is curved, because as far as we can experience, we're just traveling over a flat surface. This is why, have you ever heard the phrase plain sailing? Like someone says something's easy, that was plain sailing.
No, I haven't, but I'll take your word for it.
So, yeah, so
Sorry.
it's a phrase. It's a phrase that maybe it's more like a British phrase.
Called plain sailing?
Yeah, PLANE sailing. So it's like a phrase used to say, "Oh, that test, it was plain sailing." So it was easy for me. And plain sailing, it comes from, it's a type of navigation that was used at sea, where they assumed that the sea was a plain and it was a flat surface. And this is what people have been using to travel the earth for thousands of years, right?
Yeah.
They treat the earth as a plane. It's plain sailing. It works. So, yeah.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah. Huh.
But yeah, when you first hear about it, I mean, it's a lot to take in. Big.
Are there I know you guys have a Discord channel, right? Is there like a collected, are there certain people that you would consider good popularizers of the flat earth model and could kind of
Like
go over?
communicators, yeah. I mean, there's a few people who you could look into, and I wouldn't say there's anyone that I agree with entirely, and some will speculate
I will
and I
send
would
you
be
something.
comfortable doing. Yeah, loads of folk can send you stuff. I mean, for beginners stuff, you could look into Eric Dubay. You could
Eric
look into Eric
Dubay.
DBA. I mean, don't get again. I don't sign off on everything he says, but just for some intro stuff, he's got some good stuff. Maybe Dave Weiss, he's another one who does a lot of interviews with people and he shows them his kind of idea of a model, which I don't necessarily subscribe to, but he goes over
Professor
a lot.
Dave?
No.
But
Dave Weiss, Weiss.
oh, I typed it in and I saw Professor Dave
Yeah, this is the
destroyed.
thing. Yeah, see, this is
No,
the
no.
thing, right? So the algorithms have all been changed on YouTube. So now, whenever you type anything, even if it's the exact title of like an Eric Dubé video, they're going to show you Professor Dave, Nat Geo. They're going to show you all this debunking stuff, which is
Oh,
just essentially propaganda because they've changed the algorithms. Because for some reason, even though this is the craziest conspiracy of all time,
hmm
YouTube and Google had to go in front of the U.S. government in some kind of Senate or committee hearing. And they were being grilled on why this kind of information was available and what they're going to do about it. And Google
So the
basically said, "Okay, we'll
so
hide it in
Robert,
the algorithm."
Robert, can
And
I send you one channel?
sure,
Do you want on VC, chat, or on DM?
shoot me a DM.
Okay.
yeah,
Thanks.
and also
It's
in
called
our did you
quantum. It's called quantum eraser. I preferring.
Quantum Eraser. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a look at all
yeah
of it. And then there's some kind of Joe Rogan. He interviews a flat earther.
no, so the thing that happened with Joe Rogan, and this is funny, he was trying to set up a debate between Eric Dubé and Neil deGrasse Tyson,
Oh, cool.
and Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh.
Not
So
only
as
that,
well, if you go on, did you say you joined our server?
wait, who is? Oh, here we go. Let's see.
It's the
All right, is
24/7
that
Flat Earth Discord.
Nonstante Tudo the guy that
Yeah.
sent me? Thank you.
Sorry, man. I changed today name. It's Italian. It's Sasha. It will be easier for you.
Send him the server link as well. Right. So
Okay.
Boba Fett, if you join our server and you scroll down to the additional information section, there's terabytes of information for research, and just above where it starts, there's a beginners videos section. So a lot of these good beginner videos, like by people we've been speaking about, are in that channel. So
Mhm.
tell me if you don't get a link to the server.
Okay, let me.
You need to join that.
I've
Okay,
dropped one in the side chat. You might just have to scroll up a bit.
Yeah, Jedi, you did that for me before, and I lost it. Hold on, let me.
Can
This
you
is
take also? You can take Jedi's channel.
It says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. 21
Discord.
minutes past the hour.
Discord GG Flat Earth.
Yep, that's it.
Thank you, Jedi.
Right.
Jedi,
So when you join that, scroll down and look at the additional info section.
Scroll down to the info section.
Yeah, so be alphabetized. Starts with Antarctica.
Yeah,
and
hold on
has
a second.
gravity, NASA, and all these.
Here we go.
Yeah. And you see all those channels, and just above where those channels start, there's an FE beginners section. Do you
The
see
introduction video?
that? Yes. So in that channel, there's a load of good videos. So I would start there.
Okay, thank you.
And if you want educational, simple, ask Jedi. He has the best one for me. It's so simple and point by point.
Yeah, ask questions in here. There's always knowledgeable people willing to have the discussion.
if
I
you
think
want to know what
Sideways pretty good at it, to be honest with you guys. I don't think we
facts,
should just point it at me, to be fair. I think Cyclone's
No,
awesome, Heretic's awesome. You as well, as long as you don't scream and shout, you're awesome as well, Sash.
I know. Sorry, I'm sometimes passionate.
Yeah,
No, don't worry about that.
I'd said the Jedi's way as well.
But
yo,
yeah,
if
I
you
will
want to,
prefer Jedi every time.
if you want to know what the topic looked like before YouTube censored it, there's a popular website that's free speech now, and it's starting to make a comeback. It's called rumble.com. You should check that website out and just search Flat Earth on there.
Good point,
Why did you talk about Rumble like nobody knows about it?
Well, I'm talking to the guy who's new here. I'm not talking to everybody else.
I'm pretty sure he's heard of Rumble.
Well, no, it's a good point. It's not just YouTube that you can find videos on. So explore different places. But yeah, if you check out our Discord, we've compiled a good list of good information to save you trying to battle your way through the algorithms. So we save it there so you can do your own research. Because I mean, we're not saying, I mean, believe what you like, but we all know that if there's a debate with two sides, you need to be able to research both sides before you can make a conclusion. And for the most part of all of our lives, we've never even had access to the other side of the debate. So you can do that on our server if you're interested in reality.
FE Jedi. Oh, okay. Jedi's on TikTok, huh?
I made some videos a couple of months back, man, but I haven't done anything else since. It was a phase that I went through, and it phased out as quick as it started. To be fair.
You got like 1,000 followers though. 12,000 or
Yeah,
1,200 followers.
yeah.
How
It's not
many?
hard on TikTok, man.
How many?
People love flat Earth.
No. What? I mean, like, how many people do you find that you've actually managed to, you know, convince or at least reconsider their view of the globe?
I'd say a
Maybe,
lot.
yeah. And we might
Handful?
not see straight away.
Yeah.
We've definitely planted many seeds for sure, but maybe 1 in 10, 1 in 15, something like that.
Sure.
And it depends how you're defining it, right? Because I'm not necessarily saying it's a lot who come away from it going, okay, yeah, the Earth is a globe, but there is a lot of them come away going, okay, we can't know that it's a globe. We don't know that it's a globe. We can't know anything, which I would take as being essentially what we're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know it's a globe. So in that respect, I'd say it's quite a lot. But in terms of people who come out and then say, okay, yeah, fair enough, it's flat. I mean, it takes us a certain amount of humility to be able to do that, and it's few and far between.
And it's not about convincing. It's about if you can realize for yourself that I cannot convince you about anything. It's your brain, your logic, your senses. That's all.
Yeah, that's it. It's a personal thing, right? I mean, your understanding of reality, I mean, that's between you and reality. We're just saying the reality that they've given us in school and in the media does not match with the reality that we observe, and that's what we're interested in.
Yeah. Do you think with enough people coming to understand your view of reality that it'll come things will come to a head, and at a certain point, the powers that be that would have an interest in propagating a globe Earth understanding of the world would eventually have to be like, okay, well,
in my view, they're
up
kind of
comes the
already
veil.
doing it. Yeah, they're kind of already doing it in subtle ways, right? So they're adjusting the model all the time, the globe model. They're changing the definitions of words on online dictionaries, updating Wikipedia articles to kind of try to kneecap our arguments before they start. Right?
Oh, wow.
So they're pushing new ideas of how light can behave in order to explain away the long distance observations and the laser tests. So now, one of the big things that's happened is they've given up a geometric horizon, right? So they've told us since school and everyone for thousands of years, so they tell us, that boats disappear bottom up over a curve. And Aristotle observed this, and we've known it for thousands of years. Well, now they're saying that this isn't the case. They never said it was a geometric curve of Earth. It's actually a refracted, miraged horizon. So you can never pinpoint it to where the curve should be. And that's because our observations are debunking the claim that it's a geometric curve of Earth horizon that boats go over. It's optical perspective, not curvature. So they're conceding stuff like this. They're saying the atmosphere extends beyond the moon and all this kind of stuff in response, low key, to the discussion that we're having right now.
Right. So,
When you've
like,
been around this debate long enough, sorry, buddy, when you've been around in this debate long enough, you see it in real time when they've changed Wikipedia links or they've changed the definition of words.
Yeah, that's wild.
Like the word level.
Yeah.
Remember the word level? Yeah, that changed about 4 years ago, I think. too equidistant from a radial point.
I mean, I've
Yes.
changed a Wikipedia article before. Fully.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But this is it. It's a danger, right?
yeah.
They're like
I was
now.
fucking with an anatomy class and that I was taking, and we had a test, and a lot of the students would study from Wikipedia, and so we had a group of friends together, and one of our buddies was named Jim, and we renamed the anatomical structure the I forget what we called it, like the duct of James or something like that, and we renamed it on Wikipedia and it was an obscure anatomical structure, and we renamed it the day before the test, and a couple students actually put the duct of James on their answer sheet.
That's very funny. So you understand.
Yeah,
You
I mean, yeah,
understand, right?
it can be, yeah.
We're at the mercy of people or community or whatever who are going to change the meaning of words on online dictionaries. So like Jedi was saying, the definition of level, right? You go to a dictionary pre-2016, 2017, and it'll all define level as having no one side higher than the other, flat, level. That's what they'll define it as. But now you look on the online dictionaries and they'll say, adjacent to a curve or something like that. They'll say level is curved. That's what they'll say then, because sea level is an issue for the globe.
Can I ask a question about just real quick about the boat disappearing? So I just went to YouTube because I'm like, okay, what do boats look? I've never actually seen a boat disappear over a horizon. And there's this, I'm assuming there's this video posted by this grandpa who's an old man from Hope Cove. And it does look like they're going, is that an illusion then that they look
it's
like
a
they're
function
coming?
of perspective. It's a function of perspective.
Got it.
Like, think about it. If you're seeing it, what appears to be going down, it doesn't appear to be like tilting down a curve, does it? It just appears to be sinking.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true. It doesn't look like they're tilting.
So it's like you would imagine if they're going over the side of a basketball, they're somehow still remaining totally level, and only the back of them is going down this curve. It's because it's a function of perspective. So when an object on the surface, a flat surface, begins to get further away from your optic, it will appear to sink.
Down. Yeah.
Appear to sink, like merge into the horizon, which is just optical. So we can demonstrate this. If you get like a coin over a long table or a long floor, and you just put your optic right down to the ground, kind of analogizing being on the surface of the earth, right? You're right low to the surface. And you pull that object away from you, you'll start to see it disappear bottom up.
Right.
And then if you zoom in with a camera, you can start to resolve it again because you've increased the angular resolution limit. So this is another thing that you can see videos of, maybe people post it in the chat. We can watch a boat appear to disappear bottom up, and then we can zoom in and we can see it again, meaning it can't have gone behind a curve. It's just gone out of our range of view.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So just like it almost like reappears, yeah.
Yeah, because you're zooming in, you're increasing your angular resolution limit, and it's allowing you to resolve more. It's not to do with it thinking below a physical curve of water. So this is what they've done. They've like hijacked principles of perspective, and they've told us that this is due to a curved surface. But in reality, it's how the optic works. And they don't really teach us that in school, but you can demonstrate this to yourself.
All right, well, thank you for talking to me. I'm gonna go to bed now. See you guys later.
Yeah, no worries. Peace.
Pleasure, man. Take care. All right, now we've had probably the most sane person from a globe side conversation. Now I expect we're going to be harassed by a bunch of idiots. Does anybody else want to speak?
Yeah, that's a tough act to follow, Globies. He was pretty calm.
Well, that was refreshing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Very refreshing.
Hello, I'm here to harass you.
Just in time.
What's up, Al?
Nothing. Just saying hey.
Hey.
He was nice, wasn't he? Why can't they all be like that?
I don't know, mate. I don't know. But he was
So
very
how he can
reasonable.
just be like, yeah.
Spoken to him a few times before, I think. Yeah, I do remember speaking to that guy. He's been really reasonable.
And he's named after a Star Wars guy, which I give him even more credit for, because I've never spoken to someone with a Star Wars name or profile picture who hasn't been foaming at the mouth to attack me.
The fuck?
So good for him.
Yeah, what up?
What's going on in your head?
Usually it's nothing. Usually it's like that Cisco hold music. You know which one I'm talking about?
That would be a
I
nightmare.
thought it was circus music.
Some Las Vegas showroom music, perhaps.
Hold on, let me. This is exactly what I have playing in my head. Yes. Go ahead and enjoy that.
Sound of silence. Oh,
I
yeah.
posted it in the chat because I'm not going to play it over my speakers.
Oh, I was waiting for you to put something on.
Yeah, no, I got you. Waiting for you to hum it.
Feel ripped off. Yeah.
Well, I don't have the means to do it right now, and if I
How's it going, Timbo, mate? Are you good?
Yeah, good man. Just moving to a different.
Sorry.
Just going to a different job. So
Oh, awesome
driving
stuff,
down,
buddy. I don't work too hard.
driving down Chapel Street. The sun's out. Chapel Street's one of our kind of trendy streets, and everyone's wearing no clothes.
It's coming up summertime down your way, isn't it?
Yep, and you can tell.
Did you say everyone was naked?
Pretty much. If that's what you call fitness gear. Yep. Skin-coloured fitness clothes.
Fitness. No.
What? You know those
I was gonna
things
make
with
a
the
cheesy
scrunch,
nuts joke.
with the scrunchy bums and things like that. You know that gear.
You said scrunchy buns?
Yeah, it's like pants that scrunch in the ass, and you know those ones. They go right up your ass, and they have the creasy like a thing that goes up there. Oh no, you're not hip owlishness.
I'm sorry, I just never heard
Alishness
anything
doesn't
as
do exercise.
I've never heard anything as uniquely Australian as scrunchy buns.
Hey, you should ask them about their budgie smugglers.
Oh my goodness, mate, don't.
Thankfully, no one's wearing them.
Praise the Lord.
Although there are a few, if you call it, people swinging to the left, walking down here too. So.
Oh really?
If you catch my drift, men in little shorts.
Yep.
With
Oh,
chihuahuas.
too tiny
stuff
shorts.
like that,
Nasty.
you know.
I thought I had made a social faux pas by saying Poundland.
Poundland. That sounds good.
No. I said
Oh,
dollar. I
is
was
that
talking about dollar store, and then for those in the UK, I said Poundland, and they thought I was being perverse, but
Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. Going on down to Pound Town.
It's not my
I
kind of
mean,
shop.
It's a fucking cheap pound shop, to be fair. If there's anything like Pound Town in that shop, it's probably not worth fucking buying. Some
That
dirty
sounded
scam.
really weird. That all sounded really weird with the Cisco hold music on. I have to say, I was listening to the music and that you guys at the same time. That was really bizarre. Thought it was in a Fellini movie or something. Anyway, I don't know. It could be still possible. It's more possible that I'm in some sort of Fellini movie than it is that I'm on a globe Earth. If I were to have to weigh the two, I'd say Fellini movie would win.
I don't know what that is. What is Fellini movie?
Some strange esoteric nonsense from the 60s. Don't worry about it. I don't think anybody ever knew what it was. And that pretty much explains it.
Miggy, you there, buddy?
What's up, dude?
Just wondering whether anybody else was in the server and we should start bashing some balls around again.
Yeah.
Just having a quick look around, but I don't
Oh
see any new
my.
people.
Oh my. Are we gonna take him to Pound Town?
I'm not personally going to take them to Pound Town, my friend.
Only if they're not wearing budgie smugglers.
Only if...
Oh, that's me.
Did I unmute at the wrong time?
Oh, we got another Aussie. Okay.
That's funny.
Sounds like you're talking about Speedo.
It's that, yeah, it's
Yeah.
that time of
Speedo
year.
time.
That's what
Speedo
it is.
town.
Mate, I'm about to go to the beach.
Timbo's got the one that say pink. Timbo's got the one that says pink on the back.
Or
I got that
juicy.
filter.
Whoa.
Juicy.
That
I've got
memory.
juicy written on the back of mine. Juicy
We got
couture.
we got any spear cards in here? Any spear cards?
Put them on mute.
Put them on mute. Fuck you. Put them on mute.
Any sphere tards? No, we didn't get any yet.
Yeah.
We kiboshed them earlier.
Well, Alpha, as we know, wait till 1 a.m. Nothing good happens at 1 a.m. when they come
I
out.
know, that's why I usually wait around till then.
Yeah. Always some guy coming in here saying, I think Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, you should have heard earlier.
Really? Damn.
You missed it. You usually, well, what time? Do you get off of work around this time?
No, I usually get on like during schizo hour, which is like 2 a.m.
Yeah, that's usually almost the best time.
Yeah.
Timbo's around that time.
I know.
It's prime time for Timbo.
Yeah.
Yeah, sad I can't attend, except for on the weekends and Tuesday and Wednesday.
Why, you're a workaholic or what?
No, I just have to wake up at 6 a.m.
Oh, well.
Ah, that's just sleeping.
Yeah, that's 2 hours
I
on
mean,
me.
I was pushing it. I was pushing it the other night when I stayed up until it was like 1 something because of drama. I was really invested.
In the drama, like in here, the tea.
It was in 24/7. It was drama, like big drama happening, and I was like so invested in it. I couldn't go to sleep.
What was it? I missed it.
Yeah,
No, come on, you can't do that. No,
Yeah, I
no. You
can.
can't just leave me on like
Alpha
that.
knows about it.
Alpha?
Yeah.
I'll find out in the back chats.
Yeah, you will.
I'll ask around in Wall Street Bets. They'll give me an answer.
You can just watch the video.
Yeah.
That's true.
The stream.
Where?
Wouldn't you like to
YouTube.
know?
Good luck.
Can't be that hard to find.
It wasn't.
Yeah, but every little thing is gonna be all right.
Woke up this morning. With the rising sun. 3 little birds.
I like the
What a
fact that
great
whenever
song.
they come in here, they have their hopes up high that they're their pride and ego is just so ripe for the picking. It's like a juicy fruit. You know, you just like you savor every bite. You know, they come in here, they're just like, "Well, you tell me how the Earth's." No, you demonstrate that the Earth is a globe. Come on, let's hear you. And they come in with ISS, and they come in with all kinds of things. They're just tripping over themselves. They don't understand it. So much fun.
What do you mean you guys don't believe that gravity bends light?
Show me an example that gravity bends light. Black holes.
Black hole.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh, man.
I like it especially when I'm asking them questions. They're like, oh, so you don't have the answer. It's
I gotta
great.
go.
No, and the reason why I say it's great is because they come up with so much pride and ego that they just have the answer. They're just, oh, you flat earthers, you're such a flat. What are you living in your mom's basement? Oh. After I
There was
deflate them, like they don't say nothing, they just slide out the back door.
yeah, there was a guy earlier like I don't know the definition, but I can tell you he did not want to say he didn't know, bro. I swear.
Those are the moments that it's just like, I'm like, damn, it feels good to be a flat earther. Shit.
I felt really good when I did gyrotheodolites. It didn't work out, but I felt really good anyway.
I know. Bless your heart. You can do
Yeah,
it. You can
bless
try it
my
again.
heart.
Yeah, bless your heart.
Try again? What do you mean?
What are you, a flat earther?
I don't know.
Well, you better know. Are you on
I
the
don't know.
fence? Are you on the fence right now?
Might be. What did somebody call me the other day?
What?
Fence shitter?
A
I
fence
don't know,
shitter?
Arthur.
A fence sitter. Yeah.
Are you?
Maybe. I don't know.
Jedi is really good at pushing people off the fence. Have I ever told you about that?
No, it sounds dangerous.
Yeah, if they
That's
don't
okay.
come down slow, he just pushes them off.
It's like a cat, you know, it's stuck in a tree, but he just shakes the tree and then the cat falls out. You just.
It's not a good idea unless you catch.
Well, he's there. You're in good hands.
It's all right. Cats always land on their feet.
Yeah.
That's how
Did you know that cats,
It's
if they
gravity.
fall from higher than like 20 feet, they're actually more likely to survive?
I throw my cat over the house sometimes. He's fine.
I mean, how big is your house?
See, in the back, it's 30 foot to the peak from the ground to the roof. I'm kidding. I don't touch animals.
Hey, we got Reverse in here. Does anybody want to ponder the mysteries of the universe with Reverse?
Oh, really? Go for it. If he answers something.
Does anybody want to find out how to become someone who doesn't know what they're talking about? I should make that sound like a commercial pitch. Hey, have you been searching for a great way to explain things that you don't have any knowledge on? Come and consult Reverse. He will tell you how not to explain things and to give non-answers. Only $19.95.
Is this like a big circle jerk or what?
Nah, this is a place where Globe Earth comes to die.
Oh, this is a flat jerk.
I feel like none of you are even serious. You're all just like, why are you all trolling? Like, what is this grift you're doing? I don't get it.
Griffs? What do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I don't really know what you mean.
So the Earth, the thing that you're
Wow.
standing on, do you know if there's any evidence for it?
According to you, no.
According to me. What do you mean according to me? How about according
Because
to you?
whatever. I mean, I already know your game. I've already seen it, so it's kind of
What's
wasting
my
your time.
game?
No,
What's my game?
I'm already at. You didn't answer my question. So
What's
why
my
should I
game? You didn't
yours?
answer. You didn't even tell me
You-
what my
you-
game is.
You didn't answer my question that I asked you beforehand.
Oh, your question. What is your question?
I asked you, what is with this grift and why do you do it?
Grift?
Hey, just look at his name. Don't take him seriously.
Yeah, I
So
know.
yeah,
But
the name is to make fun of people like you who say retarded shit, and then they actually
well,
try to
actually,
defend
you're
you.
wearing it,
You're
so I
actually
think you'd be
insane.
making fun of yourself, dude. You know what I mean?
So you came in here to waste your time. You said coming in here to talk to us is a waste of your time, and you're in here talking to us.
I don't remember saying that, but okay. If I said that, then I take it
Just
back.
said it
I think
30
it's
seconds
actually.
ago.
Well, if I said that, then now renege on it. But what I'm saying now is that I want to know,
What are you
like,
saying now?
why are you doing this?
Why are you doing this grift? What is that? The one trick pony move that you got right now? What is your grift?
It's not. I'm not. I don't do gotchas. I don't do tricks. I
Gotchas.
don't do traps. I'm asking you a
Well,
simple question.
so you just do like not funny comedic fucking
I'm
introductions
not trying to be
because
funny. I'm asking you an actual
well,
question. Are
actually
you
you
gonna
are.
answer
You
it or
have
not?
your
What's
name
the
is
problem with
called
you guys? You don't. Well, this is.
incest is
I already
okay.
told you
So
why I have that
you are
name. Now,
trying to
can
be
you
funny,
please
but you're
answer my?
not.
You're basically just deflecting and filibustering. I'm asking you a simple question. You can't
Deflecting
answer it.
a simple question. I don't understand your simple question. What is grifting,
So you're
dude? Like
being obstinate
is
now.
that some hip term?
Right.
Like what the fuck are you talking
You're
about?
being obstinate now. Okay, so just answer the
Obstinate.
question, and you'll be done.
I'm not gonna be
That's it.
answering your dumbass question, dude. If you don't have anything to partake of what this channel's about, then why don't you go to another go go mess with other people.
I am partaking. I'm asking you first. Why are you doing this grift?
All right, so
Simple question.
let me just mute him. What the fuck is grift, guys? I'm not hip with lingo. Is that some new
I
term
don't
that
know what
these
idea.
grifting is.
youngsters?
Con man.
Is that a con man?
Grifting
All
is
right.
when you are fooling people, usually
Con
for
man.
money.
Okay.
Usually for money.
All right. So you think that we're fooling people for money?
Am I still muted?
Yeah.
No, not anymore. Are you? Do you
So
think
if
that
you
we're
mute me
fooling
again,
people for
I'm
money?
leaving. So don't do that again.
Oh, that's easy.
You're muted.
That's
I've
easy.
already banned you once before, so don't worry about you leaving on us.
Laters, guys. Gonna go to the beach and take a long distance photo.
All right, Space Goat. See you, bud. Underworld slang, perhaps a correction or graph. Huh.
Make sure you wear your buggy smugglers, mate.
I looked up budgie smuggler because I didn't know what it was, and it makes total sense now.
Yeah, you're smuggling your budgies.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm trolling you. His name's the one that says incest is okay. Oh man.
Like, wow, he really set me up there. Genius.
He left
Imagine him wearing a T-shirt that says that everywhere. He would get beat up, dude. And then he's
Actually
like,
making fun of you with my
I'm
shirt.
just trolling you. Like, I don't think so, man. You're the one wearing that. Oh, that's too good. Let's see who else is in here. Anybody new in our channel? Nope. So what's Reverse doing? Just parking on the dance floor? You just sitting there?
Huh? What? Somebody said me?
Yeah.
What's up?
So what's your shtick is still that you don't have any evidence for anything? You can never know nothing to be true, right?
I believe in solipsism, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did he just leave on his own?
No, he's just in here like I don't know if you want to talk to a solipsist.
Oh no.
Their whole worldview is wrecked. See, that's the thing about this. You don't never know if you're speaking to one of them. You're 30 minutes in and they're like, dude, I'm telling you, even if you have evidence, I still don't believe that anything can be true. I'm standing outside, my feet are touching grass, and you're like, do you know that to be true? No. How can you know anything to be true? I could be a penguin in the Antarctic. So I don't know.
Those are the ones who've realized that everything we say is correct, and they just don't want to deal with it. So now they're going with the nothing can actually be true. We can't verify anything now.
Yeah, that's the
I'm
old
pretty sure people
23
aren't
skidoo.
solipsists just for flat earthers.
What?
Said I'm pretty sure people aren't solipsists just for flat earthers.
I don't think there is. Well, there would be some, but I don't think there. I haven't. Is there any solipsist that's a flat earther? That's interesting. We gotta ask around, man. See
Sure,
who's.
absolutely.
Well, I mean, people that you have to at least understand that you know your reality in order for you to make a bold statement. So there's. I don't think so. I don't see how, but I mean, surprise me.
I
You know.
think if it's explained to people, most people are solipsists if they actually understand what they're talking about. It's just talking about being your level of confidence in things, that it can never be 100%.
Yeah, too bad for you guys.
I mean, it
I feel
goes for
bad, dude.
everybody,
Like
but
honestly. Have you ever eaten anything before, Reverse?
eaten anything?
Uh-huh.
Of course.
How do you know?
I don't know 100% for sure, but I know
Okay.
from my memory.
You guys are funny.
I know it's flat, but I don't think I've ever eaten anything before, so you can't know anything.
You guys just make this too easy. We haven't had anybody that really knows the globe lore lately that's come in here. Oh, by the way, TOS UK, can you clip that out or tell Clipcore to get a clip of that? We got to keep making our compilations. We'll put that one in the compilation pile. We have a whole bunch. And then we'll come out with a brand new, clips of all the people that say that. It's all over but the crying, my friends. Did you come down with something, Jedi?
Yeah, man. Definitely start to come down with something over the last 3-4 months.
I've been hearing it in your voice.
Yeah, man.
Wow, and you're on here on Discord with all of us going to get us sick.
Yeah, I'm gonna cough all over you.
Man, complete disregard.
Oh, yeah, I can give a shit.
How
You know me, live life on the edge. I don't care
man,
about anybody else.
that is so disrespectful. Like you're like cough all
Yeah.
over us.
Would you like me to wear
Put
a
your
mask
mask
whilst I
on,
talk to you?
Alishes.
Yeah, I'll put my mask on, talk to you on the internet. I'm sure you feel safer.
Yes, please.
Thank you. But I do have virus protection on my computer, so I should be okay, but I don't know about the rest of everyone.
I'm antivirus so I don't get antiviruses.
Get Uncle Virus as well.
Nice.
Hey, we got
Yeah.
Moshe. We got Moshe that just joined our channel. Moshe, what's going on, bud? Welcome to the channel.
Hello, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm just chilling right now.
Just chilling?
Yeah.
What's your position on the topic of this room, Moshe?
I believe the Earth is round.
Earth is round?
Yeah.
What evidence do you have to support that?
The Bible.
The Bible?
Yeah.
All right. What particular verse do you have to point to from the Bible perspective that you know the Earth is a globe?
So you know the Old Testament.
Okay. What scripture?
I'll show you, boy. 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, it's that circle again, isn't it? I mean, I'm just going to put 20 quid down
Maybe.
on that.
What, on Isaiah?
Isaiah 40:22.
Yeah,
It's never been anything else.
that one's used a lot. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, was that the one you were gonna present?
No, I know
Yeah,
a
Isaiah
different one.
40:22.
There's a different one. Where's it?
Different one. Okay.
And God saideth, the earth is a sphere.
That could preach,
And
man.
he putteth
I
the
mean, if
earth
you
into motion.
had
And
that much
spun
conviction about it.
access. Behold, it's
and spin it on its head. Yeah.
I don't know, bud.
Oh,
That's
shit.
Well,
and lo, gravity came into existence.
By wobbling it in 3 sections. That
you
there's
find it?
like the what do you call the? I would say Barashit.
Say again.
Barashit.
What language are you speaking in? Sounds like
The Genesis.
yeah,
Sounds like
Genesis.
Hebrew.
If you're talking about
Really?
Barashit, yeah, it sounds like you're talking about Barashit, which is the first sentence of the Bible.
The parasha. The first
Barashit
parasha.
prophecy. That doesn't say. Okay, different word. Okay, cool.
You understand
the
that?
first parasha. It looks like when Hashem created the earth, and said the earth was formless and empty. There was darkness upon the surface of watery deep. God's spirit was moving about over the surface of the waters. It's like how do you say it? Like before the landmass, it already gives you some description of the earth, and like later on, it begins to slowly describe more and more and more.
Okay, so what was the description of the earth?
There was the original creation was in the parasha right there, but then there's like other ones, and slowly it's like it forms the picture of the earth, you know.
I'm
Okay, here we
still
go.
not. I'm still not seeing how you get the globe out of all of that. Where does the globe spinning in the vacuum of space come out from that?
Look, it's like it's spread out through the books. Here's a.
It's spread out through the books. Okay, so you just showed me one example that doesn't show me that it ties into anything about the globe.
And Goy, this is the first one.
Yes.
I'm not done. There's like 10.
Okay, so we got something that doesn't tell us about the globe. Let's go to another one and see if it tells us about the globe. Go to another scripture.
Yeah. It's like slowly adding on, you know. Here's
well, go take me to another one.
Job 26.
Okay.
Hashem stretched out the northern sky over empty space, suspending the earth upon nothing. It tells you the earth isn't like a, how you say it, like in space, you know. I don't know how you say.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that.
Nah, it is going. Listen. Job 26:10.
Yeah, it doesn't say space though, does it?
He marks out. It says Goy. It says empty space.
It says it's hung.
Oh, it depends what version is reading.
It says it's it says it's hung on nothing. Right?
Stretches out the northern sky over empty space, suspending the earth upon nothing.
Northern sky.
Nah, Goy. Northern sky.
My table's
northern sky. You're talking about the sky,
again.
right? Right?
Oh, Goy. Okay, here we go.
I don't know. You sound like you're speaking you're mumbling something, bro. I mean, I don't know. I can't hear the mumbles, but I hear you saying.
Calling you a goy is what he keeps.
Is that
doing.
what he's saying? Because that's what
him
it sounds
a goy?
Call you a goy.
Yeah, this guy's He's a.
Hey.
I want to call him something disgusting.
Nah,
but...
don't jeopardize your.
Let
Well, I mean, to be fair,
let
Goy
him
is
let him
not
get
really
rid
like
let him get rid of
terrible.
himself.
How you say the 4 corners of the earth, 4 winds of the earth.
Four corners.
All right. How do you have
Was
corners on the globe?
having
How do you
a-
have corners on the globe?
the globe going, you know, it had like the 4 sides of the earth. I don't know why it's like hard. There's no globe
How
in
do
a
you have
flat earth.
corners? How do you have 4
Corners.
corners? How do you have 4 corners on the globe?
The 4 corners, like going, you don't know how it works. Like if you opened up, if you stretched out the globe.
You're using the word goy like the people use the word smurf. Smurf. Everything's
See,
smurfing good. Like, why are you using
No,
that?
no,
They're
no,
like,
no.
is that a part of your
Listen.
vernacular that you use the word goy and everything?
No, not everyday life.
Yeah, you are using smurf. Like people.
Thankfully, I don't want
This
that.
is a lot of smurfing fun. Like, well, what are we smurfing gonna do tomorrow? That's pretty smurfing awesome.
What are you talking about, boy?
You're gonna go smurfing.
Yeah, you're going smurfing tomorrow? Well, smurf me.
Yeah, I'm going smurfing with Smurf, and then we're gonna smurf with some Smurf.
And this guy's gonna rebuttal with his goy. Well, goy is this, but we did that with goy. Like, what is that? Why do you do that?
What does goy mean?
Because it obviously triggers you.
No,
What does
I mean
goy
he's
mean?
using it. He's using it kind of like I've never heard somebody speak like this. It's. Have you ever heard somebody talk like that? They use like a word that they just like to say in between each sentence, like it means something.
Like fuck. Yeah.
Like. Yeah, like. The word
Yeah,
like.
like, oh yeah, you could.
Oh,
like,
I hate that one.
How can I say this? Like it's so like
You're
if you were
like
to listen to me,
goy,
like it's
like right now.
Yeah, I mix it up with goy, like and goy and Smurf.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, man? You get me?
Okay, go ahead. Listen, I will surrender
me?
my case back to the Isaiah verse.
At the end of the day, right? The sun goes
Awesome.
down, right? You get me?
And I will hide behind the Isaiah verse.
Know what I'm saying?
I'm actually,
No,
I'm
Okay.
guilty of always using the word "yeah" at the end of like a question I'm asking someone.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like they have
Yeah.
to
Oh,
agree
yeah.
with me. Yeah.
Like Australians?
And you ask them a question,
Yeah.
and then you go, yeah.
Well, yeah, but most people go right.
Yeah, it's flat.
I
Yeah.
get a lot.
We're not spinning, are we? Yeah.
See ways to make a fucking wrong turn, like. You know what I mean, like? Get me?
Yeah. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to this guy who thinks that the Bible is a globe Earth book.
He's very
Anyways,
misled. That's fine.
Jedi
very
man, you
misled,
you're
bro.
standing on your
You
mic right
believe
now.
Earth is like a circle that
Yeah,
has
circle.
like ice
What is
on the edge.
what is the difference between a circle and a globe, Moshe?
You see, the circle is
One
like
dimension.
What? Yeah.
like
What's the difference between a circle and a sphere?
What you say
One
like
is
two
two-dimensional, one is
dimensions.
three.
Yeah.
Yeah. So which one do you think they're speaking of?
Three.
When it says circle, it means a 3-dimension.
Says who dwells above the circle.
Yeah, a circle. Does it mean a
Of
sphere?
the earth.
Does it mean sphere?
Of the earth.
Does it mean sphere?
No.
Does not mean sphere. Yes.
Yes. So circle means sphere.
Well, it means. Go ahead.
No, I'm asking Moshe. He thinks he's got it. He's got the beat on this. So, does circle mean sphere, Moshe?
Well, if you map it to a
It's
two-dimensional plane.
how you say your idol worship King James one. In the original
Idol
Hebrew,
worship
the word
King James.
is the word is like debated what the meaning is. Like
It's debated.
The Muhammad, how they say he's I don't know how you say.
How you say?
In Catholics?
No.
Chinese?
You like to buy a vowel? Is there
Mauritius.
You talking Muslims?
No,
You said
Mauritius is like island.
Aztec?
I think you're getting closer, Nestor.
You said
Hey,
idol
P-Mac,
worship
you're supposed
King
to use
James.
words.
I'm not seeing globe anywhere here, though, Moshe. Nice try.
Oh no! You are just.
La 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 la. No globe.
It's sphere.
No, it's not a. Yeah, yeah. But you would say that because most of the globe believers would say that. But then again, I would ask you to demonstrate how it is. Now, it's one thing.
Why do you think it's flat?
Why do I think it's flat? It doesn't measure a globe, and we're practically using the Earth as a flat stationary plane. It measures flat. Let's see. People navigate across like it's flat.
You experience it as flat and motionless.
No other particular reason. Just for everyday practical use.
Experience seems like.
Yeah, but why when they like how you say when they fly plane, they don't go like straight line because it's not
Yes,
ideal.
they do. Yes, they do. Yes,
Oh,
they do fly in a straight line. What? What'd you say?
How you say?
I don't know if you're thinking or you just don't know
how
to translate. Like I'm not really sure what's
wish I
happening
had something funny to say.
But you give some major long pauses between what you're saying, so I'm not really sure what's going on.
Yeah, you need to pick the pace up a bit.
Why would he use the Bible to prove the Earth is round?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is so backwards.
Understood it.
I mean, he might be translating it as he's trying to speak.
Okay, Miss Lawyer Owlishness.
I'm just here representing my
your client.
Yeah, I'm just here representing my client.
Sex.
Look at him go. He's just singing away. He lost the plot. He lost the plot in the middle of a conversation. He started singing. Wowzer. That's okay.
Maybe it's a good tune, like.
Perhaps, right? You know when you get a good tune in your head, you just gotta sing in the middle of like what your conversation. You're like, hold on, man, I just gotta get this out. Like, just gotta. Fucking hell, bro.
I've heard that tune before.
I think he skipped the very first part of Genesis.
I know. Sometimes you just gotta pat them on their head and say, get out of here, little scamp.
Good guy.
You're a good guy after all.
I'll just open the door, kick him up the arse, and tell him to fuck off. One of the two.
I would like to know the flat Earth perspective on like NASA and space agencies.
NASA and space agencies.
Hollywood.
Yeah, what do you mean?
You see the word they use is
what would you think about
Moshe, dude, you need to, dude. I think you need to maybe take a nap or something, man, bro.
No. Listen to me. You are.
La 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 la.
Hold on. Go back to the guy who was asking about. Who was the guy who was asking about NASA?
I think it's alternating.
No, that
was
was
you?
me.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, that's me. I'm just wondering, like, well, what's your opinion on them? I mean, they got to be lying about something if they claim the Earth is round.
Well, they're the world's most expensive special effects studio.
Well, you could say that they're lying, but at the same time, it's all production, man. Like they're getting their low quality, freaking low grade production on like what the ISS is and stuff. So what we're saying here with the flat Earth is that you can't get to that area where they say they are. There's no way. They're circling the Earth, right? And so they're doing it above the Earth in a place, in a location where you have a super low pressure of air. So the pressure differential up there couldn't be sustained if you have a high pressure differential from the surface to that place where they are. Right?
I was
By pressure differential, you just mean a change in pressure. But how could that, like, what is causing that to not be sustainable? Don't we understand it as like gravity?
No, we don't. No, we don't. Gravity doesn't break laws of nature. You can't demonstrate to us an entropy decrease with your gravity. We will understand that entropy increases, so the high pressure of the Earth would disperse into the lower vacuum of space. We understand that the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container, but we're told the Earth is an open system, so therefore we shouldn't be able to have gas pressure because there's nothing to press upon, and obviously you're not going to press onto a vacuum. The gas will disperse into that vacuum. If you're going to claim gravity, we're going to ask you to show us where gravity changes the path of gas molecules. Can you demonstrate it?
Oh well, I mean, I couldn't demonstrate anything. I don't know. I'm just wondering. Well, then how about like those balloons that they take up real high, and any like recording that they have always looks around. Would you say those are just like a fisheye lens, or like just more production alterations?
Yeah,
I like the way
that'll be fine.
I like the way it says
the ground, when we come down to the ground, yeah, no worries. When we come down to the ground to verify that, the ground measure's flat. So obviously it's an effect of the lens or post-production, whatever. And
All right,
NASA admit it, right?
Alternating, you asked some questions, but do you think that the Earth is a globe, or are you unsure of it?
Oh no, I think it's a globe.
Okay. So would you say that you know it's a globe, or you just, kind of maybe have a little knowledge
Well,
about it?
to say to like know anything that you can't really observe right in front of you. I mean, obviously, I can't be 100% sure. Like, sure, maybe they are faking it all. So I guess they'd have to take me up in a balloon myself to actually prove it. But for the most part, yeah, I trust them. I don't think they're lying.
Okay, but let me ask you a question before we engage. I think we're going to ask you some questions, but let's just check where your mental faculties are on all this. So, would you say that we're talking on Discord right now?
Yes, I would say we're talking on Discord. I'm not like
all right,
insane.
cool.
Like my brain is like lying to myself, and everything I observe is
all right,
something that I can't.
So, all right. So, would you say that you're 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
Well, if we want to get like really philosophical and really crazy, I guess no, we might not be talking on Discord. My phone might be a simulation right now, and you are all fake. That is in the realm of possibility, but I would say it's a very rare.
Even if it was, you're still talking on Discord, right? Even if that was the
Yeah,
case.
you're just in a simulation.
I'd rather lie to myself and believe I'm on Discord. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so you're talking on Discord.
Discord
That's good.
in a simulation.
Yeah.
I'm saying I believe that those possibilities are possible, but I think they're extremely rare, and I don't think they are what is happening right now.
Like
So
extremely unlikely.
you generally trust observable reality.
Yeah, generally trust observable reality. Yep.
But yeah, what other
And
options
do you
have,
recognize that you only observe in reality a motionless, flat surface of Earth?
Are you saying that because I only observe like a flat Earth, I should believe that it's flat?
No, I'm just saying that is what we all observe, right?
Well, but there's.
And you said you trust your observations.
I would think so. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of bumpy. I would say not quite flat.
I
You
mean,
can't
like
really see
over the
the
ocean.
horizon to the horizon.
I mean, like over the ocean, not like topography.
But
we're not seeing.
I would say, yeah. The oceans do seem pretty flat. Yes.
Yeah. So then, if someone was to come along and say, "Yeah, it looks flat, but it's actually curved," they would have the burden of proof that they need to meet, right?
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Right. So what we're saying is, no one's ever met that burden of proof.
Oh, of course.
Ever.
No.
Well, if it's not true, who's met the burden? Who's met the burden?
Well, I do trust the consistencies that I see of
that's not meeting the burden of proof, because that's not proof. That's unverifiable images claimed to be
Have you personally
representative
worked
of
with
truth.
GPS systems?
I guess I would fail to like understand the like motive behind like lying for that. Like what control would be gained?
But that's not necessary to know in order to know whether or not the surface is curved, is it?
Well, it is necessary when we're thinking of like probabilities, like what is the chance that all this is like a lie?
Because the probability of someone lying isn't going to change the measurement, right?
You
It's
agree
like
with
if
the
I lie
mathematics?
about the size, it's like if I lie about the size of a table, it's not going to change the size of the table. You can just measure it and find out that I've lied. And if you don't know why I lied, that doesn't mean that I didn't lie.
You agree with the geometry and the calculus that if you get sufficiently infinitesimally small on, say, the surface of a basketball, it's locally flat, but a basketball is a sphere? Just the mathematics. I'm
If
just
it's a
asking, like,
sphere, then it's a
that
curved
mathematics is true.
surface.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But locally, it'll be infinitesimal. If you get super duper tiny with your length,
Sorry.
you'll observe a flat.
It's not the curvature we're looking for. Would you agree that that ant on that basketball, if he had a friend ant and he walked away, that ball would stop him from seeing his mate ant?
Say again?
If that ant had a friend and he walked away across the basketball, would the curve of the basketball stop him from seeing his friend ant?
Yeah, eventually.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the curvature we're looking for. We're not looking for a horizontal left to right curvature. You're not even high enough when you're in the International Space Station to see that type of
I'm just
curvature.
asking if you.
Hit your pipe.
I'm just asking if you agree with the mathematics. Like if you
Well, yeah.
infinitesimally,
Yes.
when you limit.
Yeah.
Okay,
From
so
left to
it's
right.
possible.
Hold on.
It's
Hold on.
possible for
Hold
there
on.
to be
No.
this globe.
Hello.
Yeah.
We've already lost the ability to see our ant friend because the curve of the basketball got in the way. In comparison to the globe Earth model, that calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you should most definitely see away from you over a curve. That's the curvature of the Earth that we're looking for along the z-axis from you to your mate at distance over a distance of the arc. That arc would interrupt your vision, wouldn't it? So
Right,
for
but if
one
you go out
foot,
in the flat ocean,
Yeah, just
that
real
happens.
quick.
You will not see
One second.
the other boat.
One second. Yeah, Jedi. I don't know if your volume or something happened to your mic too, but it sounds like your mic is like in your throat. It sounds loud and like I don't
sorry,
know.
dude.
Something's no.
No,
Something's
no worries, man.
some settings changed. I don't know what happened, but it just. I don't know if you're messing with something.
It does sound better than Mr. Robot, though.
It does sound better. It sounds good. It just like I don't know. Maybe it's too high on the gain. I don't know.
Yeah, no
I just
worries, man.
want to see. Yeah, I just want to see if at least there's a point in having the conversation in the sense that you agree that it's possible, at least, for us to be on a globe, and then locally, yes, it would still appear flat.
What do you mean by locally? Sorry, I do apologise if I'm too loud.
Well, we're sufficiently small compared to the size of the Earth, and therefore locally, in our field of vision, it's going to be flat.
Can't get a word out. So no, I'm not agreeing with that premise because I've already told you that physical geometric horizon should be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
I can't even hear him. Like I don't. Yeah, I can't understand what you're saying.
So is this better?
Yep, that's a lot better.
Good. So I don't agree with you. The Earth is not so big that we couldn't see curvature. The formula to figure that out is along the z-axis, again with our two ants on the basketball, where the curvature interrupted our view to see our friendly ant as he walked away. That calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 1 foot observer, the physical geometric horizon would be at 1.2 miles away. For a 6 foot observer, physical geometric horizon 3 miles away. We're not talking about left to right curvature here, my friend. When we are talking about the curve of the Earth interrupting our ability to see things at distance, that's here on the Earth. So therefore, the Earth is not too big to see curvature because it should interrupt our ability
If you get
to
in a
see
boat,
things on.
You're on a boat in the flat ocean, you get sufficiently far, you will not see the other boat. You agree? But there's no objects interrupting, and there's no fog of war.
We're not talking about flat Earth. We're talking about globe Earth. And your assertion that we were too small on the Earth to see curvature, that's not true. So you're going to take it back then? Good.
No, well, it's not true that because when you say that it's locally flat, yes, there's eventually, if there's no, quote unquote fog of war, there's no objects, obfuscating your view, you will not see the other boat on a flat, in the ocean on a globe, if they're sufficiently far because of the horizon.
The horizon's just a limitation of your view. Depending on the atmosphere and the optics you use, the horizon will appear in different locations. But the horizon is the limitation of that optic that you use.
Yeah, there's a horizon on the flat Earth too. Like, I don't know why you're stuck on the horizon.
Wait, why is there a horizon on a flat Earth?
Because that's perspective. Where the
No, I'm
sea.
saying if you got really powerful optics, like really powerful
Yeah.
binoculars, I mean, you're still not going to see the person at a certain distance because
Well,
at the same distance.
They're too far away to see.
No, because there's either a curve of the Earth that's going to obstruct your view.
Well, that would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, then, wouldn't it? Which has been debunked.
Well, I would have to verify that. I don't know.
Okay, how long have you been in this?
It's like you've only verified that there's hills and mountains. Like, okay, like what? You're not making a point.
No, I'm saying on the flat ocean where there's not hills and mountains.
Awesome. So, have you been around in this argument long enough to see the photograph called the Black Swan?
Probably not.
Probably not. Would somebody mind posting it in the chat for me, please?
Yeah, but it's probably just doctored photo. Isn't that what you say about like NASA's?
No, it's a still shot taken from a video that you can verify for yourself because you can go to this location. In actual fact, you can go to any body of water and make these observations for yourself. So verifiable to you, me, and everybody else.
So, well, why don't you just go to the ice wall?
Why are we now changing tack? Hold on.
You changing topic.
Hold on. No, we're talking about the physical obstruction known as Earth curvature. You're saying that things would disappear over it. I'm telling you that the horizon is a limitation of your view. Well, I'm just about to demonstrate that to you. We don't need to talk about an ice wall.
Okay, sure. And so, but how it is a little weird though that why haven't we seen the ice wall? I'm curious. Just it is a change of topic, but it's a little weird.
Nobody would deny, apparently, according to story, that when you go to Antarctica, it's 96% on the coast cliffs and ice shelves. This isn't up for debate. The only thing that's up for debate is whether it's a continent at the bottom of the Earth or a wall around the Earth. But the shoreline of Antarctica isn't up for debate here. Right, so do you see the picture of the two oil? Okay, so do you see the picture of the two oil rigs in the chat room?
Guys, let me see.
Thank you.
Entertain this. Good. I don't see anything. Okay, there. I think I see something now. Yeah. Okay.
Right, two oil rigs. We can give you the video if you want to. It's not a problem, but just for a good faith argument, we'll continue. The oil rigs are in this observation because they're at known distances from the observer. One's at 6+ miles, one's at 9 miles plus. Without giving too much away, where's the horizon, my friend? Is it before the oil rigs or is it behind the oil rigs? Where's the horizon?
I don't see how this is a problem.
You don't see how this is a problem?
If you're saying, so there are two things within your field of vision before the curvature of the Earth creates a horizon that you can't see beyond.
Okay, so if you're on
unless
a ball...
You're saying that,
my goodness.
Unless you're saying that number is shorter than one of them.
Well, let's put it like this. The math is provided for you. I've already given you the math, but let's do it for fun anyway.
Well, I would have to, I would have to verify it. I don't
Okay. Yeah, you would. It's not my math, it's the globe Earth math. I didn't pull this out of my backside, my friend. I use an Earth curve calculator to provide it. Good. So 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That would mean for a 1 foot observer, the physical geometric horizon will be at 1.222 miles away. This observer's 1 foot above the surface of the water, which would mean the horizon will be at 1. My
You'd
God,
have to only get that number from the radius of the Earth.
Yes, well done. We're putting the globe Earth to the test.
So why don't you include that? Show me that calculation.
It's an Earth curve calculator. Do you know what an Earth curve calculator is?
No, I don't really participate in these in the flat Earth
so
very often.
It's a mathematical prediction for an observer standing at altitude on that curved surface to where the physical geometric horizon would be. You know, the thing that you were asserting would block our ability to see things. Okay. Remember the basketball with the ants. So this observation is taken at 1 foot above the surface of the water. The horizon is clearly beyond the second oil rig on the left-hand side at a distance of 9 point whatever miles. So we can safely say the horizon appears to be 10 miles away. If the Earth was a ball, however, for the 1 foot observer, like I said, the physical geometric horizon 1.2 miles away. So this is what we mean about you don't have any Earth curve.
No, it's not just that it's a ball. It's not that it's just a ball. It's how big is the ball?
Oh, okay, so using this
If I
horizon,
want
then we would have a radius of over 2,500 miles.
a radius of over 2,500. So wait, hold on. The radius for theirs is bigger than that.
Sorry, 250,000 miles. Sorry, I do apologise. Yeah, I misspoke. So literally the distance from here to the moon, more or less.
That would be the.
We'd have a huge problem. Sorry, I'm very tired. We'd have a huge problem using this horizon distance to give us a radius value of the Earth, being as we're told the radius value of the Earth is 3,959 miles, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would run those numbers myself, which I'm not gonna do in this moment. But so we'll just stop it right here until I do the math.
Okay, you do the math. Would you agree that we're told how big the Earth is, though?
Would I agree with what?
Would you agree that we are told how big the Earth is?
Yeah, yes. I can Google and I can find what we're told how the radius of the Earth's circumference of the Earth is. I agree.
Yeah, radius
What
3,059 miles.
what
Yeah,
maths are
4,000.
you disagreeing with at the moment?
I'm not disagreeing per se with any of it. I can't confirm them because I haven't done the calculations.
Cool. Just type in Google Earth curve calculator. There's about 10, 20 of them.
No. I'm not doing that. I'm going to manually do the calculation.
Okay, whatever, man. If you want to go through that, but it gives you the formula on these websites.
That's fine.
It's not our math. It's done by
No, I know.
universities.
I'm not saying that. That's why I worry. I'd rather you guys did do the math because maybe you find out that their maths are propagandistic, perhaps. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're totally fine. And I'm okay with that. But I want to do them. I want to do the calculations
We
myself.
would do the maths. Yeah, you can do
Huh?
it for short distances up to about
do the
1,000.
math.
For short
I'm
Like,
just
let's
distances
saying
look
up
at
to
the
about
radius of the
1,000
Earth and
miles.
just figure it out
this
right
should not be
now.
controversial. I'm just saying
Short
I'm going to do the math.
distances
That's all.
up to about 1,000 miles, you can use 8 inches per 8 inches per mile. Square the mile. You can use that
But
if you
let's
want.
do 1,000 miles. What is the height difference over 1,000 miles? Let's just calculate that.
Height difference for what?
What?
Height difference for what?
Oh, like your viewable height difference. Like if two objects were 1,000 miles apart, what should the height difference be if you account for the curve of the Earth?
Oh, you're not going to see 1,000 miles.
Well, that's true, but let's just see what it is anyway. Or we could lower that threshold just to the point where the height is like to something that would be measurable.
Okay, for 10 miles, it's 66 feet. So there you go.
All right, I'll run a calculation for 10 miles.
Yep, cool.
Although it'll take me a bit, so you guys do other stuff. I'll be in the chat typing out the calculation.
Oh, we want to hear from you.
Okay, so I've grabbed the radius of the Earth from Google. Yeah, are you guys still there? I think I'm lagging out a bit.
They were all hiding from me.
You don't need to yell though. You can talk normally.
Oh, maybe my mic is just really loud.
Yeah, you can just talk at a normal volume.
Okay, so I got the radius of the Earth from Google. I'll put that in the chat.
Oh, there it is. After 9 years. That's the radius of the Earth.
You could have just asked for it. We would have given it to you about 5 minutes ago.
We gave it to him ages ago. He didn't believe it.
Wait. Sorry, my chat is like really bugging out.
Maybe if we're lucky, somebody will come and tell us the Aristophanes story for the 5,772nd time, and it will be that time that we'll buy it.
Yeah, but who's counting, right?
Me.
Oh, I can't wait.
Have you heard about that guy named Aristophanes?
Ha ha ha.
No. Who's that then?
We're gonna let Brit Nat take it.
I heard that he used
How
smoke
about that?
signals to communicate with people.
My table's not spherical. There you go.
What do you mean?
I
Well,
heard
this
that
is
there's no first-party documentation that he even existed or that what he did even occurred.
this looks like a job for Professor Clown Cox. I'm just saying.
There's more first-party evidence for Bigfoot than there is for Aristophanes.
I mean, who would name their child Aristophanes anyway? Is that too much?
There's a lot
So
of respect of
the
it.
interesting thing about Aristophanes' name is that first part of his name is Erato, which is the muse of lyric poetry, particularly erotic poetry and mimic imitation. So it's based after his name is supposedly based off of a name in mythology.
I don't quite know if I'm bored or excited with that one, mate.
That's kind of got me thinking. Who would name their kid Aristophanes? Well, maybe the Greeks, huh?
I thought it was Harry.
You what?
I thought it was Harry Tossenes.
Harry does. Well, Miggy said who would fucking name their kid Eratosthenes? And I thought, yeah, who would?
Hey, I'm gonna
Hey.
be naming my firstborn Aristophanes, so don't hate on that name,
Oh,
okay?
okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's a nice name.
Thank you. I
Ira.
think so as well.
Beautiful, beautiful.
So if you really look at Aristophanes' name, though,
Can you...
Eratos, which is
Eratos?
yeah, Eratos, which is like the Greek, like I said, the muse of like poetry or whatever, and then it says Thenes or Athens, which is where he was from. So literally, his name would, in some sense, translate to like the
The
poet
King
of
of Athens?
Athens. The
Yeah, the
poet of
King of
Athens.
Athens? Yeah,
The
okay,
poet.
yeah, I get it.
Poet. I said it like 5
Sorry.
times. Poet. God. So I mean, if you want to look at it from that perspective, feel free.
Hey, we got some new people that just jumped in here. If you guys have questions about this server, this room, just go ahead and chime in. Any questions you have about Flat Earth, Globe Earth?
Okay, I have one question. Are you guys legit or are you guys like satire?
Oh, this is legit, homie.
You guys are what?
Yeah, we're legit, man.
We're 100, man,
That's
for real.
that's exactly what satirical people would say.
How would we say this in vernacular that you understand? We're 100% legit, no cap.
For real,
for real.
So they're
legit, no cap.
satirical. They're satirical. Then that's exactly what satirical people would be
That's
saying.
exactly what
It-
satirical would say.
It is.
You would say 100p no cap.
I'll just
You can't prove you're
I'll
not
shut up and
satirical.
wait a minute. I'll let you answer the question. If Earth is flat, then how come the moon isn't flat? Or is the moon
That's
It
a
is.
good question.
It's an ornament in the sky.
But it's
We
Well,
got the peanut gallery joining. What the fuck?
why would the moon be flat? I mean, why would it be spherical? Why would it be flat? Like, why? What's the moon got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Nothing. That's the right answer.
Well, I mean, the moon dictates the tides, and if the moon is flat,
said
then
so,
that's going to do
brother.
something to the fucking tides.
Well, why'd God make the
Really?
Earth flat and the moon round?
If I get new tiles
I don't
in my
know. You tell
kitchen, I
me.
tell them I want a
I'm
blue
asking you the
light
question.
bulb.
What the
That's what I say.
Look, one of you is asking serious questions, and the other one's an interrupting nonsense speaker. So decide which one you are, and if you're the nonsense speaker, just stop talking.
I
No,
like
I
how you
asked
word that.
if you think Earth is flat, then is the moon flat? Is Venus flat? Is every other planet flat?
We just answered your
Planets.
question.
Bro,
No, no, no.
We're not
You,
talking.
well, some
We're
other
not
guy
talking about the
interrupted, so I
moon.
technically.
We're not. Bro, we're not talking about the moon.
Let's start from the beginning, right? Because I think you're thinking too far ahead before we got to the meat of the matter, right? So let's stay here on Earth, right? Let's stay on here on Earth, and can you tell me who's ever measured drop over distance, over elevation angle, in all of human history? Just talking the drop over the distance, the curve of the Earth, right? The drop over the curve, right?
It's Britain that turned into a flat earth.
Nah, he's he's Professor Clown
Quiet,
Clouds right now.
you.
Just stay right here, bro.
okay. Well,
Drop of the
Earth,
trip.
Earth,
Trip
bro.
over
it's the well,
shark,
yeah,
shark,
but,
shark, mute yourself.
What was that? Why do you tell us to? Did she just do what you said? What the hell?
Yeah.
No, 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 no. Like I told I.
This is hella
How do I say
confusing.
this?
Yeah, I don't know.
I told her there's.
Wow.
That's very powerful.
Sharks, please
Fucking
talk.
crazy.
The floor is yours.
Yep. Now Shark's gonna talk.
I am
It's about the
curious.
moon
So
again.
are you two together, rats and sharks? Is that like, are you guys friends?
Oliver and Hardy.
This is still confusing. I was
What
going
makes
to
you
go to
think I'm
bed, but this
friends
is
with
kind
him?
of
Huh?
this is kind of
What makes you think I'm friends with him?
I'm just wondering.
something
It's
like
just a
that?
question.
I've never met this man in my life.
All right.
Okay, cool.
So
Well, you
funny.
have the floor regardless. Go ahead.
Listen, man. Okay, so if you guys think that the Earth is flat, because you've seen it, right? You've seen that the Earth is flat. So, do you think the moon is flat too? Like, that's a genuine question. I'm
no,
not trolling.
Why have you got a
no.
fake accent?
You're such a deep thinker.
I am a deep
Fake
thinker.
accent.
Are you making fun of my accent?
Where my
Are you
big
making fun of your own accent?
Why are you making
Man,
fun
who
of my
cares?
accent?
Who
This is
cares?
how
The
I
accent,
sound.
like
the
shit,
accent
bro.
is irrelevant. Listen,
You are
friends, the
so
accent is
unfuckable. It's
irrelevant.
insane.
The
The
accent
accent
is
is irrelevant.
Thank you.
Just like what the moon is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
Well, I'm asking because if you guys think that the Earth is flat, then you gotta think the moon's flat. It's a double
No,
take.
no, they're not. They're not linked together.
Yes, they are.
No,
they're
just
not.
No,
Yes,
they're
they
not.
are.
Okay, listen, check
Yes,
this
they
out, friend.
are.
Friend, I'm driving in my truck.
Why do
Okay,
you
my
wanna call
phone
while
is
y'all
attached to the
driving?
seat of my truck. The shape of my truck doesn't dictate the shape of my body.
To be honest, I can't hear a thing you're saying. It's so echoey.
Yeah, well, somebody's echoing hard because they can't now have
Doctor,
their
doctor,
stream
please,
muted or something.
please mute your mic. Doctor, doctor, thank you.
Doctor.
Shut up. Let's get back to this woman with the accent. No one here is making a claim to the shape of the moon. We wouldn't be able to verify the shape of the moon because we're not going to the moon.
It seems like you can't verify the shape of the Earth either.
Well, we're on the Earth.
and flat is a description of a surface. We're not making a claim to the shape of the Earth. Flat description of surface, not shape. Do you get that?
Like, you could be on a sphere with a locally flat surface.
A locally flat surface. Do you think a 4,800 mile horizontal baseline is a curved surface?
Well, what I was saying was that the moon is connected to the Earth because the moon is Earth's moon. So they're
I agree.
connected.
Yeah, all right,
So,
pack up, boys, go home. Right, flat Earthers debunked.
Yeah. All it did was this slack-jawed yokel to figure it out for us. Cheers, love.
so why wouldn't they be connected?
Because they're not connected.
How are they not connected? Because the moon is
Because
the moon's
the Earth, the moon is the moon's Earth. What?
Yeah.
Now you're just
Hey,
fucking
Earth is
say
the moon's moon.
Listen. Each planet has
No.
a moon or moons, so the moon is
That's
the Earth's
fascinating.
moon.
That's fascinating.
I regret muting Rats for this. Go ahead, Rats. I apologize dearly. Go ahead.
That was
I've just been laughing for like 10 minutes, man. God. Wait, did you
I'm
guys
speaking
hear
my truth.
Tell her
I'm
to
speaking
mute her
my
mic again. She might listen.
If she keeps
No, this is
talking,
fucking fun.
if she keeps talking, I'm going to end up mocking her accent. I do apologise. I'm
How
really good
about
break
you
out.
shut up? You have an
I like
American
the
Wait, you
accent.
shut-
Wait, hold
I like the
on,
accent.
hold on a minute.
I'm
Are you gonna,
special.
are you gonna, you're gonna mock Sandy Cheeks while you have a Brexit accent? Are you kidding me? Come here. Say something.
A Brexit accent. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, wait a minute. Hold on, hold on.
Sound
I
dumb
can't
is what
tell
he's
what your accent
saying.
is.
No,
no,
you misinterpret what I'm saying. I don't think you sound dumb. I kind of like the accent. What you say though is fucking retarded.
Oh, you're saying slurs now.
Silo. He cites slurs.
You're saying slurs now, man.
That's fine.
He's going.
That's fine. Let's try and bring
He's
this
going
conversation. Let's bring this conversation down. I've answered this 3 times, my love. I've answered this 2 times now. The shape of the moon is not while we're here, and we wouldn't be able to confirm it because we're not going to go up there. The shape of the Earth, however, the surface of it is measured to be level. The shape of the Earth being a globe has been debunked because there is no measurable curvature on the Earth.
You could say the moon's flat then, because from our perspective, it's just 2-dimensional.
Yeah.
But
Well, I see. The thing is, I wonder whether it's even going to be poignant to bring this point up because I've already listened to you for the last 5. You probably won't even follow. Does the moon look like? Does the moon look like
Wait, what
a
are you doing? I'm not
sphere?
following.
Oh, okay, shush. Does the moon look like a sphere reflecting
No, it
light?
looks like a flat circle, my man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pizza.
So why are you saying that it's not flat? If you think
Because
the
we
Earth's
wouldn't. Again, 4th time now. Because we can make all the claims.
4th time now.
The Earth, but we're not going up there to verify it, are we?
But if you go up there, you'd have the same
Well-
problem, wouldn't you? You would just conclude that it is flat because locally
So-
it'd be flat.
Yeah, there's just a bunch of youngsters that are coming in here to have some fun.
I'm 33. I don't know.
No.
Oh my god.
I just have a question.
Yeah,
So,
they're just having their fun, Jedi. That's all.
How old do you
she's like
think
in
I
her,
am?
she's in her mid-20s. I do have a
17.
legit question. Do you have a legit question? So why would so like
19.
you're giving all the points of like why the Earth is flat, like giving me like the points why. But now let's get to the simplest question, or no, like how it's flat. Just can you answer me like why? What's the purpose of there being the whole conspiracy that the Earth is quote unquote round? Or what's the point of that theory? Like every like major lie in history has a purpose. What's the purpose of this lie, or the lie
They
that
want to
Earth
know
is
God
round?
exists. They want you
Sure,
to
it's
distance
all-
you from God.
What does the globe Earth? Oh, awesome. What does the globe Earth heliocentric model give? Would you agree that it gives you a creation story, Big Bang, and all that jazz?
Bang and all
that jazz.
Wait,
well,
Big Bang and all
no.
that jazz.
No.
All that. No, that doesn't automatically mean creation.
Yeah, it doesn't
I mean,
follow.
Didn't God create the heaven and the earth? So
You've got. Do you know what the ontological primitive is?
Hold on, let me fucking look.
Oh god.
Okay, it's a dichotomy. The dichotomy of creation. You've only got two choices when you're answering this question. One, intelligence created. Two, creation created itself. You've only got two choices. So the heliocentric model, it gives you the second choice. Things could possibly spring up into existence for no fucking apparent reason whatsoever, devoid of intelligence.
Where'd the intelligence come from, though? Is that fundamental and doesn't need a cause?
That's an infinite regression fallacy. We're not going to go there. I'm just pointing out that you have a creation. Okay. So to have a creation, you mustn't have a creator, or the creation creates itself.
Or there is no source, and it's you have an infinite regress.
We haven't given me the answer of like why. Why would they make it's just a creation? It's literally the entire theory of Earth being. It's like the entire theory of Earth being round is just so that it can
They're
have
not
like a
hearing you, bro.
creation.
Yeah,
They're taking the piss.
Yeah,
They're taking the piss.
no. I'm sorry, man.
Well, you said you wouldn't address what I said.
No, it's just hopefully you know that you sound so ungodly crazy right now.
Why? Because I asked where the intelligence came from.
Like,
what's your point, bro?
All right.
No,
So
I'm asking-
does the government? Do you guys agree that the government lies?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
obviously.
No.
Crack.
obviously.
No fucking way,
Okay.
bro.
So why would you ask a liar why they lie? What answer
Well,
are
you
you
might want to
going to
know
get?
why.
Maybe.
What kind of answer are you going to get from a liar?
You may not necessarily get a lot,
Perhaps.
just because. I mean,
How are you gonna know? How are you gonna know if you're getting a lie or not?
well, there might be ways to know. I mean, have you never been able to tell if someone's lying before? That's exactly what you're doing when you're saying that there's a flat Earth, right? You're saying that they're lying. We're detecting it.
Can you tell which lies the government tell or not?
Sometimes.
Cool. All the time or sometimes?
No, sometimes. I mean, obviously, I don't have all the information to ascertain whether or not they're lying all the time.
Do you think you could find out all the other times or not?
Some of them might be possible, like as in it's technically, the evidence is there somewhere. Whether or not I can find it, I don't know. And maybe there are somewhere. No, the evidence has been sufficiently obscured or.
So we
hidden,
can
whatever.
agree. We can agree that the government lies and they can keep things hidden from you. Correct?
Yeah, that is possible.
There you go.
Well, yeah, but I don't know what. I mean, that just.
I've never been in the flat Earth chat, and you guys are.
I've never really been in here either.
What did you say?
Kind of, it's interesting, I guess.
He says we're evil.
What did you say?
He says we're evil.
I said you guys. I said you guys are entertaining.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You got on the microphone just to say that?
For a minute.
Good for you.
No. I know. Yeah, that's exactly what I did.
Yeah, but you're not here for honest
You
conversation.
guys are fucking
so
insane. You guys take the whole mentality of smart.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
No, just give him a chance.
Give him a chance. Yeah, let's give him a chance.
No, it's not.
We're not gonna do that. If you want to have a conversation with him, just tell him to go meet you in another room. Doesn't have to be in here.
Yeah,
I wonder
take
if
my
you're
anus.
offended. You would be offended. You would be imitating my accent like that.
I like that. That was good.
Yeah, she's very good. How do you do that?
I'm personally offended. You'd be doing that to me.
How do you do
That's fucking annoyingly good.
That's amazing.
Now try mine.
Fuck off, man.
Fuck off.
I'm not very good at the Australian accent. I'll be first to admit it.
I actually prefer your British accent to your American accent.
Right, it's much nicer, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, that was horrible.
Yeah, don't say isn't it. Don't say isn't it. Ruins it.
Isn't it?
I think that might be the NyQuil talking, Jedi.
I think it is.
I think Jedi's. Whoever that woman is, I think Jedi's in love with her.
Oh, if you can doubt it. P-Mac, go and have another bottle of whiskey.
Fuck
you. Go have another.
Thank you very much.
All right, who else we got in here? Nobody really? That's okay.
Ow, fuck. Oh
What?
shit, that cut me.
Who said that?
Me?
What?
Fuck.
What do you mean?
Hurt like a bitch.
Fucking weirdo.
Okay. Getting cut and then saying ow, that's weird. Yes.
Isn't it? Is it past the witching hour, Miggy?
No, we're at 9 o'clock over here.
Go on, Bennett.
2 o'clock for you, but the bewitching hour happens in about 2 hours.
Who's bewitched? What happens then?
The freaks come out at night, so we usually want to cruise it down late in the evening over here.
No.
There's nobody really like, and it's been a while since we had a really good challenge. There is no Xanax or there's no Xanax or no Koshos over here.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Sonic and Kosho? How bored
like
would be?
the level of argumentation that they would bring. There's none of that here. It's all just, I mean, hippos in a barrel. You know, that's all you got.
I'm sorry I couldn't be more difficult.
No, it's not your fault. It's just you guys that are in here don't know the arguments.
Well, I mean, he wouldn't. My argument wouldn't be addressed. I was told, or my
Wouldn't be what?
inquiry rather wouldn't be
What'd you
addressed.
say?
I was asking about where the intelligence came from, or is that just automatically some fundamental thing that's always been there?
What are you?
Somebody go get Kosho.
What are the words
No.
that are coming
No.
out of your mouth? I don't understand. But try again.
This guy said that there's either a creator or creation created itself, and their creator would be intelligent, and so I asked where that would come from, because the whole point is we're asking, well, where'd all this stuff come from? So I'm saying that's kicking the can down the road. So where'd the intelligence come from?
but we're not even. We're more interested in like the evidence for the Earth being a globe. I mean, that subject is probably deeper
Although, but if I
subject
could,
already involved
however,
with the.
but think about it. If I can disprove, if I
But
could
it's not
somehow
however
make the
though.
case that
It's not. It's really not however. It's really the point. It's the elephant sitting in the room that we're not talking
well, if I
about right
may.
now. But it's
Well,
not
if
really
if
if
I
you
if I
may.
could
It's
show
not
something
really.
fundamental that
We can't
this is based
divert.
on,
We
that's not
cannot
true,
divert.
and it would disprove
We got to
this.
be laser focused on the problem. The
Interesting.
focus
You
right
don't like
now
talking
is
about it.
no, I really don't. Because right now I want to find out if you know if the Earth is a globe. Because I don't care about anything else. If you don't know the Earth is a globe, then really you're just sitting here telling us about your hopes and dreams, and I don't want to know about that. I want to know if
Explain
the
how
Earth is
that
a globe.
how that would show you that the globe or the Earth
So
is a globe.
do you know any evidence to support the case that the Earth is curvature, it's measured to be spinning, and or the vacuum of space is real or not? Do you have any of that information?
Well, hold on. Yeah, well,
Why
we
are
can
we
get to
holding
that,
on?
but
Why are
because
we
I'm going to
holding
show you,
on?
I'm
Like
going to
we
ask
just
you a
gotta
question.
dive right
I
into
mean, do you
it.
want to
We
know
gotta
what
go
I
right
think or
to.
not?
No, I
Because
want to
I'm
know
not going
if
to
you
let
know the
you
information
obfuscate
of
the
the.
issue.
If you could support the claim that the Earth is a globe, we're in like Flynn,
Miggy.
right?
Miggy.
We should go
Would
back
you
to
be
the
what if I
height
could show that
difference
it's
thing.
not?
Would you let
Say
him
again?
speak? Holy fuck, bro.
Oh,
I
I
can't
finally
hear him
fixed
over
like
you,
my mic.
Nestor. So I'm just gonna have to mute you. Go ahead, sir.
So what?
So I was here.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. No. I thought he was talking to me. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was here earlier and I said I'd
Oh,
do like
not you
Earth height.
alternating. I
Not
wasn't
me.
speaking to you. No, I wasn't
Oh, my
speaking to
bad.
you. I was speaking to Vibe. Vibe, go ahead.
I was asking you, would it be sufficient if I just could show that the Earth is not flat? Like, would that be
No,
something?
I wanted sufficient you to support the case for the Earth being a globe.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not.
Yeah.
I could probably do that, but I'm just not going to do that.
Yeah, let's go for it. Curvature.
No, I don't want
First,
to. I don't want to
you don't
because you
want
guys
to?
don't want to. You guys
All
don't
right,
want
well,
to
go ahead and
play my game.
put yourself play your game.
Yeah, you don't
So
want to
the-
play. You don't want to.
You're coming in
You
here.
don't want
You're
to
coming. You're
prove your
coming in here.
position.
Vibe.
Yeah.
You're coming in here thinking that you know that the Earth is a globe, but you don't want to
I
demonstrate to
didn't.
everybody that you got the winning hand. Lay the cards down,
Yeah, that's
sir.
correct.
If you
No, I
have
don't
it.
want to. I
All
don't
right.
want to.
Well, then put yourself on mute. We don't want to talk to you right now.
Okay,
And
I will
probably
whenever I
not.
get to my phone.
And if I'm going to be in this room, probably not. Probably not when I'm here, when I'm around. So I'm going to keep you muted if you start talking. How about that? You like that? It's better for you to be honest than for me to be on your case. It's easy. Just be honest, engage, and talk about how you know the Earth is a globe. If not, I'm going to be on your case. You don't want that, bro. Seriously. But it's your choice. I can go to alternating if you want. Vibe? All right, you clammed up. All right, alternating, go ahead.
All right, see you later.
All right. I would like to go back to that image that's like back in the chat that shows the 2 oil rigs.
Sure.
And I feel like that's intriguing because we should see a height discrepancy, right? If we calculate the distance between them. Assuming that there's a
distance
curve.
between the oil rigs?
Yeah, the oil rigs, if the Earth were round, we would see a height change between them.
Okay.
One of them
Do
would
you
be
know
obscured, right?
Yeah, but 1 second. Do you know the argument?
No, please inform me.
Okay, I'll let Jedi go ahead and take it over. I'm just gonna kick it. It was his point, anyways. He was talking to you. Meanwhile, everybody was. I could actually tell you, but I'm just gonna pass it to Jedi.
Well, it's the horizon. That's the point. The location of the horizon, if it was geometric, it should be before the oil rigs at a distance of 1.2 miles away. It's clearly visible beyond the oil rigs at a safe estimation of 10 miles. That's the argument. It's got fuck all to do with the oil rigs. But if you want to bring up the oil rigs, mate, it's like you've never seen street lights descend downwards with distance. That's just perspective on a flat surface. Please don't say that one oil rig is higher or lower than the other one, because that's just perspective. It's like I've got some toy cows in my hand, but the ones in the field are far away. You do understand the difference, right?
As in, like, farther objects away appear smaller.
Yeah, and things above your eye line will appear to descend downwards. So you know that
Towards
light
the
above your
central
head.
point. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So that's why oil rigs, in this instance, one is lower than the other one. It's got fuck all to do with a curved surface. But I'll grant you, on a curved surface, yeah, that would probably happen. But it still happens on a flat surface, right?
Okay. Well, that makes sense to some degree. I do understand that perspective thing. So then that's a bad example of trying to prove the Earth is round. So then I'd say let's move on to the topic of like where they shine a laser from one post to another and they're a far distance away.
Wait a minute.
And
Hold on a second. Did you just bypass the black swan and say that's not good evidence?
For a globe, yeah.
Well,
that's not good evidence for a globe.
Well, okay.
What?
Listen. I feel like we can. I know that, like, yeah, we could pull evidence from that, but I feel like it's a lot more secure if we go to like the shoot a laser down a straight line and find a height discrepancy there, because then you can't bring up perspective because a laser is a straight ray.
Nah. No, I like the black swan. It's demonstrating a line of sight. It's efficient. It's sufficient too. It is. We can talk about it. Why not talk about it? Let's get into it.
The horizon in the black swan image should be 1.2 miles away. The photograph was taken from 1 foot off of the ground. However, we see this horizon in excess of 10 miles at 1 foot.
That's correct.
This would change the radius of the Earth from 3,969 miles to 250,000.
Yeah,
that's great evidence.
It's excellent evidence. Are you with us, alternating?
Yeah. If that is all true, yeah, I think that.
If it's all true, it is true. What do you mean if it's all true? It is true.
Well, the part that gets me is like, how did they measure the height from the center of the Earth?
Yeah, that's the issue, dude. Like, what do you mean? Like, so we're testing the claim that they're saying that the Earth is against what the Earth actually is, right? So that's what we're doing. We're getting the claim of the Earth being a globe, and we're seeing how far we can see with the line of sight. Now, the gentleman just outlined what the issue was and why we can't see what they're predicting the geometric horizon to be, and because of that, we don't see the geometric horizon in the position they tell us where it's supposed to be. We actually see farther, which would make the radius a lot bigger. It's pretty simple. It's easy. You don't got to do some fancy schmancy, go around and try to figure something else. You don't need, just like that's it. It's all encompassing right there. If you don't see the geometric horizon where it should be predicted, you don't have the Earth's radius verified, you've falsified it, and that's good enough. You debunked the globe right there. What else do you need? I ask you.
I would just abundance of evidence. Like the more
It
evidence, the
doesn't.
better. We should make sure it applies in all
No,
circumstances.
no. That's you're doing too much. You're doing way too much.
I don't
And
think
then
anything's wrong with trying
no,
all
there is,
circumstances and
because when
ensuring
you
that it
when you
applies
think of
in all
something
cases.
like a preponderance of evidence, you're thinking like somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe. And I don't know if that's you right now, but you don't need a preponderance. You just need one thing to disprove the claim of the radius or the values that they give you. That's really all you need to do. And furthermore, if you want to make sure that you did it right, hand it to your friend. Say, look, this is the method I've done. Go and check it out. If it checks out that the Earth's radius isn't where the predicted value of the geometric horizon is supposed to be where it is, then voila, the Earth isn't the radius claim that they tell you. All
All right,
good.
that actually does make sense. You're right.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
it doesn't apply in all circumstances, which the globe does not apply in this
Mhm.
circumstance, then yeah, the globe must not be true.
Correct.
So I think that I should probably look further into this, just because I'm sure it's
That
like
would be
been
great.
covered before, and
Over and
so
over.
I'll see if I can dig anything up
That
about,
sounds
because I'm sure there's
amazing.
going to be some argument pro globe and anti globe. So I'm
Well,
going to do a
yeah,
little
but they're
googling.
always. I'm gonna tell you this, man. From my perspective, doing this for as many years as I've been doing it, there always will be another thing, something
Oh
else,
well, yeah.
all the time. And see, like, okay, so
So
from the
let's
globe,
go
from
see what those are and see if they're
no,
justifiable or not.
you could do that, right? I'm not saying you can go look at the other stuff, but you got, I mean, you got the one hitter quitter, right? You got the knockdown, knockout punch. Like you don't need to. Okay,
No. You don't have a
so
knockout punch if you don't
yeah,
know
you
for
do.
sure if it's true or not. You
Yeah,
gotta
you
you
do.
gotta
It's
go
true.
and justify it.
No, you don't. You're doing too much. Once again, alternating, and
You're
I see
doing
why.
too much. What are you
Yeah,
on
way
about?
too much. Your mind is actually thinking about let's figure out other things. We can't just settle here. It's not enough. We got to have like 1,000 evidence of the Earth being not a globe. So no, you don't. No, you don't need that.
All
You
right.
just
Well,
need to
I will
show.
always
You
be
just
a
need to.
fan of more evidence.
Well, that's great for
Points
that's
to the
good for you.
right
Look,
answer.
you do you, but we're telling you that you don't need to, right? You don't need to. You just need to be really good at explaining this, and then somebody can look at it logically and say, okay, I have the size of the Earth being a globe. Let's test it. And you're going, yeah, I got the black swan. Let's test it. And then you can actually show the method. You can do it yourself if you want to. And then by doing that, you're demonstrating to them evidence that the Earth isn't what they think it is, and it's demonstrated that you could see farther, and then the radius claim is debunked. You just got to be really good
That
at
is true,
explaining and
but
talking
I
about
think before we can like um jump to the conclusion that this is like accurate information, we're gonna have to look a little bit deeper because it's such a bold statement to make. Like I feel like we should make sure that this
it. It's
is
solid,
as
bro.
accurate as it can be.
We've looked at it 9 ways to Sunday. This is solid. Okay, I'm telling you that there's nothing for you. You haven't been around this argument for that long, and I'll grant that to you. You probably still want to dig and look and at that. Go for it. But you're gonna always think about this. Come back around to it's the more simple you get, the less you have to make it complicated for someone to know about it. The easier it's gonna be for you to demonstrate. The
And
more
so
you
I'm
add,
supposed to be like source man on Discord?
no,
Like I'm
you
just
have
supposed
to
to
be.
trust you?
No, dude. What? Fuck, dude. When I said you can go and test this method, is that what I'm telling you? Just trust me, bro.
You're telling me that I shouldn't go and dig deeper on like
I didn't say that.
what?
I said that
Oh, I thought that okay,
you
my
don't need the
misunderstanding. I thought that was
you
exactly what
don't
you
need
said.
the extra things. This is good enough. However, if you wanted to add like 100 more proofs, we could do it. Knock yourself out. But you don't need all that stuff. You just need to be really good at explaining and telling people about this
It's
demonstration.
not
Which
100 more
yes,
proofs. It's more it's more
what?
evidence that our proof is accurate. It's not it's proofs for our proof. So we need more
No, you don't.
evidence to show that the
No,
data
you don't.
collected was correct,
Yeah.
that
So I
the
mean,
camera used,
you can
like
do
we
you
can't
can
just
do as much.
assume this.
It's not an assumption, bro. There's no
But the
assumption
whole
being
idea
made.
of flat Earth is that we should never make any assumptions. The whole idea is
I
that we
know
should make
that.
sure it's only things that are observable.
Yes, good for
So we
you. But
better
what
make
I'm
sure
saying,
that any evidence we use is
oh my
backed
God,
up.
man. Yes, because you're brand new to this and it's being told to you maybe that the first time you've heard about it. So to you, it's all brand new. It's like, oh shit, I gotta figure out if this is solid. I gotta make sure that it's airtight. It is. From our perspective, it hasn't been debunked. You can't get around it. However, if you want to go down the rigmarole of looking through the whole thing, go for it. Knock yourself out. But we're gonna tell you that you don't need like all these things. It's just what it is. It's plain and simple. It's talking about the geometry. It's getting the drop over distance value actually put to their mind like it's not able to be discovered in the black swan. And if that's true, then the Earth's not a radius value that they told you or me or anyone else. And it's good enough. So you can do what you want. If you want to go start scouring the internet for more precise, equipment, or we use the Nikon T30 or something, like you can do whatever you want. I'm just telling you, this right here, the information that's presented is good enough. With the flat Earth, you don't need to go with preponderance of evidence because we have enough evidence. You can go on water is flat. You can go on specular reflection. You can go on talking about celestial navigation. You can go whatever you want to do, man. Everything provides evidence that the Earth is not a globe. But I'm telling you, the black swan is a demonstration that anyone can do. It's like a line of sight test, and that's good enough. However, like I said, you don't know that, so you probably need to look into it more. That's all. But either way, knock yourself out. I'm not saying don't do it. That's fine. We've been down this road way too many times to know that this is solid. I mean,
what about the
bro,
Modus
airtight.
Tollens, man? When we talk about the black swan, right? Shouldn't we give the Modus Tollens?
You can, and then that's also good too to present that because it's the logical statement. If P therefore Q, not Q therefore not P. So if you actually go through it, you'll be able to see how it relates to a logical statement, and you'd be able to work it through. You can use it and as a matter of fact, if you do use it, I think it adds more to solidifying your point. But you can do anything you want. It's basically just it's a framework, right? You can take it and say it however you want, but so long as you hit the key highlight points, the target that we're for the whole image is the horizon. You got to remember that, and the drop over the distance, what it should be, the predicted value of the horizon, where it's supposed to be at. All of these things matter, right? So, but there's no
not
like
refraction. That doesn't matter.
dude. Matthew, what the fuck, bro?
He wants to derail the. He wants to
You want to
say
sandbag right so early in the
refraction?
game, bro? And as a matter of fact, if you start pissing me off this early, you might as well just put your ass on mute. Or if I see you every single time, you're gonna sit on a red mute. You want that? Do you? I ask you. Did he leave? I think he did.
I did some digging on the black swan. Keep in mind though, it only took me like 2 minutes, so who knows how accurate my results are. But they claim that it's atmospheric refraction due to varying air temperatures that causes.
You got the old Matthew whisper in the DMs, right? That's
Yeah.
because he just squawked right now in this voice call. So
Let's define.
his squawking reached your ears. That's fine. Go ahead and see if you can poke a hole through the black swan, or at least attempt to try to do it.
So what is your opinion on the atmospheric refraction claims then?
What is atmospheric refraction telling us in that image? Did he squawk
it's
when he
telling
was
us-
squawking? Tell him to DM it to you because I know he's in your DMs. Ask him about it.
Dude, actually, it's like the Bing AI. I asked that.
Okay, but if you want to call him Bing AI, that's fine. But what did Bing AI tell you?
I could I don't know if I have chat prints, but I could screenshot it if you want. No, I don't. You do not have permission.
Yeah, but just read it.
I'll tell you what it says. It says atmospheric refraction is the bending of light or other electromagnetic waves from a straight line as it passes through the atmosphere due to a variation in air density. That's what it says.
So is it going to
says that that's the cause
Go
of
ahead.
black swan.
It's the cause of black swan. What was the argument about? Did it tell you that?
It says that I'll read it. Flat earthers have raised a claim dubbed the black swan case, in which the horizon appears to be behind a distant object that is farther than the distance to the horizon, according to calculation. They use this fact to disprove Earth's curvature, like we've been saying. And then here's where it goes and refutes it. It says, however, this claim is based on a misunderstanding of how the horizon works. The horizon is not a physical barrier, but rather a visual one. It is the point at which the ground and sky appear to meet and is determined by the observer's height above sea level and the curvature of the Earth, which is how we've calculated it. And then here's where it says the problem lies. It says the black swan photo is an example of atmospheric refraction, which causes light to bend as it passes through different layers of air, which means that it's not a straight line light ray being shot out to collect those images. The light is in fact moving and bending, which causes it to be visible around the curvature, something like that.
Okay, was that it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, did they fill in the portion that they left out? It sounded like the drop over the distance would tell you from the point of observation to the target distance, which is the horizon, really, geometrically. They forgot to fill that in, didn't they? Aw, sorry about that. But they forgot to tell you what the
drop?
distance. Yes, obviously, if you're
As-
standing on a
as in, like,
globe,
the height discrepancy between 2 points?
Like, check this out. You're standing on a globe, right? Let's just put this in your mind's eye. You're standing on a globe. Anywhere away from you, there's going to be a slope, a rate of change of the elevation from where your
A drop
position
off,
is.
yes.
Drop over the distance, right? You get me? All right.
Yep.
So with that in mind, we're going to figure out, okay, so if there's a drop over the distance, what would that drop over the distance be from me to the horizon, right? We're going to figure this out.
All right, let's do it.
Do it.
Well, it'll be dependent on your height from the radius.
Okay,
of the
1 foot,
Earth.
1 foot off the water.
Well, I guess we have some calculating to do.
Calculate away.
So I have Desmos calculator opened, and just I have if 2 points on the curve of an Earth, if they are 10 miles away, they should be around 60 feet. That should be the height change.
Right, with the 1
drop
foot off 1 foot off the water, or 1 foot.
1 foot off the water. I do not have that calculations, but I will take yours because I'm sure you've got it from an accurate source.
Well, the black swan is based on this. Is the reason why I'm telling you. The black swan is based on 1 foot off the water. So
1 foot off the water is 51 feet.
Yep.
Okay, so is that a 10-mile distance? There should be a 51.
well, yeah, but check this out. Okay, so you got the horizon way past the second oil rig, right? So what you're looking for is the predicted value of the geometric horizon where it should be, right? Now we
And
got
it
to
should have
predict it
occurred before the second oil rig. So we shouldn't be able to even see it, correct?
Yeah, so we're talking about way before the second oil rig. Okay, so the distance from the observer at 1 foot to the geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles is where the geometric horizon. So if the Earth is curving like they say it is, right? We have values to understand that the horizon should be at 1.22 miles away from the 1 foot off the water observer.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So, yep. You have something?
If everyone goes in the chat and they scroll up to Plum Bob's post, I can't send any messages, and otherwise I would just send it. But if you go ahead and look at the post of the two oil rigs, you can see that the light that captured the image of the second oil rig is distorted. You can see almost a mirage.
Yeah, I
effect
see
from
that.
it.
But that has more to deal with inferior mirage heat haze. Heat haze can occur in the ambient air
Which is
temperature that
refraction.
changes. Listen, dude.
You've got
No,
motors,
you're-
mate. You've got diesel motors on these oil rigs,
So,
generators,
but check
motors
this out,
running
right?
the cranes and everything. Yeah. So
But check this out. The claim of refraction doesn't do what you think it does for you, right? And first of all, refraction is not what you think it is either. Do you know what refraction is, alternating?
No, I do not.
Okay, why don't we look that up? Can you type in what is refraction? And I'll see it.
Yeah, it says
Okay.
the bending of light or other electromagnetic waves from a straight line as it passes through the atmosphere due to variation in air density, which is temperature.
Type in law of refraction.
All right.
I've got the 5 effects of refraction posted in the chat.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets it.
If the horizon is refracted, then it's not geometric. So goodbye, Earth curve calculator and a geometric horizon.
All right. So you want like the Google definition of law of refraction?
The
Am I
Google
bugging
what?
out?
Yeah,
Do you want
what?
me to just read off what it says?
Yeah, just read. It's Snell's law. Go ahead and
It
read it.
says it is the change in the direction of a wave passing from one medium to another.
Mm-hmm.
And
Congratulations.
then I can keep going.
Well,
But pretty
I
much
mean,
it's just light
mediums.
is bending from heat.
Yep.
And I think like if you ever drive on like a hot sunny
No,
day,
no, no,
you'll
no, no,
see
no,
a
no, 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 no,
mirage.
no. That's not it. That's not it. That's not what we're dealing with. There is what we understand to be mirage. Like that. These things are effects. Okay, so you're gonna have to look up a few things. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Just hold tight, because we gotta first understand what refraction is, and then understand what you're claiming that it's not. What's happening in the black swan? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you read what refraction is, right? Snell's law.
Yeah, redirection
Okay.
of a wave. Yep.
Okay, Snell's law. What did Snell's law say again?
I will pull that up.
Okay.
Okay, it says a law
Mhm.
stating that the ratio of the sines of the angles of incidence and refraction of a wave are constant when it passes between two given media. That sounds complicated, and I'm not sure what it means.
I'll show you. Okay. We'll do a little bit of
Okay.
show and tell. I'm going to put some images in there for you to see. Look at the text chat, please.
All right, I see it.
Do you see that pencil in the water?
Yes, I see the pencil in the water.
Okay. So what's happening to the pencil that enters into the medium of water? And not only that, when it enters into the medium of the glass.
What happens
Mhm.
to how the pencil looks, or like what
Yeah,
physically is
optically.
happening to the pencil?
Optically. What do we
Optically?
see optically? Yep.
Well, it's bigger. Do you want me to
Okay,
go like
there's noticeably things that are occurring, right? Passing through the medium changes when it enters a different boundary of another medium. Okay.
Okay.
So for example, the glass does a little bit of that refraction because the pencil's not just in air anymore; it's passing through the glass. The glass is a medium, right? So it passes the boundary of the glass and it looks differently than it did when it actually started to go in. And then furthermore, when it passes the boundary of the water, it changes optical density once more, even more drastically. As you can see, once it enters the water, it looks bigger and it's shifted, right? Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. This is refraction, the law of refraction. This occurs when two contacting media are adjacent from each other. When the object passes through the contacting media, the optical density of the object changes. So it would be the same if you see a fish underwater and like, you're going spear fishing and you're trying to shoot that spear at that fish. It would be in a different location, like where it actually is, where it apparently seems to be, because of refraction.
Okay. Yep,
Right.
that makes sense.
Right. So this occurs with two contacting mediums. So in order for this to occur, you need something very specific. Two contacting mediums.
And you'd like to say that temperature gradients wouldn't count as two contacting mediums?
I wouldn't like to say. I would demonstrate to you that that is not two mediums. It's only one. The constituent parts
Okay.
that make up that medium is only one. However, I'm not going to discredit the fact that we do say that there is something occurring because optical
'Cause we
changes
do
that happen.
observe mirages, yes.
Yeah, we do. There's things that we can understand, right? So I'm trying to separate what refraction is from what it's not, right? So we're just
Okay.
making a distinction between that. And so you can not only am I saying this, but you can look it up, right? So
Well,
now
let's
I
just
want to.
assume, because it seems like you have an argument developed. Let's assume that it isn't refraction. But we do know that when we see a mirage, it's not a demonstration of reality. It is an illusion. And the
No,
fact that
no,
oh, it's
no,
okay.
no, 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 no. Yeah, that's the reason why I don't want to let you go because then you're gonna start saying things and it's like it's not gonna be good. So we have to get
All
an
right.
understanding. So I mean, we could look up in Wikipedia. I think would be a great place to go.
Okay.
Let me see. Let me just type it in, making sure that I got the right. Let's see. And I just wanted to present it to you. The week. Where's the wiki at? All right. Type in heat haze. or heat blur. It doesn't matter. Heat haze or heat blur. I'm looking for a specific wiki on it. If I can pull it up. Oh wait, you know what? Yeah, you can put that in.
Okay, so I should search heat blur,
Well,
or you could just put
yeah,
the
you
link
can, but
in the chat and I could copy it or something.
yeah, you can, but just let me see if this is it. Okay, there's a lot of information on this, by the way. So, let me see. I just pulled something up here. Optical phenomena, inferior mirages, because it's within inferior mirages. It's known as an inferior mirage, but it's also known as heat haze. And a lot of people don't know this because they've never searched it up. But yeah, if you can, just go ahead and search that real quick. There's tons of information on it.
Heat haze, heat blur. What do you want me to search?
Yeah, inferior. Well, yeah. Here's this. I found it here. Never mind. Here you go. I'm gonna post it in the text chat.
Yeah.
All right. Go to. Just scroll a little bit down. It'll have the wiki has it where it says inferior mirage. Like, just let me know when you're there. I just want to show you something.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what up?
What's going on?
I'm talking to this guy right here.
Which guy?
Me. I'm at the
alternating.
heat haze section, by the
Yeah,
way.
are you? Yeah, you can see. Just look a little bit of what it says there. You want to read it out loud, or we can just see if we go through this?
Yeah, I can read from the top of the heat
Sure,
haze
go ahead, man.
section. So it says heat haze, also called heat shimmer, refers to the inferior mirage observed when viewing objects through a mass of heated air. Common instances when heat haze occurs include images of objects viewed across asphalt concrete. So like what we see when we drive.
Yeah, the
roads.
heat. Yeah, on the roads.
And over masonry rooftops on hot days, above and behind fire, and through exhaust gases from jet engines. When appearing on roads due to the hot asphalt, it is often referred to as highway mirage. Okay, we get this. And then in deserts, it's desert mirage. And then it talks about how sand gets hot, and that's why we see mirages. Okay, I'm going to go down to the next paragraph. Convection causes the temperature of air to vary, and variation between hot air on the surface of the road and the denser cool air above it causes a gradient in the refractive index of air. Okay, so it brought it back to refraction. This produces a blurring, shimmering effect, which hinders the ability to resolve the image and increases when the image is magnified through a telescope or telephoto lens.
Yep.
Okay.
You can go. You can finish. You can finish with the last one if you want.
Okay. Light from the sky at a shallow angle to the road is refracted by the index gradient, making it appear as if the sky is reflected by the road surface. This might appear as a pool of liquid. Okay, that all makes sense.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so where do you want to go with this?
So basically, look at the demonstration that it has, the little images up above.
I see those. Yep.
Okay.
They just
now,
look like they've been
what
blurred.
are you? Yeah, but what are you seeing happen to the cars beyond it? We already know that's not what the cars really look like, right? Do you know that?
Yeah, it
Okay.
looks like the cars are being like reflected off the ground.
Well, that's one thing we see, but I'm saying also the cars themselves, they look like distorted, right? Like there's something that you
Distorted.
can.
Yep.
Right.
And even the road seems to curve. Like if you see the picture of
Right.
the cars, the road on the right side almost seems
Right.
to curve down.
Right.
That could just be the actual road. Though.
Well, but here's the thing. Now, with this, are we mentioning flat or globe Earth with any of this? Is there anything talking about that?
No, it seems to be separate from that phenomena.
Correct. Now, I need you to remember this, right? Alternating. So, a lot of people, they don't understand that this has nothing to do, and what I'm showing people is it has nothing to do with the argument. Like, as far as like people debating whether the Earth is a flat or globe. But what this is showing us is something's happening in the medium of air alone. There's not two contacting media here. There's only air, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Where
right.
but where are you going with this? What's the point?
So I have to build a case because it seems like if I was to shift over to the if I shift over too quickly, you're not going to see the connection. So I'm showing you this happens. It's not talking about flat or globe. Now now I'm going to fast forward to now since you've seen these two images. There's plenty more, by the way, but we don't for the purpose that we need to talk about. We're just going to shift over to the black swan. Now we can move over to the black swan. So we're going to move over to the black swan and look at the image once again. What do you see
Yep.
is happening now with this understanding solidified, right? Because we now have examples and we understand what is happening. We don't have to guess anymore. We know the phenomena. Now look at the bendy cranes on that platform. What do you think is happening?
Can you like supply like a link to that image in chat? I've just
Again?
lost it. I have to scroll
Oh
up a
shit,
bunch.
dude.
Or
I
unless it's at the
guess.
bottom, maybe I just need to scroll.
No, I mean, if somebody can post the Black Swan again, that'd be great. I usually I mean, I think I might have it. I don't know if I saved it or not. Thank you, Plum Bob. All right, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
I
cool. Yeah.
actually
So
do
in
have it. Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
so I see the image. And you're
Mhm.
asking me like what do I observe in this image that seems
Yes.
distorted?
Now compare
So
what we've learned.
so what we've seen, well,
Mhm.
what we've learned is that I mean, heat haze can cause distortions, and
Correct.
we see distortions that look like heat haze.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
That's it. But remember, we separated globe and flat Earth. There's nothing about this that's going to tell us one way or the other. It's just telling us the phenomenon,
Well,
what's taking place in
well,
the air.
it tells us how light rays that cameras use to create images can be distorted by
Yes.
what is in
Now,
the air.
yeah, but we're
How
also
does that not
saying is
apply
that
to an image where we use a
yeah,
camera to
yeah,
take a
but
photo?
what I'm saying though is that when you see like these other images on the website we were just at, that car doesn't look like it's a lot closer or a lot farther. It just looks distorted. You know what I mean? There's a distortion there. We're not gauging distance because of this phenomena. You understand?
Yeah,
It
but
doesn't.
I thought the premise of Black Swan was like we shouldn't be able to see it at all because it should
No,
be
it's not.
No,
beneath
It's not
no,
actually.
our view.
That's not
Because we
it.
should see the horizon first. It should
No,
come before, right?
no. But what they're attributing is that because of refraction, the horizon is in a different location due to the fact that the Earth is a globe due to refraction. So what it's doing is it's making a case for that the horizon can be a lot farther because of this phenomena of refraction, terrestrial refraction, which is a very different
Okay.
type, which invokes
And
the
you're
radius.
saying there's something wrong with saying that refraction can cause the horizon to move.
Yes, because
Okay,
with
and what would you
refraction,
say is wrong with it?
because it doesn't invoke two contacting mediums. You're actually having something like this phenomena that I just showed you in that wiki taking place that's separate from their idea that it. Remember, we separated it. It's separate
But the
from them
wiki
saying that.
shows it without two mediums. It just shows it with air, and
I
there's
know, and
air
that's
in
what
our.
we're looking over through the air that we're seeing, because the argument becomes about the bendy cranes. They're saying, well, the bendy cranes, the refraction's happening. Yeah, but they don't realize that when natural phenomena is occurring, what we see with heat haze, it's the same type of like blurriness or distorted view that we're gonna see like the black swan, and it's only happening in the medium of air. The refraction they are invoking would require two contacting media, not what we see, because what we see doesn't make things appear to be closer or farther away. They just look really distorted, like really jacked up.
Yeah,
They look
but
smushed. They look, but they're not. It's not going to bring the like if you were looking at that, like if say if there was a horizon on that image, it's not going to bring it closer or farther away. That's what they're invoking. The fact that refraction is taking place is what it's doing. It's causing the horizon not to be where it's supposed to be. It's going to actually draw the horizon to a different location in your optical view. So when you see it, it's going to push the horizon to a different location, meaning the Earth's geometry is where it's at, where it's supposed to be. Just that when refraction's invoked, it's actually going to move the horizon a lot farther,
yeah,
or bring it a
yeah,
lot
okay.
closer. And that's not the
And you're
case
saying
with
that's
this.
wrong?
That's wrong. You can't say that
Why is
because
that wrong? Why would you say that's wrong?
we're looking at distortion in the air like heat haze, and it has nothing to do with moving the horizon forward or backward.
But distortion from heat haze can move objects in an image taken from a camera.
It looks distorted. It doesn't make them like they're going to be in a different location due to the fact that
Well,
they're on a
think
horizon.
if light is a ray that we're shooting, all right, and it's being bent, let's say it gets bent downward towards the object that should be
Yeah.
out of our viewable zone. Then it would make perfect sense because the light is just bending down with the curve.
Yeah, let me show you another. I'll have to show you another. There's a couple of things I want to show you actually on
It's just
in
a, it's
accordance
just a
with this.
band-aid solution that you're trying
So
to
look,
apply to it, right?
yeah, look at this right here. I need you to look at the text chat. I just posted something, alternating.
All right, I see this.
Right. So look at the camera when it was at the highest view and then it lowers down to the ground. But you can see
Okay.
that the right. So this is another example of heat haze, basically inferior mirage. And the
And it
inferior
shows it
mirage
doing
is,
the opposite effect of what we think it would do. It's actually bringing the horizon closer.
no, it's actually bending things. But the thing is, it's not. The horizon becomes invisible. It's like what we're seeing there. It's like there's nothing there. It like becomes like underneath that road. You can't see it. So
Yeah.
it's not moving. It's supposedly where the horizon should be, but because of our angle or what our angle of view and our elevation where we're seeing that, it changes the optical view of the road. So now we can't see, what we could see, but it doesn't change the fact that the road is where it is. You know what I mean? It's still the road
Yeah,
still
well,
extends far
wait.
past that.
It's like you're making the argument for me. You're saying that light is being bent and what we see is not reality. And so when we see our image of two oil rigs, when a flat Earth case wouldn't, or a round Earth case, we wouldn't see them. If light's being
Mhm.
distorted though, and we're not seeing what's in reality, then it makes sense for us to see them.
Yeah,
No,
because
it
what's
doesn't trip
happening
it.
here is the geometric horizon is supposed to be at a specific location, right? So let's just say that the boats are disappearing over the curvature of the Earth, because that's what's happening in the case for the boats disappearing over curve. So if that curve is said to be where it's supposed to be at, then it was supposed to be happening way sooner than what you see in the far distance. So it doesn't. You can't have the horizon being in different locations. It's not supposed to move. It's like a hill. Think about a hill that's
Yeah,
static,
that
that
makes
doesn't
sense.
move.
It shouldn't move, but we just showed how refraction would cause it
But
to
that's
appear
not
to move.
that is not refraction in the case that they're talking about, saying that it moves. It's not supposed to move. If it moves,
But
then
you've
you
shown all
can't
these
have it.
gifs of refraction moving things
Yes.
visually, even when they're not really moving.
So what do you think is happening though? Is the horizon being at a different location, meaning that we're gonna be able to measure to the horizon, or the horizon is not able to be verified because of refraction? See, what you have is somebody drawing the conclusion that something can be measured, yet we're not able to rely on where it is. Do you find that interesting at all? It's not static. You can't just say, "Oh, I can definitely tell you where the horizon is." The horizon will be at this predicted geometric value for sure. It's going to be there. Tomorrow, when you go there, the horizon will be there. You can't do that. What we have are these already set size of dimensions. It's already 3959. It's already 24,901 miles. All these metrics are static. You can't move. You're going to work within the framework, whether it's there or not. Now, what they're invoking, however, is a different type of thing that's happening. So on the one hand, you can see things closer, and on the other hand, you can see farther away. You don't find that as a problem for the geometric horizon to be where it's supposed to be? It's a predicted distance. It's supposed to be.
It is a
It doesn't
predicted distance.
change. It does not change.
Can I just want to express like what I'm understanding to
Sure.
make sure that I'm grasping what you're saying, right? So you're saying that if the Earth was a globe, we obviously wouldn't see the second oil rig because the horizon would come first. And then you're saying that the horizon, by the globe definition, should be at a fixed distance. Therefore, it should
Yes.
never change visually.
Yeah,
The
I'll put
part
it
that
to you
I
like
don't
this.
understand
Yeah, I'll put it to you
is
like
when you're
this,
saying
right? Yeah,
refraction
let me
can't
just
cause
break it down to you, all right? Let me just break
visually
it down to you.
change.
All right, that's fine. So if you're saying at a 1 foot observer height, the geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles. From that point forward, from 1.22 miles, you should see
You should see nothing.
nothing at
Yep.
all. And what we're saying is because you could zoom. Okay, I'll put it to you this way: if you zoom in, you could see farther. When you would, if you okay, so if you move the camera all the way to you remember the image that I put of the road that has heat haze?
Yeah.
Okay, if you zoomed in, do you think you would be able to see past that heat haze?
No, I don't think so.
Right. That's the issue. You get it now?
Yeah, if it was a globe, if you zoomed in, you shouldn't be able to see the second object because the curvature of the Earth
That's
would
right.
physically
That's it.
obscure it.
That's it.
This is the part. Let's tackle the part that I don't understand. You're
Okay.
saying that refraction cannot be applied to this because if it could, then we could easily claim that the light is just bending due to refraction around the obscured section, allowing us to view it.
Yes.
So tell me
Yes.
why refraction can't be applied here.
Because on the case for the heat haze, when you lower the camera down to the ground, me and you can both agree that no amount of zoom is going to bring that road back into view because of the heat haze and the low angle that you are on. Do you follow me? You want me to post the image again so you can see?
Yeah, I'm just confused
You're
on how
almost there.
that
You're almost
equates
there.
to
You're almost there. Here,
the ocean
let me put
and
the, I know, but
the heat haze we see there.
okay, so let me just show you this one more time. See that image that I
If you were
posted?
to zoom in that
So you
image, you would
all the way.
only see the heat haze refraction. You wouldn't
Thank you.
see
Yes.
other sections,
Yes.
which is
Yes.
why when you
Yes.
zoom in on the Earth, you only see the refracted
You're
other
getting it.
oil
You're
rig,
getting it. You're getting it. That's right. So if let's say
and that would be
now
pro globe.
no, that would be against it because if I lower down, listen, when I'm lowering down to the ground over here with the heat haze, the last image that I put up, the GIF, if I'm all the way down to the bottom, that means I can't see beyond whatever, that where it stops, where the heat haze is, right? If I zoom in, I wouldn't be able to see. What we get
If you
though
zoomed in, you would just see what the heat haze is
is
refracting.
yeah,
That's what you would
yeah.
see when you zoom in.
Yes, yes. Do you get it now?
Yeah,
Do
so
you
how
get it?
does
So
that
hold on to
not
that. Hold on.
connect to the oil rigs if there's refraction causing the
Right.
oil rigs
Here's
to
the
be
thing
seen?
though. Here's the
When you zoom
thing.
in on that refraction, you should see it.
Alternating. So what happens is they're zooming in. They're seeing the oil rig. So if the from the 1 foot observer height, right, all the way to the oil rigs, there would have been already the heat haze like obstructing that you couldn't see because there's so much refraction in the
No,
air
what they
that's
see
making
is the heat haze, and that's why it looks so bent and like squiggled
but it's
because you're
not
not actually seeing
blocking.
the oil rig.
It's not blocking the viewer. It should be blocking the viewer so you cannot see that far. If it was moving around like you want to claim the refraction is doing, you would not be able to see farther. The distortion would block your view, like what we would say, obstruct your view from seeing something farther past because the heat haze is making it impossible for you to see beyond it, right? You can obviously see. You can't see the road once the camera lowers down to the ground. The angle of view gets a lot more narrow. Then you can't see past that. So that's trouble for the globe because
Can I
yes.
bring something up? When we went on that
Go ahead.
Wikipedia article that talked about inferior mirage, that's the case where the objects that get bent are shown to be lower than they are in actuality. But when we look at superior mirage, that's when we see which is right below inferior mirage in the post. It says light rays are bent down, making farther away objects appear higher than they are, which would make sense for us seeing the second oil rig because
Yeah,
the
but
light
we
rays are being
the
bent down
predicted
with the
yeah,
curvature.
but you got to remember something, right? The predicted value where the horizon should be is at 1.22 miles. That means that anything else that it catches beyond that is already an infraction against the globe. You can't see 1.22 miles if let's just say it was because of the refraction causing the heat haze. Then you couldn't see past
Causing
it
light to bend.
because it would make the horizon look like it's at 1.22 miles, right? If let's just say because at 1 foot off the water, you shouldn't see far beyond that because the geometric horizon would be that's where it is 1.22 miles away. Everything you see far past that is not able to be seen. However, you still see far past that, so the predicted value of the Earth's geometry is not where it's supposed to be. I think I'm saying it over and over again, but you're just
I
not. It's
think
not
what you're
getting. You're not
saying
getting it.
that in the image it doesn't show where it's supposed to be, but the image is also
Yep.
experiencing refraction, which of course is going to cause it to look different than reality. Therefore, we can't use it
Yes, you
as
can.
our
Yes, you can.
definition of
It's an
reality
observation.
unless we
It's an
for
observation
refraction
of the
and know the
horizon
refraction
alternating. It's an
value.
observation of the horizon, the geometric horizon, allegedly from the Earth being a globe. is far past where the 1.22 miles is. It's at 10 miles. There's no
Are you
amount of
trolling me right
refraction.
now?
No, I'm telling you this right now. The refraction that's happening doesn't make the horizon go that far away from 1.22 miles to 10
But
miles. It
how do
doesn't
you
do
how
that.
do you know that refraction isn't causing that when it looks like a refraction visually? It seems to have
It's
the
okay, like
similar
I told you,
effects.
you didn't separate. You're now conflating. You didn't separate heat haze from what we're seeing. You're actually making it seem like it's both.
Well, heat haze
So
is defined as refraction.
I know, but it's not doing the actual like magic hat trick that you want it to do. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Because at 1.22 miles, if you don't see the predicted geometric horizon there, then you're already lost. You already lost. If you don't see
oh
it there, you're done.
okay, wait, we're using our image to measure the geometry, right? We're assuming that our image is going to supply an accurate representation of the geometry.
No,
Correct?
no. You're testing the validity of the geometry.
Of the
You're
claim that the
testing it.
geometry
It's not,
is
yeah,
a globe
right.
with an
So
image that is collected from electromagnetic waves that have been bent by refraction. If
no,
they've
see,
been bent, then
if
they
you invoke
cannot
that,
make an accurate.
if you invoke that, then every other image that you're gonna take a picture of, no matter what you do, is gonna be
It's
flawed.
going to be
So
wrong to some degree,
yeah, so that means that every
unless we could account for
wait,
the
wait a minute, wait a
refraction.
minute. No. It's not. I'm telling you, even if you were to account, it doesn't make the horizon extend 10 miles away from its predicted value. You're already lost right there. It
Well,
doesn't do that.
if you are true, if the refraction that is being shown wouldn't cause that severe of a change, such as allowing us to see the oil rig when we shouldn't, then you would be right. I just feel like
That's
that would
why
be
I'm
very
saying you
difficult
haven't
for you
looked
to
into this
prove and
argument.
hard for me
Yeah,
to
alternating. This is the part where you
understand.
need to understand there is some exponential distance from, and listen, 10 miles was conservative because we're just putting it at that, but it's actually a lot farther because we see the mountain rate or, the mountains that are far past that. And that's somewhere in the like 20-mile range. So it's really generous, or I'd say conservative, that we're putting it at 10 miles, but it's a lot farther. However, now that you know this, you can't have something from 1.22 miles to at least 20. Now I'm gonna make it even worse for you. So
Well, the only
you're
way for
trying
us
to
to know
think
that is if
there's
we
no
did the refraction calculation.
go for it. Like that's the whole point,
Oh,
right? But it
I'm
doesn't.
not prepared to do that. You're right. I would
Well,
need to do that though to
yeah.
truly
Then
secure
it's
my
it's a
point.
journey. It's a journey for you. But what I'm telling you is that it doesn't rescue the image because already if you're saying this that the horizon can move that far away from its predicted
I'm
value.
saying the horizon won't move, but how we view it through a camera will
No,
change due to refraction.
That's automatic sabotage because you're saying your eyes work, but the camera doesn't. You can't do that.
Well, no,
And
no, no, because our eyes would see the mirage too. I'd say,
are you
say,
using refraction? Are you using refraction to validate the geometry and justify it?
Yep.
The claim
He is.
geometry.
I'm using
that's
refraction to say that it doesn't allow us to accurately know what the geometry looks like with our regular perspective intuition. We would have to do some
that goes against your argument. That
calculation.
goes
Yeah, that
against
goes
you
against your
then.
argument. That's what I was telling him.
Oh,
That's
how does
exactly
it
what
go
I was
against
saying.
my argument? Or maybe I haven't made my
You're
argument
supposed
clear.
to
Maybe I should restate
because
it.
I'll tell you. I'll let you know because you're supposed to be supporting the claim of the 3,959 mile radius, giving us a 1.225 geometric horizon. That's what you're supposed to be supporting.
Yep. And the image we see of the
Right.
oil rigs would say that that's not true, right? The image should be used as evidence to say that the Earth's radius isn't, in fact, the value that we say it is. That's what
Right.
the image proves, right?
Yep.
However, I'm going to say the image doesn't prove this because the image itself is faulty due to refraction changing the way it views the actual geometry of
Yeah,
the
but
Earth.
you just sabotage yourself in that one fell swoop. That means that anything that you do with any image is going to be faulty. Think
I'm
about it.
saying that
You're
anytime you
sabotaging every
take an
position.
image, you have to account for refraction
Yeah,
that will bend light.
listen, the
Yeah,
refraction
I
the
think
ref,
you're running. Yeah,
You're running off because like
This has
you,
been my claim the whole
you
time.
you
If
just
light bends,
yeah
it's
no
not
I
an
know,
accurate
but you
image.
just said it doesn't conform to the curvature of the Earth. The curvature of the Earth is the thing that
I'm
you're trying to
saying the
prove.
visual
And
that has
hang on,
been.
let me
Oh, I'll
finish.
let you
Let me
finish. I'm sorry.
finish. Yeah, and you know, then it goes back to the problem of, well, where'd they get the radius of the curvature in the first place? So you're trying to make it match the curvature of the Earth that's never been measured. So you claim refraction so that it meets the standard of the curvature of the Earth, but you've got nothing to compare it to.
Because you never measured it.
Exactly.
You understand?
I don't think he gets it. You'll get it in just a moment.
What you've done is an ad hoc band-aid fix, right, for something that you haven't even validated to begin with. So it's really circular reasoning to the
telling
utmost
him.
degree.
Well, allow me to just restate my argument just so like it's clear. I'm saying that any image we take where we're going to look at that image and try to understand the geometry of the world from it, we're going to have to account for refraction because that bends light and makes it
Do you know?
not
Do you
give
know
an
that?
accurate
Yeah, but hang
representation.
on, alternating. Do you know that terrestrial refraction includes 7/6R when you're figuring refraction?
I don't know anything at all you just said. No,
Well,
I do not
I'm
know
telling
that.
you that it's invoking the radius. Terrestrial refraction.
Then
Look
you're
it
trying to
up.
prove.
Terrestrial refraction invokes the radius, the R value. And you can't have something begging the question already baked into the formula of the thing you're trying to prove. It's circular.
Yeah, and you've just thrown out land surveying as well that claims the curvature of the Earth over distance shots as well, because they claim that they're seeing site to site, but you're saying that now we can't use any measurements because of refraction. So
He sabotaged it. Yep.
I'm just saying that we have to consider refraction.
Yeah, but the
And we have to
refraction,
account for it.
you
We
keep
could use
saying
the
it
image
over
if
and
we
over,
could account for
alternating.
it.
You have no knowledge that the 7/6R, that standard
Yeah,
refraction.
you're right. I
Yeah,
have not
I
looked
know
into that,
that.
and
So
I
you're
don't know what
kind
it
of
means.
shooting your guns off right now, thinking you got a point. You don't. You're actually dead in the water, but you don't know it. So you have to actually invest some time into looking into this, where you're actually going to do some due diligence and figure out why the 7/6R is being used in the formula that's already circular reasoning and begging the question. Because you don't have radius.
7/6R
Yeah,
is used in
radius.
what
Yeah,
formula?
that's the radius value of terrestrial refraction. So you're gonna it's in the
Oh, okay,
formula.
okay.
So you
So I
can't
guess
go ahead.
let me say my next step then to make sure that I'm right about my claim about light bending, or I guess my attempts to prove it wrong. To prove that I'm wrong, I would need to see to what degree light would actually bend. I would need to find out what that is.
Well, yeah, but you still
But so
forget
I'd
that.
have to do research into that equation, right?
Yeah, in think about it like this.
well,
You can't provide evidence for the thing with something in the equation that already is begging the question of the thing you want to provide evidence for. That's circular. You're using something in the formula that's already telling you a radius value that you
What
haven't.
am I using that I shouldn't
Yeah,
use? You're saying
let
the
me tell you,
radius of
but you
the
just
Earth. I'm
interrupted me.
using that.
Let me tell you, but you just
I'm
interrupted
sorry.
me. So basically, what you're doing is when you use 7/6R, you're using the radius value to tell you where the refraction should be telling you where you should see the horizon. But you can't see the horizon where it's supposed to be at using a formula that's giving you the radius value inserted already baked into it. You're
You're
using
right.
the
If I'm
radius
gonna
value
approach
of
this,
the
I shouldn't use any radius value at all. I
and
think
that's what
what
I'm saying.
makes the
Oh,
most
if you do
sense.
that, yeah, but if you do that, you're already like not using the standard refraction. That's what I'm saying. Like you have to, in order for you to do it the way the globe wants you to have it done, is you have to beg the question. You have to pre-assume that the Earth has a radius, and then use the formula to solidify your position, which is circular reasoning. It's begging the
Okay,
question.
that to a degree, you're right. So if I want to actually prove this, I cannot use the radius of the Earth, and I shouldn't assume where the horizon will be. So I think a good way to test this is if we looked at multiple photos of this of the two rigs at different times when refraction should change because refraction is dependent on temperature. If we observe those all being identical, of it always showing that second oil rig at the same height, then that
Why?
would be
Yeah,
Where
but
they
you're
gonna?
still not. Yeah, alternating.
because
Look at. Can you look at the? Just look at the text chat. T-Dub just put in what it is right there. So you might want to take a look at that. People are putting
You'll
stuff
see
in.
that there's OG there, right? You'll see in that diagram O and G. That's the geometric horizon, one that you're saying we can't see because of refraction, right? And it's baked into the math, right? Like Alpha was saying, it's baked into the math which is used for the refraction. It's the refraction is based upon it. The
is
radius
the
is all part
the
of all those values that you'll get from their claim that refraction will make things seem like the Earth is flat relies on the radius value to begin with.
in that image, the diagram showing the refraction, is the line that comes out from O supposed to be an electromagnetic ray that's being refracted? Is that why it appears as curved?
Light path OH would be your arced path of
Oh,
light.
okay. And so you're saying that that calculation will show that if we were to apply it to our black swan circumstance, it would show that we shouldn't be able to see the second oil rig because the light wouldn't
No,
refract to that degree.
well, you'd actually need an arc that's 400 times the value of the radius instead of 6, or 7 over 6r, right? So you're going to need 400 times that instead of 7. I mean, but
So
the thing
that
is, what we're
shows that
trying
the
to tell you
refraction
is,
isn't sufficient then. That doesn't
but the
okay.
claim geometry is baked into the
Yeah,
math.
it's already in the math. So in other words, if you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it with this. You can't do it without. It's like married to the information. So when you're actually testing and using refraction, you'll be using this circular reasoning refraction.
Wait. Are you saying it's a problem if we use the radius of the Earth in our calculations?
Yeah.
But
like listen,
I think it's not a
alternating.
problem if you end up getting an answer that doesn't conform with the radius. Then you know the radius
in the
is wrong.
first instance, how did you derive it?
How did I derive the radius? I
Radius.
didn't. I just stole it off Google.
So
So we
not
need
what
some
I'm
way
saying.
to validate the radius, right?
What I'm
We need
telling
some
you
way to
is that
That's the problem.
who got the that's the issue, right? So who got
Okay,
that?
couldn't we
Couldn't
try
what?
validating the radius by
That's what you're attempting
taking
to
a
do with the
photo?
black. Listen, when you're testing to see if the Earth has any curvature, that's what you want to find out. If the Earth
That
is
is what you want to
curving,
find out.
yeah. So how can you
Yeah,
find out if the Earth is
and if it
curving?
was,
They're already telling you it has a radius.
you wouldn't see the horizon, right? Or the
No,
horizon would
dude.
block the second.
No. You're attempting to see if the Earth is curving to know that if it does have a radius with already the radius value given to you already.
Yes. Yes, I would agree. Yep, that is what the test is.
Yes, but you can't do that. That's fucking circular, man. Like I'm saying it over
It
and over
is.
now.
How's
Now
that
I'm becoming
circular?
circular.
Test if the
It's
supplied
circular reasoning, aka
answer
begging
is
the
correct
question.
by measuring it, by seeing if it checks out with other
No.
observable
Fuck,
fact.
dude.
Like, what's wrong
You
with
can't
trying
use
to?
a pre-assumed radius value. By what are you testing that from? Like, where did you
Well,
get
what
that?
if
Why are you even using it?
you're testing if that pre-calculated radius value conforms with
Yeah,
other
but
observable
where did
rules?
you
Where'd that
get
come?
it
Where'd it
from?
come from?
Where did it come from?
All I'm saying, all I'm trying to argue is
Yeah,
that
but
if
no.
we want to
You
prove
can't get
that
away from this alternating. You
radius,
can't get away from this. Where did the radius value come from? Where did it originate?
I do not know the original source of it, but let's suppose I do get it from Google. That means I don't know if it's true or not, right? Like, how am I
Yeah.
supposed to know if it's true if I just found it as source online?
I think
But
you're
there
retarded
are
as
ways,
shit.
I believe.
All right.
Is that, wait, are you referring to me or them?
I second that. All those in favor say aye.
No, just relax.
Okay.
I think you're a
what
retard.
I'm saying that if we get some random value from some random person, we can try and validate it through observable evidence.
Yeah, that sounds
How do
stupid
you
as fuck.
how do you fucking observe a radius, dude? How are you observing that?
You would do the oil
The
test,
ruler.
the oil rig image test, which
You
immediately
cannot.
shows to prove it
No,
wrong, right?
no,
It
no,
immediately
no.
shows that the
Alternate.
radius
No,
value
no.
is
You're way off.
incorrect,
You're way off.
which is what you would say.
Before.
No, I'm
No,
literally
before you were
showing your
closer.
point.
Before you were closer. Now you're way off. You can't observe the radius by doing a line of sight test. Do you know what radius is?
Do I know it is the distance from the surface to the center of a sphere?
Yes. How can you get that shit from the surface? You don't
By
observe that.
calculating the curvature. You can go from curvature of circle to
You
radius
don't
of
have.
circle.
Listen. You can't calculate the surface curvature because you're trying to use refraction that has the R value baked in. It's already giving that to you. So when you're trying to say, well, let's put the refracted value in there, and when you do that, it already has the R
that
value.
does make sense. If the
Thank
calculation
you.
for reaction has R value baked in, that would be
Yes.
circular reasoning. I
Thank
would
you.
agree with you there.
Fuck, dude. Like, it only took us an hour. Like, fucking alternating, dude.
He made it. He made it, guys. He made it.
Fuck.
But I'm not saying that
What?
like, oh, I
Don't go back
suddenly
in,
think the whole
bro. Don't
claim is
fucking go
correct.
back in. We're out. We're out. We're fucking out.
No, no. You can never stop your search for evidence. But you also, I can't just stick with like the global Earth claim either. I'm gonna have to look at
Well,
both sides and try to prove either one.
You know what? That's
I
fine.
can't
Do
just
what you
stop
want.
here and say we're done.
Do what
Because
you want.
some global Earth
Knock yourself
person
out.
could
Go
say
nuts,
the same
dude.
thing.
Go nuts. Have fun. But what from this point, we're done. Black Earth, the Black Earth, the Black Swan is already proven. I mean, it's just it is. Like you can don't dive back into that shit, man. We're out. We don't need to go back in.
Well, wait. You showed me a photo of a calculation that you're saying is circular.
It is.
But like, I know nothing about that. I would still have to look deep into that
Then yeah,
calculation
look
and see
deep
what's up
into
with
it,
that
man.
too.
Yeah, just do it on your own time. You'll be fine.
I would have
All
to
right,
do
dude?
that. Yeah, I'm saying that like we haven't just like figured it out right now. Like there's still
I
more.
have.
We still
You
have to.
haven't, but go ahead, knock yourself out. Like I know
It's
where
been
I'm at with it.
falsified. It's been falsified already. That you're looking for
we're good.
something. He's
Yeah.
looking for something that doesn't exist. That's why he's having issues because he's
Yeah.
gonna be looking for it in the math, in the numbers, and
Yep.
he's gonna go to, like he said himself, he's gonna go to Google and find it there. But when you go to reality, you don't find it in reality.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem.
And I said, knock
I feel
yourself
like
out.
you can
dude.
use Google as a source to prove the Earth is flat too.
No, dude.
I'm sure.
The point is,
I mean, we're on the
look,
internet
the
right now.
point
We
is,
can
yeah,
use it to prove it's flat
listen,
or
I
not
know
flat.
that alternating, but the point is that the information has to be substantiated by some field test. You have to do a method. You have to test
You're right.
something.
We have to make sure the information is
There
correct.
you go. So you have to actually
That was
do the
what I was
actual
claiming
work.
earlier.
Yeah, but dude, I don't want to go back in. We're out. Like fucking. Let's save that for another day.
And there's where I disagree. We're never out until we hit rock bottom and
Well,
see
I'm
that our
out.
evidence
You
is
fucking want to go
based on
back in? You can
everything.
go in by yourself. Like I'm good. I've done what my due diligence with you and this
that's fine.
argument. So
We've been here for like 2 hours. So
yeah, I know.
yeah.
All right, so we do have some people in here that probably want to jump in. Welcome back for you guys. This is a 24/7 circular reasoning Earth channel. We fucking wowzer.
Yeah, I don't know why he's even claiming that he's got to look into it. You saw it with your own eyes. Why don't you believe your eyes?
No, I mean,
Did
Is
you
that
say it was
supposed to be a
Circular
joke?
Earth
I
Channel?
saw it with my own eyes.
That's right. Look at the gears are turning inside Owlishness now with that name. Yeah.
anyway,
Wonder what would have taken.
we
Go
got
ahead.
some new people in here. So we got Crow Gould, Naps. You guys have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead and present it. We have.
You don't
Kush.
like my evidence.
Perp Kush,
What
I
is
don't know. I don't know. You haven't said
Yeah,
anything.
likewise, I just get
Have you?
muted.
Naps, you are a bit of a pain in the ass, but everybody else that I
Yeah, but that's
met-
because I point out how much you like to monologue and then you just mute me. So.
What's the
Alrighty.
evidence?
Huh?
What is the evidence?
Oh, we flew into space.
Okay.
Good
Can you
job.
demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
See, I told you you didn't like my evidence, right? Because it relies on like other sources that aren't my own eyes.
It
So,
relies on imagination, Crow.
yeah, like
Well,
you're gonna say a
ask
bunch
you a
of mean
question.
things about it, but
No, I haven't said
Realistically,
it.
people have gone very, very high into the sky. Okay, I don't need to be them to know that
At
they
what
were there.
altitude? At
Oh,
what
sorry.
altitude does the curvature of the Earth start to
Bro,
appear?
they went so high
You'll
that
never get an
altitude was
answer.
never a
You'll
consideration.
never get an answer. Yep, you'll never get an answer. They can't
they
even
went-
attempt.
They went
Here comes the
1,000
monologuing of
1,000 miles
religious
up.
claims, right?
1,000
Monologue
miles
of
up.
religious claims. Saw that on TV. Yeah, cool story.
I-
Hopefully, we can just
Bro,
somebody
I
can tell
literally
us when the
prefaced this with you
curvature
wouldn't
starts
like it.
to
I don't know why
appear.
you gotta be so combative.
I just got to get one answer, guys. Whenever you find out when the curvature starts to appear, just let us know.
1,000 miles is my.
So
I'm
just
too busy to
just
Google
make
it.
that's my
Guess.
that's just a guess exactly. That's my point. They don't have a real answer. They admit it's just guessing. That's how weird these people are.
No, like I'm pretty sure if you go 1,000 miles
really
into the sky, you'll
weird.
see the
So we're gonna have to
curvature.
stop this a little bit. All right, so Krogo, Jedi was
And
asking
there
a
we
question.
go.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's
So
get ready
Krogo,
for a 5-minute irrelevant rant
shut
from
your
Alpha Veritas.
dumbass
Mute me,
up and
please,
sit
because
down.
I'm not going to stop.
Shut up.
Mute me then.
Krogo, go ahead and go if you want to. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute you. You can talk to Jedi.
Wait, I was muted?
Yeah, just right now you are. Go ahead.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah, no, you're not people, so just do your thing.
No, that's fine. No one's. Well, I'm not going to be mean about evidence. I'm just going to ask you to
can I ask more
demonstrate. Why?
I'm not going to engage with you if I was muted.
I didn't mute you.
I don't care.
I did.
Krogel, if you want a bit of fun,
now,
ask them about the moon. That's really a brilliant response.
Still want a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. If you can give me that, then I might start buying your space stories.
No, I'm not going to engage. You muted me. It's over. Just move on to next person, please.
Okay, then fuck off.
Fuck off.
Okay.
I tell you what, act like uncontained gas. And
I
fuck
will
off.
mute myself. How about that?
That's
Cool, awesome.
You guys might want to get a credit app, Jedi, so that they can tell you where they get their information from. If television is one of those answers, just have that under their little profile. If they believe in television, I mean, that's normal. Why can't they just tell us that at the beginning? I mean, that's what we already knew.
All right, we got Perp Kush in the channel right now. Perp Kush, if you're there, you can open up your mic and ask some questions, or if you have any. Welcome to the channel.
I already tried this once. I don't really have much questions, but I mean, if we do have photos, I'm wondering what your guys' rebuttal to this is, right? We do have photos taken from space, such as the one in the chat. I mean, if the Earth is flat, are you saying that they just didn't get a wide enough angle? You're saying these photos are faked?
Can I
Because
ask a question?
Cartoons are no photos, bro. Cartoons
Go
are no
ahead,
photos,
Jemsy.
bro. Sorry.
Jemsy, let me know if I can ask one thing. What would we have to do in reality? What would we have to witness down there that would disprove all of those photos? Anyone want to give me an answer?
that
We'd
doesn't
have to
answer.
see them like edit the photos.
Yep.
No
Exactly. There's
curvature
no
of the
answer.
surface?
Oh, right. Like, would we have to see 1,000 miles over the ocean? I mean, would that do it? 1,000 miles, anybody over the ocean?
Nah,
I guess
10's
that wouldn't do it. No, you can't do it. I mean, 10's not enough for me. So I'm saying, like, would 100 times that be better? Then what would the excuse be? I mean, would it be the same excuse? I don't know.
Hey, Purple, honestly, you can't tell that that's a cartoon, like, just objectively, the picture that you posted up.
I was gonna say that, man. It's a
So,
straight
I'm
up
just-
cartoon, bro.
All
Like,
right, so
what?
that's fine. So that's pretty much my question. So is that your claim? Like all of the photos that we have of Earth are just
That's
cartoons?
not a photo, bro. That's a cartoon. That's a straight up
It's an
cartoon, bro.
actual- It's actually from NASA. It's like literally from NASA.
That's awesome.
don't know
I'll
what-
ask the same question. I'll ask the same question that I asked the last guy who didn't want to answer the question and just run away. So I will buy your space pictures if you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
What?
Space is a vacuum, and it's
Wait, hold-
uncontained from our. Oh, no, you've asked what, so I'm going to tell you what.
I just asked a simple question, right? Okay, let's say
Yes.
let's say the fucking
Doesn't
photo
get
that I
it.
posted in
Doesn't
chat
get it.
is fucking
Doesn't want to
cartoon.
listen. Doesn't want to understand.
Bro,
Don't
there's
understand.
photos
Or you
of the
don't
Earth.
understand.
Are you saying that there's
Yes.
photos of the Earth from
Right.
space? There's never been a
Okay.
photo taken from space of the Earth. Is that what we're saying right
No.
now?
Listen. No, because space vacuums don't exist.
So you're saying we've never been to space? That's part of your guys' argument?
Obviously, because space vacuums don't exist.
Oh, interesting. Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to explain to you? Would you like me to explain to you why?
No, not really.
They watch them on TV.
No, not
They see
really.
them on
Hold
TV.
on.
Yeah, they
Exo,
like the
hold
TV.
tight. Sorry, buddy. You don't want to understand why we make this claim that space vacuums don't exist. You would rather just walk away and think that we just go,
Well,
nah, that can't exist. Or would you
because
like to understand?
that would be implying that that NASA is extremely good at lying and faking the entire space station, all of this evidence that we've had, the asteroid, stuff that we got back from the fucking
Asteroid?
Yeah, we just brought back.
TV shows, man.
You said asteroid.
I don't know why you guys are laughing, but that's fine. But yeah, we just brought
Well,
back.
because it's a big TV show.
You guys, that's
saw
what
it
I'm
on
saying.
TV.
So,
the
what you're telling
asteroid.
me?
Yes,
so what
TV
you're
isn't
telling me-
real.
TV shows too.
Yes, crazy.
Yeah,
TV isn't real.
I don't know why you guys are laughing, but
He
that's
just
fine.
said.
So what's
Did you
your?
hear what he said? He said we
Okay.
brought back stuff from the asteroid.
The asteroid, yeah, bro.
Okay. Anyway, so are you guys saying that NASA is better than Hollywood?
Yes. Yes.
Better?
Pretty
No,
much
they're
the
not
same
that good
thing.
at all. Yeah, they're not that good. Hollywood gives us way better results, to be honest. 2001: Space Odyssey. Yeah, check that out.
And you guys
And for less money, way better. For less money, Hollywood and Disney.
The moon rocks turned out to be petrified wood. Ouch.
Very, very interesting.
Still going to need a demonstration of gas pressure without a container so we can have the vacuum of space in the first instance.
Yeah, let me tell this young man something. Sir, if we disproved outer space, you wouldn't believe, that the Earth is still not a ball, right? You'd still believe in a ball Earth, right? Yeah, that's
There's no stopping you, is there?
It doesn't. I mean, listen, you came to a car dealership. If you're kicking tires, sir, that's no problem. If I paid you, would you drive the car home today? Yeah, I might have to discuss that with your wife. Yeah, thanks. How far you got to see out there? All right.
Does the flat Earth community identify with like any religion at all, or are they like?
I'm not a flat earther. Let's ask a Jedi
not you,
or
not
Mayhem.
you.
Yeah, Mayhem or Jedi.
Anyone
Go
here
ahead,
who
guys.
represents them.
Again, do you know that flat earthers come from many different types of religions? And it's not a religious
So pretty much answers the question then. Yeah, so
it's not a religious
it's less
argument.
of affiliated with the mindset and more of just a specific thing detached from religion.
There's atheists. There's actually can you tell them that the atheists are actually flat earthers as well? There's also antichrist flat earthers. Just look at Jeranism, and so there's plenty of different flat earthers out there, bruh. Just look around. Yeah.
What were you going on about, Jedi, about the gas pressure?
Because we're told that out there is a vacuum,
I was helping
and
you.
it's uncontained from this gas pressure that we breathe, which is two problems. One, gas pressure is defined as the force that gas exerts upon the walls of its container. We're told that the Earth is an open system, so there wouldn't be anything for the gas to press upon. It's not going to press on a vacuum now, is it? Which brings up the second point. The high energy gas will disperse into the lower pressure environment. So the vacuum of space is a second law of thermodynamics violation, and it also violates 7 gas laws. You can't have gas pressure without a container, and if there's no physical boundary between the high pressure and the much, much, much lower pressure, the gas will increase in entropy and disperse into that vacuum. So therefore the vacuum of space can't exist.
So you're saying that there can be no vacuum of space without like some sort of physical boundary enshrouding the Earth, preventing gas from escaping?
If that's the claim that up there is a vacuum, then there must be a physical boundary to achieve gas pressure and stop the gas fucking off.
And so if there was a physical boundary, then any gas that would like get a certain collide with this boundary, a force would be applied on that gas, moving it back towards.
No, we would have gas pressure. We would have gas pressure, wouldn't we? You understand what gas pressure is, don't you?
So why? Yeah, I understand what gas pressure is. It's every particle of the gas pushing against the walls of the gas, or exerting a force on something inside of
Container.
the container.
container.
So if a container is just
Mhm.
a bunch of walls that apply a force on anything that collides with it, why couldn't gravity work similarly to a container if it's a force that always points towards the
Well,
center?
Not a
two
force, mate.
problems. Two problems. One, you'd have to prove gravity in the first instance, but I'll tell you what, I'll sidestep that one for you. You'd also have to demonstrate gas being affected by gravity. So could you point to somewhere in the physical natural world where gravity, and we're giving it to you, changes the path of gas molecules? Could you do that?
Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry, I've navigated. We're weird.
Yeah,
If you can hear me, you can hear me right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I would say gravity affects gases because heavier gases fall to the bottom and lighter gases remain at the top of a container that you place those gases in. They will arrange themselves because of gravity.
Where'd
Container.
you get that answer from? Where'd that
Container.
answer come from?
I
Sorry,
just
2
pulled that off
seconds,
the top of my
Exo.
head. So
Oh, okay.
Container.
Okay, cool.
You said
well,
container.
have you seen? Okay,
You said
here
container.
I'll supply one without a container.
Or
I've
without a
seen
container.
I've seen here. I'll
Do
try
it.
and yeah, without a container, I'll try to. Let me just describe it. They put a super heavy gas. They just filled it on like the floor of their house, and then they placed a super light tinfoil like boat, and it floated on that gas layer.
That's phenomenal. That's just a relationship between
There's a
different
video I
gases.
can show.
Hold on,
There's a,
can I answer one fucking question without you
sorry.
starting to ramble? Thank you. So all you're demonstrating to us is different gases and their relationship to each other. A dense gas will sink in the atmosphere. Awesome stuff like sulfur hexafluoride, right? Or
Sulfur
dry
hexafluoride
ice.
was the gas used. Yeah, I forgot its name.
Yeah. But all you're doing is demonstrating a relationship between different densities of gases. You know the vacuum chamber that you mentioned earlier? If you were to put gas back into that vacuum chamber, whether it be helium or sulfur hexafluoride, the gas would feel the limitation of that environment. It will go in all directions.
But if you filled in a lighter gas as well, if you had a lighter gas and a heavy gas both in that, it would arrange
Yeah.
itself so that the heavier or denser gas fills the bottom portion, like you would see if you filled like oil and water inside of a
No
water
one's
bottle. You would
disputing. No
see that
one's
condensing.
disputing this. No one's
Okay, well,
disputing this.
I'm
But you're
saying that's
just
evidence
but
for gravity
no,
affecting air.
but it isn't. What's the direction of gas?
That you mean like in what way do they
Let
arrange themselves relative to each
me
other?
put it like this. Let me put it like this. If you got a football, basketball, or a balloon inside that container, which way is the gas going?
The gas is going in all directions. It's bouncing up the
Being
ball.
being is gravity's just a vector downwards. We don't have the
Correct.
observation of gravity acting upon gas, do we?
Well, if we were to put two gases in there of different densities, we would see that the denser would
You would
go
see
towards
them
gravity direction.
arrange themselves. Yes. No one's disputing this, but this is a relationship between gases' relative density. It's not gravity acting on gas.
Well, I'm saying it is, and I'm saying
Oh, okay. You're just going to blindly assert that it is then. Oh, it is. No. Do you know what the evaporation cycle
I'll
is?
provide another piece.
Do you know what the
another
evaporation cycle is? Do you know what the evaporation
Do I know
cycle
what?
is? The evaporation
Yes,
cycle.
I know about the evaporation cycle. Yes.
Awesome. So after the water is heated, which direction does the gas go?
Opposite of gravity.
So up, right?
Correct.
Awesome. Where's the gas produced on the Earth?
Where is the gas produced on the Earth?
Yeah. Is it produced in the atmosphere or on the surface?
Usually on the surface, that's where evaporation happens from bodies
So,
of water.
so that mass where the gas is produced, the first instance the gas moves away from the mass that you say is attracting it to it. It's interesting. Do you see what I mean about we don't have the observation of gravity acting on gas because it moves away from the mass?
You're saying that because water vapor moves upwards away from gravity, that gravity is not acting on water vapor. I would say that it's the same way that if you put a balloon in water, the balloon will go up,
Mm-hmm.
and the
So the
water
balloon
that
with the
displaces
gas
will
in
go
it.
down.
Yeah. So when you've got
Because
a
it's less
methane, so when you've got a methane vent at the bottom of the ocean, you notice that methane bubbles up away from that solid mass through that liquid mass and disperses into the atmosphere. So
Correct.
the mass that you are saying is attracting it, obviously the gas is going in the opposite direction. We understand that gas. We understand that gas disperses, don't we, in all directions? You already said that, right?
We do it. Have you seen like balloons that get stuck at a certain layer in the sky due to pressure
Relative
variances?
density. Yeah, relative
those?
density. Yeah, they've reached an equilibrium within our atmosphere. Yeah, equilibrium. No one's
Why would you say
denying
that
nothing.
isn't caused by gravity?
Well, okay. So then you're going to have to start proving gravity, being as this isn't driving for you. First of all, we don't have the observed phenomena of gravity acting on gas. But we'll sidestep that one and we go to you proving gravity then. Have you got a scientific experiment that proves gravity?
No, you do have me there. Proving gravity would require a lot of
Well-
things, and I don't think even top scientists have provided like
Hell, man. Try to even define it before you go there.
I will agree with you there, but like all things, we only can like validate them based on how we observe them.
We haven't got the observation of gravity acting on gas yet. You just keep asserting that it is affecting gas. Okay, fine. Then prove gravity.
If we see two gases of different densities arranging themselves because of gravity, are you going to claim that it's not because of gravity? It's some other force causing the dense one to be on the bottom and the less dense one being on the top.
No one's going to be asserting a cause here to the
Yeah,
phenomena
but
of
what about when a
gases.
balloon sinks?
When a balloon sinks back down, what?
Yeah.
If a balloon ever sinks, I would think, from what I know, it's because it's denser than the outside air or whatever's out there. It doesn't have to be air.
What I'm told is that the helium
about right.
eventually makes it out of the balloon and is replaced with like regular air or something. I think, right? That's what they say. I don't know though.
That's awesome. We still don't have the observation of gravity acting upon gas because it isn't just up and down, it's outwards, and we know that gas disperses in all directions. Filling the limitation of its environment, that will be the container that it's in. When it fills that limitation, pressing upon the walls, the consequence of that is gas pressure. The thing is, if you keep increasing the size of the container, the gas is just going to keep filling that container. That's all that's going to happen. It's entropy, right? So if up there is a space vacuum and down here is lots of gas pressure, you would understand that the higher pressure would eventually disperse into the lower pressure environment. Do you remember the vacuum chamber?
I see what you mean there. And also, it would almost go further to prove what you say, because the farther away you are from the object inducing gravity, the weaker gravity should be. So it almost seems like it would make more sense for the outermost air particles to escape from our atmosphere.
Well,
So that would make sense to me. I'm going to look up and see if air does escape from our atmosphere, because it honestly wouldn't surprise me if air did.
You'll find stories about it.
Yeah,
No
within your
demonstrations.
stories.
If it wasn't the Earth, what's the next largest thing with gravity? Jupiter?
Well, another uncontained ball of gas, not dispersing and following entropic law.
Probably the greatest source of gravity besides what we're on right now, the Earth.
The source of this thing that you couldn't demonstrate in any way
It's
whatsoever.
like if you like
that?
snapped your fingers and the Earth and Moon were gone, it would be probably, well, I don't know, Jupiter.
Yes, which
I don't
right?
know.
So
I don't know which one
right.
is the next greatest gravity.
Right, we're still imagining the cartoon balls on outer space, you know, the heavenly celestial bodies. That's not where we live, though, and these flat earthers are just trying to show you something else other than what you guys see on TV. Because yes, if the television religion is true, then all those balls also have magical gravity. If the television cartoon is true, you guys might want to give them some rules to the game.
I'd just like to point out too that even within their paradigm, right, that this whole idea of gravity, like creating these layers of different density gas and weighted gas. All right, so they actually have less or lighter gases, right, closer to ground level, and heavier gases above that. Right, so you can't claim that, not even within your own paradigm. It's not sorting out in that fashion in
It's not.
nature. It's not.
Not at all. It's inhomogeneous. Yeah, I mean, we never bring this up, but you wait till we start moving the ball, the Earth, with all the gas attracted to it. You wait till we start moving it. You're going to have huge fucking problems there. Where on one side of the Earth, the ground is going in the opposite direction to the gas that's going up. Problems.
Right. So if I hit this ball, where is the goalpost, Jedi or Mayhem or any moderators? Where is the goalpost? Just let me know.
The goalpost is.
Once it starts
It's
moving.
out in space. Is it lost in space? I think it's lost in space. That's my final answer. Okay.
Why don't galaxies spin out all crazy? Like these dark energy halos are a little bit confusing.
Yeah, cool story. Yeah, why don't things right on cartoons? Yeah,
to us tell
okay.
you that
Go ahead.
space doesn't exist.
So why don't the cartoons on TV do certain things? I'd have to talk to Walt Disney. I think my dad saw him once at Disneyland like 30 years ago. Yeah.
No, in Narnia, there's a line that talks.
Why?
Evening, ladies
Well,
and
why
gents.
doesn't the lion in Narnia speak Aramaic or Greek? That's what I'd like to know.
This gravity talk is really bringing me down.
It's stressful. Yeah. Well, people. I got a surprise for you guys. Before, what's his name? Isaac Newton? Yeah, people already knew that things fell. I just want you to know that. Thanks.
Hey, the guy TJA C94, was he muted for any reason?
Not that I can remember, buddy, no.
It's
also funny
Archimedes
because
was around
Archimedes'
a long time before
principle.
this Newton guy.
Yeah. You're going to say what I was going to say about Archimedes.
I think we should circle back to like two gases of different densities and why the denser ones sink if not for gravity.
Well, they mix actually, and you're going to be using a container for that again, which defies the whole purpose of the demonstration.
But also, he's just asserting that it's the cause without proving it. He's just.
It's also a semi-permeable container, right?
It's going to be temperature and volume and amount of gas dependent as well in that circumstance.
It's going to be whatever container you choose to show us gas pressure without a container in. That one.
Okay, well, in this case, the balloon is the semi-permeable thing, which is the atmosphere.
No, the balloon, physical balloon isn't the atmosphere. The gas is the atmosphere. The physical balloon would be the physical balloon.
Right, and the physical gas compared to the vacuum of space would be the physical balloon, which is semi-permeable and can, like, not spin.
Okay, so you're saying that there's a flat Earth in space. So your claim is a flat Earth in space?
Oh, I'm not making a claim. I'm just saying that Globers say that.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you notice what happened there, guys?
Wait, no,
So
wait, that's the thing.
Apparently, we've got the. Okay, you go ahead. You go ahead and talk, man.
No, like that's the thing is I don't know. I'm espousing what their argument is, right? Is that like the atmosphere is the balloon, which is the semi-permeable thing. That's what they would say.
That's just gas.
Sure. I just want to point out. Okay, I just got to point out that there's again, I'm not a flat earther, but there are flat earthers that believe in space. There are flat earthers that believe in that stuff. I'm just pointing out that that's still not incompatible with the fact that they found out that the floor doesn't measure like it's supposed to. There's no ball. So I'm just going to point out that all of that stuff is also possible on a flat Earth. The only thing that's not possible on their flat Earth is the ball Earth problem. You see how it works? Just got to point that out. Thanks.
The atmosphere, that would just be the gas part. It's lacking the physical barrier. You know, the balloon, it's missing that part.
Imagine trying to blow up a balloon without the balloon.
Yeah, that's basically what you're talking about there.
So I'd like to just distinguish what we're talking about here. So we're saying that in order for gas in the atmosphere to be contained, like the globe Earth would claim, there would need to be some sort of boundary or a container, correct?
Correcto.
And so
That's on everything.
where I get confused is a container is just something that will apply a force towards the center whenever it's collided with. So whenever like the air molecules inside a balloon collide with the walls, it's just a force that pushes them back towards the center, depending on
it's
the
literally
surface that it
it's
collides with. So
literally
why
what
couldn't
causes gas
gravity
pressure.
act as a force, just like a balloon's walls, all
Because
pointing
the
towards
cause
the
of
center?
gas pressure is literally the walls of the container, like you're pointing out.
That's how you define gas pressure, alternating. Gas
Yeah,
pressure is
but,
defined by the force per unit area exerted by the gas of the walls of its container. That's
yeah, but
exactly
he's
how it's
obviously
defined.
making. He's obviously heavily implying that gravity can be that force.
We're talking about elastic collisions, right?
Which, of course, is to be proven, right?
Yeah, but gravity is the force that the air applies on its container? No, that's backwards.
No, air pressure is.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't believe the globe bollocks. I'm just saying that's his argument.
Mm-mm.
So he
What's
has an
that? So you
argument for
don't
the
believe the
force
globe
gas
bollocks?
exerts on the walls of its container with no container. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I don't believe
all
that
I'm saying
Earth is a
that
giant space testicle in a vacuum.
I'm just saying that in order for air to be, or any gas to be contained, it must be held by some force. And so whenever you have a container, anytime a gas molecule gets towards the bounds of that container, a force will be applied back towards the bounds of the container, because that's
It's the
how
gas
when you
that's
collide with
applying the
something, it
force,
collides back
right?
with you.
Yes, and it
Here's a
all
fun
happens in a
question.
container.
And so I'm saying, if scientists just define gravity, not assuming that we prove gravity, but if they just define it as a force towards the center, is that not essentially the same thing as what a container would do? It would just apply a force towards
Well,
the
I
center.
tell you what. Let me
and
ask you
collide it with?
this. Let me ask you this. Do you think the container is attracting gas to it?
To a very minimal degree, with my understanding of gravity, yes.
Yes. Oh my god.
No, it's not.
Well,
No,
if I
it's
were
not.
to assume that the definition of gravity is correct, then under those rules it would be. But obviously, we're not going to assume that.
What is your
Speculate.
definition of gravity?
Yeah, you're
That
probably
just
assuming the wrong
standard
one. I
Newton
think.
one. That
Yep, that's wrong.
gravity is mass of one object, mass of the other.
Oh yeah, that is wrong. That's
107 years out of date.
108.
Yeah.
1915.
Well, I mean, if you want to throw out the spinning ball in the heliocentric solar system, I guess you could probably make a case for that. But heliocentrists replaced it with the curvature of space-time over 100 years ago because the Newtonian thing didn't work out for their idea.
Yeah, mass wasn't attracting gas.
You're obviously not up to date on the rhetoric, heretic. They replaced it, but they didn't replace it. It's the same thing.
My bad. I'm up to date now. Thank you.
So it's like having your cake and eating it, and then having it again, and then eating it again.
Mine's
love
throwing
doing
it
that.
up and pretending you never ate it.
Is that a gas layer cake?
Probably.
Remember the system conversation. Establish what type of system do they believe their object Earth is. What type of system is that? This is where flat earthers fail too. Go ahead.
Well, is it an isolated open? Oh no, we're not going to do this with you. I know what you're talking
If
about.
they were smart, let me just give them the smart card because they need a prayer. If they were smart, they would just say isolated. Then they could just make up whatever shit they want afterwards. If they say closed, it's over and it's embarrassing because then you can't talk about it. What happened to outer space? What happened to everything? What happened to Star Trek? What happened to your meteorites, bro? What happened to your super volcanoes? It's all gone. Goodness.
That's the problem with isolated, isn't it? Is that they claim that meteors come in, so you can't have an isolated system. Or what? Well, to be honest, you can't have a closed system where meteors come
That's
in.
the right when you
they claim that as well,
to be open.
but yeah, no, you're right.
If you say isolated, there's more room to bullshit because you can say I didn't say a closed system. I said isolated.
Yeah.
But
Which
it's
guy
only
was it
open.
that
It's
said,
only only open for some things and closed for others. You know, come on, guys.
Which guy was the guy that said it's a closed system that's open? Who was that?
It's Helen the
What's
other
the
day, I
difference
think.
between closed and isolated?
So
Closed.
there's three types
Isolation,
of
for
system.
sure. You're definitely isolated.
Is that owlishness?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, cool. Yes, there's three types of system. You've got closed, open, and isolated. So open is where energy and mass can openly and freely exchange with like the outside. Closed is where energy can but matter can't. So that would be just like a kettle, I guess, where you can feel the kettle being hot, so energy is being transferred, but the water can't actually leave. And then an isolated system is, an isolated is where it can't. An open system is where both energy and matter can. So if you're claiming that things can leave the Earth, then it can't be isolated or closed. It has to be open.
Are both you and Jedi sick together?
Probably.
Yeah.
At that time of year, the weather's changing. I also want to point out that an isolated system is a theoretical system.
Yeah, they don't exist, or at least we don't have any
Claim the
examples.
universe as one. They claim the universe
Yeah,
as one.
thank you. Thank you for the explanation.
That's all right. But yeah, no, Larry, you're spot on. You're spot on. I just didn't think it was relevant for, but you are right.
Well, claiming the universe is one is, kind of weird. Because how would we falsify that, right?
Yeah.
Claiming
As usual,
there's
they
a
just say it.
universe.
And,
Oh
they
man,
just say it
almost
and
got
hope
it.
you don't ask questions, right? That's just kind of their MO.
I just
Well,
think
I've heard
a
it.
dome is absurd.
Yeah. Well, claiming there's a universe is the problem in the first place. You're going to have to think outside of that realm eventually.
Oh yeah.
I just heard
Heard it
somebody
used.
describe space as a superfluid, and I thought it was like the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
You don't think that space being literal nothing is as dumb as a superfluid?
I think they're both stupid.
Well, yeah, but one has to be true.
Why?
Give us a third option then. You think it's a false dichotomy?
So you believe one or the other? There's no other option?
I
Why
don't
does it have to
know.
be so? Why does it have?
Well,
Like,
no,
why
I
does it have to be? Oh, go ahead.
think I've already explained, like, if you think it's a false dichotomy, so a false dichotomy means that there's two choices, right? But there's actually not two choices. There's more than two. So if you think it's a false choice, then can you present a third choice?
I mean, it could be just something else. I mean, you
But what?
Well,
could
I don't
claim.
think
I
they
mean,
have
you.
to supply another choice for the other two choices to be invalidated.
Yeah.
Like they could both be wrong, and just because she hasn't figured out what it
Sure,
really is.
but you don't know that it's a false choice unless you can provide a third choice.
It doesn't have to be so binary.
No, that's not true. That's not true at all.
Yeah, it is.
No, no, it isn't. You can show something that is true by an example, and then if you could show the other one's also true by an example, well, then those two aren't true regardless of whatever the answer is.
What the
So give me
fuck's
an
going
example
on?
of that. Give me an example of that.
No, I'm just saying that's.
Give me an
I mean, I don't know what she's talking about. I'm just saying that you don't have to provide a counterexample to show that something isn't true.
Yeah, I
Let's
don't.
listen to
Yeah,
them.
I
Doesn't
don't
know
actually
what
think
we're
you were
talking.
following the conversation. I'm not sure what you said is entirely relevant to what we were saying. Being honest,
It made sense to me, and it was part of what we're.
but maybe he could provide an example.
Like
No, I'm
he's saying that just because we only see two options before us doesn't mean that there aren't any other options that we just don't know of yet.
I know that's
right, 'cause
the point
imagine-
of
I
saying
think we
it's
all
a false
agree then, right?
dichotomy. I got
Here,
that
I'll
bit,
say it again.
but what I'm
Well, so
asking is, how do you know that there's a third choice if you can't present it?
Well, I think they don't know
Well, what I'm
there's
saying
another
is that-
choice. They're just open to the possibility that there are other options.
Well,
Right.
I'm just saying, like, if I could provide a true counterexample to both of the options that we see, then we know that those aren't true, regardless of whatever the answer is.
Okay, but that doesn't actually speak
we
to
all
what I
agree.
said.
Well, it does
Right.
speak to what you said. You said
If
that
it
if
was
we only
completely
know of two
impossible-
options, then one of them is true by default. And
Well,
we're,
no,
we're
because
saying
if-
that's not.
No, because the thing is, right, is if it was completely impossible that it was a superfluid or that it was a vacuum, they wouldn't be choices. It wouldn't be a choice. So you've
Because it would be
misunderstood the
neither of
problem.
them. It would be something else, right?
But oh my god, you've misunderstood the problem, guys. The problem is that they're both viable, allegedly.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm
So
not
then what's the
debating
third
that.
choice if it's a false choice?
I mean, if they're viable, then I guess one of them could be correct or whatever. But I'm not
Right,
really
so
saying
if it's
that.
a false choice, what's the third choice?
We just don't know the third choice yet.
Oh, then you don't know it's a false dichotomy, do you?
Uh-oh.
I'm not saying it is.
Oh,
I
for
think this is
fuck's
like
sake.
irrelevant. We should just talk about something else.
Yeah, I want to talk
I
about something.
feel
I
like
came in here because I thought I
No
found
goalpost.
Brenda. I posted a video. Y'all click on that voice and tell me if that video that I posted. Tell me if that sounds like Brenda to y'all, or if I got paranoia.
I just feel like the idea of superfluid just doesn't make sense for how things look because superfluid would distort what we're seeing. Wouldn't
I
it?
don't even know what superfluid is.
Things like
Yeah,
the
it
sun.
sounds smart. Sounds really smart.
It is the smartest.
Yeah, I mean, for clarification, I'm not actually saying that it is a superfluid. I'm just trying to address the argument, the logic.
Her logic was
Yeah,
that there
logic.
may be another option we don't know of, but she doesn't
Yeah,
know
I've
what
got
that
that
option
bit.
is.
I
Right,
know
but
what false dichotomy means. I'm the one who presented the term.
yeah, it's the same logic used to say, well, what is a star? We don't know. I mean, that same logic is applied. So why can't I
Can
apply
you just
it?
restate your point?
Right?
Whoever has here's this. Yeah, oi, Valish. What? Just restate your point because I don't think we understood it the first time you.
Yeah, okay. So the point I was making is that you've got these two supposedly viable options, right? Bear in mind, I don't believe that space is a vacuum. I think it's nonsense that space is a vacuum. It's complete, like, fantasy BS. But it's one of the options, right? Allegedly. And then the second option is that space is some sort of superfluid medium or whatever, right? So these are your two options. And then I said, well, these are your choices. And then someone else implied that there could be more than two choices, right? There could be 3 or 4 choices, which means that that is a false choice between two options, i.e. a false dichotomy. At that point, someone then said to me, oh, there could be a third option, right? And then I was saying, well, what is that? And then someone else said, but you don't need to have a third option in order to know that it's a false dichotomy, which isn't true.
Yeah,
He is true when he says that the definition of a false dichotomy is there's more answers or there's more options than what we know of. So you are right in that statement. But I think we thought that you were saying that there are no other options. There are only these two. It isn't a false dichotomy, which is where we would disagree because I think most of us think that there
No, I
are
didn't make
more
that
than
claim.
just these two options.
Maybe you're not understanding. I didn't make that claim. What I said is that in order to know it's a false dichotomy, you need to be aware of a third choice. That's just
Okay,
logical.
well then I would say we do agree then. We just had a
What's the third
miscommunication.
choice
Yes.
then?
Or discount one of the options because it wouldn't be a true dichotomy if one of the options can be discounted. So it's either present another option or discount one of the two.
Right.
Yeah, I think Oivesh is just saying in order for us to know it's a false dichotomy, we have to know there's another option. So we
needs
can
to
only
be-
say that it might be a false dichotomy, which I would agree with.
It
That
needs
makes
to be
sense.
presented as such. It needs to be presented as being a true dichotomy or a false dichotomy for anyone to have a stance on. If it's just being presented as two possibilities, then it's not really a dichotomy, is it?
Right.
It's just
right. But okay.
Well, I don't understand what's
We
wrong with
got
saying
that.
we just don't know.
Yeah, I was just saying
Nothing
you
wrong
don't
with
need to
that.
present a third options.
Yeah, it's just important to be accurate when speaking.
Why?
I was just saying you don't need to present a third
Why?
option to prove that the other two aren't
If you're
correct.
saying, listen, if you say about stars, well, what is that? We don't know. Lights in the sky. How is that any different?
I don't know what your question is.
It's pretty clear.
Is it?
It's a very clear question. Yes.
Awalish, Oive was it's just saying that a false dichotomy is only a false dichotomy if there is in fact a third option, and we don't know for sure if there's a third option because the superfluid may be the correct answer. I think that's all
Right.
he's saying. He's saying that you can't be 100% sure that it's a false dichotomy. because that would assume
Yeah, I
that both
mean,
the first two answers are wrong and that there is some other answer. But
Yeah,
No,
because
no,
that's
it
just
doesn't
a
imply that the
nitpicky
first
and
two are wrong.
irrelevant, to be honest.
No, it doesn't imply that the first two are wrong. It just implies there's a third choice. So, for instance, if I was to say, would you like a beef sandwich or a chicken sandwich? And then someone said, oh, that's a false dichotomy. There's also a salmon sandwich, right? Because that's the third option. Then it
But
doesn't mean that
where are you
chicken or
even
beef are
going with
wrong.
this? So what they slightly misuse false dichotomy. All they're saying is that they think there might be another option. Do you have any problem with that, or do you not have any problem with that at all?
Well, I want to know what the third option might be in order to know.
Well, they're just saying that there might be another option. We perhaps just haven't guessed what the possible options are. We've only found two, and there could be another. That's all they're saying.
Well, that's incredibly vague, isn't it? It's a bit of a pointless statement if
Well,
you can't like actually substantiate
Well, no, the buns are the firmament, and the patty is our you know,
I mean, a dichotomy would just be saying it
so-called
either is
globe.
space or isn't.
Fucking globetards, am I right?
One or the other. Exactly.
Fucking globetards.
Yeah, but this is the way that you logically progress in a discussion or debate. You have to be able to logically communicate with somebody else. So if you're gonna just say a bunch of
We're gonna
things,
kill the
make a
globetards.
bunch of stuff up, or hand wave dismiss things without any justification, then there's no progression in the conversation.
Agreed.
all right.
Yeah, accuracy in language
That's
matters,
fine.
obviously.
I mean, that's fine. I'm just saying. I
We're
don't
gonna
think it's
kill 'em.
either.
The Earth is round, you fucking morons.
Is it? You got any evidence for
Oh
that?
my god.
Yeah,
Yeah, my dick
Bro.
hurt.
my nuts are
You
round.
guys need to calm
I
down.
knew it. I fucking knew it. I
Bro,
called it.
say that because this could be a kid.
It is a
On
kid.
Halloween, there will be.
Oh my god.
Yo, David, thanks for the $25 donation. Guys, shut the fuck up.
Bro, don't you have homework
Thank
to
you,
do?
David.
Let me know when you
No,
brainstorm.
I dropped out of school to pursue content
Dude,
creation full time.
you're like 12.
I don't identify as that.
Go to sleep.
I don't.
You,
Go to
you
sleep.
do identify as being server muted though, so enjoy that.
Whoa. You got
Go
owned.
watch your skibbity toilet,
Ooh,
child.
you
That
identify
doesn't even have
as
balls to drop
muted
yet.
now.
Dude, my
Holy.
voice is deeper than that.
That could have been a
Child's.
good roast, but you got to drop the whole content creator thing. That makes you look lame.
Hey, Owlishness, I never believed you when you brought up skibbity toilet being a word. Can you please explain that?
Oh no, it is.
What are we
Okay.
on about right now?
That's one of the new Gen Z terms, isn't it? Have you seen
What is it?
It just means toilet, I think.
Okay.
Skibbity.
What?
No.
Why don't they just say toilet?
No,
they're
it's an
retard.
online
No,
trend
okay.
of a dancing toilet animation. We don't need to talk about this. I
Yeah.
say let's talk about like how did
Just go on
how
YouTube and
come
Google it.
GPS
I mean,
seems
just go on
accurate?
YouTube. Look it up.
No, we can go on
It's
YouTube
like
and Google it if you want.
Oh, it's inappropriate, is it?
yeah, sorry, don't listen to
It's
me.
not
I'm tired.
inappropriate. It's just like kind of childish, and I would think a waste of time
Yeah.
to go figure out about skibbity toilet.
I'm not. It's too difficult
Are you
for me to
calling
explain.
me old?
Just look it up
You
on
being
YouTube.
ageist?
No, I'm just saying it's like an internet meme, and it's kind of stupid.
I'm joking, man. I don't care. I am old.
Yeah, I am being agelessness.
Agelessness.
Oh,
Well,
there comes.
Timbo,
I feel a new name coming on.
Timbo, you don't look old.
Agelessness.
Flush this out.
Oh, thanks, Dale. I just shaved my beard off too. So look,
Are you
now I
getting
look
out
like
your
a retard.
yap for the Rizzler?
About to.
Wait, do
Sweet.
you know what I look like? Can you see me through my camera?
Do you hide
Like
your
an
chin
owl.
with a
Camera's
beard?
not on.
Yeah.
What's that?
I was asking Owlishness if she hides her chin with a beard.
Oh,
She hides her beard
Yeah.
with a chin.
A lot of people hide their chins with beards.
Owlishness,
Shave
do you
their
get out
chins.
your Owlishness, do you get out your gyat for the Rizzler?
What language is that?
No, I do not
Yeah,
get my
right.
gyat for the Rizzler. The gyat for the Rizzler skibbity
We've
toilet.
gone
Yeah,
so off
no, I don't do any of that.
Is that like rolling a joint?
No, it's just Gen Z retarded language. I don't even know why I know this stuff.
Oh right, sorry. We're
Interesting.
in English. We're Gen Z.
So immature, Crypto.
Oh, sorry.
He's just yanking your chain. Yeah, you got to be really old to know what that means.
Yeah, because
Wow.
toilets don't have chains anymore.
That's right.
Oh shit. Yeah, even though I'm like older, I'm like super immature, so like I still know about this Gen Z
You'd make a
shit.
good boy.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I make a
Depends what
good
someone
boy.
uses.
Yeah, immature throughout your whole life.
You make a good they them.
Actually, that's kind of
What?
funny. Yeah, I would make a good boy. You're absolutely right. Thank you for affirming my dysphoria.
We're gonna transition.
I didn't mean anything by it.
No, that was serious. I wasn't
Have
being
you got something to
sarcastic.
tell us? Or...
No, this
It's
isn't
for
the
your
time and
listeners.
place. No,
They would all
it's
get
Enough
so
of that.
mad if you guys had this conversation in here.
Nah, we can move on. It's okay.
No, do it.
Do what?
Yeah.
It's in my profile. Well, no, it's not
No,
anymore.
we're not
Actually,
talking about any gender studies. No.
Yeah, we're moving forward.
No, about that flat
that-
Earth, guys. Whoa,
Oh,
what?
yeah.
We should talk
Where's the
about
curve
why
at?
does GPS
You
work
guys
if
are
there's a flat
Excellent
Earth?
curve,
talking,
girl.
you're talking a lot of nothing. You're not really saying anything. Nobody's ever like saying anything.
Would you want to bring
Yeah.
some
We're trying
curvature
to do
proof
something.
then?
Yeah, we're
Wait,
trying to
I
do
have a
something about that
question.
right
No.
now. So bring curvature proof. Whoever has the question, let's hope that it's on point with curvature proof. So
Hey, is
yeah,
there any
let's
reason
get
why
to
It's
it.
not about
Crispy
curvature proof.
is Crispy muted for
It's
any
about
reason? Or?
why does GPS work?
Okay, who the fuck are you? Who's
Why
the
does
GPS guy?
GPS work?
I am I'm the red like Discord emoji.
Okay, so since you can't help talking through everybody else, you're on mute now. Who's next?
I guess you
I'm
can
just
mute me
waiting for some
out.
GPS proof. Some
Yeah,
glow proof.
like,
Yeah.
I reckon that question's funny. Why does GPS work? Like, it works because it works. Like
Oh,
it's
shit.
not. It's not
Now
a.
it's just us talking to
Programmed
ourselves.
with
So I guess he's basically our only option. We'll have to give him another try. 1 sec.
It's not because the world is a globe. GPS works.
I mean,
You said
how do you think it's
GPS
programmed?
works because of triangulation. Yeah.
No.
Should I ask my aunt? She works at the Goddard Space Center.
No, they
Yeah.
reject
Ask
space.
her. Bring her in here. I'll be nice to
Yeah,
her.
she would have an unbiased opinion.
Get her in here.
Let's ask her.
I know, but I mean that's not a lie, but I'm not gonna bring her in here.
Well, we had a
Should I just-
scientist come in yesterday, and she was a schizophrenic. I mean, a statistical science.
Oh yeah, you missed that. That was fun.
She's not a
But
scientist.
who is
She's a
unbiased?
technical writer. So.
Oh, you know who she is? Were you in here when she was in here?
Huh?
Were you in here
No,
when
I'm
she
talking
was
about
in
my
here?
aunt.
No, I'm talking about. We're talking about the girl from last night, or yeah.
Oh no, I wasn't here.
She got in her
She
feelings.
I know what you were about to say there, Mickey.
She
Like,
DM'd me.
you know.
She DM'd me with her accolades and a picture of her graduating from a university.
Oh, did she really?
Yeah, she was
Yes.
speaking from a podium.
No, I think she was having like her sash like given to her, like put around her neck or something.
Oh my
Having
god.
flashbacks of the proudest time in her life.
Well, she's just demonstrating that she's no chump, you know.
Does anybody want my accolades?
Hell no.
She also
I
said
don't. Nobody cares and nobody asked. Yeah.
she also
Yeah,
said that the gals in here were jealous. She's like the jealousy is like
Yeah, she said that. You know what I'm saying?
she
Could
called
I
us
ask my GPS question?
Hey, we're having a discussion, bro. What the fuck?
Just in the vein of the current conversation, I'm going to change my name to Nobody Asked Listeners.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Nobody asked and nobody cared.
There we are. It was quite nice, actually.
Yeah, but anyway, she couldn't bring an
No,
argument for the Earth being a globe.
no.
So
Okay, let's not talk about that. Like, I want
what?
to
Okay.
know.
Yeah.
I want to know.
Mhm.
Flat T or whoever's
Mhm.
talking. Who's the girl
Yeah.
talking?
Me.
What are your
Which
accolades?
one?
Yeah. What are your accolades? Both of you.
Oh, that's owlishness. Go ahead.
No, I was kidding. I don't have accolades.
What? You didn't
Nerd.
graduate high school?
All right, this guy
No,
didn't
I
stop. This guy
graduated.
didn't stop my conversation just to ask you for accolades,
No, I
and now you're
meant
not gonna present them.
Lord.
I just meant I don't have scientific or any sort of science degree.
Yeah, she meant she has
So
ankle aches.
Ankle eggs.
She's got cankle eggs. Yeah.
Angle,
Okay,
poor
so
girl.
back to the GPS guy. What was his question? He said something. How does GPS work on
Why
flat
does
Earth?
GPS work? Is what he asked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
asking
Because of
like
triangulation.
yeah,
GPS
dude.
assumes the Earth is a globe, right?
Does it?
So
It works
what
because of
it must be like
triangulation.
if the Earth is
I don't
flat.
know. Let's ask GPS. GPS, do you assume that the Earth is a globe? Yes, Alpha Veritas. It's a globe. Okay, it does assume that Earth is a globe.
I didn't realise that GPS has about as much testosterone as the average glober.
Oh shit!
So confused.
You just anthropomorphize fucking GPS, bro.
Now that's a
I
reification
personified it.
fallacy.
Yeah.
The cope. It's off the charts.
I'm just wondering if we're told GPS works with satellites that orbit the Earth, and we can use it as a mapping system to get from place to place and know where we are. Then there must be some lie in that. I want to know what's wrong with it.
What if you just change the G to ground?
No, but he's talking about the actual in the functionality of it, right? Which makes sense,
okay.
but
You can still have
I've worked on a GPS
satellites
system
on
before.
balloons that coordinate that pick up a reading and tell you where you are. Yeah.
Like when I go on my phone and like navigate like my high school or whatever, because I'm in high school. What is it doing if it's not connecting to a satellite?
Well, it can use ground towers as well. Yeah, you can use mobile towers to triangulate where you are.
So is that what it's doing instead? Because they always like Google, I would
I got
imagine, would
no
claim
idea,
they're
but it doesn't.
using.
No
Well, it's pretty
idea, but it
interesting.
doesn't
Google
need a
Maps.
globe.
Yeah.
Doesn't need a globe to do it though.
You ever use satellite mode in Google Maps? Pretty accurate for using
well,
ground
Google Maps
control.
is actually a really interesting thing because it used to be entirely flat, and then there was a point where you would zoom out, and then the map changed to a globe, but you can actually see it like change in front of your eyes. So it's clear that when they were giving you accurate like street information that you actually wanted, because that's generally what Google Maps is used for. It was flat, and then at the second you got to like, I didn't finish talking. Definitely didn't finish talking. And then at the point where you got to like the country scale, suddenly everything shifted into globe mode, right? At the point where the information is no longer relevant, right? It's just for kind of browsing purposes. Suddenly it's a globe.
How cool is it when you start zooming out and it goes from like a airplane picture to a cartoon?
Right. Yeah.
It like
Okay, I do
changes
see
right in
what you
front of
mean.
you.
So you guys are saying that it's all just the visual representation online that's turning it
Yeah.
into a globe. Then I'd like to
Exactly.
propose the following question. Starlink, the like international internet service that can provide like internet in
Lower
remote
satellite.
areas. What do you
Low
think of
orbit
that?
satellite.
Oh,
I don't
that's
know, but it
operating.
doesn't change. The water doesn't bend over the surface of the
Yeah,
earth.
that could be operating on the balloon technology. They've been using that for a long time now. They
Oh,
pretty much.
so I'm sorry. So you're saying that like it could just be like really high up in the sky to the point where it can reach all areas just because
Yeah,
it's so
I
high.
mean, look up.
That
Yeah, look
have
up.
lots
does
of
make
them.
sense. That would
Look
work.
look up the Google Loon project. It's the same. It works. They had it before they discontinued it. They have the way that it operates in the upper atmosphere. They can show
Yeah, they
you.
called it the gold standard. NASA did. Their balloon program was the gold standard.
Yeah. Basically, it follows the same thing. The same thing that you would think Starlink is doing is exactly what Google Loon was going to do. Same exact shit. Exactly. They could do stationary satellites. They could do satellites that roam in specific areas, and all using the currents that are above us. So I mean, all of this
Yeah,
this is you could do research and find all this. It's all public. You can just look it up.
they had
Google
these
yeah.
they invented these auto inflating balloons too.
It's a real
So you could
conspiracy.
change the pressure of the balloon and raise it up into a different like wind. So you could actually control where you wanted the balloon by just changing the height, and then the wind would take it east, west,
Why do
wherever
you
they
think
wanted it to go.
why isn't
Yeah, I'm
NASA
gonna
and them would
post.
like publish
Yeah,
their conspiracy?
That makes
Yeah, they
alternating.
did. No, it's not a
Hey,
conspiracy. They published it because they were proud of it.
yeah. Can you please look at the text channel?
Before
Click
that, I just wanted to
yeah, click that link.
I wanted
explaining
to
how
say to Timbo that he said GPS uses triangulation, but it doesn't. It actually uses trilateration, which is a little different. Yeah, it's not triangulation.
Go down to alternating. Go down to the middle of that web page, all the way down to a little bit past the middle. You'll see how they do it. They explain it actually.
Okay,
Perfect.
so
perfect.
That makes sense. So you're proposing that like Starlink probably operates under not satellites,
Not probably. It is. It is
but
this.
it is okay. That actually does make sense, and I can see how that could work. I have to get off now though; it's getting late. So thank you guys.
Basically, he doesn't believe
Y'all,
yeah, man.
Y'all come back
Alright,
now.
take care, brother.
There.
Take care.
Hey, now you're talking like
Sorry,
my native
Flatsy.
tongue, okay?
Did you
Y'all
hear the
come
girl
back
that came in
here.
before and was imitating a southern accent? She was horrible at it.
I mean, I love it when you guys try. It's great.
Bless you. You should follow that up with bless your hearts. You know, cause
Bless your little heart.
Put some grits on the grill.
or shrimp on the barbie. Either one. They'll still work.
What's the squirrel from SpongeBob?
Yeah.
Sandy.
Yeah, you can do that too. With your nice little smuggling budgies with the juicy sign on the back of the.
It could be a squirrel.
Sandy the squirrel.
Yeah, you arrive at Timbo's house. He's like, "Hey, how'd you like your steaks?" Like fucking drinking a beer.
Medium rare.
Eggs.
Timbo,
yo,
I'm gonna tag you. I mean, there's not much there, but maybe just an idea
trilateration.
to point out a difference. I tagged you and send some images and some words
Got it.
for whatever that's worth.
Wait, thanks, mate.
Would you explain the fact that we can test time dilation without gravity affecting the curvature of space-time?
Fucking seeking philosophies coming out from left field with time dilation. Let's talk about how that fucking works.
What's time dilation? Can you explain that to us?
Have you seen that movie? What's it called? Oh fuck, dude! With Matthew McConaughey when he goes to fucking
Interstellar.
Interstellar
The
talks
closer,
about it. Fucking,
the closer you get to a massive object, the faster time seems to go for
How do you know
the
that?
individual, because we can test it.
How?
No, it's the opposite, isn't it? It fucking slows down. Does it? Oh wait.
No.
Yeah, because the time was actually going faster when he reached to that planet. The time was actually going faster for everybody outside when he was on the planet for like a few hours. Yeah.
So it's going slower for him.
Cool. So
Relative to others.
how do we test this? Dude who's speaking.
Yeah, so you go. Well, the first way that it was tested was by using planes, putting atomic clocks on planes and at different altitudes and different speeds, and bringing them back together and seeing how.
So that adjusts the the radiation in an atom, or what happens there?
No,
The
it's just
radiation
the oscillations or the decay of a cesium atom.
Well, explain it to me. Go. Sorry, who's mumbling? Can you speak up a bit?
The decay of the cesium atom.
Cool. So.
Oh, bro, Timbo. Timbo, real quick, think about it. They're saying time is being extended. Its length, because dilation is being, the length of time is being extended. How can you extend
It's
or
a concept.
the length of time?
Because time and space are the same thing. It's a dimension
How?
of space. So when you stretch space because of entropy,
You see that the problem
Wow.
there? He's stretching space. He's stretching a concept.
Yeah. So if I go up there and I go up there and I start counting, are my seconds going to get closer together as I move away from the mass object?
Well, to you, it's going to be the same.
Yeah, for you it would be the same.
It's
So
going to
you
be
don't
the same.
observe it.
So
You
when
don't
does it
observe it for you.
be time dilating then?
But this is relativity. So
Oh, so it's all
Yeah,
relative,
relative
is it?
relative
Yeah.
to the
What
observer.
about length contraction?
Notice the
That's the
change,
dumbest shit I've
Timbo.
ever
Come
heard in
on.
my life.
You
Well,
won't notice
because
the
you're not
I know
change.
physics.
Nobody
Physics is
will
definitely
wait,
for dumb
until
people.
you get back.
This proves time dilation. So just fly up there. Oh, okay, when do I notice it? Oh, no, you don't notice it. Okay.
Well, yeah,
No, but
happy.
you can
Just
measure
prove
it.
physics.
Notice it till you come back and you'll notice that your watch is a bit slower than everybody else's.
Yeah, why don't
No,
go
they'll.
infinity and then come back and tell us?
I don't think there's any point in continuing explaining that.
Well, it's
It
silly,
doesn't
isn't
matter
it?
how much you explain it, man. Like, is it reality? Can you actually go faster or slower in time than someone else?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you can.
You can. So now we
Yes.
can time travel.
I'm traveling
Into the
through time right
future.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy
Into the
says yeah.
future. Now we can time travel into the future. You can
Yes.
just fly to Australia. You do the same thing. Just change the time.
So would you say that people that take frequent flights are actually experiencing this time dilation from the people on the ground?
They're younger than everyone else.
Yeah, it should be, right?
Slightly, yeah.
Slightly. Okay.
Slightly?
Yeah,
By how
well,
much?
so the biggest case of this that's ever been experienced for a human person was one of the twins who there was a set of twins and one of them spent the most time in space of anybody else, and he is like, I forget how long he spent, but apparently he's like 9 minutes older than his twin
How
at
do
this
they
point.
judge that he is
Don't
9
you
minutes
hate it?
older?
Don't you hate it when that happens when your twin is 9 minutes? Like, that's fucked up, dude. I don't know how we're gonna
Or
deal with that.
younger.
How do they judge? How do they measure that the twin was 9 minutes older?
Because we know like the rate at which time dilation will affect time,
So
and they can do the
these
calculation.
two humans are exactly the same, and they have no differences. And then one goes to space, and now the other one's 9 minutes older.
If you were smart, you would have said because they can determine that from the breakdown of the genes and they would have had identical genes, but you didn't say that.
Yeah, but
Well,
you
they
can't
don't
tell
have
when they're 9 minutes
You would have
older.
known from cellular you would have known
They
from
would have been
cellular decay.
telomeres.
I mean,
People aren't
that's not how we
exactly-
know it. We know it from the mathematics because we know how to break down the mathematics.
No, if
Yeah,
you
it's
were
legit,
smart, you
man.
would have
Wait,
said
Makes sense to
cellular.
me.
Wait,
If you
no.
were smart, you would have said
We
cellular
know how to
decay.
break down the mathematics. Can you explain the mathematics to me? If
It's
we
all
know,
real easy. It's pretty easy.
Is this Boogie?
No, that's
Oh, okay.
Seeking Philosophy.
Yeah, that's Boogie.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, welcome back, dude. You coming back with a better attitude or what?
You're the truck driver with always the weird questions.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
a
I
truck
know.
driver.
The one who always gets muted when he starts making too much sense.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, hold on. Oh, wait. Let's test
Claim
that.
time dilation, and one of the twins was 9 minutes older. And where I'm asking you how you judge that, and you said because we know the maths, it's easy.
Yeah,
So I'm asking you where
he's
the
just
maths
saying.
is.
Yeah, hey, Boogie, as soon as let me know when you start making too much sense, then I'll mute you so you can stay logically consistent inside your worldview.
Hey, listen, it's not. Hold on. It's not mute. It's moot. Moot.
Boom,
Oh, there he is.
I'm gonna get mooted.
So as
Moot him.
Boogie, as soon as you feel like you're making sense, let me know, and I'll hold you to your worldview.
I think my answer was much smarter, so I think I was making too much sense, so I should probably be muted.
Twins don't have exactly the same genes.
All right, put yourself on mute.
Yeah, they do.
Not when you're 9
No, they
minutes
don't.
older, Timbo.
Otherwise, they'd be the same people.
You'd measure it based off their telomeres anyway,
Twins
which are not going to
literally
be the
are
same
the
due to
same gene.
environmental
Okay,
factors.
so the twins go to space at 30 years old. Their telomeres are exactly the same at 30 years old, are they?
So
What if
identical
one's
twins.
had what if
they
one's
wouldn't
had a
be.
really bad diet and the other one's had a
Right,
really good
that's what I'm
diet because
saying.
he's an astronaut? They're going to have
That's what I'm saying.
different biology, aren't they?
That's right.
You know
Yeah,
what's
that's what I'm
dumb
saying.
part? Is they're both
genetic makeup.
astronauts. This is
The
Mark
genetic
and
makeup
Scott
would be
Kelly. Yep, Mark and Scott. It's hilarious, the whole story. Mark and Scott Kelly. He's the guy who saw bubbles in space. If you guys are familiar with that video. It's paint chips. They go like, what? Are you talking? He goes, yeah, every so often, paint will just fly off the ISS and it looks like a bubble. The guy's like, dude, are you serious? You're going to go with that? He's like, yeah.
Let's see, rate Crit's accent.
What? Oh, that was nice, buddy. You keep it up. Speaking my
Crit's
native
accent.
tongue.
You might do the globalist when I role play global.
They're always falling over you, man.
Now
I
I
don't know what's you got that magnetic personality. Ooh.
Oh man, I did a hell of a run in medicinal mass media today. I talked about people's like, Crit, you're such a troll. You know, I go, how can I be a troll, right? If somebody inserts themselves into the conversation that has nothing to do with them, and then suddenly drop a victim status to take a steaming pile of shit right in the middle of the room and say, I'm trolling them. I go, homie, I'm not even talking to you at all. How can I be trolling you if I don't even know, if nothing I've said is included you? You've included yourself.
Stop
Just
trolling.
factor yourself back out again.
Dude, you're kryptonite to these fucking these sophist dudes that come in here. They fucking hate you, dude. There's a guy. There's a guy that came in here. He's like, "Where's Crit at?" I was like, "Dude, it's not here, man. He's, you were on, but you weren't talking."
Okay.
So I don't know where you were, but like he came in here looking for you, and I was like, his name started with a C. I forgot about him, but he came in here looking for you. I'm just looking for Crit. I was like, well, he's not here, bro. All right, and he leaves. I'm like, fuck, dude. You're disturbing the peace, man, wherever you go. The fuck?
Yeah, it's like because they try to play like a game or whatever, and they don't like where it's going, and then they spurg out, and then it's like, well, it's not really my fault. You shouldn't have played games. Just be normal, because you're gonna you're gonna paint yourself into a corner at some point.
Yes.
Just be real. Just have an honest, open conversation. Then it's easy to stay on track. You come in here with some sort of weird script like Boogie. I get muted when I'm making too much sense. Okay, Boogie. Let's see. Like that's inside your worldview. Let me know.
Yeah, now I don't appreciate it since you're imitating a Glober.
Well, I mean,
You
gotta imagine you can contemplate. You can contemplate the mysteries of the universe, man, and all those long trips that he takes.
Again,
from point A to
it's
point B.
not. Don't call them Globers. All right, call them what they are. They're spiritards. Okay, let's get that straight.
Spiritards.
Spiritards.
I'll start talking like that, so when he imitates it, he can imitate me. Well, I think the Earth is round, personally.
See, that almost sounds. I don't know.
I got it from this guy called Steve Shives, who would do an atheist reads, and then he would do like a southern accent and then read like the Bible or read some leather that some person had done. And I'm like, that would work really good with NASA news.
You guys know that Eratosthenes said that the Earth was round.
So
He was
I
using
posted
the
the
chatter.
I was asked for the mathematics for calculating time dilation, and I've posted that in chat. Not that y'all are smart enough to
Oh,
do
shut
anything
up, dumbass.
Yeah.
with that. I know I'm not, to be fair.
He had to Google some
You're a
shit.
fucking dude that drives truck, dude. What the fuck are you doing with mathematics like this? You're gonna sit down before you hurt yourself, bro.
Hey,
He goes, "You guys
hey,
aren't
hey,
smart
man!
enough to know how to do
I
this."
look shit up when I'm on the other.
Oh, your internet's trash,
I
bro.
don't know shit up. I look shit up.
Yeah, so what?
He looked shit up.
Just because you had a good night and a Holiday Inn doesn't mean you know the
Oh, this
mysteries
isn't
of the
like
universe,
that
bro.
complex of math. I think you could do this. You know what you're talking. Like this isn't too crazy.
All right, so can you explain time dilation, Brendan?
Fuck no. I can just
All
explain
right, then.
well, not the. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the
Yeah,
thing.
what's the thing,
I,
bro?
I can explain the math. I can't explain the words.
I can explain the math, but the words are escaping me.
I know
Fuck, dude.
numbers, not letters.
Okay. Who wants to step up to the plate, man? Come on now, step right in. Only a nickel here.
The math
Present your evidence for the
literally is
globe.
explained.
So he's got time
on the
dilation factor. So y equals 9 minutes divided by 1.
We're-
The square root of.
We're actually, we're letting everybody think that they can step up to the plate, have their confidence. If you think the Earth is a globe,
May I ask though, what was the argument that he was making posting this?
time dilation,
What about it?
that it exists. He's going to provide the math for it.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I was just asking how like the fact that we can measure time dilation, like how that is explained on a flat Earth model that doesn't, or on if the Earth is flat and gravity doesn't exist.
Calculating,
Gotcha.
calculating in time dilation is not equivalent to measuring it. You don't observe it,
No,
actually.
we can actually measure it.
We can, for sure. Yeah,
literally
that's
measure.
great. Where do we observe that? Go ahead.
In the measurements?
Oh, not in real life? Okay, my bad. I thought you were
No,
talking about reality.
So like when when we put
Mm-hmm.
atomic clocks on planes and send them in different directions at different elevations and bring them back together and are able to determine that they have been ticking away at different speeds, that's what we call time dilation, and that's a
How do you
test
know-
to confirm that it exists.
How do you know that the radiation in the upper atmosphere isn't affecting the atomic clocks?
He doesn't.
Well, this is interesting. Look at this time dilation formula. So you got the v, the v1 with the square root of v2 divided by c2. So if you take 9 minutes, that was a time dilation factor, and then solve for v2, that should equal the speed of the ISS, the
They're
relative velocity.
It's hooey, man.
This
That's
might
all
be a
it is.
debunk. You might have posted
Fucking
because if
hooey.
that v2 does not equal the speed of the ISS, you sunk your battleship.
It's all fucking hooey, dude. It's just like a fucking sci-fi person's wet dream. That's all it is. They want to talk about shit that attributes the globe Earth some kind of validity. So they talk about this
I
to kind
mean,
of like.
Well,
It's
if I
true.
can, if I
Fucking
may
true.
actually hold on. So, go ahead. It's fine. Whatever.
I was just gonna say, like, saying I don't understand this, therefore it's a cody or whatever. Like, that's not really.
It's not about you understanding it. How does it affect reality in any way? Can you demonstrate that entropy is negated by this?
Why would
I was
entropy
gonna ask. I
be
was gonna
negated
ask.
by it?
Because
I was
the
gonna.
person that's affected by this is actually experiencing time differently, dude.
Yeah, and also,
Yeah, I wanted to. I wanted to throw something else. I wanted to throw something else in the
Oh,
conversation.
God.
What about inertia? Inertia. Does that coincide with time dilation? Inertia.
No, we're not gonna go down this rabbit
Okay.
hole of
Entropy?
fucking, dude. This is
Here's the thing. So just to kind of,
it's
if I can
fucking
bounce
clown
off
fuckery, dude. Like I'm gonna really put a fucking halt to this shit because there's no evidence of this actually being
exactly,
It's idiotic, dude.
And Alpha, if I can add to your point too, I mean, what I'm trying to understand, again, from the mathematical, just if we were to look at this just purely on math, right? How does this prove ultimately that the Earth is a spheroid? Like that, you could make the same argument for a flat Earth, could you not? Like I could use the same equation to do this.
Well, that's what I was asking. Is
correct?
Because
Yes,
according to the gravitational model, right?
No,
It's
no, 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 no.
gravity.
Hold on, no.
No,
Gravity's
there's no
not
gravity.
at play here. Gravity's not at play here, according to this equation.
He doesn't know it. He doesn't
Yeah,
know
but
it.
that's what he was saying before. That's why he thinks that it's attributed to this. He doesn't.
Right. So
that's what I'm saying.
There is on this equation, not to cut you off, Alpha. Sorry. In this equation, there is no gravity constant, big G, little g introduced whatsoever. This is talking about velocity. You have the speed of light constant, and that is it to then get your time dilation. Those are the only two variables at play. And then also with respect to the two people that are in this example, or one that's at constant velocity, the other one that's stationary. That same model could be applicable to a flat Earth model. Could it not? Yes or no? Because there's no gravity. We're not even talking about gravity here. There's no gravity introduced in this equation.
That was his. Where is he? Is he muted? Right.
And now he's gone.
I put him on mute.
Oh, you did put him on mute? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess unmute him and let's see if he has a response to that, because I'm actually curious.
What? That there's no gravity in his formula, even though he keeps
No, Crit, he was before all of you guys came in here, or some of you, he was actually saying that gravity was the cause of that time dilation, because the closer you are to Earth, the different time you're gonna have due to the fact that gravity.
That's fucking cap. That's cap and a half.
Oh, boy, that's what he was saying, and I was like, dude, you fuck. That shit came out in the movie fucking with Matthew McConaughey. That fucking whatever Interstellar bullshit. So he's just basically parroting some kind of idea that somebody was theorizing, I guess. I mean, I don't know where else he pulled this out from, but he was saying because of gravity.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's changed his tune now, but I mean, that's what he was saying before. Anyway.
Should we give him a second chance here?
Yeah.
Does the formula you have invoke gravity at all?
It's gravity that's it's gravity that's causing this the.
See?
Okay, thank you. So here's the other thing I would like to add to this before we put this shit to bed, because I can already tell Alpha's getting annoyed, and so am I.
Yeah.
So if we were to use the good old word we love using in here, horizontal. Okay? Horizontal, right? If I was to take this same model and use it on a horizontal plane, okay? If I was to introduce gravity, even though gravity is not a part of this equation, right? Now is to draw the good old fucking free body diagram. Gravity is negated. It is negated from it, right? It is, it's negligible because it counteracts with the normal force. That is, by the way, also applicable to a flat Earth model. So we have repeatedly tried to ask the question to you about gravity, not even gravity. My simple question was, can this be used in a flat Earth model? You continuously bring up gravity, which has absolutely nothing to do with this equation, not even introduced. And I've already told you now, twice, that even if it was, it would be negligible under a two-dimensional plane model. Thank you. Keep him on mute.
Give him a second chance, a third chance?
Sure, I guess. Fuck it. Let's have him embarrass himself.
Okay, let's try again. If he's able to, this is like Maslow's or Bloom's taxonomy. Can he at least remember what was told to him?
Good luck.
So before you take him off mute, again, my question to him, and I need him to answer this, is can this be applicable to a flat Earth model? Yes or no?
You would have to tell me.
So you got no answer?
Oh, am I unmuted?
You are. You are off of mute. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if it could be applicable to a flat Earth model. You would have to tell me, because you haven't given me a model.
The answer is it can be, because you're just simply talking about a hypothetical of one person that is stationary and another one that's passing by the stationary person moving at a constant velocity. So if you're trying to, I'm just saying, if you would like to make an argument about the spheroid, this equation really isn't in your favor, because it could be applicable to either one. It really could. Be applicable to a lot of different things.
Well, you keep saying that it doesn't involve gravity, but it does.
In what way does it involve gravity?
Let me just read this. Okay, so gravity has something to do with time dilation.
Tell me.
I mean,
don't give me a quote. Just tell me in your own thinking.
I mean, you don't want an actual citation?
You can cite it, but I would like you to interpret it.
Okay. Gravity curves space-time, and the stretching of space-time caused by gravity is what causes time to be dilated, because it takes the more that space gets stretched, the longer it takes for entropy to move through that stretched time, that stretched space. Right? Gravity is not even correlated. It's a causative factor in time dilation.
Okay, so I appreciate that. Again, I revert back to my original question, though. Why isn't gravity introduced as a constant in this equation if it's relevant to time dilation?
Who says it's not?
Correct. Well, okay, so there is no gravity in this equation. We're talking about, again, velocity, which one person it's a constant, right, in this example. And then you have the only other constant, which is the speed of light constant. There is no gravity talk in time dilation, at least in this formula that you're referencing. So if you would like to pull up something else that goes down this gravity rabbit hole, by all means. I don't think the room's going to necessarily like that so much.
Hold on.
Because personally, we're going to be going down that rabbit hole with you. I'm just saying, if you're trying to make your argument about gravity relationship or lack thereof to time dilation, this equation doesn't do it.
I just was looking into it for a minute just because why not? You know, I don't really ever hear Globers bringing this up as a point anyways, but there is UTC, the atomic clock, and the UT1 stop time. Occasionally, a leap second is added or subtracted from the UTC, the atomic clock, when their atomic clocks are not matching the sun.
Right.
This has been a part of GPS since the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it's just arbitrary.
Oh, in what way? Like, what are you arguing?
It's not actually proving that there is time dilation.
Oh, well, no, for sure.
There's no measurement. It's all in the numbers that they're calculating.
Well, and that's the thing. Time dilation is highly variable too, right? Because you're talking about it's going to depend on velocity.
Observable, it's not measurable. So why even insert it if you can't prove it?
Right. Well, okay. Here's what I'd argue. We could technically measure it if I was standing stationary and you were moving at a constant velocity. Could you measure it? Yes. Could I then take this equation, going back to the argument I've made like 6 times already to this guy? Could I use this equation and then say, therefore, the Earth is a sphere? Fuck no. Because then the other guy in the room, Alpha, could be like, okay, well, the Earth is flat. And honestly, that equation could go either fucking way.
Am I muted again?
What?
I was asking if I was muted again. I'm not.
No, you're not. No, I mean, I just,
okay.
You're just, you're kind of you're kind of going in circles here, man. I mean,
okay.
Would you?
Yeah. You're actually right. You're right that that particular equation doesn't include a gravitational constant, but there is another equation that I could invoke that which does include a gravitational constant.
Okay, and then before you waste anybody's time and waste your time, will that then connect to some sort of argument to the oblate spiritard?
Wait, 1 sec. Stop. Brendan, you said we can measure time dilation. How do we measure it?
Well, what do you mean? Like just in any model?
You said we can measure time dilation. I want to know how you measure it.
Well, by this current reference frame that this guy's citing, technically you could. I mean, if you take somebody that's stationary.
How?
If you take, well, it's in the citation. It's right there. If you take somebody that's stationary.
You said you claimed that we could measure it. I just want to know how we're measuring it.
Okay. Well, if we're going by this fucking guy's citation, if you take somebody that's stationary, right? Say
Yeah.
I'm standing at a point
Mhm.
and you pass me, say in a car at a constant velocity,
Yep.
you could then take that measurement using some sort of, GPS coordinate from my
Mhm.
point and then with respect to yours over a period of time, and then
Yep.
plug in those numbers and then factor in your constant, and there you go.
And what are you measuring? Time dilation?
In that case, time dilation. Yeah, well, whatever this,
How?
I have yet. I mean, this is the first
What are
time
you
I've seen
getting
that
the
equation.
reading? How are you getting a reading of time dilation?
Well, using the GPS, right, which will create a flat Earth model. That's how you get that. You'd have to flatten it. You couldn't
Where are
use
you
it.
measuring the time dilation?
It's an
Correct.
atomic
Your
clock.
output based on those readings. Yes. If I take a GPS, right?
How?
Okay, I'll again repeat. Take a car. You're driving the car. You're at constant velocity. You're passing me on the side of the road at constant velocity. You have a GPS in your car that's taking each individual point, right, from say 0 to 10 seconds, and then you're taking your velocity. You're taking your measurement with respect to mine, which I'm moving nil, and then plugging those numbers into that equation to get your time dilation.
And what are you measuring?
Time dilation.
And what's your reading? What have you got?
What's my reading? What do you mean?
Yeah. Is this are we just making a movie or is this reality?
No, it's not reality. They plus or minus it to match.
Yeah, it's right. Well, here's
So
okay.
no,
Can
they're
I
not
just
So you
measuring
just
anything.
so you're not measuring time dilation. You're just changing the times on a clock.
No. Listen. Let me just be
So
clear on
some
my. Let me
guy,
just be
some
clear on my
guy
stance here.
driving,
Hold
so
on.
some
Hold
guy
on.
driving down some guy driving down the street and some guy standing on the side of the street. You're saying they live in different fucking times? Is that what you're saying?
No. What? No. Okay. Can we just be clear on something? I don't know what the
Well, where
validity
is
of
this
this.
in
No,
reality?
let me please
You're
let me
saying we
finish.
can. You're
Please
saying
let
we
me
can
finish.
measure time You're saying we can measure time dilation. I want
Please
to. I
let me
want to
finish.
see an experiment where we've measured time dilation.
Dude, I just gave you a real life example and one that's been tested.
Not a
Listen,
real
I'm
life
talking about.
example. Are you saying the guy driving down the street and me standing on the side of the road are in different times?
No, they're not in different times. They're experiencing the past time differently. And they've done this using atomic clocks on planes.
How do you measure it?
Using an atomic clock and traveling in a plane. Use two atomic clocks, one stationary on the ground,
And
one
how different
traveling in
are
a
they?
plane. And you
How different
compare
are they?
them.
So how different are they?
Very slight.
Okay, so
At
you're
the
saying
relative speeds.
because they've used an atomic clock, they've flown up in a plane, and now the atomic clock is slightly different when they land. You're saying that this is because they've experienced a different time?
They've experienced the passive time differently.
Who does that? Sorry.
Who does this?
Are you talking about that
That's just
Einstein
bullshit.
experiment, bro?
Well,
Talking about that Einstein stuff?
They both experience it.
That's bullshit.
You talking
That's
about that Einstein
bullshit,
stuff
man.
where like
That's
the lightning
fucking
bolt like
bullshit.
hits the train?
No, time dilation.
Up, man.
Yeah. So all that fake
What's
stuff that
bullshit
they
about
just
it?
So
like made up.
you're saying you're saying
no
the guy
evidence for
flies
it,
up in a
A-OK.
plane, he has an atomic clock, the atomic clock comes back down slightly different, and the only answer for that is they're experiencing time differently.
Or
Yes,
someone's
it's an
manipulating the
atomic
clocks
clock.
and lying to you and taking all your money.
Nobody's saying that
Well,
shit, dude.
that wasn't an option, man. So
He believes his feet are older than his head.
exactly.
Well, actually, that could be true because he could have gotten a feet transplant.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
The thing that I'm getting at is you can't actually measure this and say that this is happening. This is what's
Why not?
happening. Time is different. Because there's other options.
No, it's not time. It's the electric field. It's the
Yeah, I know.
position you are in.
It's
In
whatever
the
I want it to
electric
be,
field.
really, though.
Yeah.
A-OK, do you have any argument for the Earth being a globe?
Sure.
What do you have?
Oh, I'm just saying sure.
What do you have?
I'm just saying sure, though.
Okay. Do you have anything to contribute to any discussion about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and present.
Yeah, but like the contribution depends on other people already making contributions. So I'm gonna need you to give like a 10-minute speech about your view, and then I'll like comment throughout it, and that'll be my contribution.
So no evidence. Okay.
Evidence? What are you talking about, dude? You said presentation.
No, I said, do you have any evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Yeah.
That may or may not be the case, but I need you to give your
Well, if you
presentation to
don't
see if it's
present any,
correct.
then that means you don't have any, right?
That's not how that
Present
works.
some. Yeah, it fucking does. This is the
No,
forum you
no.
entered right now. The forum is, if you don't have any evidence, then that's fine. But if you do, present it. That's it.
Oh man, you guys are tense in here.
Well, it's not that it's tense, is that we're just getting to the point. That's
No,
all.
we're having
Wasn't
fun.
there a guy in here
Asking
already
you.
debating the Earth
Yeah,
being
we're not
round?
worried about him. You started to squawk, so now it's your turn.
Squawk? What
My
do you
side,
mean?
yeah, you're bringing in some kind of like side chatter that has no relation to what we're talking about. So now my sights are set on you.
Oh, I'm terrified.
Well, go ahead. Now that you've halted all the conversation, now I'm just going to be focused on you.
I think it's a good thing to halt the conversations that go on in here.
Okay. All right. Well, then go ahead and tell us how you know that the Earth is a globe.
But you're not understanding. That's not my
Go
objective.
ahead and tell us how the Earth is a globe.
Sir, that's not my objective.
Okay. Well, then have a seat. You can put yourself on.
No, I'm good.
It's your
Yeah,
belief.
you are going to put either you sit down or you get sat down. How about that? It's pretty simple. Your choice. You're an adult. You can make your choice. If it's either a white mic or a red one, your choice.
Like muted 3 times today, so
That's okay. You'll
this
get the
has
red
been
one.
a successful conversation, and I'll get out of here. GG, guys. GG.
GG. How is it going, Miggy?
Pretty good, GBG.
Glad to hear that. I just finished work.
Oh, did you know?
Yeah. I've been night shift.
Hey, you weren't working night shifts before, huh?
Yes.
You were?
I was. Yeah.
How's work
Just
going?
trying to
Pretty good?
work out.
It's my favorite shift.
Was that Brendan guy a flat earther or what?
He didn't, not that he was making a case for it, but he was just like the time dilation thing. He was just kind of telling the other guy that was in there seeking philosophy. He was just letting him know that gravity wasn't equated and put into the equation for time dilation, and not what he
Oh.
presented.
But then he said you could measure it though.
Yeah, he kind of put his foot in his mouth there, but he didn't realize he did. And he was also saying he doesn't advocate for that, but at the same time, it sounded like he started to. So
Yeah, well, Flatsy to the rescue.
yeah, so I mean, but well, it doesn't matter because at some point he just like, fuck it, he just left. So it's all cool. It was.
Are all the globe defenders gone then?
I
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
really for the rescue.
the
I
time
just,
dilation thing didn't rescue them from anything.
yeah, you're right. I just kind of figured I'd put my little 2 cents in about time dilation because there's plenty. I remember hearing Indio talk about it a while back, and I was like, I know he said something about. Oh, man, I just remember something about how that they would mess with the numbers due to like the actual time because the atomic clocks are doing something and solar time is that, and that's what it was, and that's what I went and looked up. So
Well, you can put a clock in a centrifuge and spin it so fast that the tooth gears inside the clock bend themselves down because of the g forces to the point where they are not turning anymore, so time freezes. That clock
GBG,
will
you're always
stop
coming in with
working.
the good stuff, man. Like, yeah, but there's other things that attribute to like the factor
Yeah.
that the clocks are going to be doing. It's pretty stupid. If a car's whizzing past you and it's got an atomic clock and you got one on the outside, that when you compare the two clocks, they're gonna
Yeah.
be showing different time passages. Fucking stupid,
Yes,
dude.
when you are in motion, there is something with not time passing, but like interaction between physical object, friction and all this stuff increases. So, and even at atomic level, they do this. Higher energy states, yeah. That's what I would call it. Like they want to stretch this invented concept of time and bend it. Maybe they can weave some fabric, out of
Yeah,
it.
they because they believe the "you shall not surely die." They believe that.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is run faster than the Flash, and there, Bob's your
Yeah.
uncle. You know what I'm saying?
And go back in time, yeah. I don't know. Time travel is gross for me.
Man, I know we're not really talking about globe versus anything right now, but there was I guess Talon's in the chat saying that left and right are coming together to for round Earth, and Heretic, what he said was priceless. Did you guys see that? He's like,
No, I
he says, weird how they agree on reality being something it isn't. Sounds like both sides are equally confused. I was like, dang, that's so good because that's so true. And I replied to him, I was like, yeah, being in a false dichotomy must be limited, bless their little hearts. There you go, Alpha.
yeah.
Yeah, there's proper use of bless their little hearts. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And Heretic, he's like, nothing brings together two divided factions like some good old propaganda about reality. Heretic's sharp, man. He's sharp.
They can't escape his clutches, man. He's got them.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't let go either.
He's like a vice.
Damn, Bitcoin's skyrocketing, man. What the hell?
What?
Bitcoin skyrocketing. Going up and up. It's at
How much?
34. It's at 34 right now.
Oh,
Yeah. It was like 20 something, 20,000 like this past week. Going up.
bloody hell.
Yeah. Just saying, man. So a few dollars in it, just,
Yeah, I have to.
dollar cost.
I was looking yesterday to get some stocks on a company, FE Metals Corp, a Canadian FE Metals Battery Corp, or Battery Metals Corp. It's a Canadian company, and I saw some interesting information. Right now, about 3 days ago, one stock was like 20 cents, and now it's about 86. But in the next year, they might hit like big time, because this company took a huge region in Canada where they have a lithium deposit, and they are going to do prospects now. And after they do these prospects and they announce that they find lithium and everything, it's gonna boom. And there is, yeah, a crisis, because, yeah, with all these problems with Africa, Africans are like cutting the ties with US and Europe.
Yeah, man, they're kicking everyone out.
Yeah, yeah,
French and the Germans, they're kicking them all out of Africa.
yeah. It's a good thing, because, yeah, they
Yeah,
have
they've
to
been
develop
raping them for
also.
way too long. Yeah.
Yeah. They will allow them now to develop, because back in the days, there was no real superpower. Um, Europeans actually hide and fear the African people. We've been dominated, ruled by the Moors, by the black people, for about 1,000 years. And here in Europe, when we learn history, we call it, the Black Plague. But that wasn't true. It was actually the dominion when Europe was ruled, governed by Africa. There's very strong men, very powerful, also wise, and it was hard to uh, break loose from their dominion, you know. And ever since in history, um, they kept Africa and African people to a very low state.
This chat,
But
everybody here is just deafening or leaving. What's going on?
oh, yeah, let's bring it back to flat Earth. Where is the curve?
What
Where
about
is?
Talon? Maybe Talon's got something to say.
Oh yeah, Talon, who's champion the corrupt political system. Let's do it.
Come on, Talon, what have you got? I love you, government. You always
Anything
looking out
else?
for the best of me.
Govern me harder.
Give me options because I can't figure out my own options. If you give them to me, I'll just choose one.
Go back to sleep, America. You are free to do as we say.
Yeah, got some radical ideas for you to fight over. So just go back to sleep and choose a side.
Yeah. A wing. Does Trump still exist? I haven't heard of him like in months.
Because you're smart and you don't watch this stupid crap happening. It's
Yeah.
so everything is
Yeah,
so
what's
ridiculous.
You
going
know what
on
makes
over
me
there?
really upset?
When I
Yeah,
was on TikTok, everyone is talking about him there.
yeah, they're still talking about him, and he's still
Yeah.
talking to Storm too. So it's really not even. It's not changed. It's just that you're smarter than to follow the stuff.
Yeah.
They
What do you
like to
find interesting, Britt? What were you gonna say?
go
I
ahead.
was
Yeah.
gonna say, I find it
Not
sad.
Britt.
Oh, sorry, mate.
No, you're all right.
What do you find sad?
Ed. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go Ed.
Did you want me to talk now? Or?
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry, I thought it was Britt
We're
now,
waiting.
so I just said, yeah.
We're always trying to be vigilant about
They're
who's
gonna
talking.
we're
Please
gonna wait
forgive
until you
us.
start speaking so we can talk. Go ahead.
So, I was just gonna say, I wish I could, like, show, just how interesting and beautiful, astronomy and astrophysics is. Because I know you guys don't believe in it, but
We don't believe. Yeah.
I don't think you do.
We are
I mean,
heretic.
I'd be happy for you to prove me wrong. Or say that
Blasphemers.
you do.
Can
But
you show me?
no, I'm
Can you
not
show me
shitting
a
on you
photo
guys
of?
at all. I'm not shitting on you guys
Huh?
at all. I'm just saying it's sad
Yeah.
because I love it and I think it's so like insane and crazy like
Yeah,
that
that's the
Yeah,
point.
I know.
there's a
It
universe
gives
out
you a
there
lot.
and I think it
It
is
gives you
beautiful.
a lot of
Oh, it is
Can the guy
beautiful. I'll
can the
go.
guy
power
finish
in your mind.
can the guy finish sentence without being interrupted? It's pretty annoying, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
let
Sorry.
him finish his sentences. You don't have to finish those sentences for him.
And what me personally, I'm really interested in the latest papers that scientists have to say about what we've been discovering, what we've been looking into. And just today, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the cosmic microwave background radiation.
Yep.
But it's the oldest image we claim to have of the universe, and it's just like it's like a rainbow color image. It's like hard to to get your head around if you don't know
Mute
what it's
him.
showing.
Oh,
Mute
give me a
me.
sec. I'm about to debunk the CMBR for you. Okay, just give me a second.
I mean,
Cease him.
that's fine. Yeah, if you'd like to talk about that, that's okay. But yeah,
Can you
I was
show
just
us
the
Can you post
experiment that I was
Can you
reading
post a
today.
picture of the cosmic microwave background?
Yeah, if you'd like me to.
Go ahead.
When was the first time you heard about it?
What the cosmic?
Yeah.
The CMBR isn't what I wanted to discuss about, but I don't know, probably secondary school. Anyway,
Have you seen the satellite launch?
no, I didn't watch the satellite launch. Anyway, I'm
Yeah,
not here to dispute
I
whether it's
watched
real
it
or fake
live.
right this second, because
Have
I
you
wanted to get
posted that
onto
picture yet?
that
Mm-hmm.
scientists may have discovered a way of seeing even further into the universe, the universe's
Wow,
history, through
that's
gravitational
amazing.
waves. Well, it is quite interesting because if we were to discover how the universe is started, I'm not saying this is completely
Jesus.
accurate to truth. Well, you're interrupting me, so like
Yeah, but
I'm done speaking.
yeah, you monologuing, but the phenomena that is being observed, it's actually, we can definitely detect phenomena that is from the sky, right? And do observations. And when you're saying you guys don't believe this, you guys don't believe that, what I might not be believing is the story that people are adding to it, and they're attaching it to the fantasy globe. I might not believe that, but that doesn't negate the phenomena being observed. So,
The phenomena, which one?
or you're talking about radiation that is being detected, or whatever, right?
Oh no, I'm talking about a 15-year experiment of using gravitational waves to see further into the universe's history.
No,
That's what I'm saying. That's what's interesting.
that's a different experiment.
Can you tell me what source you're using? Is it WMAP?
Pardon? What was your
What
question,
source
sorry?
are you using to see these images and stuff like that? Or
I don't,
just search how they detect it, maybe?
what are we? Sorry, I'm trying to understand your question.
Yeah.
Could you just paraphrase it again? Sorry.
Sure. So, a lot of people like to use, like to determine like firsthand the age of the universe from known data at the
Oh yeah.
WMAP or something.
What? Oh, I don't know what that stands for.
Okay.
WMAP.
Yeah, it's just a source.
Oh yeah, it's the satellite that took the probe that took the image of the CMBR. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so
Let me.
listen,
so
not to
gravitational
make
waves
the
that surround
I'll.
us come from even farther out, but humanity does not yet have the technology to detect them. NASA.gov.org.
Can I
So,
also
Well,
something
it's
else
amazing.
to
well,
destroy them?
yeah.
yeah,
Your point. I
Flatty,
want to hear
one
your
moment,
point.
please. I want to clarify one thing. That satellite, there is a satellite that actually measures the cosmic microwave background radiation, but
I
you
think it's a
were
probe. It's not. It
also,
doesn't orbit the
you
planet.
were, I didn't finish. You were also speaking about the gravitational waves. And that so-called experiment is not a satellite in space, but it's actually a laser on the ground.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I didn't say it
So
was in
do not
space.
mix the two of them because they are not one and the same.
Oh,
So
I know.
I want to
Okay, good.
some pretty
Go on.
useful. All right. So, have you ever heard of I think it's like Kobe or Kobe virus, the DMR and the Planck satellite?
Oh, are these all like probes and satellites?
Yeah, let's talk about them.
Okay. I mean, what would you like to talk about?
Because the discoveries of the cosmic microwave background,
Yeah.
yeah, it's an immediate background. So, the oceans and the water in the atmosphere or at the air, uh, you can put a cup of water in the microwave and you know what happens, right?
Yeah.
Because water absorbs.
It gets superheated.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So, if it's an absorber, then it's, a powerful emitter. So, probably got some sort of thing going on there where it's kind of like a black body, you know?
What, in
So,
space?
Yeah,
no,
the sun.
on Earth, here on Earth.
Oh,
got like a bond force constants with the hydroxyl and versus hydrogen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the CMB whisperer. Okay, we got the water dimer in water vapor and condensed water. It acts like a simple harmonic oscillator. So the energy in the
Sorry, could you
it's
just
fine.
like?
I'm gonna finish. I just want to kind of preface what my point real quick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so the energy in the hydroxyl bond is like 100 times stronger than the hydrogen bond. So when you're looking at like the emission of water of the water dimer, it will be equal to the ratio of the bond force constants hydroxyl hydrogen, which is also related to temperature. So when attaining like 300K emissions, black body emissions of the oceans, you can you then divide by the ratio of 3 Kelvin. Just like so, the Earth radiates roughly like around 300 Kelvin curve, and the sun's like 5800 Kelvin curve. You can check that at uh John Carlos base, the WordPress, if you wanted to check it. Put
John
the Earth
Carlos.
box. Yeah, John Carlos Baez, like BAEZ,
Yeah,
WordPress. Yeah, putting the Earth in a box. Anyways, um, what's the official temperature of the cosmic microwave background radiation? Do
I
you
don't
do you,
know.
okay?
No.
It's like 2.725 Kelvin. So that Kobe satellite is at 900 kilometers above the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. But anyways, it had a shield protecting the horn. So RF and thermal, not microwave. They don't microwave naturally. So you have to know about diffraction. So low frequency waves, radio, microwave, diffract the most. And yeah, the horn that I'm talking about. You just have to look it up. There's no other horn in the history of man, including now, 20 years later, that
I
can
mean,
match.
yeah, I see
That
what
can,
you're talking about. I know it might be difficult to like explain because
but
it's
it's
difficult to understand in the first place. But
an
I'm
engineering.
looking at his. Sorry, go on.
It's an engineering impossibility. I know I'm kind of monologuing, but I got a point.
No,
So
that's fine. Just because it takes long, that's fine.
yeah, it does. Okay.
That's the whole
Sorry,
point of talking.
one question, Flatzy. You said about the temperature of something like 2 Kelvin,
Yeah, that's
2
what they
point
say.
something.
Yeah, they say the official temperature of the cosmic microwave background. It's the CMBR.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah. It's
2 Kelvin.
yeah,
What is it?
2.5. It's 2.725 Kelvin. Is what they
2.7?
25.
Uh-huh. 2.725.
Yeah. Okay,
I
so hold on.
mean,
Yeah.
from
So this is like
Yeah,
very
you're
close
getting
to.
it
It's
get
very
begin.
close to the lambda point. The lambda point is 2.17 degrees Kelvin. And it's actually where a lot of physics change.
Yeah, that you're getting
The
it.
the
It's
physics of the elements, yeah.
yeah.
Physical behavior of elements changes below that point.
what in the subatomic?
No, this is a state of energy, actually. It's not, it doesn't, it's not about particles.
Well, there's waves as well, and they are energy.
Energy? No, this is temperature. Like, cold, hot.
Yeah, that's a form of energy.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm just saying a wave is a form of energy, but I mean in like the terms of an electron or light.
Well, in quantum mechanics, it's more like motion.
Quantum mechanics isn't a spectrum. it's more of a state of like different energy selections. It's what's the word? Oh my god, I can't fucking remember the word. It's just not a spectrum, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get that.
All right. Conclusion is
Yeah, I was just trying to make a point that
Something about the probe.
we got
What?
well we got the emission clocking at 3 Kelvin
Mm.
with the oceans, and
Okay.
you got the cosmic microwave background radiation at 2.725 Kelvin. That doesn't seem to add up to your paradigm. Sounds like they detected the oceans, and I can go ahead and I can tell you how that was the case. Because you, the apparatus that they were using to, carry these black body, they carried 2 4 Kelvin reference black bodies, high and low frequency, both encased in aluminum.
Yeah.
But they ran into a problem. They couldn't keep the low frequency black body at 4K. They noted that the high frequency black body was good to go and was attached to a shield. So to keep the low frequency black body at thermal equilibrium, they decided to bolt it. Ooh. Also, to the high frequency shield, sounds good. What's the problem? Okay. They used metal washers and screws, buddy, that creates conduction path.
Yeah.
So it renders the black body no longer a black body. So they compared the low frequency black body reference horn to the sky horn and got great results. I'm mad. Yeah, I wonder why.
To be fair, you make a point because I don't know anything about the way it's constructed. However, I'm sure there are multiple probes and multiple different experiments that use different equipment to take images of the cosmic microwave background radiation. It's not just one
probes.
experiment.
I'm sorry, I'm getting
Where are the
excited.
probes?
But they're getting 0 from the black body reference horn and a match from the sky horn. That must be at 0. See, match and no black body, which is confirmed by no monopole signal at L2 from Planck. So you have to go ahead and just it's definitely the oceans that they're detecting, because they detect them at a greater, like it's greater when they're over the oceans of the earth, when they're supposedly detecting it anyways.
I saw this microwave cannons, resonance chambers, everything, the way they function. It's super complicated. And
to try to like simplify it so he could understand, or all of you
Well,
could
no, you don't
understand.
have. I just
All
want
of
you
us.
to set some bases so I can understand what you're trying to convey. It's like I understand the physics, that's fine, but I just need you to coherently say it.
I did. I feel like I did.
I mean, it's like I understood you were talking about the construction of the probe and
I
the
was giving
reason
you
why
all.
it failed.
Oh,
No, no,
you,
no. Your latest one was fine. I'm just giving a warning to that guy who also wants to talk. I'm not necessarily criticizing the way you spoke. It's fine.
I
I
haven't
got the gist of what you're trying to
criticized
say.
Flatsy. I haven't criticized Flatsy.
No.
I'm Jet Bejet, if you are referring to me.
Yes. Jet
Yeah,
Beget.
so I was not criticizing Flatsy. I
No,
was
no, no.
just
I said I wasn't.
saying that I kind of know what she's talking about, but it's beyond me. I have looked into these things because I wanted to actually build a a bigger microwave cannon for drying timber. I was interested in this kind of technology. And yeah, when I actually contacted some US companies, they told me that they directed me to some US institutions and stuff, and they told me this is military secret technology. Like, you cannot have a microwave cannon of higher powers than you have in your household microwave device. You know? So, yeah. And they also contain some very nasty metals.
I kind of wanted to demonstrate how just something so small can mess up something that big in your
Yeah.
cosmology.
Yeah.
Huge, huge. You base a lot of like what you think about in this vacuum of space fantasy off of a lot of things that were
Yeah.
just on sand. It's all built. That's how we view the whole globe Earth and the cosmology of globe Earth because it's all built on sand. It can just easily be washed away, taken through the current, and just obliterated because you don't have any solid foundation. You don't have curvature. You don't have the things that you think that you have in this fantasy like cosmic vacuum is all built on things that you have to be able to go in and research and make sure that luckily we're flat earthers and you too, you can do it too. It's not like I'm saying, oh well, we know more than you. I'm trying to tell you something pretty basic. You can go and look into it just like me. So it's not like it's something um, that you can go look at the construction of these satellites and probes and whatnot, and you can take apart what they give you as just look at what they're constructed of because
Yeah.
if it's aluminum you need to be able to justify the type of material that they're using and the conditions they're supposedly using them in, like the ISS, the type of material that they use. It has a melting point way like below what the supposed area that it's supposed to be in. So,
Atmosphere.
The what has a melting point way below the
well,
area it's
like
supposed to be in.
it should be melting because the temperature at that point is supposed to be much higher.
What
You
should
know,
be melting? Sorry.
the ISS. The ISS is constructed of some material like a some type of aluminum alloy,
It's
and
aerospace grade aluminum.
But it doesn't have any
but the
That's
particles
what.
to
melting
collide
point of
with
it,
to cause it to
the
heat up.
melting yeah, but the melting point of it is way below the temperature that it's supposedly in, the thermosphere.
Yeah, but you got to think because there's no atmosphere and because it's a very shiny reflective surface, it's only the
No,
the surface
reflectiveness
atoms that are
has
going to be.
nothing to do.
It's not going to be
It
heating up
doesn't. You can make it shiny all you want. When you put it at 800 degrees Celsius, it's gonna melt.
in an atmosphere. Yeah.
Yeah, it can be shiny all you want.
It's
But
claimed,
It will
what I'm
melt.
saying is
and look,
when you point or when I don't know
Even
what sort of
even
no let me
even in microwave exposure, yeah, it doesn't even need atmosphere.
no infrared the light produced from the sun, right? It doesn't work how the heat isn't transferred like how it is on Earth. That's the difference. That's why, you know, when the radiation from the sun interacts with the ISS, it's not absorbing it because it's made of metal and it's able to reflect most
Well, that's what
of the
you are
electromagnetic
assuming,
radiation.
that there is no atmosphere there.
Well,
an
The reason why
assumption.
we believe there is no atmosphere there is because you have to have a pressurized container within space to be in space and survive. You can't just have it. You can't open the window. And the reason why the gas moves out is
No,
because of pressure difference.
no. Listen,
Yes.
the gas you have up there is mostly hydrogen and helium. But
It's
helium
not in gas
is
form.
not. I didn't finish. At those altitudes, helium is propagating, is highly energetic. Um,
Okay.
and at
That's a
higher
big brush.
listen, at those altitudes, the helium from the ground is accelerating upwards. And when it reaches a certain altitude, they call that region the Van Allen belt. Yeah, a region area of highly charged particles, of protons. That is helium gas accelerating at almost the speed of light.
What altitude are we talking about?
Yeah, when helium atoms reach almost the speed of light, they become protons. They are highly charged particles. They are not atoms anymore.
And you're saying this occurs commonly
Yeah. So
on
if
where?
you are in
Where?
a helium, if you are in a helium atmosphere, yeah, you cannot breathe helium air. You
Well, you
will
can breathe it
suffocate.
in, but you won't get any oxygen, so you will suffocate. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can still breathe it in.
Yeah. And it doesn't mean there will be high pressure. It will be a lower pressure, but those particles are moving at high velocity. So
But they're
there
only a
will be
proton.
pressure, but there will obviously not be 10 to the minus 17 torr.
The only instance that we've detected to see hydrogen act like that is when
Now,
it's in a star or in a ball of plasma.
no, we cannot see what's inside stars.
No, we can't see what's
That
inside.
is
No, you're right.
no, you cannot see.
But I'm not saying that we can. I'm saying we know the contents of stars because we've seen
You
stars
cannot
explode.
know. You cannot
No.
know the contents of stars.
We're
Listen,
saying we know the elements that are in them.
you
That's what I'm saying.
can't know.
You can.
There is no device that can determine that.
Have you looked that up at all? What evidence do you have to back
Well,
that claim?
according to spectroscopy,
Look, I know that they invoke spectrometers attached to telescopes, but spectrometers do not work, do not function that way.
Oh,
This is pseudoscience
it's not.
you are invoking. Yes. Listen, you cannot take a spectrometer, yeah?
Into space,
Uh,
yes.
no. I
Yep.
didn't say into space.
I'm saying into space.
You said. I'm not
Yep.
talking about that. They are using they attach a spectrometer to a telescope. This is what they say. Yeah. And with these telescopes, they claim that they can see what the stars are made of. The problem is the way a spectrometer functions. It has a light source, it has a chamber where you have to put the stuff you want to analyze, and after that, there is a sensor, yeah,
Yeah. The stuff
which
you want to
record,
analyze is
which
the light.
records the. I did I finish talking?
No, but I want you to understand that we're on the same page, right? Because I'm not just going to agree to everything that you say.
Okay, good then. So now the stuff you want to analyze is between inside the chamber contained. closed chamber between the light source and the sensor detector. Yeah, and you analyze what is inside that chamber. Now, what you are saying, you attach this device to a telescope and you look at a star. You don't have that star in the chamber of the spectrometer to analyze its content, physical contents. You do not know the light source, what it is that emits that kind of light. In a spectrometer, you have to precisely know what type of light source you are using. A filament bulb, a mercury gas tube, an LED, or whatever.
Yeah,
So
I
you
understand
need
that.
to know, if you don't give to the spectrometer that data, you're gonna have off the chart readings.
Jet, you can get stuff in between the light source and the chamber. You can
Well, no,
get
because your
analyte.
star, listen, you are looking at the star, and your star is the light source itself.
No, but what I'm saying is
And you
there's
don't know
stuff.
what it is there that is actually in a plasma state that emits light. It is a metal, it is a gas, it is what it is.
So the way
You can't
I'm gonna
tell
respond
which
to this,
element.
right? Can I respond?
No,
Okay, fair enough.
I want to address actually a more important issue.
Yeah, go on.
Like when you started speaking about this satellite that measured the cosmic microwave background radiation, I just want to ask you if you ever heard about the axis of evil.
The axis of evil?
Yeah.
I have never heard of the axis
Yeah,
of
well,
evil.
this is what they found with this magic satellite.
What did they find?
With this magic satellite, they found the axis of evil.
And what is that?
Um,
Everything
the
no matter
the
what
North Pole,
Can I
yeah,
have
the North
get Betsy?
Pole, the North Pole of the Earth is the dead center of the whole universe. Everything that we see around us. And
Oh, I
it's
see.
not in the middle of the globe Earth. It's actually right at the North Pole on that surface of the snow where the north is the magnetic north. That is the center of the whole, everything that exists.
Okay, yeah. So on Wiki, right? Obviously,
Yeah.
we can all defute it if we really want to. The observation
Yeah,
says
well,
some
they did
anomalies in
this
the background
measurement
radiation
first
have been
time.
reported, which are aligned with the plane of our solar system. These are unexplained by the Copernican principle. I don't know how you pronounce that. And suggest that the solar system's alignment is special in relation to the background radiation of the universe. Mad. Land and Maguio in 2005 dubbed this alignment the axis of evil, owing to the implications for current models of the cosmos. Although several later studies have shown systematic errors in the correlation of those data and the way they have been processed, various studies of the CMB anisotropy data either confirm the Copernican principle model that alignments is a non-homogeneous universe, whatever that means, still consistent with the principle, whatever that means. Okay, so it's basically this is true, no, it's not. That's sort of the argument.
You're did I not just
Yeah.
like break down the CMBR for you? Like I could do it again. Do you want me to do it again?
Yeah.
No, it's fine.
Listen, I was young when they launched this satellite, and I watched it, and I was waiting for the so-called measurements. Yeah. They announced that we will have an image of the whole universe. I wanted to see it. I was waiting for it. Now, they measured and they found that the North Pole of the Earth, yeah, is the dead center of the whole universe. Now, this satellite is not above the North Pole. It was in Earth's orbit, yeah, the
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can
heliocentric
look at those
Earth
images.
orbit. That's what they claimed. So it was far off from that center. And with their measurements, they found that the Earth's North Pole is actually the center of the universe. Now, when they found this, they said, oh, the Earth cannot be the center of the whole universe. This must be wrong. We have been wrong somewhere. Yeah. So they did a second measurement test. And again, they found the same result. Now, they gathered scientists, they verified everything, they worked, and they did it a third time. And a third time also, they had the same result. They
Did they
given up.
change anything
And
in
no,
between takes?
listen, they given up for many years. Yeah. They just wiped the story under the carpet. Yeah. Nobody said anything about it anymore. And they were
Well,
saying, oh, the scientists have miscalculated. There are some technical errors, human error, whatever. Yeah, it was all kind of stories. And now, yeah, I know. After many years, they fixed their story. Yeah,
I mean,
to
I
rebuttal
understand
it.
what you're saying. Like, I get how it looks very suspicious and a cover up of the truth.
Well,
But I
Not
think
necessarily
with
like that.
the way that science is,
No, you think about
and
the
the
desperation.
well,
Think
no,
about
I'm just
yeah.
I'm
you
thinking
know
of
the
the media.
okay, well think about how they were paying mathematicians to come up with
Yeah.
certain formulas to explain certain things in math. They paid
Yeah.
they were offering a cash prize to the best
Yeah.
math formula back in the day, like back in the 1800s and early 1900s. This is what was going on. It wasn't observing
Yeah.
anything. It wasn't reality anything. It was like they were giving a cash prize to
Is this
whoever
in America or all over the world? Because
in like European
All
countries.
over the world.
Well,
well,
yeah,
yeah, I mean, cash incentives are obvious because of the
but
capitalistic way people have been living. But like,
you've got
there's well-established universities over 500 years old that have astronomy departments going back hundreds of 100 years, 150 years. You know,
you've got
telescopes have been invented for.
Ed, I want you to understand this. Really,
Yeah. Who
we
invented the
looked at,
telescope?
we've been looking into this, and a lot of people come in here thinking that flat earthers don't know any. We've not only looked
No, I'm
into
sure you've got a lot of information.
Yeah, but we've not only looked into every single claim and like a multitude of us can at least look into one thing or the other and come together and compile things because we understand that there is no measurement of the earth being curved into a ball.
Yeah.
We go find everything together. It's like a group effort to research the history, the actual like practices, the things that they did throughout science, what they would consider science, what was pseudoscience. That was, I'm telling you to look into these things that we have because it's very um, prominent to why we are here. We
I
looked
mean, if you
into.
could send me like a couple
Uh,
website links, just DM them to me. I
well,
don't necessarily want to go through them all now,
can
but
I
I'll.
can I just give you the? Are you a part of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? I can give you the link because they've got a lot of information at
Oh,
the
yeah, I'm
bottom.
already a part of it. It's fine.
Huh?
I said I've already
He
joined.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all there, man. So you can look back into how they used to give out cash prizes, best mathematic formula, something that wouldn't necessarily explain reality, but to give them a result that they wanted, and they needed the mathematics to add up to that. Um, you can also look back even further than that. We've even looked back further than that to see where this kind of idea of cosmology even came from, and it comes from the astrophysicists of today are even referencing it, saying that the ancient Kabbalistic teachings and the Zohar talk about a lot of things that they're talking about in quantum physics.
Yeah, sphere worship is very ancient in this
It's not
world.
new. It's something that's been ancient that is being passed on throughout the generations that they're keeping it secret. So they just needed everybody to believe the lie so that they could keep the secret as their I don't know. I don't even need to go through this. It's a lot. It's not necessarily what I want you to research. I want you to research the discrepancies in the cosmology because if they don't have a globe earth, they don't have the rest of the cosmology because it is all based off of the earth being a globe at the set dimensions that they give us, and that Venus is the relative same size of earth so that they could calculate the distance of the sun in this cosmology that's a fantasy. So you have to be able to use so you're using the retrograde motion of the certain stars that are wandering stars to establish some sort of like an ellipse for rotation around the sun. So you can mathematically formulate this, especially if you're given a financial incentive. You can come up with a formula that these wandering stars are rotating around the sun instead of what we observe in reality, the sun and the stars all being, uh, uh, they all circulate a certain point, that like a central point that we observe as Polaris at night, but
Can I just say then?
it's all relative to
Motivation.
Can I
and
just
respect.
say then? If
Go ahead.
people were doing it for money, right? I can see how that can get, you
Well, it's
know.
compartmentalization and money and
But
incentive here and there. It's
my
not
point
all.
against that is that scientists, especially back in the day, reputation and fact checking, like other scientists going, peer review, metadata, peer analysis, all happen. Like people double check maths. I don't see why there would be some sort of secret.
Yeah,
It doesn't
listen,
have to be a big secret.
you
It just
can.
has to be compartmentalized and incentives. You only need incentive and compartmentalization to be able to pull off something like this.
Yeah, but what's the
And nobody
motivation?
has to be lying. People can just have a desperation for the money, for the fame, for whatever. You don't
Let's
need
see.
people to be in on the lie. You just need people to be desperate enough to do whatever they have to do to be famous, and they'll even believe the lie while they're famous for creating the lie.
But see, I feel like the best chance you have of me believing what you're saying, like 100% converting my opinion on all the things I know, I feel like you'd need to write
I don't care to do that.
just what you've just talked about, but in a paper way where you reference all the stuff you do. You know,
Dude,
you write a
I
good like thesis on it, because it's important that I understand everything that you're saying. And
yeah,
if I
you're
was to do that with the best intentions, I feel like the best way I could do that is if you were to write some sort of thesis.
I'll do my I'll actually like that sounds Ed, I appreciate you because I mean, I used to love doing research papers, especially if I was motivated. A lot of the times motivation came with like the time frame that I had to do it, and
Mm.
I would still ace the research paper because once I get into it and I have the motivation, I have really I don't know. I like a deadline. I love a deadline because I will go in and I will learn everything I can. I don't even need to do that now. I have a lot of compiled information that I can just write you a thesis pretty soon. Like, yeah, I'll do that. I appreciate that, Ed. I don't have a lot of people motivating me on the globe side, but I appreciate
No
you.
worries, no worries. Because I think it's
Question.
very important. Even if I was trying to prove something that I believed in science, I would want to write a thesis on it. Anything.
Okay, yeah, well, science is very important to know what it is, and the scientific
100%.
method, you know.
100%.
Astrophysics, you have to understand that astrophysics and astrology, astronomy, all these things, fortune telling, these are not sciences.
That's fine. You can have that
Seriously.
opinion. I'm gonna
Ed,
be
you
back
dumb
in
No,
5
bitch. Ed,
minutes.
you
I'm
dumb bitch.
serious.
Where's the drop over distance? Where's the drop over distance, Ed?
We were not talking about drop over distance with him. Sorry.
Yeah, but you're saying what is science and what isn't science. I mean, that's. I want to hear where the drop over distance is.
Yeah, that's not a scientific matter.
I know it isn't. It's geometry.
Yeah. As I said, I was not talking with him about that. So
We'll continue the conversation about
he was already engaged in a conversation with Flatsy. So I don't know if you heard it all, but it sounds like you haven't heard it all. So
I'm interested in hearing about how they discovered that the North Pole was the center of the universe again. I missed half that.
yeah, you have to read about the axis of evil, news lines from like 1 year after they sent that satellite. I don't remember which year exactly was it sent, but between 2005 2010, if I'm not mistaken.
So they sent a satellite over the North Pole.
No, it was not sent over the North Pole. It was on orbit, they claimed. So the satellite was off from that axis line, which goes through the North Pole.
Okay. So you're saying it went at a parameter around the North Pole?
Sorry?
So you're saying that it went at a diameter around the North Pole, like the
Yes,
North Pole
yes,
center?
yes.
And
Eccentric, yeah.
and it proved that the North Pole was the center of the universe.
Yeah.
How exactly? Like, did it take a
What do you
compilation
how
of all the
exactly?
images that it took and
Look, my friend, you're asking me now about news articles I read like more than 10 years ago.
I'm sure. I mean, like, I'm just trying to get a general idea.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
I
because
told you this is the name, and I recommend you pull out from the internet everything that you can, and you'll see the news articles, the claims for yourself.
right. It's just that, like, no matter where you are, it'll always be the center of the universe.
I recommend you take the news articles which are very close to the date, yeah, when they launched that satellite, and the date when they actually did those experiments, month, you know, year and month.
What was the date?
If you read articles which are published like after 2020, that's all gonna be some sort of story which fortifies the new doctrine about it, you know, like they worked hard to fix this problem, this story, yeah, and now they act when they speak about this satellite, they act like people never heard of axis of evil, you know.
So, you know how I was talking about black bodies? I like to take it back.
Yes.
I like to take it back to the sun. It acts. Oh, Ed's gone. That's unfortunate. Anyways, the sun acts
Yeah,
like a.
pity.
I
Yeah, I know it is almost a perfect black body.
we
Yeah,
can. I can just go ahead and say that it is because it is. It has.
yeah,
It has thermodynamic equilibrium with the
yeah.
Earth. So, so the cosmic vacuum has to explain how the Earth is so perfectly positioned, and I put this in the chat. So,
Mm,
uh, it it would have to be so perfectly positioned to even be possible to satisfy the law of entropy, because the people that like to
yeah.
propagate this whole cosmic vacuum and
Mm,
the whole cosmology behind it, they still seek to satisfy the law of entropy even in the vacuum of space. They do that because
yeah,
they call it
yeah.
the heat death or whatever.
Yeah, to me, it fascinates me because the sun power output is like they say it's about 100 petawatts. So this is the amount of energy it's casting over the surface of the earth, but I mean that surface which is daytime, you know, so it's a huge area. And the earth registers all that energy, accumulates it, you know, and we have all these dynamic cycles of it even sustains the evaporation of waters, lakes, oceans, seas, the flow of rivers. I don't
Yeah,
know what's going on deep down there in the ground, but there is
maybe doing
something which pushes water up to the top of a mountain, and we have a spring in the top of
yes.
the mountain, you know.
Yeah, it's
So
crazy.
it's like it's a
Crazy. Not,
perpetual fountain, yeah.
it's crazy not to be able
Mm,
to. I don't know. I don't even want to. I don't want people to conceptualize anything. I want people to understand things. So when
yeah,
you're talking about the earth and the environment, the or whatever, you're still talking about the law of entropy, even on a cosmological scale. Something isn't adding
yes,
up because if it's on a cosmological scale, you have to have some sort of divine property that would cause the decrease of entropy. And
yeah,
they're not understanding what we're talking about when we're like entropy only
mm,
decreases or increases, sorry. It only
yeah,
increases. And you're talking about a decrease in entropy that we do not observe at all. So
mm,
you have to present something that shows a decrease in entropy. They don't
yeah,
understand when we say this because even in their own paradigm, they have these like whoever is coming up with all this crazy shit, they still have to satisfy the law of entropy. So with the
yeah,
sun 93 million miles away approximately, whatever they say, who cares? They still seek to satisfy that law of entropy with the sun being that far away and the universe being what it is in their cosmology, and they even factor in the heat death. They try to satisfy all of this to this one thing that we use against them because it can't be possible, because it can't be demonstrated. And if you think that it is happening, you just have to believe it because it's not something that happens on a local
yeah,
scale and dare say any kind of wide range scale that they could imagine. So it's kind of
mm,
ironic that they come in and they act like flat earthers are science deniers and this and that when really w- that's not even a scientific question. We're talking about measurements and we're talking about natural law, and we're using those two things against
yeah.
them. We only talk about science because they want to talk about it and they misuse it.
It's not even, we're not at the point that we use them against them. We are actually presenting to them, and they, it contravenes their blind beliefs. So they
But
hear us telling them that they are deeply dived into a blind belief,
yeah,
and they don't want that. They hate that, you know, to realize that, wow, you are the most fanatic person that ever can be in the
here,
world, you know?
but here's the trickery behind here's the trickery behind it. Because what we say, like on a fundamental level, what we
Mm,
say they
yeah,
agree with. So they have to hold two conflicting, two contradicting
yeah,
ideas in their
yeah,
head, which is the definition of cognitive dissonance. And that is
yeah,
why we say that they're coping. We're not
mm,
wrong.
yeah, yeah,
So it's kind of
There's
funny.
another problem with the sun being a black body is if they try to say like we measured the distance to the sun using radio or any other, like bouncing anything off. Well, when they say it's a black body, it's not reflecting anything back. They can't isolate the signal from all the noise.
Exactly. Exactly, Box Fox.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
nothing is reflected from the sun. No type of radiation,
How could they
nothing.
claim that it acts like a black body?
And
Double speak.
even
Say that. Yeah,
e-
exactly.
even if we sent all the nuclear bombs into the sun, uh, they would not affect it with anything.
They'd be so
There
disappointed.
will be no change register. you know?
If anything,
Mm,
since entropy only increases, the only thing that they have with that is that there is some validity behind the way they're using like that climate change type ordeal that's a bunch of ruckus and dumb shit.
Yeah.
They're using that with the idea of entropy increasing because there is a set
Mm,
end to the earth with entropy increasing only because it only does that. It doesn't decrease. It may be held stagnant, but the things
mm.
that we invent that hold entropy in place are still undergoing entropy because you have to input the energy into like a
Yes.
refrigerator to keep
Yes.
staying at a stasis or static with entropy.
Mm,
Can't decrease entropy, you can just hold it still, but you're still dealing with the mechanics behind the refrigerator is still undergoing entropy. It has to have an influx of energy always to keep running, to keep that at a static position. So you're not having a decrease, you're only having increase of entropy. Even if you can make something static, you can't do that on any kind of wide scale. You can't do it to the whole earth. It's all still undergoing it, and everything is subjected to it. So it's kind of one of those things
mm.
that, yeah,
Well, this is why gold is so fascinating to mankind because it never changes. It sort of defies it.
Wait a minute. You keep saying decrease in empathy. Who's arguing for a decrease in entropy?
No, entropy.
That's what I meant.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, when you talk about, or not you, but the royal you being the Glober, you're talking about a lot of like the vacuum of space being adjacent to a pressurized system. And then you claim that other things are pressurized systems in the vacuum of space, which can't even be because we're a pressurized system. This is where we can test from. It's not
Yeah.
possible to have a vacuum of space. So that's why flat earthers here are claiming that there is no vacuum of space, that the universe is where we are and everything that we can see on the wider scale. So all of us on the earth see the sky above us, as wonderful as it is. Your preconceived notions of what it is wrong.
Yeah. Okay. I'm confused. Like, no, you keep mentioning a decrease in entropy. Well,
That's
I'm
not
trying.
possible.
Like, but who's arguing for that entropy is decreasing? First
uh,
law.
we we were just
Um,
talking about how the whole cosmology of the heliocentric idea is always attempting to satisfy the law of entropy, even on a cosmological scale.
Mm.
They're trying to satisfy that law of entropy. So that shows you that, we experience that law of entropy on Earth, and the way that we experience it makes it impossible to even have the vacuum of space.
How
So
would that,
the
how
fact
would
that
that
they're
make it
trying,
impossible?
huh? Say that again. I didn't hear you. I was talking.
No, I'm wondering how the vacuum how the vacuum of space would make that impossible.
Because high pressure always goes to low pressure, and we have a pressurized system here. The gases here
Yeah.
breathe
Oh,
are pressurized. So
yeah. No, the gases themselves aren't what's
sorry.
providing the pressure. The gases are made of matter, and matter is influenced by gravity. That's where the pressure comes from.
No, 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 no,
No.
no.
What do you mean it's influenced by gravity?
Well, gases are influenced by gravity. Yeah, they're made of they're
No.
yeah.
What's gravity? What is gravity, buddy?
Well, gravity would be the force exerted upon different
So,
masses.
so you're
Which way is gravity?
so you're an
There's
Einstein
no
here.
way. There's no particular direction of gravity. It's
What
just
do you mean there
mass.
is no particular direction?
What do you mean? Like, are you saying like conceptually down? Gravity would be down. I mean, that's an
Yeah,
incorrect statement.
it's down, right?
You have to talk about
There,
Einstein gravity.
there's no direction for gravity. We're in three-dimensional space. There's no conceptual down.
So, I mean, I'm walking with
Not
my
observe.
feet on the sky.
What?
I'm
No,
walking with my, I'm floating in the sky and walking with my feet on the sky, on the clouds.
no, you're attracted
No,
to the earth.
I'm attracted to the earth, yeah?
So
Yes.
it's not observable if it's
Okay,
not
so it's down.
I mean, you could say it's down. Yeah.
What do
Like
you mean you
it would
could
be
say
incorrect.
it's down?
You could say it's
Wouldn't it
down.
just
Dude,
be?
Yeah.
dude,
Wouldn't gravity just be pulling towards the center of mass?
Yes.
when,
No,
So
no,
listen,
you're wrong. You're wrong, guys.
wait,
Their
well, I'm
paradigm.
just asking.
Yeah, but
go ahead, Flatty.
your paradigm has shifted about 100 years ago with Einstein's gravity. So you're an Einstein denier.
Yeah.
But can you
I'm not.
explain?
I'm not denying anything. I'm asking a question. Wouldn't
Well,
gravity pull towards the
Yeah,
center of a
Newtonian
mass?
no, it
Yeah.
doesn't pull.
But like
Newtonian
what
pulls. Einsteinian gravity pushes down. So which force versus pseudo force do you want to go with? Because it's all super ridiculous. If you want to go into it,
Yeah.
we can.
But your problem with gas pressure and gravity being the cause for gas pressure, yeah? So all solid and liquids fall to the ground.
well
What will wrong? Okay. What?
no, I didn't say you were wrong. I'm just asking where you're going with this.
Gases.
Oh,
We're going
well,
gases because gases have
I'm
Gases
going.
are attracted
I
to
will go to the gases very soon, but first I need to ask you something.
of course.
If I have something which is 7 times lighter than the air,
Yes.
and I let it go off my hand, what will it happen with it?
It will rise to the surface of the atmosphere.
Bullshit.
Yes, it will. Or it will rise to
Bullshit.
the surface of the atmosphere. You're talking about
It's a
something that's light.
solid. It's a
What?
solid. It's a
Oh, it's a
solid object.
solid that's lighter than air.
Yeah, 7 times
Yeah,
lighter than the air.
it would be buoyant. It would rise.
Bullshit.
No, it's true. That's how
Yeah,
buoyancy.
bullshit.
Okay,
You are
well, okay, wait,
bullshitting.
wait. So what is the solid object that is 7 times lighter than air?
Yeah,
Aerogel. Aerogel.
Aerogel is heavier than
I
air.
knew you were gonna say that.
It's
No,
90%
it's not.
air,
It's not
but
heavier.
it's not lighter
It's
than air.
not heavier than the air.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is. You're
It
confusing
is
the idea
not,
that it's like
moron.
9% air.
Aerogel is a porous solid.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
I feel like
It's
this
a
would be really
porous
easy to
solid.
Google instead of just like going back and forth like yes it is, no it's
And
not, yes it is, no it's not. Why don't you just
and
Google it?
it is 7 times lighter than the air.
Okay, so Google will say the same thing.
But when you drop it, it will fall down to the ground because it is
It's not lighter than air.
solid. It is solid matter. It is not gas.
Yeah. The problem
It
is,
is a different state of matter.
yeah, it is a different state of matter, but there is no solid that is 7 times lighter than air.
It is not gas. That's why it's not buoyant into the air.
Yeah,
No.
it's an object
Yeah.
and
No.
medium relationship. Yes.
By
He's
that
right.
same logic,
Yes.
a balloon would fall to the ground instead of rise.
Okay, now let's go
balloon
back
stops.
to stop. So let's go back to the gas pressure. So we determined that things fall to the ground, yeah? Water, liquids,
Sometimes.
oil,
Sometimes. Yeah.
keys, yeah, car keys, yeah. Sometimes they always fall to the ground when
I
you
mean, balloon
let
doesn't.
them go.
Yeah, there's an average rate that they fall. Average, agreed upon average rate that they fall.
Yeah.
That's the
Wait,
effect. That's
no,
the
I just
effect.
read about this. Hold on real
9.8
quick.
meters per second. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hold
that's
on real
the
Yeah.
quick. Hold on real quick. So aerogel is porous.
You
So
shut up.
air gets inside aerogel, therefore making it heavier. That's why
It's
it won't.
not heavier, moron. It's a porous material.
Yes.
Air is not
So is the sun.
trapped inside it. It flows freely through it.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's correct.
Yeah, so aerogel does not contain the air.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, like you can have a spray bottle of water and spray it
When
on
you
a balloon.
wake aerogel in a vacuum chamber or in normal air pressure, it will have the same weight.
Yes.
Yeah, a spray
Yeah,
bottle.
7 times lighter than the air.
How is it 7 times lighter than the air if you're measuring
Yeah,
light?
yeah.
Also, if you spray any like water or anything else on a helium balloon while it's floating up, or if it's stuck on your ceiling, if you spray something on it, it'll start coming down.
Yeah,
That's another
of
way
course.
you, yeah. So things that are more dense than the medium, it's always an object versus the
Yeah.
medium relationship when it
Yes,
comes
and
to
also the state,
items.
Okay,
Yeah,
what
the
is
state
density?
in which the matter is.
What is density?
Now, we're not talking about density now.
You just talked about density and you agreed
yeah,
with it.
kind of.
So
Yeah,
Give you an
Flatzy
example.
mentioned, yeah, density is number of
how
atoms per volume.
right, and so you'd assume that
Yeah.
more atoms would create a solid, correct? More atoms in close
No,
proximity.
no. Where the fuck did you get that from?
No.
So
Type of
you're
state of
saying no, but
matter
like
and
if you have a higher
Hold on.
density, that's atoms per.
When did you hear me say that more atoms actually make a solid?
Because you mentioned the atoms over a period of over a like an area. If you mention the amount of atoms over an area, then you're talking about how closely compacted or closely bonded atoms are. If
Do you
there's
know what?
more, if there's
Do
more
you know
over,
what?
if there's
Listen,
more over a
listen. Wait,
proportion of
wait, wait.
things,
When did you hear me say
you
that
just
atoms are bonded?
you said what you mentioned it when I asked you what density is. So
No, I
then
told you what density is. Density is number of atoms per volume. This is what I told
yes,
you.
yes, exactly.
Yeah. I did not
So more
say
atoms would be more
atoms are
dense.
bonded. I
So
did not
more
say they are bonded.
so more atoms over so more atoms
Where
per volume
where
would be
in
denser, right?
listen, dude. In this phrase I'm saying now, the number of atoms per volume. Yeah.
Right.
In this phrase, where do you hear the word bonded atoms?
You're focusing on the irrelevant. Don't forget about
Shut
bonded.
the fuck up.
No, just forget about the word bonded. If you're talking about more atoms per volume, then more atoms per volume would be denser, correct?
So
So if there's more atoms per volume, then it would be assuming.
you are assuming what I'm willing to say.
No, I'm not assuming what you're saying. I'm taking what you're saying and trying to apply logic to it.
Actually, you are projecting these thoughts of yours into my mind that I'm saying them.
Yeah. Try
I
to be.
wish I could do that. That would be an incredible
That's
talent. No, I asked you what density was. You gave me an answer. I'm not projecting my thoughts.
Yeah, you are. You have your
So
preconceived notions
be
about
careful.
So I'm telling
Yeah.
reality. You have preconceived notions about reality that you impose on the information that you receive. So you got to be careful to just kind of listen
Oh, I said I
and
very much so
digest.
have preconceived notions, but
You
I
do.
am
Are you a
being
Glober?
very careful. I'm
Are
being
you a
very
Glober?
careful. I'm being very careful to ask questions based on what you say.
Yeah, but are you a Glober?
That doesn't matter. What matters
It
is I'm asking questions.
does.
I'm asking you to explain something to me. When you give me an
Yeah.
explanation
Well, listen.
and you give me a density.
You listen, my friend. You don't pay me to be your teacher, so
I'm not paying you
we're talking about science. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
And when I'm talking about this with you, I'm assuming you know stuff.
Why would
So
you assume
you
I
don't
know
need to.
stuff if I'm asking you the
I
question?
don't ask you everything. I only ask you what is in my interest to
Right. So
know.
you can do that,
Yeah.
and I'd answer you honestly.
I know a lot of things that you already know.
Well, how do you know that I know it if I'm asking you a question?
Yeah.
I'm asking you to explain something to me.
Now,
There's no way for you to
my
know what
question is, listen, um, you said about these solids, yeah,
Right.
density, number of atoms. So when, for example, atoms of gold, yeah, let's say 300 atoms of gold, yeah.
Okay.
If you put them in distilled water in a monoatomic state, yeah.
Okay.
So what will happen?
I don't know what will happen.
You don't know what will happen?
Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. Are you sure?
Maybe like a. Actually, I don't know. Yeah,
Will they float in the water or will they do something else?
No, the gold is much denser
Sink to
than
the
water.
bottom?
yeah.
You think they will sink to the bottom?
I think
If
that
you
they
put
are they wash up on shores a lot. So something I don't know.
No, those are gold nanoparticles and
gold
pepi.
nanoparticles.
Yeah, well, those are metal. Yeah,
Well, yeah,
monoatomic gold, single atoms of gold. That is not a metal.
Sinks.
Do you know what a metal is?
Depends on whether or not it's broken the surface area of the water. Yeah.
Sorry?
It depends on whether or not the particles have broken the surface tension of the water.
They are inside the liquid.
They will eventually float to the bottom.
They kind of filter out though.
Float to the bottom?
Yeah, they'll sink to the bottom of the
Oh,
glass.
they will sink to the bottom, okay? Well, you're wrong.
Yeah, because they don't just sink. Do they do something in like especially if you have a stream of water.
Well,
There's a way to like filter out gold in water.
Yeah,
Because they break up in like the way that
oh,
they.
Flatty,
I'm sorry. I'm trying to
let me
like
tell him.
go ahead.
So, smart guy.
You don't have to be
Single atoms.
I don't
Listen.
recall being condescending to you. So don't do it.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna tell you friendly. I know not everyone knows this information. Not many people who knows this, but I'll tell you what happens with if you ever achieve to if you ever manage to achieve monoatomic gold in distilled water, you know, what will happen is this: gold atoms will coagulate and form crystalline metallic structures.
Okay.
It will become a metal and then it will sink. Before that, it will not sink. You get that?
And where can I? I mean, I can certainly attain gold, but like, what?
Yeah, we're honestly what he's
No.
talking about is valuable information. I need to learn this too. Go ahead, get.
Pretty sure you need hydrochloric acid and stuff.
Yeah, well, with hydrochloric acid, gold purification and stuff, those are nanoparticles there. It's not monoatomic states. Actually, it's almost impossible to achieve monoatomic states, gold atoms, single atoms of gold. Because of the coagulation property. The atoms of gold will coagulate with each other and form metallic crystal.
But it
And
coagulates
then
with. Sorry, go ahead.
it becomes a metal and then it's very dense and heavy and it will sink. So
But
you're talking about many atoms, but they're not part of a metal. They're just individual atoms floating around in this. And
you
they
see,
don't.
yeah, that coagulation
talking about
process is
gas.
actually
That's a gas.
the atom. No, it's not a gas.
Yes, that's a gas. That's what a gas is.
No, it's not a gas.
Yes, it is. You're talking
No.
about the free flowing of atomics, the free flowing of atoms. You're talking about gas.
There's another
They are
word.
not free flowing.
But
If
they're
you
not
manage
bonded to
for
each
a
other.
split, listen, if you manage for a split second to have monoatomic atoms of gold inside a solution like distilled water, they will instantly coagulate with each other. So they will form metallic crystals. they turn into a metal. And then
So they
it's
bond with each other.
heavier. Yeah, they form the crystalline structure, the atoms, they bond. Yeah.
Because what's the gold that you were talking about with me that one time? It was
Yeah,
called some
it
that you
was colloid gold.
yes.
BPI or BBIsolutions.com. They do have, it's one of the best laboratory manufacturers of colloid gold. And they had even 2 nanometer particles, but now they have like the smallest size you can get is 5 nanometer sizes.
Yeah, but you were talking about how this was prominent in blood, actually.
Yeah, it's what blood is, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So colloidal gold is
Yeah.
it structures your blood system almost. I don't know. I can't remember I just remember relating it to blood when you were
Yeah.
talking.
Now, uh, these nanometric sizes, when you buy colloid gold from other sources, you will get particle size from 20 nanometers up to 200 or 500 nanometers. And those are very big ones and heavy. With emulsifier stuff, yeah, you can achieve suspension in solution, so they will stay afloat, inside that solution, buoyant. The problem is these very small particles below 5 nanometers are the ones that have these they start to have these coagulation properties. So these particles, they still attract to each other and coagulate. Those bigger ones, this property is not so powerful, so it's much easier for them to stay separate, but you need uh, an emulsifier to keep them in suspension in the liquid so they don't sink to the bottom. It's like gluing them together to the liquid molecules.
You're talking about citrate.
Yeah, that too.
Well, citrate would be what prevents the coagulation process from occurring. It's a buffer. It would keep the solution a solution.
Yeah. So now the problem with gas pressure. We have all these things going down, solid, liquids, and for example, in a vacuum chamber, if I have a tap, which leads to a gas tank, pressurized gas tank, and when I open that tap, what will happen?
You have a tap leading to a gas tank. If you relieve the pressure, it would let the
To
gas out.
I mean a vacuum chamber, and that tap is inside the vacuum chamber. So when I open this tap, which leads to a gas pressure tank, yeah,
So a vacuum tank. This tap that leads to a
yeah.
tank.
So the gas will go inside the vacuum chamber, yeah?
Yeah, the gas would go inside the vacuum chamber, absolutely.
Yeah. Which way?
Until it equalizes.
Which way?
What do you mean, which way?
Oh, so if I open the tap only a little bit, there will be
All of
gas
it.
on the bottom of the vacuum chamber, a little bit gas on the bottom of the vacuum chamber.
No, it would go until it's until the pressure is equalized. You have a vacuum tank connected to a
No,
pressurized gas.
listen, I don't let it to equal. I only open a little bit and close it back. So only a little bit of air rushes in. So which way does that air goes? When it
The
reaches
pressurized,
in the vacuum chamber, it's gonna sink to the bottom?
depending on how dense the gas is. But in a vacuum chamber, no, it wouldn't sink to the bottom. It would fill the entire volume of the container.
Uh-huh. So it goes in all directions, yeah, and fills the volume.
Yes, yeah, a gas will
Yeah.
fill the volume of
So
a container.
yeah, because gas molecules they actually move unidirectional. Yeah.
Well, they can move in every direction. Sure, they bounce into each other. They move around.
No, they don't physically bounce into each other. They have elastic interactions.
Well, sure. Nothing truly
Yeah.
bounces into each other. There is a weak magnetic force that prevents that from occurring. But
Yeah. So where is gravity? If the gas is going omnidirectional, fills the whole volume at once, boom, full.
where is gravity if gas fills the entire container?
Yeah, you see, for example, uh, when I have a container, yeah, an aquarium, I come with a hose and I turn on the tap water, it's running through the hose and fills the aquarium. Yeah, the water goes down, hits the bottom of the aquarium and starts filling it. Yeah, so the water goes down. But the gas, when I release a little bit, it instantly will raise the pressure, the gas pressure inside that vacuum chamber.
Right.
So if I had like gauges, yeah, at the top, on the sides, on the bottom, everywhere, all around it, measuring the gas pressure, when I release the tap, I will see all the gauges instantly bounce to the specific gas pressure that is that vacuum chamber is being filled with. Yeah, all at once. So the gas obviously doesn't go down like gravity dictates. So has no action on gas.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
You would likely have a likely have a higher density by comparison to the point of gravity the gas is being attracted to than the upper portion. It would be negligible. because gas is.
You are invoking the gas pressure gradient,
There
right?
is a gas pressure
Yes,
gradient.
I know. In all pressurized gas containers, there is a gas pressure gradient to it. I mean, the gradient of gas pressure, its antecedent is what?
Is what? What are you talking about?
What is the antecedent of the gas pressure gradient?
I don't know. Tell me.
Gas pressure. There is no gas pressure without a gas pressure gradient.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that goes right back to buoyancy. You have something that's lighter than
No,
air going to rise.
no. You see, this gas actually exists inside the volume where you have a magnetic field and electric field and electrostatic field, and all elements of nature, they do have these properties. They are governed by these forces of nature. So with increase in elevation, you have an increase in electrostatic voltage potential, and also it's the particle moving inside the electric field according to its charge, positive or negative. Negative is attracted to positive Gaussian plane, yeah, and negative particle is attracted to the positive.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Gases,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah. But
vast
I'm
majority of
struggling
them,
hard.
they are
I'm struggling
they
hard to how
are
this proves though.
elements. Most of elements of nature are of a positive construct. Yeah, so they are attracted to the negative Gaussian plane. So at the negative Gaussian plane, they will have um, lower state of energy, higher density, less motion, yeah, less heat.
Yeah, that's
When
how solids work.
when
Yeah.
heat increases, yeah, they rise
Yeah, particles become
and
more.
they have higher velocities.
Yes.
So there is more space between them.
Yes.
And yeah, if you actually keep the same density, then you will have exponentially higher pressure.
Sure.
Yeah, so if I inflate a balloon at ground surface, yeah, and then I go up with it on an airplane and I open the window of the airplane so I'm exposed to the outside air, which has a different state of energy than this one, yeah, the balloon will actually inflate because I have more particles in the balloon, which will actually be um, conforming to the new medium.
Well, yeah, there are less particles exerting pressure on the outside of the balloon than the particles inside the balloon exerting pressure outward. Yeah, so it'll inflate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
What does that have to do with buoyancy?
where was gravity in all this?
Where was gravity?
Where is it? Yeah.
Gravity is the thing that asserts the pressure, which allows the balloon to inflate the further you get from the center of gravity of an object.
You must be kidding.
Gravity is not pressure, man.
Yes, there is
Yeah,
certain
it's
air
the
pressure.
gas molecules pressed against the walls of the container that does that.
Asking where's gravity in this whole situation? What are you talking about?
I mean, gas pressure is the number of the collisions of the gas molecules with the walls of the container.
Right.
Yeah. So it's not gravity.
Yes, it is. Gravity.
Oh, how is that
No.
gravity?
Gravity certainly plays a role. Yeah. The denser.
It's a force caused by gases colliding with the walls of their container. How is the cause actually gravity?
No, I'm not saying that's the cause of the forces exerted on the container. I am
Yeah, you
saying
are. 'Cause that's what
gravity
gas
plays
pressure
a
is.
role,
That's what
and if
gas
it shut the
pressure
fuck
is.
up, you'd hear
That's
me.
what gas pressure is.
He's
So if you're saying
saying
it's due to gravity, that's what you're saying.
I'm
for an
saying
hour
the
he's saying that gravity causes pressure.
the denser gases are closer to the ground. The less dense gases are more buoyant than the air surrounding it.
No, they mix together. You're not even describing what they do properly. It's just like complete imagination. What's going
No,
on
it's
right
not complete imagination. It's true. That's why
Yes,
helium
it's
rises.
not true. They mix together. It's like more or less homogeneous. You might get a dense gas settle down for a little while, but it eventually disperses and mixes throughout.
Yes.
Sure. But
Yes,
when
there
you
goes your
have
whole
an
idea.
amalgam, when you have a specific gas in a container and it is more buoyant than the gas that surrounds it, which would be the air you breathe, it will rise.
We just went over this.
Right. Why is that gas more dense?
Why is it more dense?
Why is it more dense than the helium?
You're trying
why would helium cause a balloon to rise to a certain point and then stop rising?
We already did this.
Helium
Why would it do it?
atoms are the
Why would it do it?
smallest.
Why would it do it?
Well, there
Because
is density and buoyancy.
the air
That's
closer
an
to the
observable,
ground, because
testable
the
fact.
air closest to the ground is closer to the center of gravity of the Earth. Yeah, so it's denser. The more that balloon rises, the less pressure it's under, because the air above is less dense.
It doesn't quite work like that.
Okay, your cause supposition of an atmospheric gradient basically is gravity, isn't it?
I mean, gravity certainly plays a role. I'm not saying it's the only factor.
Would you be able to provide an experiment that shows it's a factor at all?
I'm not sure.
I am.
Okay, you're sure? Explain to me.
Yeah, I'm sure you can't do it. Well, there's nothing much to explain other than it doesn't exist.
Then explain to me what the reason is.
Well, that would be a burden reversal, but one of the main reasons would probably be temperature. There's more kinetic energy at the surface. The oceans and the ground retain more heat than thousands of feet or kilometers or whatever it is in the air. That's one definite reason why you're going to get a gradient. Also, most of the gas is being exchanged at the surface level as well. That'll probably contribute to the gradient. All sorts of reasons, but there's no experimental evidence that gravity is one or that it even exists. If you
There's
can
no
show
experimental evidence that gravity even exists.
Correct.
Exactly.
I mean, first you'd have to start by figuring out what it even is, because usually when Globers come forth to bring us an experiment for gravity, they're testing like Newtonian gravity with Cavendish, which, if you go with the current lore, is completely superseded, not reality. It's not what gravity is actually supposed to be. According to Einstein, it's the bending and warping of space-time.
Right. Gravity is a warp of space-time. It's due to the mass of an object.
Yeah, space and time, two concepts. How are you supposed to experimentally validate that those things bending and warping is actually the cause of anything? You can't. You can math about it. You can math about it, but you can't physically validate it with an experiment.
Me? No.
No, I mean anybody.
Well, I'm sure somebody could.
Nope.
Let's find him.
Let's find him. So
Yes.
if it hasn't happened this second, then it doesn't exist. Is
didn't
that
say-
what you're positing to me?
I didn't say it had to be this second.
You definitely said that. You said nobody can because it doesn't, and you're positing that it doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's been my experience.
So at any point that could change, just like it has over the past 1,000 years. People discover things all the time. You're saying that because you cannot witness it now, it doesn't exist.
No, this was supposed to have already been discovered.
Was supposed to have already been discovered?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's been over 100 years since relativity came out. You know, they would have an experiment by now if such a thing were possible.
No, you're confusing a theory with a law. A theory explains why a law does what it does.
Well, to have a scientific theory, you would need experiments, and to have those, you would need hypotheses.
You don't think a ton of people have done experiences regarding experiments?
Well, that's kind of what I've been saying to you this entire time. Yeah, there's no hypothesis for it.
All the satellites that run the phone, which is what you're utilizing in order to speak to me right now. Those.
Oh, my phone, right? No, I'm connected to a cell tower, actually.
Okay.
Thanks for trying.
There are claimed experiments, but when you break down those experiments that are claimed to do so, we find out that it's just pseudoscience. It's not actual science. It's not real natural
How
science.
do you find out that it's pseudoscience?
Well, you asked for the
Because it doesn't-
hypothesis, and then you can't give one, and then we conclude that your claim is pseudoscience.
Yeah.
So you've never used GPS before. You've never utilized a satellite in order to tell you where you're located.
Right. Okay, so that's definitely not a hypothesis for gravity. So you're kind of making my
How
point.
is it not a hypothesis for gravity?
Well, how is it?
How is
You're
it?
asking me if I've used GPS before. That's a hypothesis for gravity.
In order to have a geolocated satellite that tells you where you're at, it has to be a distance from Earth. And the only reason it works is because it's in orbit and we understand how gravity operates.
Oh, we do.
That's a cool story, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you can laugh and say it's a cool story, but that's not.
We're talking about natural
You got a
science.
better story for how your phone?
We're talking about natural
Yeah,
science.
we've got lots of great campfire
natural
stories, but that's not what we use the VC for.
Do you know what natural science
that's
is?
not a
you know what?
You're laughing at other people's stories.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that
so
sounds
we're
productive.
So we're getting stories about how signals and things are transmitted around, right? So do we have any experimental validation for your claim of gravity in the first place? Could you name an experiment? Just start with the hypothesis.
We launch things into space all the time.
That's not a fucking
Going to
hypothesis.
require you to. That's going to already require you to have done an experiment to validate gravity in order to know what to do in order to put those things into orbit.
Yeah,
yes,
and
that's begging the question with you.
Violating the
How is
laws.
that begging the question if it already exists? You utilize the
You mean it already exists? You can't confirm that these things are in a thermodynamics violation. A vacuum next to an open system of high pressure. You definitely can't validate that. That's a story.
Wait a minute. I can't validate that they're in.
Don't spurg out before I get to the end of it. Yeah, that's just a story.
You've been spurging out since you got here, dude. I'm asking legitimate questions. You're just saying, "Oh, these are wonderful campfire stories."
I'm asking you where the hypothesis is, and you
calm down, sit down, sit down, sit down.
Sit down. I own this fucking place. You sit down, bitch. So where's the hypothesis for
Well, there
gravity?
you have it. Okay.
Relax. how can I demonstrate that it's in a vacuum? You're asking me how I can demonstrate that a satellite is in a vacuum?
Yeah, you could start by demonstrating gravity's existence in the first place, and then after you've done that, try to establish that it causes air pressure. Well,
Yeah,
we already
that wasn't your initial question. You said I can't establish that it's in a vacuum.
right,
Why are you
because
why are
you would need gravity to cause air pressure. So that would be, according to Einstein, the bending and warping of space-time. You would need to be able to use that to demonstrate that it can cause air pressure.
What does that have to do with a satellite in orbit?
You say that they're in a thermodynamics violation in an uncontained vacuum
Why
from
would
the
a
open
satellite
system
in
of the
orbit
Earth.
be in a thermodynamics
I'm
violation?
telling you, but you talk through me, so you don't get the answer.
You weren't
Because
going
they're
to
claim,
explain that.
look,
You were going to
you're fucking doing it
so-
again. I'm just gonna mute you if you do it one more time because it's a waste of
so
everybody's
explain-
time. You ask a
explain to me
question.
how.
Yeah, see, you're still doing it. You ask a question. You don't seem to want the answer enough to not talk through it. Is there
No,
something wrong
because
with you?
everything
Still doing it. I'm just gonna mute you then because you're not ready for this. What a bitch. Do I say it like for the third or fourth time? Do I cast the same pearl before this one like 3 or 4 times? I don't know. What do you think, Komodo Joe? You worth it?
I don't know, man.
He's an idiot.
One last time, I guess. One last chance.
Well, to be fair, me calling him an idiot doesn't really help the cause of getting him to listen.
Not really, no.
All right, I'll do it anyway. Outer space is claimed to be an uncontained vacuum from the open, high-pressure system of the Earth. The claim is that gravity contains the air pressure here. So that's why I'm asking you for an experimental demonstration of gravity doing that.
You can speak now, Joe.
Oh, I can speak now?
Yeah, you may respond.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Repeat the question.
Okay.
Oh, never mind then. I'll
Yeah.
mute you.
Yeah. That was like 6 or 7 times. Yeah, I
Yeah,
changed
he
it. Whatever.
lost his chance. Mm-mm-mm.
Guess the Earth's just not meant to be flat for some people.
Well, that kind of triggers me when they do that thing where they ask a question, and as soon as you start giving them the answer, they just spurg all the way through it.
But what about?
Good rebuttal.
Is there any other Glovers that would like to take his place?
I think that was too sudden, like a change of pace from Get Beget. It fucked everything up.
Yeah, you should have transitioned a bit. Oh.
Yeah, I better hold in. My bad.
Hello, my Negroes.
Oh my goodness, who's this?
It's a Boxer.
Doubtful.
So do you have a globe proof there, Chase?
A what?
Proof for the globe.
Oh, the next
Yeah,
contender.
my opinion on why the Earth isn't flat is because
Right.
if you go to a dock and you watch the boats, you can see them go over the sunrise.
Yeah, today I couldn't see any do that.
Over the sunrise.
Right.
I saw 50 kilometers,
I think you kind of conflated sunrise with horizon there.
and I wasn't
Shut
stupid
the
enough
fuck
to
up,
hear that
Negro.
either.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty useless asking this guy for his geometric horizon proof. I doubt we'll even be able to get him to know what that is.
What about if Little Nas X and Joe Biden had gay sex? Does that help my statement?
The
chase
a sun rising.
has ended.
Yeah. Go on. These
Over
boats
the
over the sun
sunrise.
rising. The sun rising.
I heard the earlier. Oh man, what did this guy say? Oh, when you go to the beach, you can't see the horizon. Were you guys here for that?
What? What?
Yeah, he said you can't see the horizon.
Then you had to look
That
it
was
up,
so
didn't
funny.
you?
I don't remember. I wasn't. I was just listening, doing other stuff,
Yeah.
and I was so mad I couldn't get on.
I did hear
Just-
that.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah. You go to the beach, you ever wonder why you don't see the horizon? Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. And then he proceeded to say, like, "Oh, because the Earth is not flat because you see boats going over, going. I don't know what he said over something, but it was in the horizon apparently."
Yeah. When they're that confused about what they're claiming, it all feels ridiculous to even argue with them. It's like, what's the point? It's like trying to debate like a 5-year-old. Like, it's almost more.
It'll be easier.
It's almost pathetic than the 5-year-old debating, like the person who, tries to debate them. So why?
Yeah, it was funny. I think everybody just you can't even break him. He came broken, so there was nothing else to do. I don't know what ended up happening to him though.
We had another weirdo too who kept talking about like his dreams, like a minute passes or something because he was asleep and the sun follows him.
The time traveler?
Yeah.
What?
Was that Cartel?
Yes.
Was that just a story or is he trying to prove something?
What I think he was trying to do is basically make a case for reality not being what it seems to be.
How? That doesn't make sense.
Oh, he's like, oh, I see the sun following me. I think his point was that it doesn't really, but it looks like that. So I think he was kind of getting that from like, it's not flat, but it looks like that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I think he was on it for so long that I think he might have just got lost and like lost his way from his initial point. He probably might not even remember why he started down that path, but that's why.
I think it might have been to do with not being able to distinguish the difference between. I don't know if it was like along the paths of a we can't be certain of things or something like that. I don't know. It was weird.
So then he brings up his dreams and the sun following him.
Yeah, something to do with unfalsifiability or something.
Trolling, like they
I
try to discredit reality, and it's a really bad way to make their case for what they think reality is.
I know what you're talking about. It's like an ultimate form of skepticism. So it questions our senses. We can doubt our senses, so therefore we cannot fully verify what we see. So his dream state example, I think it was something to do with like we cannot fully distinguish between like if we were actually in like a further deep dream or in like full scale reality.
Well, he kept on saying, "Can you prove I didn't?" and things like that, and oh, you can do this yourself. Go try it. Go verify it. It's like what?
Go verify what?
Going to sleep and waking up in the future. I guess time traveling.
Well, don't we all do that?
I don't
He
understand.
said he said he set a timer. Like he was gone for 20 minutes and woke up 6 hours later. Like I mean, like in the future. And we're like, how do you know? Because I set a timer. It's like, what?
I guess then we're all time travelers, then, because when I sleep and I wake up, it's the future already.
Hmm.
You got any globe proof today from me, eggshells? I see you in chat.
Oh god.
Britnat, are you a flat earther now?
No, I don't think so. I think at best I'm a globe birther, a sympathetic globe birther, because I know that you can't really prove globe birth.
You're a flat Earth sympathizer, are you?
Oh yeah, flat earth sympathizer. Because I was just like everyone else, like I came into the chat the first time a few months ago, and I was like, oh, I can prove globe. I mean, this is like primary school stuff, and then 4 days later, I just go, you know what, I can't do anything. Yeah, it's over.
So you can't prove globe, but you'll stay a glober.
Well, I also think you can't prove flat, right? So I don't think it would make sense for me to be a flat earther.
So what do you think it is, though? If
I
it's
think it's a
neither.
globe. I think it's a
Okay.
globe based on inference more than anything else. I don't think you can prove it, right?
Okay, that's fair. That's a more honest answer than most people, I would say.
Yeah, I think the the reason why I enjoy coming into here so often is because you see so many cocky globers come in like, I can prove it. No, I have the final proof. It's over for you, flat earthers, and then every time they get destroyed, and it gets a bit funny after a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was
That's-
listening to this. Oh, go ahead, Heretic.
No, that was it. I was just gonna say, yep, that's why we're all here. You go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, I was listening to this guy that you guys were talking to, and I think Mickey was talking to him. I don't know what his name was. I think it started with like climate change or something, and then you could literally hear his voice getting shaky and uncertain. The
Exactly. Yeah.
uncertainty in his voice was so apparent when they were talking to him about gas pressure, and I think he was realizing that it's like you can hear his brain breaking that, oh doesn't make sense actually.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed that. That's probably the main source of enjoyment is when a globe earther comes in and they start off really cocky, and as time goes on, their cockiness like crumbles away, and they get more nervous.
Yeah, because I think he did come in very cocky, right? He was the one that was talking about climate change. I think it's the same guy, but um
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Climate
climate
skeptic.
skeptic. Okay, I see. Yeah, that one was really funny.
I think he said something. Was it him that said something about treading on leaves, therefore gas pressure, something like that?
I don't remember the details. I just remember him breaking apart, and you can tell in his voice. It was just funny.
That was basically the logic. I think it was him, or it might have been someone else, but they said, oh, because we can walk on leaves. Like, that was his argument for gas pressure without containment. I don't know.
How is that even related? I don't get it.
I don't know, the dude was lost. He was trying to explain gravity, but he was just lost.
I really like the setup he gave me with the next guy, though, because he went on and on trying to prove that gravity can cause air pressure, that whole thing. And then the next guy comes in and he starts talking about spectroscopy. And it was like, well, seeing as the last guy couldn't demonstrate, that there is no need for a container by using gravity to contain air. Did you think about the container in your spectrographic analysis? It was nice.
Oh yeah, I was listening to that as well. That was pretty good. That
I like how
he was really confident though in his argument. Like there wasn't anything you could say to like Crit would say. He bricked, I think.
Yeah, bricked. Yeah, but I don't know. That container argument against their spectroscopy stuff kind of bricks them. They don't see that coming.
Yeah, because well, that's the thing. They have to admit that there is a container, and then
they just assume that there isn't one when they do those things. Like they just
yeah.
completely ignore its existence. Just after they spent like however many hours trying to prove you don't need one and not being able to, and then they just whistle on like it doesn't exist. It's like, I don't know. I like tying it all together.
Yeah, I don't remember how that one ended though. I had to go do other stuff. So, um, did he concede with the point about Jupiter being a gas ball, or what happened?
He tried to say that if the container is there, then whatever it's doing to the spectra is consistent, so it's okay. That was sort of his escape plan. But he did totally concede that it's not scientific, it's not experimental, it's correlation, it's interpretation, it's like not something that they can like outright prove.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Inference. We could start calling these guys like Britain at inference.
But it's kind of funny, like he was even kind of like conceding to the container though in his spectroscopy claim. He's like, oh, well, the spectra would be consistent, so it won't matter. So in so saying, he's already saying, well, there is a container, and that screws up the claim of the vacuum and all the distances and blah blah blah.
Yeah, because once you concede to a container being there, anything that is beyond it is that's it. Like there's no all of the other stuff that they told us about will falls apart. So anything after it is just BS.
Yeah. Sky vacuum assumptions have to hold if the conclusions are going to hold.
And you might realize there might be a designer as the antecedent of the containment. That might be something for some people.
I think this is one of the scariest things.
What,
Damn,
a
it's just.
designer?
Yeah, you guys go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I wasn't going to say anything on point at all.
Well, they love their inference, don't they? And if they think about a motionless, horizontal level plane of existence enclosed, what's that infer? That the inference could be kind of scary for some people.
Well, here's the thing though. I've heard of, and I've spoken to flat earthers, supposedly, right, that are atheists. So I can't wrap my head around that. Like they blow my mind more than the Globers. So I don't.
Wait, why?
Why what?
Why do they blow your mind more?
No, well, because if you're a flat earther, right? If you ascribe to a flat plane with some sort of container, you can't explain it away with some sort of Big Bang, right? You can't just explain it away with evolution, and there has to be a designer.
Why would this be necessary? Because
How
it can't
else?
be explained.
That's the question, though. How would a perfectly designed realm, if you want to call it that, with a container exist without a designer?
Well, this just seems very similar to a god of the gap argument. Like if something can't be explained, therefore God is necessary.
Wait, say that one more time.
So it's Your take sounds very similar to the gods of the gaps theory, which is just applying God theory to what cannot be explained.
Okay, but I don't know if you can ascribe that to the flat Earth, though. How would you?
It
If
seems
I'm
to me.
trying to understand, go ahead.
I think these
What's-
people, they're just concentrating on the geometry and gas laws and the second law of thermodynamics. They're not really. They haven't got a horse in that race, probably. On the, they're just dealing with factual observations and measurements.
Yeah.
No, but what would make God necessary just because it cannot be explained? I don't think necessary exists because of something unexplainable of the otherwise. The reason
Yeah.
just formed itself.
But yeah,
it
that's
could, I don't know, maybe.
that's how
Doesn't
that's
seem like it could have. Something has to have put it here, in my mind.
Well, you'd have to establish the necessary. Something that cannot be explained otherwise doesn't establish the necessary. Maybe a probability, sure.
yeah, but that's what I'm trying to get to. Okay, so you're just saying there's no explanation for it, but it just is.
Why assume God? That's more of the question. So if I don't know the reason for something, why assume so?
Because if you see, like I said, the reason I could kind of give lenience to the maybe it's because I've been indoctrinated in it from young age with the Big Bang, evolution, and then globe, is because there is some sort of explanation as to how things begun, right? Whereas if it is flat, right, with a container, and that's what your ideology is, you can't just say, you have to have some sort of explanation for it because it is very specifically designed in that sort of way. Whereas um, the globe ascribes to randomness, right? It just randomly happened, and there is no. You can
Sorry,
sort of
can I
you can
interrupt?
sort of
Can I just
hide,
ask a
guide
question?
away.
Just ask a quick question. Quick question.
What?
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Was your main point that some flat earthers don't believe there's a creator? Was that the main point?
Yeah, like that was what I was saying, that there are, and I have spoken to one that they're flat earthers supposedly, but they're atheists.
So these flat earthers that believe in the Big Bang is what you're saying?
No, they don't believe in the Big Bang. From this one person that I spoke with, they didn't even understand what they were saying, but they said that the Earth sort of just existed, and that because they weren't there, uh, the beginning, I guess there was no explanation from their point of view.
Yeah, if you press them, if you press if you press someone hard enough, I think you'd get more of an admission of agnosticism than atheism.
Yeah, well, when I pressed this person, they just kind of spiraled and blew up and cursed at me and left. So that's why I do want to speak with, because I've heard there's a few, and I do want to speak to a more stable person if there is one that does ascribe to flat Earth and atheism. Be interesting.
Well, the thing that I want to address was your other point about if the Earth was a globe, when you could describe the same principle of argument, like, well, how did these this Earth form in such a way where we're allowed to survive under this atmosphere, right? And you just apply the same sort of argumentation. Well, it is so perfect, this globe with this atmosphere and conditions, with the right amount of distance, therefore God is necessary. So I don't see what's the real difference with ascribing a flat model or
They have a story. They have a story. They have this whole creation story from Big Bang through to like
No, but we were
nebulas
talking
and
about
then
individuals who don't believe in the
solar
Big,
system.
right? So these flat earthers don't believe in the Big
Yeah,
Bang.
but they have a choice. The globers that don't believe in the Big Bang or evolution or any of that, they're still globers. And they've chosen their creators like an intelligent designs story over a natural
Mhm.
godless process because
Well,
they were
wait,
offered choices. They've got choices.
that's antithetical. So it would be the other way around. What would be natural would be argued for the Big Bang, while intellectual creation would be God.
Well,
Yeah, maybe
um,
natural wasn't the right word.
Well, there's no doubt about the idea that you can be like a Christian or an atheist and believe in the Big Bang. That they just take different avenues in where
Just
they're
try to
where they're
conflate all
coming
the
from. But the flat Earth thing,
cosmologies together. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, the flat Earth thing, I think, you could be an atheist and be a flat earther if you're just sticking with what you know about the science in a similar sort of way that no one here is using a theological argument for the Earth's geometry. They stay away from theological arguments for it. Typically, I don't see most people using it. But
Yeah, of course.
I do think that once you've established flat Earth, especially if you not just flat Earth but also a geocentric world universe, then I think even though it's not necessarily the case that a God exists because of that, I think it's much easier to believe it than it would be if you were doing the usual shtick, right, with the Big Bang and stuff.
well,
I don't see why.
here's the thing though. Everybody has some sort of creation ideology. Whether you're a glober, a flat earther, Christian, atheist, whatever. Everybody has some sort of creation story. How did things come to be? And as a flat earther, that is where my brain cannot accept that they truly feel that way, is because as a flat earther, what is your creation story? It can't be the Big Bang, right?
Well,
So
yeah, sorry, it's just on my mind
go
now
ahead.
because I did it. I don't know, about a couple of months ago. I was just at work, and where I am, you've probably seen it. There was two Jehovah's Witnesses. They stand in the street. They've got an easel with a poster on, and the poster it looked like something of nature and a river and a stream. And the heading on the paper was life created? And they was giving out leaflets. So I stopped them and had a discussion with them, and I asked them, did they think the Earth was flat or a globe? And they said it was a globe. So then I asked them about the creation. Then that the poster was saying, the question he was asking people is life created. So I asked them about the creation story. I said, if you believe in a globe, you're siding with the Big Bang. And anyway, to cut a long story short, I got into a lot of conversations and even got into gas pressure without containment. But their view on it was that God created the Big Bang. But now I kept bringing them back to the Genesis story, and that isn't in the scriptures at all. So I don't know where you've come up with that idea, because that's not written in any sort of scriptures or the Bible. And that's where their heads were. These are Jehovah's Witnesses with signs saying, was life created? And they believe that the Earth is a globe and God created the Big Bang. That was their belief.
Yeah, well, there's reasons for why you'd believe that, though. I mean, there's lots of cosmological arguments for God, right? I mean, I don't know if you know what the Kalam is, but there's definitely Big Bang related God arguments that you can deploy and believe in a God because of them. I think even Darth Dawkins said something like, because of the chance that we would arise is so infinitely, almost impossibly small, right? Almost impossibly. So we're talking about, just think about how unlikely it is that you're born. Now think about evolution. I think about the formation of the planets, and then all the way back to the Big Bang, right? The chances that you would ever even come about is so small that they find God in that lack of probability, right? So, like, again, there's no question that you could be a Christian or an atheist and believe in that story. But the question the woman was putting forward just in this call was not how could you be a Christian and believe in that. It's more how could you be an atheist and believe in the flat Earth, right? Which I think is possible.
Yes.
But I do think
No.
what you can infer it's hard. It's easy to believe in a god if you have the geocentric flat Earth, right?
It's easier, and I do admit that. However, I won't agree. I can't agree with you that it is possible for you. It is possible in the sense that there are people who think it. However, in a way to explain it or to justify it, there's no. I don't think it's possible to be a flat earther and an atheist. Agnostic, yes, we have many of them here, and I completely understand. But atheist, if you see a painting, there is a painter. If you see a watch, there's a watchmaker. There's a designer. There's so many intricate things in how the flat Earth is. You can't tell me it just like I just want an explanation as to how if it's not a creator.
Imagine if you believed, instead of believing in a god, you believed in things like ancestors and spirit, some sort of spirituality that didn't really require any sort of creator. Then you can start to see how someone might become a flat earther on those preconditions, because there have been religions that have been built without a deity necessarily, but with ideas of like just some sort of ancestral sort of spirituality. So I don't think it's necessary. I do understand how a Christian might think it's necessary, but there's many religions where you could believe in a flat Earth and not believe in a creator. So why wouldn't an atheist be able to do the same?
The only conceivable option that I can conceive of would be that the realm just always existed, right? But then you've got problems with entropic laws there, so I don't know.
Yeah, that was the only explanation I've ever gotten from an atheist. However, I must have missed the first parts that you said, Britnat, but you said uh they believed in a deity, but as flat earthers?
No, I'm just saying that there's some spiritual people out there in antiquity that believed in, not necessarily a sky god, but like other sort of spiritual happenings, right? Not necessarily a creation story with the sky god or anything like that.
Yeah, but those are not atheists though.
Yeah, but like because there's no creator necessarily, like someone like a being that's creating this world. I don't think there's that many more leaps you need to make as an atheist to just say, oh, it might have just come into existence through some physical happening, right?
I'm not sure what that means, physical happening.
Well,
I mean, another
I
thing
think
is
the Big Bang is a
suspect that what
physical
he's
happening,
trying
right?
to say is that perhaps just a formation of the earth occurred, where not a creator, but still something so curious occurred that we have ourselves a flat earth.
But
Yeah, but
you
that's
also might get somebody. You also might get somebody holding a stance of. There's no way to. I can't really prove the Big Bang. I've got no way of really proving a creator. It's a belief like the Big Bang. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just deal with the present moment and where I am now and what I can see and what are the only things I can deal with. You maybe taking that stance.
Like put it this way, right? And this is going to be kind of like weirdly enough, this is the argument a lot of the globe earthers might make with like infinite bubble of universes. You know how people say that Star Wars exists in one of an infinite, uh, possible worlds, right? Like the actual everything that happened in Star Wars actually did happen in some sort of universe, right? In the same sort of way, you could say in one of those universes there is a flat Earth, and it is the center of the universe. As far as in that universe is concerned, and that's that's perfectly possible. It doesn't require a
Pardon
god,
me,
right?
if I may interject.
bro, he was literally in the middle of his sentence. Come on.
My apologies, darling. I just wanted to put my nuts on your forehead.
What the hell?
So many weird people, man. Um
The flat earth about his weird people.
who is
Sorry, I was
unmuting him?
I was trying
Yeah.
to mute.
You get
Uh,
rid of him? I didn't see who he was.
no, I.
Got him?
She deafened. She probably had a call or something like that.
Oh, sorry, I
I
accidentally.
got the ID. Did you get the ID? I got the ID if you don't.
No, I got it already. He's gone.
Cool.
Yeah.
Control McGraw.
I already had I was hovering over the mute button as soon as he interrupted. So I saw you lighting up and off and on, off and on. Sorry. Okay, go ahead, carry on.
Yeah, no, I made the point. Like, there's a possible
No,
universe.
can you repeat it? Because I totally was.
So, you know how people say that there's a possible universe and an infinite pool of universes. Star Wars actually happened. Every single event of Star Wars literally happened, right, in that universe somewhere in an infinite pool of universes. Well, in an infinite pool of universes, there's a flat Earth, right, which is the center of the universe, right? And in that sense, you could make a very physical argument for the universe springing into existence in that sort of way, which doesn't necessarily require a creator, which is why you could probably be an atheist and just believe in that, right?
You see, that's the stuff that doesn't make sense to me. When you're, maybe I'm misunderstanding you. So, if you're equating it to Star Wars existing somewhere in the universe, right?
I mean, no,
That
in a,
would,
in a pool of like infinite universes. So, like, you know,
yeah, like a different
different laws of
universe,
physics, different things going on. Right?
right? But we live in this reality, right? So that's maybe I'm looking at it in like a simplistic way, but I'm not a philosopher. I don't philosophize, is that a word, about these things? But I'm just trying to wrap my head around it and just think of this reality, flat Earth. How did we get here? If it's not a designer, a creator, or some sort of god. That's all I want to know is if you ascribe to that ideology of flat Earth and atheism. I just want some sort of explanation that makes sense. Aside from we were just always saying.
Oh, the only thing I applied to was just the God of the Caps theory and a composition idea. Like your previous example of the art painting, this is just an assumption that which appears to be intellectual creation is therefore intellectual creation, which doesn't logically follow. I'm fine with assumptions. It's just that when you make these absolute claims, it's kind of odd. Like with God, there's so many characteristics that you cannot comprehend. Like an all-powerful, omnipotent being. That seems like you cannot explain these characteristics in their entirety. They're just based on the only thing you can give is vague descriptions based on a material universe, which would be antithetical because we don't know of anything that's all powerful or all knowing. We'd call this Aristotelian logic.
We?
Yeah, we.
Like you and me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to know that I call it that.
How about me? Me too. Me too.
Yeah. All of you.
I don't know, bro. Like for me, it doesn't make sense. Maybe I'm just too stupid for all of the stuff that you just said. But I'm a simple person. I just want an explanation. How the heck you have a flat Earth without a god? Okay, so if you find somebody, because you're not a flat earther, so this doesn't really apply to you. And I'm not trying to say you can't have an opinion about it, but I really want to know the mindset that these people have, because if they truly believe flat earth, I really want to know how they justify their existence, basically. So I get where you're coming from, but at the same time, I would say
My
in the
opinion is less
reality that
valuable. Yeah, I understand.
no. Well, I was talking to Jesus was black because he's the one that's saying uh you're a flat earth sympathizer, so it's okay. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah,
That's okay. You didn't need that train of thought anyway.
No. It's been a long day, dude, so I just
Same.
yeah.
Can relate.
But if you guys do find an atheist flat earther, just bring them my way or record them or something and ask them the question, how does that work in your head?
Did you ask me a question?
No,
Or
it was
we-
just a general statement for the room. If you know a flat earth atheist, just ask them how that works in their head.
But you couldn't even really go with simulation theory, could you? Because then who's created simulation?
You could possible world theory. You could posit. I mean, anything's possible in a possible when you do possible worlds, right? So
You see, I hate I I hate philosophy because of this. Like you can come up with any sort of answer, I guess, for anything. Eh, But I don't know, man.
I think philosophy is probably the most interesting topic. Well, for me anyway.
I mean,
Yeah,
physicists right now keep on doing this a multiverse sort of idea, to kind of explain away some things, and I don't find it convincing. I think it's possible. Obviously, it's possible, but like it doesn't. It's not really helpful to just say, well, we're in a multiverse, guys.
A common critique of the God believers is free will. That's one.
No, that's been addressed already. I think.
I disagree. Even compatibilism wouldn't fit into this.
I think we'll have to address it with a flat earth atheist AMA.
yeah,
I
that would
thought
be
Crit was a
interesting.
flat Earth atheist. Well,
Hmm.
he definitely has some unsavory things to say about religion. That's all.
Who?
Crit.
Omnipotent.
No, Crit. I think he's an agnostic.
See.
I don't think he's irrational. I don't know.
Have you been listening to Darth Dawkins?
Me?
Yeah.
I've heard of him, but I've never actually heard him talk or talked to him. So no.
He made a comment about the flat earthers. He said you're all like
Oh.
stupid to believe like
Yeah.
Oh
Christians.
no!
I don't know.
How dare he make that comment from a
Yeah.
safe space about us?
I know.
I'm so sad that he said that about us. I wish he should come in here though and talk to us. It would be interesting.
You
He
don't
only,
want to speak to Darth Dawkins, trust me.
he only talks about one topic, and that is
Which
God.
is what is it?
That God is necessary, and that's all he talks about for years. He never
God
changes.
is necessary. Okay.
That's
But he's
all.
a glober.
Yeah, yes.
Oh,
God is
that's
necessary
unfortunate.
is all he'll talk about if he comes here, I guess.
Yeah. He's insane.
No, he's insane. But the last time I heard him talk was only a couple of weeks ago, and he did make a very. I was quite surprised about how calmer he is these days, and also his argument about the using that unlikeliness, that probability sort of argument for God was quite persuasive, I thought. Although I'm not a religious person particularly.
His questions are just you just need to critique.
Yeah, he has a dialogue tree.
Yeah.
So he likes necessary and sin arguments, does he? Yeah.
I literally broke down his argument and I went across to like a different server just to get people's thoughts on it. He debated Destiny and all them lot.
Does he argue, not argue, I guess, discuss or debate with atheists? Is that
All the
his
time.
Main shtick.
Every
That's his main shtick.
single fucking day. Oh my god. They set up an atheist helpline. Yeah.
The Christian based or sorry?
Yeah, he's Christian.
If you are a Christian and you want an argument for God, I mean, I don't think he's a particularly good person to look at, but he has some arguments that you can introduce to you guys.
Yeah.
To be fair,
I don't.
I got a picture of the argument I wrote down. I wrote down of his.
So basically, he's a diehard creationist who doesn't know what the creator created.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's like it reminds me of Kentoven.
Yeah. It's another one.
I found
Sounds
something
like
interesting
EXO.
today in my studies. I was like, when Heretic was talking about dude about Jupiter, and so I decided to start looking into a bit of that about spectroscopy and Jupiter, and I learned that Jupiter apparently in the mainstream cosmological view, Jupiter was the first planet formed. So if you're going to go by the modern mainstream cosmological view, you have to accept that, and you're a Bible enthusiast or a Christian or whatever, you have to accept that there's a clash there with the creation story.
Yeah. And the sun being here before all of it kind of screws it up too.
Is he
Right, exactly.
a 6-day literalist like Kentoven?
No, I think he believes in 6,000. No, actually, no.
Oh.
He said that
Days, 1,000 years.
it's presupposed, like carbon dating. He said it's presupposed, so like the material conditions could be 4.5 billion years old, but we would actually know it could have been brought up into existence like 6,000 years ago. If you understand what that means, like
Yeah.
I have the power to bring a 1,000-year-old chair right now. Is
Mm.
1,000 years old?
So does he take Genesis as like a metaphorical allegory, poetry, whatever excuse people bring up? It's not literal.
If I had to guess, I think he would take it literal. I think he would agree with the 6,000 years. He doesn't agree with evolution.
That's a problem if he does take it literal.
He doesn't agree with evolution.
Yeah, but if it's a globe and he thinks it's literal as well, which is the same question I brought up, is if the sun is created on the 4th day, or in the case if you're taking it thousands, a day is 1,000, then that would be on the 4,000th year the sun was created. Then the plants were created before the sun on the 3rd day. The earth was created on the 1st day. You got a lot of problems with that.
I don't know if he takes it literal.
Okay.
I'll ask him that. We'll hear that.
It just seems like
You
globe
should ask him that next
cosmology.
time.
Globe cosmology, it inverts literally all of that. The timeline,
Yep.
the lack of containment over the earth, the fact that it's a ball, not a plane, etc.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think he'll ever come in here though to
Never.
talk to a flat earther.
No chance.
Yeah, so I
But
think he has his shtick and he's sticking to it.
what is his channel called?
Darth Dawkins.
It's in this room or in this server?
Oh, I think you meant YouTube.
But where does he has his debates
It's
on
normally
YouTube?
anywhere, but here it's in the Atheist Helpline. Or there's another one where this fucking dino guy owns. I forgot the name of it. There's a picture of like this fucking dinosaur guy, and he's there every.
Dr. Kenthoven.
No.
Hmm?
No,
Oh, okay. He's the
it's
only
not.
dino guy I know.
It's not normally it's Atheist Helpline. He's in. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought he was in the server. Hmm.
Yeah, he is in the server.
Oh, he is in the server.
Yeah, there's a channel called Atheist Helpline.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about a YouTube channel. Okay.
But yeah, he has both. So like, he has control perms over Atheist Helpline, and
Atheist Helpline.
in this channel on Discord and on YouTube, he's just called Darth Dawkins.
Okay. Got it.
I'm on my way.
I see an atheist helpline. There's only one person in there right now.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
too late.
yeah.
Is the Dawkins part like a stab at Dawkins?
Is there a server?
No. Yes, it is. It is a stab at Richard Dawkins.
Does he spell it D-O-R-K?
No.
He's DAWKINS.
Oh, okay, because I would have spelled it D-O-R-K.
Dawkins.
Atheist Helpline. That's similar to what I was doing here. Flatwater Crisis Support thing.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's very similar. About 8% of people go to Atheist Helpline. Kind of go through the same process here when you're a Glober. Like a lot of things can't be answered or explained.
Bunch of housekeeping questions.
He says like if you hold like an atheist viewpoint, then it's absurd because you're criticizing another worldview without having to substantiate your own.
At least in Atheist helpline that you get people who come in who are like, maybe they expect that Darth Dawkins knows the simpler arguments, but in here, which is one thing I find funny, is that no one anticipates that these people who are in here who've been doing this for like 5 years have never come across Eratosthenes before, or yeah, like it's funny. It makes me laugh that they bring out the most basic arguments as if these people have never heard of them before.
Heretic is the
We just
first.
forgot to Google it first.
Heretic is the first person I argued with about flat Earth.
Oh,
Did it seem
heretic.
heretical?
I brought up the ship example. Didn't go well.
Ships over,
Didn't
boats
work out.
over horizon.
Yeah, ships over the refraction.
Ships over the refraction.
What did the other guy say earlier? Ships over sunrising.
The sunrise.
Oh
Yeah,
my god.
the sunrise. Yeah, I just call it the sunrising.
That's pretty cool. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, when
Well,
I hear something
speaking
like
of
that, I'm like, I'll be the bigger idiot if I even try to debate that. It's obviously not going to work.
But speaking of housekeeping questions, Heretic, like it'd be fun to have an event one day where we actually posit the housekeeping questions from FED to the panel.
Yeah. I'm all for it.
Wait, what are the housekeeping questions from FED? What are they?
Any evidence of distance to the sun? Any evidence of geometric horizon, formerly known as Earth curve, any scientific evidence for gravity, any valid scientific hypothesis in any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics, any evidence of the Earth radius. Is there any more? I think there is. I can't remember.
GPS is a hypothesis.
Yeah.
GPS is a hypothesis. What does that mean?
That's what the last guy said to me.
What?
The guy that Get Beget was talking to for like 2 hours.
Oh God.
I got really agitated and just blew up on him. Get Beget talking really slow just got to me.
I don't think I was here for that. I must have. Oh yeah, I was doing other stuff.
Is Beget the guy with the black line in his PFP?
Yep.
Oh, that irritates me too. Oh, I'm glad someone else understands.
Do you guys
Yeah, I was like,
disagree?
just can't take it anymore. I just barreled in. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you guys disagree with how oil is suggested to be made?
From fossil stuff.
Well, I don't know. I've had a lot of people say they don't agree with that, and they think that's also like not scientific.
Yeah, I don't buy into the whole thing.
Dinosaurs, by the way.
It just ancient decayed biological matter. It doesn't have to be dinosaurs.
Be any animals. It was like questions like, how do we, what is the test for it? What's the experiment? All those sort of questions. I think that was when I was debating Heretic and some other flat earthers.
Most likely.
You don't believe oil is made that way? Or it cannot be
Oh,
proved?
I don't know. I don't think I ever commented on that.
Well, from what I understand, what they tell us is that the oil that they dig up supposedly is fossils of just old stuff from billion years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I'm a creationist, so I know it's not billions and billion years old. So there's no way for them to establish that or verify that, right?
Well, yeah. What gives them the idea that's the case in the first place?
I think they just look at what's contained in the oil and like the high amount of carbon, which
the carbon,
I think could only be explained through animals, maybe.
Have you
Or
heard
plant
of
matter.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying all plant matter. Nothing too important.
Oh, okay. Have you heard of the fossil wars or fossil battles or whatever they're called?
Yeah, America. Yeah.
What do you think about that?
They bombed. No, I'm joking. I don't know what you're talking about. I was joking about America.
No. Well, basically, I'm barely looking into it now, so I don't know the details. But basically, from what I've heard is that back in the days, when they started finding bones at the layer they thought, the dinosaur bones were going to be at, they dated it at a certain year. However, when they dug deeper, they supposedly found modern human bones. So then that's basically the debate of what really, or how old are these bones really?
Alleged dinosaur footprints inside rock, along with human footprints.
I have to see, because I don't know if like the footprints are just suggested to be so, or maybe they're just like another animal that's similar to us with our feet. But I've heard something similar when it comes to like other fossils in Mount Everest, where they were conflated between. Oh no, they did like a test where like they got like a new fresh fossil or a piece of wood. No, it was wood, and like compared it to another one, and then they had to guess which one was old enough. It was like they were wrong about it. It was only a couple days old, and they suggested it was 1,000 years old.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
One archaeologist dug up, dug up, was arrowheads or something at a depth which was inconsistent with the whole theory, and she was scorned and ridiculed for even sharing the information.
How dare you discover that thing?
So yeah, that's basically why I don't trust the archaeology, or is it paleontology, whatever field of science it is, supposed science, right? I think it falls under the same as astrophysics. Sorry. It is just observing something and just putting your claim or guesswork on it. There's no actual verifiable science that you can do with it.
What was that thing about the impossible eclipse? Why is it called that?
Solenoid
eclipse.
Go ahead, Tita.
So the claim is that the lunar eclipse is caused by a syzygy, right? A three-body alignment of Earth in the middle of in between the sun and the moon. So that would suggest that we shouldn't be able to view a lunar eclipse while both the sun and the moon are visible in the sky simultaneously, but that occurs occasionally, and it's called the Selenian eclipse, or aka the impossible eclipse. And it's explained away through refraction, of course.
I couldn't think of any reason to be fair.
And the shadow comes from the top. Well, so-called shadow comes from the top down when the moon is supposed to be setting into Earth's shadow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good old refraction.
Right. So where you would expect the moon to be entering the penumbra or the umbra, it appears that it's like exiting it, but it's going into it. Like it's in a geometrical location visually where it should be entering it, and therefore the shadow should be appearing to be coming from the bottom up, but it appears to be coming from the top down.
What I didn't know was clouds can weigh up to 1 million tons. That's what I'm confused about.
What?
Clouds can weigh up to 1 million tons.
Oh.
Well, they're pretty big.
Okay. I just wanted to add about the moon stuff, not necessarily about the eclipse, but if you study the phases of the moon, some of the geometry doesn't work even on a regular with the crescent moon at nighttime or like midnight, full moon during the daytime. Those things, I've like when I first started looking into flat Earth, I started monitoring the moon phases, and it just does not work on a globe. The geometry doesn't work at all. So if you get a chance, you should start doing it. It's very interesting. But I don't know about the cloud stuff.
There shouldn't be a hard Terminator line with the moon where half of it is just perfectly lit and then it's just darkness after that. It should be like a gradual fade out, right?
Do you still have that video
Well,
of the stars? Do you know when there was like people argue about if you're in north and you look up and you're in south, you look up, the stars will be in opposite rotation to their full globe. Do you have the video of that like explains like it was like east to west, something like that?
They just rise in the east, set to the west. They're always going the same direction. The only thing that changes is you when you turn around. And you don't have to travel across the earth to do that. You can just do it anywhere. So if you're facing north, the east to west rotation will appear counterclockwise. Turn around, look south. It's going to look like it's clockwise.
So
And
how
that's
come
just because, yeah, go ahead.
how come like when they were posting the videos, I remember it was like acting like a circulatory motion, not like an east to west motion when looking at the stars.
Guess they're circles. Those directions. There's people who argue that they're straight lines, though. That, I mean, if it's all relative to north, I don't see how that can be the case. How could you circumnavigate if east and west weren't circles around a central point?
All the luminaries are going to appear to move from the east of north or south to the west.
Yeah, so east to west motion. If you're facing north, that's going to appear like coming up on your right, passing over by your left, right? So it's going to be counterclockwise. So all that's happening is you turn around, you switch your right with your left. Now it's clockwise, right? Meanwhile, they're always going the same direction. You're just turning around. So you don't have to be in the southern hemisphere. It's not like you, well, so-called hemisphere. It's not like you go down there and you just look up any direction. Now all of a sudden it's clockwise, everything flipped around. It's just based completely on which way you're facing.
They're relative. They're relative
Yeah.
directions.
Yeah, it's
Left and
based
right
on
are
right and
relative.
left. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and because you're not going to say, oh, they're going in the opposite direction. What if
Yeah,
you're a
they're
flat
not.
earther? What are you going to say that the southern hemisphere is spinning the opposite direction? I mean,
Yeah,
it's
west to
ridiculous.
east. Well, the spin is supposed to be west to east, so the stuff in the sky appears east to west, and it does that everywhere, even if, you're on a ball. Like, yeah. It's weird, though, because Globers will bring that argument and like it'll just take hours to just never get through to them about this simple thing. They come in and they're just completely sure this is how it works, and they won't back down. And you show them videos, and they're like, "No, that's doctored. No, that's wrong." And it's just like so easy to grasp. Like, why is this a problem?
Because that's what they've been told, that it just doesn't work
I
on a
was told
plane.
that.
Yeah, I
I
know,
didn't
but
fall for it.
because you're not a no comment, you know.
Thanks. I'll take that.
Yeah, I don't want to offend all the Glovers in here.
I'm not a ball worshiper.
You're not a baller, a shot caller.
Seems not.
You seem to be a shot caller, just not a baller.
Can't do the baller part so well.
Yeah. I wonder how the flat, what is it called, Flatober? Black October Fest thing that they had. I wonder who went.
The Flat Earth what?
The Flatober Fest. I don't know if I'm saying it right.
Oh, Flattober. I see.
Yeah.
That's kind of what every day is in these Discord channels.
Hello. What's up, my
Hi.
flat earthers?
Yeah. Hello.
Another day and another debate with a flat earther. Slowly and slowly, I'm getting on your side.
Are
But,
you got any glow proof today? Any glow proof candy?
A day, you say? Gonna need a flat Earth for that.
I've been getting a lot of information from you guys. Unfortunately, I work too much, and then I'll watch a couple of videos and kind of get it and come back. But still, though, I'm not against it. So, I think I'm almost one and the same, understanding that like scientists lie and stuff like that. I think we agree on that same level. But I also agree on the fact of, or I mean, I disagree on the fact of maybe space is still a thing. I mean, space could still be a thing. Maybe outer space and like branching out. Yeah, that could all be just mathematically incorrect and stuff like that due to dark matter, etc. We already covered all that. But I'm kind of getting there. I mean, I've been talking to my friends IRL. I think I'm crazy a
Nice.
little bit, but I've been watching the videos you guys have been sending me, and we're pondering and seeing, but I'm still not 100% convinced that the Earth is flat.
Why do you want space to be real?
I mean, I don't care if space is real or not. It's the fact that, which I feel like, which steers a lot of flat earthers, is I just don't like being lied to. So I just want to know the truth. I think space is real, still. But I mean, you talk to a flat earther, they believe in space into a point of the firmament or the dome or whatever.
Just not as a vacuum.
Right.
To
But
be
I
honest,
believe.
yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, dude, go ahead. I've been in here jumping around just trying to figure you guys out. So go ahead.
Space is kind of the first thing that fell through for me, to be honest. Before I even got to flat Earth, I just started to think like this is a false cosmology. It's the wrong interpretation of the sky. All the pictures are CGI. It's always cartoons, like for
Yeah, but
asteroids, whatever. There's
but
an
you
asteroid coming, and you get a cartoon.
you
After
have
all, I
to
was just
think.
like, I think this
But
is
you have
not
to think
what
about
it
it.
is.
Yeah, you have to think about it previously because there was no CGI previously, so you're going the wrong way.
No, I'm just saying it started for me with suspicions about space just not being the correct,
Right.
story of what's
But
going
you
on up
said
there.
but you said CGI. CGI is the newest thing. You got to go back
I
previously to
know.
where we.
I'm just generalizing about how I just got
Okay.
skeptical about space in general. It was like the first thing that kind of went. I was just like, I don't know. I don't know if
Listen,
that's what that is, And then all
right.
the rest came, but yeah.
I, you know what? If you guys had actually a really good spokesperson that I could actually agree with, maybe I'd be on your side. But the problem with Flat Earth, that the group as a whole, and I've said this multiple times, is because you guys don't agree with yourselves. So there is no like standard flat
We're
Earth
not a
Yeah,
theory.
monolith.
Yeah,
yeah,
but
we do agree though. There
no,
we
you don't.
agree.
You guys
We
discharge on
agree.
everything.
Hold on. We agree on the fundamentals of lack of curvature and that it being motionless and that there is no space as a vacuum. And I think those things are the main things. There's no such thing as gravity as what they tell us it is. Um,
I understand that, girl, but I'm
so
trying
no,
to
I'm
build
trying to tell you
upon
that
that.
we do agree, but I'm trying to tell you that we do agree. There are aspects of things that we don't agree on, and
That's what I
that
mean.
we do have our reasons as to why we don't agree.
So
We
it's
have a
really
lot of
hard.
limitations on.
We're
Well,
not a
right,
hive mind.
but it's really hard to talk to one flat earther and then talk to another because they don't agree on each other. So therefore there's no like standpoint, ideal we all can talk about and theorize on. Because flat Earth, just like
There are
science,
though.
of the globe Earth is a theory. If we agree that flat Earth is a theory, and then globe Earth is a theory, I can
No,
agree on that
it's
point.
not. It's not a
See,
theory though.
yes, it is
That's
though,
here.
because you don't know. You cannot prove that, right? Let's just be
There
realistic.
is no
Yeah, if you look
measurable
at
curvature. If it's not curved, then
You don't
what
know
is
that.
it? There is no measurable curvature as they tell us
You
it
don't
is.
know that, girl. Like, let's
Yes,
stop fucking
yes, I
saying you
do.
do. No,
I
you
do.
don't.
Yes, I do.
Really? See, this is
Yes.
where I lose it because you don't. You have not been out there. You don't know, and I don't know either. But I'm not gonna sit here and say I
Just
know when
because
I
you don't
don't.
know, just because you don't know, don't
I
try
don't
to
know as
project
much as you
your.
don't know.
Don't project that. That's on me. What the heck?
You're just taking people's information and using it and
Do you
going
know
by
me?
it.
Do you know
No,
me?
but I know how you think.
Oh, okay. So now you're just generalizing all flat earthers.
It's.
Everybody is.
I mean, it's not hard to tell you,
Mhm.
and I mean, understand. I mean, you're just saying that. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to
You
criticize you,
don't
but
know
you
me
don't
though.
know.
Like you don't know
Yeah,
what
but
I've
you
done.
haven't gone out in outer
You didn't even
space.
ask me if I've gone out to do anything
Yes, I
like
did.
what experiment I've done or anything like that.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to get
You
in there.
did ask me that? You did ask me that? I didn't hear you ask me that.
I assumed if you thought this way that you automatically. I mean, if you
Yeah,
think that broadly,
You assumed. Okay. I
well,
got you.
listen, you assume the same way, the opposite. You know?
No, I ask people. I ask people all the time. Do you know
Yeah,
where
but
the curvature is? Have you measured the curvature? Where is the curvature? I ask people that all the time. I don't assume that every word that comes in here is
yeah, well,
just the same and that they're
right.
just they don't
Okay.
know, they just believe.
Let's say
I
the
think
math.
you'll
Let's say the
find
math
us
is wrong.
pretty. I
Okay.
think you'll find us pretty unanimous on the fundamentals, but other than that, we are individuals. It's not the Borg.
I feel like most of the disagreement comes from like the creation standpoint.
Right. Yeah. Well, I get that, but usually which is funny to me, is like most of the math could be wrong. Even though flat earthers criticize the math, you talk to a flat earther this way and that way, and the math doesn't add up in their standpoint. My whole thing is the flat earthers don't have an idea past the fact of flat Earth. I mean, a round Earth has this big theory that does work around math, but flat earthers cannot fathom the fact behind the dome. So if the flat earthers really want to go ahead and put some weight into somebody that is mathematically inclined or anything, they should be able to tie what happens or like a theory or something behind that. You know, this is why flat earthers are just made fun of. I'm not the person to.
You're jumping the gun. So
No.
first you need to establish that it is flat before you jump off going trying
Right.
to
I agree with
figure
you.
out what the dome
I'll,
is. So
And flat isn't a shape; it just means a level plane.
right. No, I agree. I mean, there's just so many flat earthers that have so many different thoughts of
so
what
what,
really
dude?
is.
What is your point? We have different thoughts. We have
Because you guys,
speculations.
Can I try to make his? Can I try to clarify his point? Because I think I understand what he's
Yes,
saying.
please.
Yeah, so I think what he's saying is that there's like this unified theory, which is the globe Earth, and it seems to work mathematically, and like almost everyone can get behind this unified theory. But on the that's on the globe side. On the flat Earth side, that doesn't exist. So it seems like if there's a unified theory, it's because everyone has a sort of collective idea of what reality is. Whereas flat Earth is because the only unified theory they have is that it's not a globe. Well, that doesn't really have anything to do with what reality is. It's about what they don't think reality is.
Well, we
So
try not to
sort of-
speculate.
The
That's where
unified
it gets like
aspect is
what you're
that
saying.
the unified aspect is that the globe math doesn't work.
Yeah, that.
Well, I mean,
you guys have
the
never
math.
shown that to be the case. You just
That's the
don't
whole point.
introduce
But
refraction into your maths. That's it.
Like there
right,
has you
sure.
guys you guys just don't have the math to back it up, and like what would be the case of
The
say the Earth
globe,
is.
all the
I'm
globe
sorry, go ahead.
has is the math. It does not correlate to
Math
reality.
never
So,
lies though.
oh my gosh.
People do.
Yeah,
I can
people lie.
give you
Math
like
does
just
not
the best
lie.
example. The best example
Listen,
would be like the large scale surveying, which the
listen.
spherical axis fits a globe. So that right there is math fitting a measure.
I'm sorry.
My whole point is that the whole point, or docs, that you to respond to your point, right? We don't all have to agree on everything. We've been at this in the modern sense for about 10 years. So I'm sorry if we don't have a freaking model that you guys, to feed to you guys to replace your fairy tale. Maybe
hold on.
in a while
It's not a fairy
after
tale.
we've listen,
Just
hold
let her
on. I'm
finish.
making let me finish my damn rant, okay? You've been ranting for a while now. So maybe in a while, give us give or take 500 years, then we'll have a model for you, okay? And the globe has assumption after assumption after assumption built upon it. If you take one assumption and you break it apart, the whole system breaks apart. So I don't really care for having a unified consensus agreement with other flat earthers, because the fact is that it still measures flat. There's a lack of curvature. It doesn't move, and so
You have a
we all
positive.
agree on that. So I'm not done with my rant. We all agree on that part. Okay? So, if you guys could try to see those points that we're making instead of saying, "Oh, but this flat earther disagrees and that flat earther disagrees." I don't care. I don't care. And we do speculate. We speculate a lot of things, but we don't tell you guys that as a fact like the globe does. We don't feed you guys fairy tale, because there's some of the things that we don't have that we can't verify for ourselves. Okay,
Yeah, so
now
I
I'm
think
done.
the
Thank you.
problem with that is that if reality
Thanks for
is
meeting
just
me, by the way,
reality,
whoever
like
did
if
that.
it's something that actually exists, then shouldn't everyone be able to come to some unified consensus on it? Like if I go outside and I point to a rose and I say, that's a rose there, and we know what roses are. We've classified them, propagated them, planted them, and like learned about them, and then I can physically point to one, and everyone can go, "Yeah, that's a rose." Then that indicates that roses exist. But when we look out at the Earth, everything indicates a sphere. Like
With
all the
100%
measurements indicate a
certainty.
sphere, even if you deny them. But flat earthers, they don't have anything that they can like unified point at in reality and say this thing exists and we all agree it exists because it must obviously be reality. It's
Listen, maybe
mainly just denial.
hold on. Let
Here's
me
the
just get
thing.
this. Hold on, you got your time. Let me
Okay,
just get like
fine.
30 seconds.
Fine, go ahead.
Okay? Just like I'll agree with you. Like maybe the Earth isn't a globe, but maybe it isn't flat. But the point of
What?
listen, I'm just going with the flat Earth theory and shit like this. I mean, because you're thinking I don't want to waste my time, but usually there should be a group of people that if there is if the Earth is flat, people should be able to come together with a theory and also math that never lies, by the way, which is what we use for the globe Earth. And I don't like I believe in like an oval Earth or something. Like it's not completely a globe. I get that point, but there is so much chaotic energy between the flat earthers that they disagree with each other and nobody can actually have like a standpoint scientifical theory because that's what
Can you give examples of that though? Because you keep saying
man.
so much, and I don't feel that
I
way.
Yeah, no.
what do you mean? Because like I mean
Well,
I
just give
could
a few examples, or one or two examples.
Can I just say one thing really quick, like 20 seconds?
yeah go ahead. I
maybe?
gotta go pee real
Alright.
quick, so I'll be right back.
Like what I'm thinking, like maybe like what if the Earth is bigger than what we think, and it's so big that from our perspective, we think that Earth is flat because we don't know what actually is out there, but it's actually way bigger of like a circle than it actually is. So it seems flat to
It's
us
locked
because
in
of where
there.
we are. But it
If
might
that
be
were the
actually.
case, then NASA is most certainly lying about everything.
Well, dude, hold on.
Yeah.
I want
The
to
whole
throw this out there
cosmology
too.
goes out the window.
NASA also is 100% lying. Like, I do not believe in the moon landing, but I don't believe in flat Earth. I believe in a lot of the
But
shit you guys believe in, but I don't believe the Earth is completely flat.
You're
here's
too
the
hung up
thing
on math, man.
for you guys saying like the flat earthers are not agreeing. There are globers who don't agree with the globe theory. Like there's people who don't
Well,
agree with Einstein's gravity, or there are people. I mean, you guys have heard of the electric universe. There's a whole
right.
bunch of
So,
globers. That's a
so my
whole bunch of. Hold on.
okay, girl, hold on, girl, but hold
Hold
on.
on. No,
Let
no,
me say
hold
this
on, boy. Hold on,
before.
boy. No, no,
Hold
no, no,
on,
no, no,
hold
no,
on.
no. I'm not holding. I held earlier, so I'm not holding. Uh, there's the electric universe. There's a whole bunch of globers who disagree on the cosmology. So you can't sit here and tell me that all globers agree on everything when you guys have a whole bunch of people who disagree with you. So
Exactly.
That's
like
fundamentally
flat
not true.
earthers. Okay. Really, dude?
Yeah. Yes, it is fundamentally not true. What happens
Yeah.
is that scientists might say something like, I have this alternate theory, but they're not saying that theory is fact. Any scientist, except for maybe like a few extreme like
None of them are.
weirdos that aren't doing the scientific
Yeah.
method, will
So
say
the
that, yeah,
people.
we agree that the facts are the facts, we agree the theories are the theories, we agree the laws are the laws. I just think that there's something else that could potentially explain it. But that doesn't mean that they think that's fact. They still agree that the globe exists and that the
I mean,
globe
Yeah,
model
they
is
do.
general
The
That's
electric
my
relativity, gravity
universe
point.
exists,
people
That
and
is
think
gravity
my
it's
is generally
point.
true.
true.
Yay.
listen, there
That's
is
Nah, you're
is
wrong, man.
my point,
Absolutely
bro.
wrong.
God
right,
dang.
but hold on. Before you
Well,
muted me, or go ahead. You want to finish your? Go ahead.
yeah, it's cool. So your point was that they all disagree, but they don't. They agree on the facts. They agree on the verified
Yes,
evidence.
they
They agree
do.
on like
No,
the
you're
reality.
wrong.
They
Go out.
just think that
My
there's a
No.
different theory that could potentially explain it, but they won't say that theory is true if they haven't validated it in some way.
Well, the theory
they
is a
They
disagree.
do.
theory, right? A theory is a theory, and that's that,
Cool
right?
story,
Let's look up
bro.
the. What do you mean, cool story? I mean,
Well,
look up
we were
the
having like a
definition and
decent
how we
discussion. I
base
was really
theory.
interested in what people were going to say about this because, you know, it is interesting how people think about this. But then you're
I
just
was,
like, hey, how can
dude,
I
I
devolve this
fucking
into pure
started the
semantics?
conversation, you idiot.
Okay, guys, come on, just one at a time. Okay,
Fucking idiot.
Dude,
listen.
chill.
The whole point is that there are globers. I didn't deny that they were globers. They believe in the globe model, but yet they disagree in the cosmology. That was my point. So to say that all globers agree on the whole thing is not true. Same thing with flat
Absolutely.
earthers. There are the foundation or the
So
fundamentals of flat earth being flat, plain, motionless. We agree on those things. There are multiple things that we don't agree on, but give us a break. It's only been 10
Listen,
years for us to
this
be
is,
looking into this shit.
I
So
understand.
Just like,
So this is
tell me
what I
if I'm
wanted
wrong,
to
but
say,
what he
though.
was saying is like what the globers are saying. They have actual things to back it up, and then the
True,
flat
but
earthers have
no,
like
they
theories.
don't. That's
hold
why
on,
the
wait.
flat earthers
Let
exist.
me say this, and I won't talk anymore, because he was right. And honestly, the way that she worded it, I should give her a bone because of the fact that globe at one point in time, because it was flat, right? And then it was globe, and now we're going back to flat. So my whole thing is though, and just keep this into consideration because if you think that the globe is wrong and what we use in the mathematics behind all of that, and it was wrong for this period of time and how we use and calculate, don't you think maybe flat Earth was wrong too? And maybe we're just both wrong? Like, because that could be a possibility that both of us are wrong.
Well, it's kind of a dichotomy in the sense of curved versus flat. If we don't detect any curve, I mean, I don't see how we can both be wrong.
Well, because there is a curve.
Isn't there
There is a
to
curve and there is flat.
even
Where?
And I
flat
mean,
though is like half a curve. Because like if it's flat Earth, there's still like the dome, like the firmament over the flat, so there's still like a half a circle.
yeah,
that
yeah,
would be
maybe
an
it's like
assumption.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, okay, that's not the Earth itself, and it would also be assuming things to claim that there's a dome hemisphere-shaped container thing.
I mean, there's people that
Like we don't
believe that we're in
make
a
claims, but
simulation.
we do argue for containment, obviously, all the time. But generally, nobody makes a shape claim for it because it would require measurement, and we know we don't have those.
I don't
So
understand the past the containment though, because I've talked to you guys for a long time. I probably spent way too many hours over here. I woke my girlfriend up. She was mad at me because I was yelling at flat earthers. But like I just don't get past the containment thing. Like so, therefore, you're saying though, like that science
so
maybe is
so
like a leading factor to where we can contain that.
well, there's gas pressure, and gas pressure is literally
Sure.
forcing like gas in the water container. There's
But I
no way
mean,
to
we have.
demonstrate without it. I mean, it's literally caused by containment. And anytime
I
somebody says, no, gravity does it, like, good luck even
I
getting them to define gravity, let alone show you an experiment where they actually demonstrate that that can happen. They just say it, they don't
I
demonstrate.
just, you know what my whole theory of like the flat Earth thing is. It's like when you start getting into conspiracy theories and you understand like the government and everybody lies with you, and then you understand like the moon landing was probably fake and stuff like that, and you get deeper and deeper into things how people have lied to you and Einstein's theory and all of this stuff, and like now to this day people are trying to disprove Einstein's theory because of the fact of like dark matter and things, but that does not. I don't understand why like the flat earth thing would matter. Like who cares? Like we're trying
Doesn't
to
matter.
find out things different and more responsible and like first up to bat than the flat earth. You
The
know what I
gas,
mean?
the gaslight about all of reality, though.
Like the only thing that I could see like a flat earth being mad about would be like the taxes of like global warming or something. But
It,
other than that, like who cares?
it breaks your epistemology.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does, because you can't even trust your own sense
What
experience of
what
reality. And
would break it
well,
besides
hold on,
like global warming?
telling you, because they have everything completely flipped around so that well, I mean, they're telling you that it appears one way, it's actually something else, and it teaches you basically not to rely on your senses or your sense experience of the world, and
Not
need the world
true.
interpreted for you by an authority, right? It's sort of the old how many fingers am I holding up? It's a
Well, dude,
gas.
gravity still works on a flat Earth.
What is
I
gravity?
thought you said you were upset about getting lied to
You're kind of going
earlier,
all
but
around
anyway.
here. Yeah, yeah,
Me?
you're being hard to.
I mean,
Yeah,
gravity is a thing, regardless of what you want to call it. There is this thing. This is math. This is numbers. This is the only thing you can actually
No, not
trust.
really.
Yes.
Not really, man.
What do you mean? I mean, of
No, not
course, if you
really.
go into space,
okay,
you know, things are different. If you
yeah, but,
believe in space, I mean,
yeah, but
people believe it's in like underwater tanks, and you see the
remember
bubbles when they're on
now,
space. I
now,
mean,
now you need containment-free gas pressure, which is an oxymoron, though, for the
but
claim of.
I'm just like,
This is
what
just
is
imagination.
okay? Just answer me this, okay? I get it. Let's say the Earth is flat. Okay. What is the main prerogative of people and
Oh, I'm
hold on, wait. What is the main thing they're looking for besides just leaking money from like
first
NASA
of
and
all,
stuff like that?
Dang, you're
not a,
Like
skipping
I'm
around,
not a
man.
psychic. I'm not a
no,
psychic. Second of all, I have made an attempt to sort of answer that with a bit of speculation,
it's just
and
money
just
laundering, right?
asking the question again, and now you're answering it yourself. So,
Well,
I mean,
that's what I assume. My shit's about to die.
Well,
I'm sorry.
it's the perfect money laundering.
Right. No, I get that, but is that all it is then?
Not necessarily.
That's what it seems like. Like, I know NASA is money laundering. I know all this, but I still believe in it like a globe. Like, me and you are not different at all, except for a globe and a flat plane.
well, you give them a bunch of money to produce cartoons and teach you a false worldview.
But, okay, but what's the point? Because
Well,
literally,
why don't you go ask them? Because I mean, I have spitballed about it and told you that it's a gaslight
Control.
epistemology, and it puts it in.
control?
Yeah,
Really?
it puts your worldview in the hands of other
It
people.
doesn't change anything, though. That's what I'm saying. It
It's,
doesn't
it's
matter.
putting
Reality
in.
doesn't
Well,
change.
It doesn't matter,
well,
dude.
look at you asking right now. Like
I
that's what
know
it's done.
because, well, listen, all it does is it, it like
People
segregates.
like you ask questions like that. Exactly.
Well, just like people you that ask questions like that. I mean, it just segregates. But the whole point is not the globe being flat or round. It's like the people that are doing that.
On
That's
a
the
flat
problem.
Earth,
You
what
got to
keeps
ask
the
the
water
liar what
there?
to lie at the end of the day, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess. But I know the government is like really.
But well, here's the thing. You know, it's an interesting conversation in its own right, sure, but when people bring it to us out of incredulity for what we're saying, which is just to do with the geometric falsification of the globe, the claim, right? It's just not a proper rebuttal. It's not a rebuttal at all.
Prior to the space race, people were already buying it, hook, line, and sinker. There was still a controversy about it, but it was pretty much an accepted worldview, right? So they were making a fortune. Hollywood was making a fortune off, you know, outer space fantasy world. You know, think about it.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many reasons you can speculate as to why someone would do all this. But I think the thing that most of these guys don't understand is that that's not actually a rebuttal. Incredulity about people lying. Like, I mean, they just don't seem to realize that what we've done is take the claim and falsify that. Doesn't in and of itself necessarily give us any answers about the motives for the claim. It's just that we're showing that claim doesn't hold true. When tested against reality, it fails. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's just false.
Well, it kind of would be fallacious to come to the conclusion that, oh, well, it must be flat because I think they're lying, and not have like any reason to think they're lying. They're just, oh, I just don't trust them. You know, why should I trust them? So therefore it's flat. And
Right.
it would be likewise, it would be, like in the inverse would be fallacious to think that it's not flat or to think that it's a globe because you can't fathom any reason why they would lie.
Right. Doesn't matter. And those aren't proper arguments either way.
Apparently, according to science and like air pressure and the way air pressure and gravity works, on a flat Earth, everyone would just be crushed to death. So like the way air pressure works, because you need landmass to stop. Oh man.
Does anyone want dogs or God's curvature measurements? Let's take them.
Yeah.
Got dogs.
Hey man. So you guys seem to think there's no measurement of curvature, but there's been large scale surveying, small scale surveying, photos of left to right curve, high altitude photos of
Pick your favorite.
left to right curve. I mean,
Pick your favorite.
yeah. My favorite is probably spherical excess in large surveying.
Okay, let's hear how that's done.
Sure. So they're up on towers with theodolites. They aim the theodolites at each other. And they realise that because the theodolites aren't plumb, they measure an excess distance in the triangle that they create with those theodolites. That
Okay, let me
excess
ask you a question.
distance.
Let me ask you a question. Do they have a straight line of sight to each theodolite?
Yes.
Great. So where's the excess?
The excess is in the line of sight from one theodolite to the other and then back again, because those theodolites aren't the same plumb, because on a sphere plumb is different at every single point. Then those theodolites will measure different angles to each other.
How does that work when you have a straight horizontal line of sight to each one?
So a theodolite measures like horizontal 90 degrees off plumb. So if you measure 90 degrees off plumb and then someone else has a different 90 degrees off plumb, then those lines won't intersect at each theodolite. They'll intersect somewhere between the theodolites.
Awesome. So let's see your data on that. When did you personally demonstrate this to yourself and therefore making it possible to demonstrate it to us now?
I don't believe in this having to be done personally, but it's the transcontinental arc of the parallel is the most famous
Oh,
one.
so you
If you
haven't
want my
checked yourself,
personal
have you?
evidence,
Yeah, you haven't checked
no,
yourself.
but if you want my personal evidence, I've got personal evidence. Do you want
Great.
that?
Post it up. Yep, please.
Yeah, cool.
Hey,
So my personal evidence,
It'll be that
is
you
to watch
post
the
your
sunset
data.
every day.
I'm not gonna, no more words, dogs. You've been here too long. You've had your chance. So post data from your experiments, tests, or measurements, please. Thank you.
If you just look at weather though on a flat Earth, all precipitation, rain, hail, snow, would all be pulled towards the center. So like just weather alone would prove kind of it wrong.
Okay, so you can't explain rain, therefore the ground is a ball. Right?
No, on a
Are you
flat
guys
Earth.
saying I can't make an argument for the
Right.
globe Earth
Because
unless
even on a
I
flat Earth,
post
gravity
some
still
evidence
exists.
I've done myself?
Right, so let me just tell you
You guys
something
are
that
really
I found
fucking scared of me, aren't you?
Something that I found interesting about the transcontinental arc of the parallel is all of their diagrams. Every map has a straight line scale. How do you explain that?
Yeah, they plotted it out with straight lines just because that's an easy way to make things function, but they still had to adjust the measurements of a globe in order to turn it into a straight line map.
So they had to.
What do you just mean, like the line of sight between 2 points? Because that's just one plane and it's not the 3D plane that they're actually measuring in. So the map is just 2D, not 3D.
Yeah, they measured a straight horizontal distance.
Yeah, so that's a 2D plane, not a 3D plane. So a 3D plane, you'd actually be able to see the drop, but because it's 2D,
There's no 3D plane.
like a piece of paper, then it's a 2D plane.
There's no such thing as a 3D plane.
Well, yeah, I know. But if it was like a 3D set of coordinates that they were using instead of the 2D maps, then they'd be able to include drop in those coordinates.
Well, if you want to go 3D with a map, then you would just add the hills and the valleys, the elevations, right? So there's your 3D right
that
there.
height.
So
Well,
what
that's the other
curve are
problem.
you talking about?
So the other problem is that topography can screw up any like measurement of curve. So that's why in this arc the parallel measurement, you get some triangles that are actually below 180 degrees, and then you get some, well, the majority that are over 180.
Yeah, but you're not measuring any curve because these are just line of sight triangles that are projected onto a datum, a pre-assumed geoid or what have you. So you're not actually
No,
directly
that's a
measuring.
lie.
That's not a lie. It's exactly what it is. You've already described the process. There are 3 straight lines of sight. They're not physical lines over the surface of the Earth or something goofy like that. And then they're projected onto a datum. That's why there's computations.
No, that's a lie.
That's not a lie. It says
It is a
right
lie.
there.
Do you want me to explain how it's a lie, buddy?
That's exactly what
No,
you said, though.
no. The
Do you want me to
transcontinental arc
explain?
of the parallel, no. And the transcontinental arc of the parallel says in it that it uses the Bessel and Clark ellipsoids. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's the datum that these line of sight triangles are then corrected to. So you can lie about it being a lie, but that's what your own citation says. So I'll just fucking mute you if you're going to be a douche like that.
Okay, so the reason that it's a lie is because spherical excess was measured prior to them plotting it out on that Clark or Bessel ellipsoid. So
You just told us it wasn't. Some of them come around to 180, and you also described what those triangles are. Line of sight, straight lines. So like Fusely's getting at, where's the more than 180 coming from?
It's got to do with the elevation angles show more than 180 because there's a drop between theodolites because they're on different points on a globe, which means that their horizontal from plumb is different. So the lie comes in when you say that they took the Bessel model and they plotted it onto that and then got spherical excess. What happened is they had spherical excess and then they plotted it onto the ellipsoid.
Show it.
Yeah, well, if you look at the paperwork, like the documented surveying, then all the measurements are there.
You look at it, you put it here. Go on.
They plotted the measurement onto the ellipsoid.
Yeah, okay, we've heard your story. Show it in the chat.
Is that all you're going to do, buddy? You're not going to have a discussion?
Yeah, I'm going to demand citation for your claim. That's right. That's all I'm going to do from this point on, unless you fold on it. Up to you.
You are so scared of me, heretic. I'll
Triangle
do
can
it
be
right now.
more
I'll
than
find it
180
right now. How
degrees
about that?
because of like perspective, and then like from perspective, like the surface of like if you're on a looking at a triangle from the perspective of a sphere, it'll look flat, but you can still get. Oh, how do you explain that?
Well, it's only for horizontal triangles, but if you have it for the elevation angle, then you can see the sphericity in it.
But if you're on the surface of a sphere, it'll look flat, even though it's not. If that makes any sense.
Maybe.
Yep. Line of sight triangles. That's what you got there. So please grab us that data. Thank you.
Guess I can try and Google something here.
So while I do that, I'm just going to explain how sunsets also show we're on a globe, because that's something that I've viewed myself and that everyone else has viewed.
We'll just talk to this other guy. You can come back online after you grab it. Thanks. Other guy, what do you got?
I don't have anything. I actually don't. That's could barely explain myself. I'm going to Google and see what Google says. I'll let you know. But go on.
All right.
What did Google have to say? Spheres have a positive curvature. The surface of curves towards the center. Hence, the sum of the triangle can exceed 180 degrees on a plane with zero curvature. Sum of the triangles equals exactly 180. Exactly, understand that. Surface of a curve towards the center. Hence, the sum of 3 angles of a triangle exceeds 180 degrees on a plane with zero curvature. So it kind of seems like you can only have a triangle that's more than 180 degrees on a flat Earth.
I wonder what that looks like.
Yeah, it's kind of hurting my head
Well, it's
thinking about
interesting because that's how they measure distances between points, is with straight line triangles, and then they represent those distances on scale maps. So it's
that.
kind
Yeah,
of
so,
weird.
but apparently it only works on a curve, like the 180 degrees for a triangle, because they say all triangles equal 180 degrees. That only works on a curved Earth. But then on a flat Earth, it can exceed 180 somehow, but I don't know how. That's just what I'm reading.
Yeah, I just stick with reality. See, because in reality,
Yeah, that's weird.
that's how they measure distances, the straight lines.
Exactly, and like light travels in a straight line, right? So.
Yep.
Dogs are gods now. Elephant hurling the entire document. We asked for specific measurements. That's why this guy time, dude.
No, I don't think that's. Yeah, I literally don't think that's possible. Might be.
Well, he just says shit and runs his mouth and tries to steamroll the chat with BS. He wanted to jump onto sunsets instead of grabbing his measurements. And now he's playing this game where instead of just citing the specific measurements, he's elephant hurling the entire document. And once he gets muted, he's just gonna declare victory. And anyway, he's a waste of time.
Classic.
Well, that said, if somebody wants to take him up on his bullshit, go ahead. I just don't know.
No. Please don't. The Theodolites, please no.
Does anyone have a new base argument? Not even an argument, just anything, I guess.
If I go in the car and drive the car, and if his sun in the sky, the sun will follow me every time.
Isn't. Well, I'm just saying, like, it's not actually perspective, right? It's not actually following. You think it's following because of your perspective of the sun.
No, I'm saying if I'm in car and
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
driving the car, and if I look the sky, the sun will follow me. Can you debunk that?
Sun will follow you. Well, that means you're.
That was the claim yesterday.
So that means you're traveling south.
Don't ask me, man. That I even don't know what's the point of that asking that question.
Right, because the sun rises in the east and it moves to the west. So if it's following you, that means you're traveling south.
Yeah, but after that, the same sentence came. I'm driving in the car and I look in the sky and the sun is following me.
I don't know. You looked at the sun for like way too long directly, and now it's like burning your retinas. So you think it's following you? Definitely. I don't know, man.
Even if I said if you go out from the car, if you're standing, no, I'm in the car. Okay, you're in
Yeah.
the car.
It's like that's like one of those things you can't win, right? I think someone told me this before. I forgot though. But how come, like when the sun, like during the day, you can't look at it, but then like at sunrise and sunset, you can stare directly at it? Anyone know why? I don't.
Well, it would be further away from you, so it would appear dimmer.
Is it really that much further away though between like sunrise and let's just say like noon.
Enough to make it darker.
Even if it was or is further away, like that minuscule distance shouldn't really matter that much, right?
But it does.
Yeah, I guess.
It looks very, 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 very small comparing to Earth. But that thing's what you see in the sky is more than 100 times bigger than Earth.
Yeah, I think that's why, like, yeah, when you look at the sun, it kind of, for the most part, like, looks like it's the same size because it's so much bigger than us that it doesn't really matter, like, where we are in, like, our rotation around the sun. It kind of looks the same to us because it's so much bigger. I think.
Listen to this stupidity, and then you have that sun, you have sunset going behind the horizon, and then you have full moon, you know. But Earth is 4 times bigger than moon. Practically, in my opinion, the moon will be covered by the shadow of the Earth, you know, all. But it's full, shining.
Yeah, it's crazy how, yeah, like you said, it's 4 times smaller, yet it's at the perfect distance, and we're at the perfect distance that, like, we can get eclipses. Where it eclipses perfectly, that's freaking weird.
And do you know what you can do with the math? If you double that, all that rates, you will get the same. You will get the functional system. That means 8 times bigger, 200 times sun bigger, everything 2 times bigger, and everything is working again. Move the distances and everything, you know.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's cool. It's also fucking weird and something to think about that kind of hurts your brain.
Is it a whoops or is it intelligent design?
Very good question. It works so perfectly, like, in sequence in theory that it's, like, kind of hard to think it's not a whoops, in my opinion.
I think so too.
I don't know why or how, like, I can't tell you that, but definitely I don't think it's a whoopsie doodle, you know?
I would like to think I'm not an accident.
What's sorry, I don't know what that means, bro. I'm not that educated. Accident?
A whoops.
That's funny. Oh man.
Whatever makes you feel better, but
I will blame water for everything.
I guess you could blame water for everything, because without water there'd be nothing here, Earth.
Yeah. You need water for life, and then you look the behaving of water, and then fuck, look at this.
Shoot, I was just talking on mute for God's sake. My bad. All right, so Dogs Are Gods made the claim that they're using the datums or the ellipsoids to take excess out. He posted a
I
couple
don't
of
think I made that claim.
Yeah, you did. You said that's what they're for. They use them to
Did
take.
anyone else hear me say that?
Yeah, okay, he's just gonna lie again. Jerry,
No,
you still?
I'm curious. Did anyone else hear me say that?
Man, go sometimes on holiday on the sea. Don't go every time in mountain, man.
I've been drinking, but I'm fairly certain the time I've been here, you did not say that.
Yeah, I haven't said it. What I said is that they took the data and they projected it onto that Clark ellipsoid.
Oh
If
my
you
god.
visit Dog
Oh
Star
my
Dog,
goodness. Hold
if
on.
you
That's
visit,
exactly what I said to him. And he said, no, 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 that's a lie. He said they're using the ellipsoids to take the excess out. And so that's what this whole thing was for him to go and show that the corrections go in that direction. He showed a table of corrections where generally they're adding it in. There's a couple where it goes the other way. But you're not, like, I mean, your case was that they're using the ellipsoids to take it out. It's obviously not the case. Now you're
Well,
changing your claim. This is why you
so
just
what
get
I actually said,
bullshit.
what I actually said was that so the measurements come first, and then they project it onto the geoid
That
after because it
literally,
fits. It shows spherical excess, and that's why the measurements fit the geoid. I don't think I said anything about then changing the data, unless actually I do remember where I said that, because someone said that they used a like a two-dimensional grid with straight lines to plot out stuff, and I said that's because they're not showing that third dimension. They're not showing the up and down curvature that you'd have. So they can project it out on a 2D. But when that actually happens in real life, it fails. Like the Jefferson grid used in the US, it fails because of sphericity. But if you want me to go away, Heretic, just ask and I'll go away. I got other things I can do for a bit.
don't be a douche and don't say things and then change your claim around. Now you're saying that your claim was, yeah, they projected onto the datums. Well, that's exactly what I told you, and you piped up to say, no, they're taking excess out. Specifically, that's what you said the purpose of correcting to the datum was.
No, I just clarified for you, Heretic. So what I said was that they measured the spherical excess, which means it's a sphere, and then they projected that on the ellipsoid after they'd done the measurements that included spherical
Those
excess.
don't all sum to an excess of 180. They're horizontal straight lines of sight as well that these triangles are pieced together from. They use the datums, obviously, to correct the triangles too. Like you
I
said,
explained that. The horizontal straight lines of sight will be different because horizontal is different at every point on a globe.
That's where it comes from. On a flat, yeah, because it's curved, you get the extra degrees on the triangle. It's not 180; it's extra because it's curved.
Oh, it's curved now.
Yeah, because plumb lines
I'm
diverge
just
on a
saying
globe.
I'm just saying that's where
The
the extra
horizontals don't
degrees come
match.
from. If that, I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, that's why and where it comes from. Because it's curved. Curvature would fuck with the 180 degrees.
So how
It's
come we have
the straight line thing? Because
so how
triangle
come
is
there's a
straight line
whole bunch of
180.
how come
Curvature
there's a
will
whole
add to it.
how come there's a whole bunch of measurements in those tables then that do not sum to an excess of 180? Some actually sum to less than 180. Some are right at 180. Some are a little bit more, etc. Within some margin of error. Why would that be the case then if excess is being directly measured from the get-go?
I think the
I think
Pythagorean theory was
that
like
can happen.
thought about on a flat Earth scale back in the day.
That can happen because of topography, that you end up with less than 180 or exactly 180.
Okay.
But you can never have greater than 180. You can never have spherical excess unless you're actually on a sphere.
Okay.
Or at least
With
not to the
margin
degree
of error,
as measured.
said topography, that would be one reason. So that's going to skew everything. Obviously,
Yeah.
that might contaminate some of what you're extrapolating to be curvature. You can't tell the difference, and you got to correct it to a datum as well.
You correct after you get the spherical excess measurement. So
No,
every time we
no,
say
no,
correction, they're not
just,
correcting the
just
measurement
said,
that shows it's a
no,
sphere.
don't, you bullshitter. You just said that they
I'm not
don't.
bullshitting anything.
Just said they don't always get excess, that they don't always sum to 180, and then you gave an excuse why, and now you're back to saying that they directly measure excess. So how can you tell
Yeah, they
topography,
do.
curvature, whatever, what have you? They don't directly measure it to begin with across the board. It's within a margin of error. Some are a bit less, like you just said. It's not being measured up front like that.
So the ones with spherical excess are on equal elevation areas, like the same level above sea level. But the ones that are under are on, like, the elevation is different between the towers.
Can you show that?
I'm pretty sure it's in that document, but at this point, all you've done is you've lied about what I've said. You had that screed about me while I was muted, and now all you're doing is asking me to repeatedly show things.
All right. So you got straight lines of sight, triangles, some a little bit under 180, some a little bit over, within a margin of error, of course. So can you point to the sphere directly, which you think produced these lines of sight angle measurements, like maybe an observation of a geometric horizon or drop over distance, something like that?
Well, you know that you can't observe something that's geometric because the light has to go through air,
Oh.
so you can only have optical measurements.
You can't observe something that's geometric. I'm just going to mute him right there so not too much time goes by. We need to savor that one. You can't observe something that's geometric. I think I'm just going to
Yeah,
kick him
so
out.
let me finish my
Yeah,
explain
okay,
it.
go. Yeah, finish being an idiot. We can't observe
Great.
something as. Go ahead.
So using the term optical measurement of a geoid makes no sense because an optical measurement can only be light entering some form of, camera or your eye, and it can't be the physical measurement of a geoid. So optical measurements will always be skewed by things like refraction or like whatever the atmospheric condition of that time is. You know this to be true, so I don't know why you got upset when I explained it.
Okay. I didn't say optical measurement per se. I just said any sort of direct demonstration that you can provide. A direct observation of this geometry, which you are now conceding cannot be done. So thanks, that's useful. You're giving me excuses as to why you cannot actually produce such a thing. So, I mean,
So you can't optically measure the geometric horizon, but you can show that there is a left to right curve.
okay, but it would all be the same curve. So why would I be seeing it on one axis but not the other?
Just because of the way that you view things. So if you view the drop away from you, the only way you can view that is by having a reference in the distance that you look at to see how much is hidden, which is what we've done a lot of. Like there was that Jesse Kozlowski dude who did stuff like that. And we have lots of like long range observations, even of the Chicago skyline, where like the light poles are missing against the.
What's the problem with that though? The only reason is we can look out and try to see something obstructed looking out from us. It's not the only way to do it. But what's the problem with that? Why wouldn't that work versus the left to right curvature? Where do you see that? Why would left to right
Yeah,
work?
sure.
But
So
something obstructed on the z-axis. What, like, why?
So without muting me, let me finish what I'm saying. When you look off in the distance to distinguish the curve off in the looking at a point where the horizon is, and then you don't know what's.
Did you just for saying that? Start over. Sorry.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Was I muted again?
No, go ahead. So what's the problem on the z-axis? Sorry.
So the problem on the z-axis is that you can only see to the horizon, and everything off from the horizon will either peak up over the horizon because it's been obstructed, or it will be no longer viewable. So if you look out over water, you can only see to the horizon, and then after that, you can't see the drop because it's hidden by the horizon. Since it's all ocean water and all blue and all looks kind of the same, you can't tell that there's that drop-off point for the horizon. You just know that there's a limit to your vision in that axis. But left to right curve, on the other hand, you can actually see the drop on either end because you can see the entire field of the horizon off in those two directions.
Yeah, just a total red herring. I asked for
In
a
what
demonstration.
way was it a red herring?
Yeah, no, I didn't say it had to be like an optical measurement like you're trying to put it, where we're going to optically measure like a drop from horizontal or something like that, left to right. I didn't necessarily specify that. I just said, why don't we get a look at a geometric horizon? This would be one of the things that would be nice to see. Now you're just bullshitting about how you can't actually directly measure drop from horizontal by looking at that, but it would be one geometric indicator and necessary consequent of a sphere. So why can't we just get a look at that? That's all I'm asking.
We can, in many cases, we can see things that are obstructed bottom up or are obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. All right. Such as what?
Black Swan doesn't show the boat deck, even though it's highly refracted. You have the Chicago skyline you guys use a lot.
No, you're not going to gish gallop. Black Swan doesn't show the boat deck. So what you're telling me then is it's obstructed by the horizon?
Wait, was I muted again?
Yeah, because you started gish galloping against the rules. So you said Black Swan. That's the one that you wanted to go with. It's not showing the boat deck. That's what you said. So it's obstructed by the horizon.
Yeah. And have you seen the picture of there's two black swan pictures side by side?
Yeah. Stop right there. It's obstructed by the horizon. You're telling me. The Black Swan.
Sorry, was I muted again? Are you muting me every time you want to interrupt me?
Yes. You said
Why?
the Black Swan. So we're talking about the beyond 9.4 mile distant horizon. Obviously, you're telling me that that's obstructing the boat deck of something that's it's behind.
Yeah, there's an obstruction in that image, in the original image, and then in reproduced ones, there's more obstruction.
So the horizon that's behind the rig is obstructing it from in front of it.
I don't understand what you just said to me.
Well, that's what you just said. Because the horizon is
No,
behind the
that's
picture, you're telling me that it's obstructing something that it is behind of now.
I still have no idea what you're trying to say.
Oh, okay. Do I need a
Will
translator?
draw it out? Can you find an image of it and explain it?
Black Swan, where the horizon is behind the oil rig, like it's further in the distance than the oil rig, and you're now
Do
saying
you mean
that
the
it's
first oil rig or the second one?
it's also both. It's also obstructing the oil
Both.
rig from in front of it, despite being beyond it. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, if you look at the image I just posted, you can see that what's behind the oil rig you may think is the horizon, but there's no way to distinguish that for the platform habitat. And then the second image, it definitely shows that there's some obstruction to that platform habitat. So what's your problem?
Wait a minute. I may think that what's beyond the horizon or what's beyond the oil rig in the picture on the left is the horizon.
Yeah, because it's a really hazy area.
Well, what's the horizon? What is a horizon?
So a horizon would be the limits of our image imposed by the curvature of the Earth in our model. In your model,
no, it's where sky appears to meet surface. That's the definition of horizon. Where's that happening?
That's your definition. I use a different definition.
No, that's the definition. If you're just gonna argue with the dictionary, I'm throwing you out of here. This is what I mean by waste of time. I don't have time for bullshit, dude. That is the definition of horizon. Accept it or get out.
Yeah, I don't accept it, and you're a coward for kicking me.
Okay, yeah, he doesn't accept dictionary definitions because they don't suit fantasy worldview. The horizon, that being where surface appears to meet sky, that being the definition that you have to deny to go ahead with this bullshit that you're trying to push. That is clearly and obviously happening behind the oil rig. That is the thing that geometrically must be in front of it, obstructing it from in front of it if it's due to Earth curve. So since it's behind it, it can't obstruct it. That's how that goes.
Yeah, that makes total. That makes
So
that makes
the problem is while I was muted again, that you can't actually show that that is the horizon. It just looks like a fuzzy part of
What's the horizon again? What is the horizon? Definition.
We can definitely see that where the water and the air meet to use your definition, you realize you muted me after I conceded that.
Yeah, it's not mine.
So
I don't really care if you conceded or
do
whatever.
you have like a bot that every time you interrupt someone, it just automatically mutes them?
And he's
Why are you so scared of letting me talk, Heretic?
Heretic, he's
I'll get back to it now.
He's using QE's photo. That's
that
funny.
second image clearly shows where the horizon, where the water and the air meet on that image.
Can you read
the platform is obstructed by that horizon.
Yeah, but I've been talking about the first image all this time, though. So that's a cold red herring. Also, another cool black swan, also shattering the globe geometry that you're here to champion. Thanks for that.
What geometry?
The entire time I've been talking about the left one. I specified the black swan, the main one, with the horizon beyond both rigs. That's what I've been talking about. And you've been saying
you don't know that's the horizon, do you? You're just assuming that's the horizon. It's just a fuzzy part of the image.
Yes, I do. What's a horizon again? We just did this. What is it?
Yeah, it's a clear line, and that image doesn't have a clear line, so you can't tell where the horizon.
No, that's not the definition of horizon. Clear line. This is why I'm muting you, because you're a fucking bullshitter, dude. And I won't stand.
It also does have a clear line. The same perspective.
Yeah, but that's not what a horizon.
So this
knows what a horizon is, and these are circus tricks that he's doing. So the horizon is where surface appears to meet sky. That's by definition what a horizon is. Go argue with the dictionary if it doesn't suit your worldview. But that's what it is. Where is that happening? beyond the rig.
So it's the first image doesn't have a clear line for the horizon. It's one that you.
That's irrelevant, and it does.
It also
That's not
does,
the definition of horizon. Horizon is where surface appears to meet sky. Where is that happening? In front of or behind the rig?
We can't tell in that first image, but in the
No,
second
it's
one, it's
always
in
going to
front of
be
the.
behind. Always.
I've had enough of him. He's a bullshitter.
Yeah.
Sasha, do you want to talk to him? Like, forget it.
With the flat Earth theory though, like say some place like Alaska like that gets like I don't know what the exact numbers are, like 80 days of night and or like 60 days of night, 60 days of darkness.
It's the gray season. Yeah,
On
we
a
get
on a
in the
flat
summer.
Earth, how does that
We
work?
have 18-hour days.
That shouldn't work on a flat Earth. They shouldn't get that much lighter day.
Heretic, I don't want to speak with him. I will tell you something about that, only to you about the two pictures. That right one, I don't care about that one because left one is showing me reality in one day. That means I don't care what I see less other days.
Well, they're both they're both black swans.
Yeah, I know also that, but I'm telling you, like, because I'm seeing on the left side the reality. That's not phenomena, you know. I see the ocean behind. That mean I see the reality. I don't care what I will see next days less, you know. That's because of some phenomena. Do you understand me? If I see one day more than that, even what is on Black Swan, let's say 20 miles, then I will not care even about that left picture.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, the geometry has already been shattered. Yeah.
Not like because they want to like invoke something for me it's ridiculous, like speaking without speaking about flat earth. I see the ocean, that's all, you know. And they say, no, you see ocean because light. No, man, I see the ocean is there, it's real, and everybody see that, and end of argument.
Because of the tides.
Doesn't matter.
I was just kidding. I was just saying that to be a dumbass.
doesn't matter, it's there, you know. It should be on 1.2 miles, but it's there. It's immediately after the oil rig, of course, because oil rig is in the water. It's so obvious.
Yeah. So it's the
tides
global
rise on
to
average.
recognize that that guy I was just talking to is a rampant bullshitter.
If you see that, let's say that horizon, because that horizon on the Black Swan, it's made by real ocean and the sky, not by some kind of phenomena of the ocean and the sky. Do you understand me? If you see there's some kind of mirage or you cannot realize, I could say, okay, great, I don't see the ocean there, okay, but I see the ocean. That means bye bye. That's all. That's reality.
You know what's
I don't
crazy
need.
though? The fact that I said the tides can rise anywhere between 0 and 11 meters, which is 36 feet. So that also is never taken into account when anyone's doing any of these weird, like debunking theories and shit. That no one ever says anything about the tides.
Tides will make you that you see less, not more.
Exactly. So they're saying, oh, why can I see this place from this far away? Oh, because it's low tide. If it was high tide, you wouldn't be able to see that city across the range of this
Do you know?
thing that
Do
the
you know that?
curvature of the Earth is supposed to block. You know?
You know that right picture. It's enough, like maybe 1 meter tide for that, or wave, 1 meter wave for that phenomena happening. You know,
That's kind of a weird
somewhere
that
in 2 miles, 1 meter wave, and you will get that. You cannot, because you're on 30 centimeter, 1 foot observer height. You cannot, you know, you have your wave. It's bigger than your observation height.
I'm just okay. Say something's 50 kilometers away, and I take a picture of it at low tide, and then I wait for high tide and take a picture of it, which can be up to 36. I don't know if it was meters or feet, but either way, from the same perspective point, they're going to look drastically different, right? Just because of the tide. Just something I just literally thought about. From my joke I made, I just thought about it. I'm like, that actually is broken.
You don't have conditions. For example, you will see more than you can see. You know, you have condition that is telling you today you see 10 miles. You know, and if is that, let's say, maximum of viewing, or if it's not, let's say tomorrow you'll see 20 miles, and that's it. You will not see other day 25 miles because you will see All other days, 18 miles, 17 miles, 16 miles, but never 25. Why? Because you cannot see ever 25.
That might be true. But what I'm saying is like, if you're in the same spot looking at the same object on say today, and then say today's low tide, I'm looking at that thing. I can see X amount of that object. But then say tomorrow is high tide, at the highest the tide can possibly be. I'm not gonna be able to see as much as that same object that I could yesterday when the tide was low.
Yeah.
So then people kind of might take that differently, or use that to
You'll
advantage, or
be
just
able to shoot a laser over it.
yeah, exactly. You could one day you can shoot a laser and it works. The next day, when the tide's high and it's not low, it won't work. And they'd be like, oh, because that's it's curved. But then yesterday, because that laser hit there, oh, it's flat. But today, because the tide's high, oh, it's a circle or it's a globe.
Yeah. And he posted, and down it's written that Earth is breathing. That's from QE. He posted the QE's picture. That's so ridiculous also.
Too many variables in everything for anybody to be actually right about anything.
Well, you said 33-foot tide. There'd be a 66-foot drop out at 10 miles. If you're being conservative, you'll say that that's where the horizon is, roughly, in the Black Swan picture. Probably further, but so far as we can safely say, 10 miles. That's 66 feet of drop that you have to overcome with a tide, and that does not look like a very high tide kind of day in that one at all. The water's really calm, and there's not that much for waves and blah.
And not only black swan, you will have that white swans, all you will have like thousands videos or locations everywhere in the world showing at least, let's say, from 50 to 70 foot of drop every time, or when it's weather good. Every time you will have that videos. Like, look, fuck, it's there.
Yeah, I've seen some videos like with the lasers too, and like even if the tide was at its highest, which I think is like what they say 36 feet or whatever, that still doesn't account for how far they've actually shot lasers across a flat distance. Did that, yes. So yeah, the tides definitely do not make any credence whatsoever. Just something I thought of.
Well, like
I don't know. It potentially could be. Like I just watched the videos, and like in the videos, it shows the horizon before the oil rigs at first, and then it says under very rare conditions you can see the horizon afterwards.
Really?
Now this could be for two different reasons. It could be because it's a day with a lot of refraction, a hot day, or it could be that, like, because under the globe Earth model, right? It's the tides are caused the tides are caused by the bulging of the ocean, and it's the Earth rotating into the bulge. If that bulge is behind the oil rig, that could explain it.
A lot
yeah,
of really
it would prescrew. Yeah, your perspective would be fucked. Sorry.
Right.
Sorry, bro. I cut you off. My bad.
That's all right. Go ahead.
No, I was done talking, but yeah, I was just saying sorry for cutting you off. My bad.
Yeah, but doesn't explain the Salt Lake in Bolivia, what is 60 miles,
But hold
it's
on.
not 10.
They always make this claim that he says in the video this is a very rare sight. Most of the time it's in front of the rig. Yet years have gone by and you've just been showing us the single cherry-picked image of the horizon appearing in front of the rigs, right, from a wavy, choppy day with swells and tides and shit. If you look at the original video, you can see that that's the case. How come if that's what it normally looks like, you're still rolling with just this one cherry-picked picture of what it, quote, normally looks like? Can you explain?
That's the picture that the guy in the video of the Black Swan provided.
No, that's just one video. He's done many observations, and since he said that, he's seen way further, many more times. He's got one where the horizon is somewhere out around 32 miles. You can see the entirety of a rock, 80 feet elevation at 31.8 miles out from a 1.5 foot observer height.
way out there. Should be 600 feet of drop obscuring it. He's got piles of observations like that on his channel. The only one I've ever seen that looks like what you say it normally looks like is that one picture of swells and waves that has been cherry picked and posted here by Globers for years.
Well, that's what the flat earther said, right? That's not.
No,
Are you
there is
saying
a
the flat earther
no.
is a
There is a
biased
channel.
globe
No,
earther?
there is a channel. You can watch all that videos what that guy made.
Yeah, but who cares what he says? The data speaks for itself. We don't need to listen to a flat earther's words. I mean, is that your globe proof? A flat earther said?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, no.
Any of that.
Why? What would be better for if I can get somebody who agrees with you to make my case for me, or somebody who agrees with me to make my case for me? Which would you prefer?
Neither.
Both.
So you want to use a hostile witness against me? That's cool, but I could care less what he said. All I care about is what the actual observations show.
Yeah, so he releases regularly the videos of when he can see the horizon after it, and so that's supposed to be evidence that he was wrong, that it's usually not that way.
Okay, so it's like some sort of conspiracy. He's just trying to post, like, he's just trying to post horizons that shatter the globe geometry.
Well, he's a flat earther.
So what? He's just showing you what the ocean looks like, and it doesn't
So
comport with
he
geometric illusions that you guys have of it.
So you expect the flat earther to be posting pictures regularly
Cheers,
that
dude.
disagree with
That's a
that
genetic
disagree with his claim?
I don't think that's necessarily it. It's that he posted one thing that might have a little bit of credence, and everything else he does when he apparently does this all the time, there's only one that actually like holds a little bit of credence. So why is
Yeah.
there only this one?
Yeah, there should be more. And it's a genetic fallacy anyway. Oh, he's a flat earther. It doesn't matter. He went out and he got the data. He showed you what the ocean looks like. I mean, that's it. That's the thing that matters.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what he thinks, whatever. He got the observations, and that's all we care about. And we're not seeing
Right.
a globe, period.
And I'm saying that those are cherry picked observations.
Okay. That's
Heretic,
nice.
Heretic. I have a video of the guy who is photographer, and he's only making the test of the zooming of an icon. He's not a flat earther.
Right.
But he made a. And he doesn't speak about anything about that. He doesn't speak anything about. He is only testing the zoom.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. I remember that.
I just watched the video, and he's saying at the end, "Look, no curve, no curve."
Who cares, dude? That's a genetic fallacy. Now you're attacking the source. Yes, it
not a
is.
genetic
You're talking
fallacy.
about the guy when what matters is what was actually observed in reality. It doesn't matter what he thinks, what his beliefs are, what he said, blah, blah, blah. The argument isn't BMLSB on YouTube says that it's a flat earth. No, it's that we're looking further.
So it's a fallacy to say that your source might be biased.
That's irrelevant. It's a red herring because the argument is that
No,
we're
it's not.
Yes, it is. It's a genetic fallacy. You're trying to force it. You're not that bright, dude. It's the problem.
If only you knew.
I do know. I've listened to you many times. You're a fucking idiot, dude. But
Wookie Wookie, did you make any observation?
Yeah, see, that's an ad hom. See, you got nothing but fallacies.
You called me a fucking idiot, and you're.
Yeah, but I also backed it up with like substantiation, and I made an argument, and then I put an insult on top of it. Maybe not the most effective communication, fair, but it's not an ad hom because I didn't use the insult for an argument.
Well, neither did I.
Oogie Boogie, if you don't believe that observation, you can make your observation and say, look, I can prove it. Look, there is a distance, and everything is done, and cool. And you make it a channel, and you can be even famous on YouTube.
Yeah, I would be happy to if I lived in California, but I'm not gonna drive to California from Wisconsin just to prove some flat earthers wrong.
Yeah, I'm from Croatia, but I'm in UK, and I'm in middle UK, and I cannot go to the sea. But every time when I go to Croatia, wow, beautiful.
What were you going to do to prove us wrong, though, anyway? We've already seen further than the geometry would allow you to. But from that point on, what are you going to do? Exactly what you're accusing us of? Just cherry pick a day where things seem to fall in line with the geometry you're wanting to confirm your bias of? Like, what good's that
Well,
going to
it's
do?
not. I don't know how it's cherry picked if the source of these pictures said
Oogie,
himself
why you don't ask
that
some
it's not
friend if you
usually
cannot?
that way.
Not about what he
Ask,
said.
ask some friend if
Just
you cannot go.
established
Ask
that
some friend with a
that
phone who is near the sea and ask him to do it for you.
public location. Lots and lots of people live around there in Santa Barbara. Just go out and take a look and bring back what you can find. If most days it looks like that, I'd like to know why you guys make that claim and then post that single image to show what you think it looks like most of the time. Shouldn't you be able to go out any day and snap all sorts of pictures of that?
So do flat earthers think like the Earth isn't moving?
It's not moving.
Is that what that's what flat earthers like the general ideology is? It's not we're not moving. We're flat, right?
But you would
Yeah.
agree that Earth moves during an earthquake, right?
I mean, I think that's kind of different, but like the fact that like
No, 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 no.
I mean,
No,
like
that is it.
moving like around the sun, and then the sun and the whole our galaxy moving. Oh, not our galaxy, but like our solar
Well,
system, the sun and all our planets are moving around the sun. The sun's moving around the Milky Way, right? But if the Earth is like the flat Earthers, do they think we're not moving? Is that what they think?
well, the only time it moves is during an earthquake.
Yeah. So
You
that that
can't
makes
argue against that.
so then so yeah.
So
Flat
what?
Earthers think the Earth is like stable
What's your point?
because
No,
if
that's
that's what
it.
Oh,
they
the other guy,
believe,
the guy who said it's an
oh,
earthquake, like he thinks that's a real point. What the fuck?
Yeah, it is because that's the only time that it moves.
I mean, it kind of shakes,
There you go.
what
but I
causes
wouldn't
that?
consider that like what they're
What causes
talking
that
about.
then? No, what causes that though?
So, would you consider earthquakes not an example of when Earth moves?
Well, yeah,
Or
but I'm
But you
saying
consider it
like
have
not
no
the Earth
hurling
is.
point
through
at all
Guys,
with
space.
what you're saying.
I mean,
what are you saying?
You have
I
no
said
point at all with what you're saying.
No, my point is that Earth moves when there's an earthquake. That's it.
so then if there's no
Well,
earthquake though, Earth is not moving apparently.
of course not, because if it was, it'd be an earthquake.
Yeah, and if it was moving, it would be a sphere. That's what I was getting at.
If it was moving, then there would be an earthquake.
You know when you put your hand out the window when you're driving and your hand gets flipped back, and there's that pressure and it gets pushed back because you're moving. And then if the Earth
Okay.
was moving and spinning, so it's moving and spinning, so it's getting pushed back, constantly getting pushed back. With the fact that we're rotating as a sphere, we're constantly getting pushed back constantly from every angle, so we're forced to become a sphere because we are moving through space.
Uh huh.
No,
Space.
no, it's because of gravity.
And gravity also, yes.
What's
Right.
gravity?
So things fall, therefore the ground is a ball, right?
Momentum and gravity, yes. But so if you're saying like the Earth is not moving, we're just static.
So you can't explain why anything in the sky moves. Therefore, the ground is a ball, right?
So exactly though, why if Earth is flat and it's not moving, why is everything in the sky moving?
Exactly.
Either the things in the
You
sky are
can't.
moving or Earth is moving, so something is moving, and therefore
Exactly.
Just that.
You can't explain anything. Therefore, the ground is a ball. Correct.
I mean, yeah,
You think
like
you're real?
I'm just saying using like just not even using science, just like common sense kind of a little bit, thinking how shit works.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you just said it yourself. The stuff in the sky moves.
Yeah. So why would that be moving? We wouldn't be. That makes no sense.
Yeah, and so then Jerry just said it. You can't explain things, so must be a spinning globe.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
either
you
way, right?
can't fathom why the things in the sky that you can't test or do anything with are doing what they're doing, so must be a ball.
Be pretty naive though to think everything that we can look at is moving and we're not though.
Okay, but who directly detected motion of the Earth then? And why are we likening it to things in the sky? Why are we assuming it's another like celestial body or an object like these things that we see above?
I mean, I think that's like a physics
Indirect
thing.
evidence.
It's weird, right? It's like
Well, interpretation. I mean, there's no
yeah.
direct that it is. Nobody's seen it from, an outside perspective to say that that's what it is.
I mean, we have and we can, but you just claim it's CGI.
Well, it's kind of like when you're in a car, right? If you have a
No.
ball in your hand, you're in a car, you throw it up in the air.
I got to
right back
respond.
down your hand because you're in the car.
Yeah, hold on. He just made an accusation I have to respond to. Ham waited. Yeah, he's claiming his pictures from space. Two main problems. The first being Earth does not actually geometrically comport with that thing that they're saying that it is. Because if you go out and try to find one of these curved oceans that they're showing on the surface of what they say is the Earth in those cartoons from space, you don't find that. So clearly, that's not an image of what the Earth is. It's not a photograph of what it is. The other problem is the thermodynamics violation that they said that they took it from. So unless you can show gravity causing the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container, forget about it. Those images are false.
Well, gravity is the force that contains the gases. Like, so if you're holding a weight, a 5-pound weight, how much force is that weight exerting on your hand? This is an easy one.
On a
5
side
pounds.
note, if it's a flat Earth, gravity is
I already
centered
gave you
towards
the
the
answer.
center, right? So the Earth
So-
is flat, and we're going towards the
I-
central gravity point. Everything has to go towards that point. Rain,
This is-
snow, water, everything should be going towards the center of this flat Earth, and that's not happening.
Okay, that's
5.
yeah. That's your idea of what should happen.
Yeah, that's your flat Earth model.
Yeah. So I don't know why he's talking about a weight exerting pressure on my hand or whatever at this point, because what was requested was a demonstration of gas pressure due to gravity. Are you tracking?
Yeah. Does gas have weight?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Okay, so
Is a weight a force being exerted, like an actual weight in your hand? A 5-pound weight is exerting 5 pounds of force on your hand?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's weight.
gas
Gas
and
be-
air and everything has weight. So if a
so
flat
ga-
Earth, the way
gas
gravity
be-
works, it'd be towards the center point, and everything would be being.
Okay, you've said that like 6 times. Gas behaves the way that solids do. Then it falls down.
Yeah.
Okay, can you show that?
Yeah. So if I put oil and water in a cup, what happens?
Oh, dude, what's the matter with you? I said gas.
Yeah, no,
Those are
this is an example of other things that do the exact same thing because of
that's
the
the
exact
point.
same
That's
forces.
an example of other things doing what you say
Oh,
gas is
okay.
doing.
Let
If
me
gas
do it
does
with
it,
gas.
no.
Let me
No. If gas does it, show gas doing it, not other things doing it. Shouldn't be hard.
Sure. Chlorine.
Okay.
Chlorine gas is heavier than air. It'll sink into a trench.
And how about in a vacuum chamber? Will it fill that volume, or will it just chill at the bottom? It'll be
Yeah, no,
pulled.
if you open up the vacuum chamber, it'll sink to the bottom.
Oh, so we'll fill the vacuum chamber, and then you open it up, and it sinks to the bottom. Will it mix over
Correct.
time with gases?
If there are heavier gases.
Oh, it'll mix over time with the other gases. It might take longer to do it if it's a heavier gas, but it'll do it, and it will fill the volume, and it'll go in all directions like gas always does. And
Only if there's heavier gas.
yeah, so how is this actually experimentally testing gravity anyway for its effects on gas? Because you're just looking at a phenomenon and declaring cause.
Well, no, now you're asking a different question about
No.
testing gravity.
No, that's the same question.
That doesn't test gravity.
I don't know what it
but
is with you.
That's
That
just a
was
demonstration of
that
gravity.
was the question, okay? That's always been the question. Can you show gravity containing air pressure, not a physical container?
Well, you could describe, using a loose definition, you could describe the curvature of space-time itself as the container.
Wonderful. You could describe it. Can you demonstrate it?
Yes.
Okay, how?
This is going to be good.
Everything has a force. Things of atomic weights will sink. That is that force is what we call gravity.
Look, you're not really getting it. Curvature of space-time is not even a force, and you just went for your demonstration. Everything has a force. Curvature of space-time is a pseudo force. There's no actual push or pull. There's no actual
Correct.
As per the claim.
Correct, but functionally it acts as a force.
Listen, we're still waiting for demonstration of it, this force that's not a force, actually containing air?
If gravity exists, this is an if then, if gravity exists, then everything with mass will sink to the mass unless it reaches escape velocity, including particles of any particle of matter, including a gas.
That's not a scientific hypothesis.
No, that's a theory. Because it's demonstratable.
Yeah, all the gas is going to sink unless it reaches escape velocity, except it just fills the available volume.
The available volume of the curvature of space-time? Yes.
No, you haven't demonstrated that as volume. Where was your curved space-time container in place of the physical one that we can use to demonstrate air pressure?
Well, I can demonstrate the gravity. I can demonstrate gravity increases as it gets closer to the mass.
What gravity? The curvature of space-time? You have yet to even validate its existence, let alone demonstrate it doing anything.
Sure, we haven't gotten that far. I can show you with through time dilation. I can demonstrate the curvature of space-time through time dilation, which we can test.
Dilate some time
gravitational waves.
Yeah, well, you might just try a bike tire instead. That usually works better than trying to dilate time.
Well, yeah, so you're trying to use things that exist within our atmosphere to describe the atmosphere itself, and you don't see the flaw here?
I'm surprised you don't, because the atmosphere, that would be gas pressure, contradiction in terms, but atmo, it's air pressure, gas pressure, which is literally the force that gas is exerting on the walls of its container. So it's like a antecedent consequent relationship. It's a necessary thing. The container is what actually causes the gas pressure. So it's sort of a trick question trying to get you to, bend space-time to achieve it, because it's caused by a container. You'll never do it. You'll never do it. That's why you haven't done it yet. It would have been a simple thing. Oh, here's the hypothesis. Here's the paper. Here's where Einstein did it. Instead, you're talking about dilating time as if that's gonna contain
No,
air.
that's a demonstration of gravity.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy. No, it's
not. You don't know what affirming the consequent is.
Yes, it is. You think if
what's affirming the consequent?
If gravity,
what is affirming the consequent?
Fuck you. It's if A, then B therefore A, and that's exactly what you're doing. If relativity, then the CCM clocks do this. They do this, therefore relative. It's complete circular reasoning, and you're no closer to a demonstration of the bending and warping of space-time causing air pressure. I wonder why.
Affirming the consequent would be if I said A is true, therefore the opposite must also be true. That's not what I'm doing.
No. What, dude?
That's literally the definition.
Can you give me the logical
You're just
form
saying things.
Can you give me no, I told you what it was. Can you give me the logical form of affirming the consequent to make sure we're on the same page here? Because I don't think you get it.
You just gave it.
What is it? What did I say?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Yeah,
I know the definition, not the logic.
No, you don't. No, you don't. It's a
I
formal.
just told you what it is.
No, you didn't. That's not what it is. It's
yes,
a formal.
Yes, the fuck I did.
No, it's not. We're the opposite.
Okay, read what the definition is.
No, it's circular reasoning. If A, then B. If it's A,
circular reasoning is circular reasoning.
B, therefore A. Not necessarily. There are other reasons B could happen. It's like, if I ate 10 hamburgers, I'm full. I'm full, therefore I ate 10 hamburgers. See how it doesn't work when you go the other way? Could be full for any number of reasons. Doesn't have to be just that. So that's what you're doing with your time dilation thing, and you're still not demonstrating gravity causing air pressure. I wonder why. Goddamn retarded ass nigga.
So you're saying if I can demonstrate that gravity exists using time dilation, like that I can demonstrate the actual bending of space-time itself. If I can demonstrate that, that's affirming the consequent to you.
I never said any such thing at all whatsoever. I'm getting kind of bored of this. I should probably be sleeping instead of trying to help you with your religion because it's not really working.
If gravity doesn't exist, why can we test time dilation? Should be a simple question.
Time dilation would be what? The clocks, that's special relativity. General relativity is the one that's talking about how gravity fits into it. So it's just, dude, you got to stop.
That's not an answer.
Dilate time, just demonstrate that in the first place. I already told you it's an affirming the consequent. If time dilates, must be gravity. Like, dude, this is just a mess.
No, that's the effect is what we call gravity.
Oh, now it's the effect. A minute ago it was causation. It was the bending and warping of space-time causing air pressure. Now it's the observed phenomenon. Boy, are you confused.
Oh my God. So
yeah.
So first I am trying to demonstrate that gravity exists, right? We started out talking about gas pressure, but you're trying to insinuate that gravity doesn't exist when I explain that gravity is what would cause, like it would have to reach escape velocity in order, any matter would need to reach escape velocity in order to leave the Earth's orbit.
That's an amazing
right? So you start challenging me on gravity, and so I say, okay, let's test gravity. How can we do that? How can I show that gravity is the warping of space-time itself? Let me demonstrate this.
Yeah, but what's being asked for is gravity as a causation for air pressure, right? Because that's what you're invoking when you say that we can reach escape velocity and leave this closed system, which is not actually closed then if matter can leave it. So you are invoking your outer space.
Well, no, it is open.
With a vacuum next to an open
You're
system.
straw manning.
Dude, what the fuck, dude? You're not even keeping up with your own paradigm if you think I'm straw manning you.
You are straw manning because you just said that I would think it's a closed system. It's not. I never claimed it was.
Okay, I'm saying it's a closed system. I said it's a closed system, which is then actually not, according to you, if matter can leave it. I'm saying it is.
Matter can leave and enter.
It is a closed system. You're saying that matter can actually leave. I'm saying no, it can't. So demonstrate then that you can actually have air pressure in this place due to gravity.
Okay, well, first I would show gravity, right? That gravity exists. And if gravity exists, then something would have to reach escape velocity to leave the gravity.
Right. It's all leaps in logic. You can't use the
That's not a leap.
Yeah, the leap in logic. We all know it. I'm
Where's
sending
the
you
leap?
Case.
Where's
If
the leap?
gravity exists, first of all. So now you're assuming that the bending and warping of space-time is real and a thing, even though you can't get anywhere near demonstrating it. You're talking about time dilation, which you also couldn't demonstrate. You just
Yes, I
extrapolate.
can.
No, you extrapolated it from other phenomena. Then from that you went, oh, the bending and warping of space-time must be real then. And oh, since that's real, then it must also cause air pressure, even though I did absolutely nothing to demonstrate that. So yeah, those are the leaps in logic.
You didn't follow my logic at all.
You don't have any.
Well, that's just because you couldn't follow it.
No, I think. Tell me where I was wrong with any of that.
You were wrong with all
I don't
of
think
that.
anyone followed it.
Now, be specific.
I mean, where So first off, you lied. You lied and said that I can't demonstrate time dilation. I can demonstrate time dilation. The effect of this time dilation is what we define as gravity, which is the warping of space-time.
God, dude, you are so lost. The warping of space-time would be a cause in your paradigm. That would be the cause of the phenomena, such as air pressure and other things like, the rate that cesium clocks tick at and whatever. Yeah, so that would be causation. Gravity is not the effect, okay? It's the causation.
Not correlation.
Oh my God.
I can demonstrate the causation.
No, you can't. You can't even figure out whether. No, you can't. You can't even figure out if you're trying to demonstrate a cause or an effect. You're all fucking jumbled, dude.
Not surprised I had this guy muted.
What's that?
I'm not surprised I had this guy muted.
Oh, you didn't hear him?
No, you were talking to yourself earlier. I was like, what the hell?
Oh, yeah, this guy. He can't figure out if it's an effect or it's a cause, even though he thinks he already demonstrated it as a cause.
Yeah, no, I told you exactly what it is, and you're trying to claim that it's supposed to be an effect when I'm flat out telling you it's a cause.
No, you said a minute ago it's an effect, dude. My goodness. The effect what the clocks are doing, your cause supposition would be time dilation. You don't know that because you never actually directly manipulated it. You just use some mathematics that go, okay, if time dilates, then we see that. Okay, we see that time must dilate. You didn't do anything in the physical world with an experiment to actually verify any of this, and you're nowhere near.
We haven't gotten that far yet.
You're never getting there. That's the whole point of this exposition we're doing, is to demonstrate that you can't. Thanks for playing.
I can. and I'll get there. I'll get there as soon as you stop strawmanning me. So the cause is gravity, is the curving of space-time. The effect, you want the cause and effect relationship. The cause is the curving of space-time. The effect is that things cannot leave that gravity unless it exceeds the escape velocity.
Okay.
This is the cause and effect relationship. It takes two. It takes both.
So gas can't leave the bending and warping of space-time. Okay, sure. Can you provide?
Yes, it can.
Can you? Yeah, unless it reaches escape velocity, can you provide an experiment that shows gravity causing air pressure, the bending and warping of space-time?
Yeah, well, I can show that any matter would require matter, including gas,
Any matter,
including
okay.
gas.
You don't, okay, including gas, then you don't need any matter. Let's just take gas then, show it with that.
Sure. I show you that gravity exists, right? Which you haven't let me get to yet. No.
You're respawning. You show me the bending and warping of space-time causing air pressure with an experiment.
Oh my God.
Well, what's the hypothesis?
Gravity exists.
Not a hypothesis.
Oh my God.
Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yes, I know what a hypothesis is.
It doesn't sound like it. Are you sure?
Oh, why are you so dull? You don't seem to get that I'm trying to establish the causal relationship before I demonstrate the effect. You're trying to tell me that I need to demonstrate the effect in order to show the cause.
I never said any such thing. It's cause.
Yes, you did. You keep saying that I need to show you specifically that it's the warping of space-time causing the gravity. First, I need to show you that the gravity exists. And you won't let me get there because you're scared. Because it tears your shit apart. It tears you a new fucking
losing his mind, dude. What a nut job this guy is.
Shit.
Yeah, you're absolutely jumbled. You are one of the most insane people who's ever come in here. Okay, he rage quit. That was pathetic, but they all are.
He reminds me of me. About a month ago.
No, he doesn't remind me of you at any stage.
I'm so glad I didn't go through that.
I really should have gone to bed a while ago. Damn it. Okay, I'm doing it. Hold it down. Have a good one, people.
Later.
Good night. So, any Globers in chat? Who is the guy that Heretic was talking to? Was it Bentonet's one?
That was Seeking Philosophy or whatever he called himself. He changed to Oogie Boogie X though.
I feel like we should get him back
He
now
left.
because it's kind of quiet now. Is there any Globers in chat? Any? Any at all? Any Globers?
If there is a mod in here, just since it's so dead, how against are you of unmuting Sensi? Because it seems like he has a lot to say. You can obviously mute him again, but
He's not muted.
No one's muted. They're all personal muted.
oh, I thought he was muted. I thought that's why he was just spamming the chat.
What's your argument for Globe, Benter?
I think I believe more in the Globe than not Globe. I don't have a clear side because they both have very solid things to think about from both sides, but I'm like a logical person. I like, believe in science and like.
I'm sure everyone thinks they're a logical person.
Cool.
I mean,
And eventually,
I should hope anyway.
yeah.
Flat Earth it is.
Both sides have very good points and both make me think about a lot of things. And then when I get logical about it, it makes me kind of lean more towards the Globe.
Well, it's not
you
about
live
being
near
more
an ocean.
logical. It's because fundamentally, right? You can't prove flat and you can't prove globe, right? What you can do is build up a collection of evidences to make inferences. So flat Earth can explain things, globe Earth can explain things, but fundamentally, what you want to do is go for the better explanation. Which is why I'd still call myself a globe earther, even though I wouldn't say I know it's a globe, right?
Yes, I'm kind of on the same boat, kind of right there beside you, ish.
We were having a conversation yesterday. One inference you could use is that the moon is positioned, I'm gonna, for lack of better words, upside down, depending on which side of the Earth you're on, north or south, right? Like whatever the Australians see, we're seeing the upside down version of that. Obviously, they're upside down to us, right? But that's the same phenomenon isn't repeated east to west, right? You only see it north to south, and that implies sphere, right? It doesn't mean sphere. It definitely implies it, right? Heavily, unless you think there's several moons that we're all seeing at different points, right? So those sorts of things, and it's not obviously just one individual thing, because a flat earther can explain, if they want to, why the moon looks up like it's being flipped depending on if you're north or south. It's just that when you add all these bits of evidences and inferences together, you might find that globe Earth is more convincing. I think most people would.
See, I never thought, and like it's things like that that make me think deeper into it, because if it was flat, no matter where you are on this flat Earth, the moon is rotating above us, so it would always look, you could say, right side up. So it would never look upside down ever if it was a flat Earth.
Well, a flat earther would say, like, because I had this conversation the
on
other
perspective.
day. They have the dome of reference. So, like, there's a dome of your head, which all individuals have for what you can see in the sky. And the only problem with that argument was that it works well for explaining stars, right? Like, you can explain away stars and why you have those weird rotations, north and south. But it struggles with the moon just because it can go east to west and explain it, but then if it goes east to west, it can't explain north to south. And if it explains north to south, it can't go east to west. So when we were working this through, we were working it through with Alpha and Heretic, they kind of implied that, I don't know if it was Alpha actually, it might have been just Heretic and someone else. But there was an implication that there might be an apparent sun, right? Meaning that the sun is not actually where you're seeing it, it looks like it's there. And that's a hard pill to swallow, I think, for a lot of people. It's not very convincing.
Yeah, at the same time, it kind of like, I guess it kind of is, because like, say we have this potential, like this potentiality, like, because stars, we're only seeing their light, like however far away they are, we're seeing that light way later, right? So technically, like theoretically speaking, like one of the stars in the sky, it could all of a sudden just disappear because that star was no longer however many like million light years ago, and we're just getting the end of that light. So we think that star's there, but it's already been gone for so long because we're still seeing that light.
Okay, sorry, how's that related to globe Earth?
I don't. Well, it doesn't actually.
Yeah.
It just made me think of something weird. Yeah. Everything isn't as it seems.
Well, that's
So
the
how many
argument.
things in the sky do you guys need to look at before you start thinking that the ground is a ball? Just one, or is it
Well, Facility,
5?
I mean, I do tend to have issues with looking at the ground for why the Earth would be a ball, right, or flat. And that's
Why is
just
that?
because what's typically brought up is obviously there'd be a drop over distance, right? You know, slope of curvature.
Yeah.
And
Well,
so,
we do have that, right?
what? Wait, you think we do? Wait, what?
Well, of course, but the only issue is that water tends to flow when there's a drop.
Right, just pause for a second on that because obviously globe earthers have different explanations for that.
Go ahead. Well, you're a
I just wanted to get
globe
onto
person,
like
right?
the drop question first because assuming that when that typical narrative goes along, I think that if it is the case that refraction can be applied and can be demonstrated, which I think it can, like on small sort of like you can do a little test with the laser and change the air medium, then you could bring something back, which means that there's a doubt, right, on both sides about where if the flat Earth side will say, well, there's no curve, you can see further than any supposed curve, so either the Earth is much bigger than what you're saying, or there's no curve, right? And then the globe Earth says, well, we have refraction to explain it, right? So there is a curve there, you just can't see it. And in both instances, they have a reason for believing what they believe, an explanation. And they both have equal merit, but it's not verifiable. We're not going to be able to test either case because they're both explicable.
Well, sure you can.
How could you sidestep refraction, and how could you sidestep the flat Earth argument that that there should be a curve, but we're not seeing it, therefore flat?
Well, you just use water, right?
Well, okay. Before we go further, are you going to just say that water should wrap around the Earth? So
No.
okay,
I'm
go
going
on.
to say if there's a drop from horizontal, the water will flow.
Exactly. So if the Earth is flat, what's stopping the water from going over this supposed edge? Then what's stopping that?
Who said that there's an edge? I'm just
That's
saying what I can
irrelevant.
prove.
We don't need
So
to.
the Earth is infinitely flat forever.
Well, we didn't need to go into that, like into the edge business, because that's all speculation anyway. As far as water's concerned, if the dynamic of water was, let's say, you had a very gradual curve with some walls up on either side, and you just keep pouring water in, and eventually it would go over the walls. Sure, right? But I think that the average globe earther will probably invoke a variety of different things like gravity, water, not exactly like being poured um into the earth like it's like a cup with like a slant in the middle, right? Um, so I guess the physical properties of that water isn't something like you could do in your own house. Obviously, the
Well,
Earth is rotating as well, and there's a bunch of other things that will go into it.
would you be able to demonstrate drop over distance without water flow?
Oh, what do you mean?
Have a body of water, one end higher than the other, where the water doesn't flow.
We've had this conversation before, and this was along the lines of like, I'm pretty sure it was along the lines of rivers and streams.
We don't necessarily have to use water either. You could use a mountain or a skyscraper or something. You don't need water to demonstrate that.
So you could demonstrate drop over distance where water wouldn't flow.
Yeah, using a mountain per se,
What,
just as an example.
when the snow melts on the mountain, where does the water go? Does it stick there or does it flow down?
Because of gravity, it goes down.
Yep.
So I don't know how this is proving
That doesn't
flat.
prove anything though.
Well, it's not proving the Earth is flat. It's just proving that you can't demonstrate drop over distance without water flow.
Well, no one's no. I don't think you can demonstrate drop over distance and prove the Earth is curved on the Earth, right? But I don't think in the same sort of breath you can do it with the flat Earth. So when you say, why don't you look back down on Earth, and we're both agreeing that like every single possible way that you want to mention that this is how we should do it, and I'm saying, well, it's a flawed way of testing it, then where else can we look? And
Well,
funnily enough,
if I could,
objects in
what
the
if
sky seem to be assisting us there, right, for inferential claims.
what if I could prove Earth curves, but the trick there is that the water flows with that curve. It doesn't stick to it.
You want to prove the Earth curves, but the water doesn't stick to the curve?
No, well, yeah, I can do that, like with a river or a mountain. So when the Earth
Okay.
curves, the water flows. You understand that?
Yeah, I'm following.
Yeah, I can prove that. Can anybody prove a drop over distance where the water will not flow?
I don't think the water's not flowing. I don't think anyone's going to say that, but I think we're talking about a large body of water, not a stream, right?
How about a river?
That's not a large body of water.
So the Nile River isn't a large body of water?
Okay, well, the Nile River is, I guess. Yeah.
Right. So that's like a 3,000 mile long river?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And then it flows high to low.
But okay, I know what you're saying, but like gravity doesn't prove the Earth is flat, though. Like that's what you're getting at.
No,
Well,
he's saying
it's not flat, right? Because
Yeah.
we have the hills and the valleys, right?
So he's trying to make the case that because the Earth is curving, so there's going to be some sort of drop at some point, that the water should be not sitting on the curve but falling off the curve. But because we're talking about a ball here, right? A spherical ball, right?
Well, you are. I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not exactly getting close to debunking ball when we're talking about an object where at no point are you not on the curve, right? At least with a some topographical thing, you do have a very clear point of okay, you're up there and then you're down there, right? With a ball where it's for all intents and purposes a smooth ball, right? There's the water. Where's the water flowing to? A different part of the curve? No, it's just going to be on a curve either way, right? Everywhere's going to be curving there.
So there is no drop, right?
Well, there's a drop, but it's not. It's a perpetual cycle of drop, right? Because it's a ball. It's not like a mountain where there's a top and then a bottom.
Right. So there's no drop.
No, we can't demonstrate the drop.
I guess we're differing. Well, look, if you say
that's what
there's
a
no
ball
drop,
does,
I mean,
right?
there's a drop, but it's a perpetual drop, right? Where there's no
Okay, but-
bottom.
So how would you measure that?
Huh?
They can't.
Would that be a vertical drop?
No.
Well, it wouldn't be a horizontal drop because horizontal doesn't drop.
I mean, now I feel like I don't know if we're getting flustered on the geometry of what a ball is, but
No, I know what a ball is.
Is a ball's curve vertical?
Well, you could measure a vertical diameter. That's what makes it 3D, right?
Yeah, sure. But we're talking about the curve here, right? We're not talking about.
Right. It drops from horizontal because when you pour water on it,
Okay.
water
Well,
flows
if
down.
that's what we mean, then sure, right? It's vertical to wherever you are at the current point. But because it's that way all the way around, then there's no point in which there's a high point, right?
Right. So you have no vertical. You have a 2D ball, right?
I don't know what you're saying. I can't visualize it. I'm not a mathematician, but I do think there's a mistake in expecting to conflate topographical features. So, for instance, saying a mountain going high up in the mountain down to the bottom of the mountain with a ball that's supposed to be a ball all the way around and expecting the same result.
Well, that's what a drop is, right? It's a drop from horizontal, correct? I mean, what else is there?
But it's all the way around. So
What does that mean?
so it'll be dropping all the way around up until you get to the same point, in which case you're still on the drop, right? You're standing on the drop, and when you go a mile ahead to the next drop, you're on a drop as well. Just relative to the other person who's behind you.
So it's not really a drop.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, it depends on what you mean by drop.
A drop from horizontal.
Yeah, but if it's going to be relative to another person, which it has to be, because a drop is going to have to be relative to the observer, it might look like someone's dropped relative to you, right? But to them,
water
you've
doesn't
dropped to them.
flow.
You've dropped to them on the other side, right? If they're just looking at you. So you're
Right,
just playing
so you
with the
have
word
a-
drop a little bit here, right?
No, it seems you are, because it's all perspective, it seems. Because objectively, when there is a drop, when we measure
Well,
something
yeah,
like a valley, right, or a
yes, but
river,
that's from the observer looking at the drop, right?
right?
Whereas
You don't
if
have
there's
any
two
objective.
observers and they're both looking at each other, who dropped to who? Nobody, right? They both dropped and neither of them did drop, right?
Well, wherever the water flows is where the drop is.
Yeah, you see how silly this is? You're just taking it from one
Yeah, it is
observer
silly.
looking out into a distance and saying, well, there's a drop there. But as soon as you put another person on that drop, oh, now that person's looking at the other person, they've dropped too, right?
So just pour some water.
Yeah, but water
That's
flows
it.
down. Water flows to sea level, and
That's
eventually,
right.
all the water is flowing to sea level. But eventually, sea level, because all that water is going there, it pushes water elsewhere. It's like a cycle. So all the
Yep.
water is going to sea level, and then that sea level rises, then pushes water, say, back into the rivers or wherever the fuck it goes, precipitation, whatever. It's like a weird cycle.
Uh-huh.
It's always going back to sea level, though, right?
So this curve,
What's up?
the sea level curve, can we demonstrate this curvature anywhere?
I
Well, yeah, sea level is not absolute, right? It's different everywhere.
Yeah, sea level is just a point.
Yeah.
It's not a like a area.
I was just trying to understand what he was saying, and I understand it now.
Yeah, just trying to, I guess, figure out where can we demonstrate some sort of drop or curvature existing
Yeah,
anywhere.
exactly.
Is the, I guess,
Yeah, like I said, we can't, right? We
Right.
can't, and so to look at the Earth and look at this measurement, you're going to be disappointed because you'll never be able to prove flatness or curve either way. All we know are there's two things that we know. One thing is that boats go over horizons, and sometimes they don't, right? So, so what are you left with? You're left with an inferential claim either way, based on
Well, I'm not.
different observations at different times at different atmospheric conditions. So what else do you have? You have, you could look up in the sky and make inferences off that as well to support
Well, you
whatever
can just
inference
measure
you
it.
have on the Earth, right? Because now you've got two inferences pointing in either directions. You look at the sky, and look, the sky seems to be pointing in other directions. So you could probably make a more stronger claim as to what it probably is.
So why not just measure it?
Well, we've gone over that, like why you can't just measure it.
No, you can't. But it is measured.
Sorry, who measures it?
Surveyors, map makers.
right? When you have hundreds of miles, like a stretch in land where there's not a single rise or drop in elevation, right? I mean, I don't know. Would they say that there was curvature somewhere in between any of those miles that have been measured, right? Like America has
Well,
like 10 of the flattest
Hey, do
states, and
surveyors measure curve?
hundreds
yeah,
of
they
miles
measure.
all over.
Yeah, they measure a rise or a drop from horizontal.
Well, I'm getting confused now. I've heard that the surveyors don't measure curve for the last month, and now I'm being told that they do.
No, they do because of the water flow, right? So if there's water flow, then that's going to be measured as a drop.
Oh, so you're not talking about Earth curve. You're just talking about topographical curve.
No, that is real Earth curve. But you guys bring up this Earth curve, which cannot be measured for some reason because of, because of perspective, right?
Well, I don't know much about this, but I've been told for the last month that it doesn't actually do that at all.
Well, you can measure Earth curve, but problem is it's always accompanied by water flow. You can't measure water curve. Now that that would be something.
Wouldn't water curve technically be more like correct, then
Can that even prove the water is flat over large bodies of water?
because water always becomes flat, right?
Well, if either end of the body of water is higher than the other, I mean, do I have to repeat it?
I'm sick
No.
of this.
No.
It's not it's not how a ball works.
It just hurts to think about. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's called cog-dis, right?
No, I've just gone
Yeah.
over it. Like, you just think because one observer's looking out, there's a drop relative to that observer, that therefore
have-
they're on a higher point.
Dude,
But if
you could have
you're on the other point of that
5,000
drop and
observers.
they're looking back at you, you've both dropped. So neither of you are higher than the other.
Right, neither one is higher than the other. You're both on the same one. You're both
Yeah, but
on
they're
the same
not.
level.
But it's not a. No, that's not. Okay,
Yeah.
look, it's just relative because it's a ball.
Yeah, that's what it's
No,
relative.
well, okay. If it's relative, then it's not actual, right? Because actual curve is measured. Like you could have 5,000 observers of the
No,
Nile
the
River.
words you're using are relative. It could be an actual curve, and there could be an actual drop, but the actual drop is relative to the observer, right? It
So
can't
how
be
would-
anything else.
So how would you measure it?
How would you measure what the drop?
Yeah, would it be measured as
I
a
don't think
drop
you can measure.
or?
I don't think you can measure the curve of the Earth.
Oh, that's tough.
I've said that several times. I don't know. Like, why are you surprised now?
I've got a question for you. If you go in a
Uh-huh.
simulator, like for a flight sim, and you go on a ball Earth, and you scale it the same as your Earth would be, this Earth, or this Earth you think is a ball, and you go up 100,000 feet, do you think you'd see the curve?
No.
You would.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
100,000 feet, or did you say 100 feet?
100,000 feet.
Look, I don't use feet. I don't know how far away
You'd
that
see it
is.
at 35,000 feet.
You can see the curve at 35,000 feet?
Yeah.
On an
Go
aeroplane?
to Google Earth, and then you go to flight sim mode, and you can see the curve from 35,000
Okay,
feet.
well, that's
Even
not
less.
real. I've been on an airplane like a month ago. I didn't see any curve.
Exactly.
Well, I never said that you could do it, and I'm not saying you should expect to see it.
Thing is, you go 120,000 feet, and we still see no curve.
Well, what's that hostile witness? How far did the hostile witness say that you have to be?
Not even 600
Neil
miles.
deGrasse Tyson. Further than that.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, 100
Yeah, well,
miles.
how far did he say? Because if he says the ISS can't see a curve, I don't care. You can't see a curve from the ISS. Whatever.
No, he said ISS level. It's like over 100 miles.
So I think it's a ball.
Why do I think it's a ball? I said it's an inductive inference claim.
Well, if you can't measure it and you can't see it, you can't feel it, what's the point of saying it is?
What? Do you not think you can make an inference claim? Do you think induction's just doesn't make any sense?
Well,
I feel like you
I could-
mostly use induction in your everyday life, so it'd be a weird position to have. But
Well, I could infer that, invisible green fairies
No, you
are
can't.
stealing my socks at night.
No, you can't.
Sure I can. Sure
How
I
are you
can.
going to do that?
Well, I simply measure the amount of socks that I have now, and I measure the amount of socks that I have a month from now, and if any disappeared, then I have a perfectly logical explanation. Invisible dryer fairies are stealing them.
Can you explain how the inference is drawn?
Yeah, they're invisible fairies, and they steal my
Sorry.
socks.
Yeah, but I'm asking you to explain how the inference is drawn. Like, how do you know that it would be that this is possible?
Well, it just has to be, right? Same with the globe, right? It just has to be a globe.
You
No.
can't you can't say that. That's like religion.
No, it just
So
has to be there.
every inference claim. I mean, I guess it is possible, but it's not a very strong inference claim, right? So, for instance, if I say to you, the reason why your socks are going missing every night is because your son is stealing them to jerk off into them, right? Then now on the balance, there's two different possibilities, and one seems a lot more likely than the other, right? Unless you don't have a son,
Yeah.
in which case it wouldn't be likely at all, right? But
yeah.
And so, in the same sort of way, if I say the Earth could be a ball, could be flat, right? And I'm saying that they're both as from the get go as likely as each other until we start looking at looking around to see what, like, because it's a true dichotomy here. There's one or the other, right? We look around, we get inferences. Do we see curve? Do we not see curve? What implies curve? What doesn't? Things like the moon being upside down, depending on your relative position, north or south, but not east or west, implies a bowl, right? It doesn't. It couldn't imply anything else, right?
For you, it does. Yeah, sure.
No, it would
I say
imply it
that
for everyone. It would
Can
imply it for
somebody
everyone.
can somebody please explain to me how the Earth is not flat? Because I done did my research, and I'll tell you what, the bitch flat.
The bitch is flat.
Well,
Been
I could
tell-
prove that, like, what happens in the sky is 100% dependent on your position.
No,
It
you
has,
can do that. You could
yeah, and it
you
has
could throw
nothing to
out
do
look,
with what shape you're on.
yeah, you could throw out the idea that there's a dome of reference for each individual, but you're gonna have some issues with upside down moon, right? You're like
I'm not
I
saying
actually
that.
think you can explain it easily with stars. You
You
can
you
you can explain your dome.
you
You can explain stars away with the dome, right?
you listen here.
But when you have
I'm not bringing
My
up any dome, dude.
my uncle Philip went on
Who is
his
this?
boat,
Can someone mute this guy?
and he never came back. He done
Why?
fell off the edge of the earth.
I
Why you
can't.
want to
Probably
mute
trying
him?
to
Well,
over.
he's interrupting the conversation
He
with upside
done
down.
fell off the
All right,
edge.
I'm gonna be right back then. I guess there's no point in continuing.
Gotta
Yeah,
take
I
it.
mean, you're talking to Jerry, right?
Go on, give us your best, Mr. Trap.
I'm sorry. I just miss him so much.
No, like I said, I could prove that what happens in the sky is 100% dependent on your position.
You
It
can
has
prove
nothing
it.
to
Go
do
on.
with. It has nothing to do with what shape you're on.
Yeah, prove it.
Okay, sure. So tonight, I want you to stand on a triangle and observe the stars. The next night, I want you to stand on a park bench and observe the stars. And the night after that, I want you to do a whole bunch of different shapes. I guarantee the stars will not look different.
Sorry, I'm talking about
But
the moon here.
yeah, so change your position, and then you will see some differences in the sky.
Okay, so if I go from the United Kingdom to America, I should explain. I should expect the fact that I've gone from east to west to America, that the moon should look different.
Well, I'm not saying what should be. I'm saying what
Well,
happens.
it does
can-
when you go north to south. So why isn't it doing it when I go east to west?
Well, then you've changed position, right?
It does when I go north to south. You can explain it away with north to south, but why is it not doing it when I go east to west?
I don't know, but it does.
Yeah,
only
I don't
happen-
know. You could prove it 5 minutes ago. What happened?
No, well, you agreed that you changed your position.
There's
right?
an inference here, and like, let's not be silly, right? There is an
No, you're
inference
being
for
silly.
ball there.
You're being silly.
There's an inference for ball there. Don't be, stop being obtuse.
No, change the shape that you're standing on and look at the sky. See if the sky changes. It won't, I guarantee.
I'm not
The only
talking
time
about that. I'm
the only
talking
time
about if
it'll
I'm in
change-
England and someone's in South Africa at the same
Uh-huh.
time of day, right,
Uh-huh.
or night, I guess in this case. What I see the moon is looking one way, and if you flip it upside down, same side of the moon, upside down, that's what someone in South Africa is seeing, right? Or upside down relative to each other, right? But
Yeah,
when I
can you-
go
listen.
from east to west, same amount of distance east to west, the moon doesn't flip right to left. It's not
Uh-huh.
flipping right to left, right? But it's only doing that. So what would be implied if it's not going east to west, left to right, but it is going up top to bottom when you go north to south? That implies a
Can
ball.
you make that happen without changing your position? Yes or no?
Yes.
Really?
What do you mean? What do you have to? What would you have to? I could turn left, right, up, down. I could, it's
Cross
the position of the moon.
Yeah.
The moon doesn't look different if I turn around.
Well, you need to change position. You need to.
Right. You need to cross the equator.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, but why doesn't it do it when I go to America?
You're still on the north. You're in the northern hemisphere.
I'm not asking you, ball earther. I'm asking the flat earther.
Nah, I'm a flat earther.
That would
Yeah,
make no
whatever
sense. It
happens
would make no
in the
sense for you to
sky,
have one rule for north and south and not one for and the same rule for east and west. There'd be no
it's
sense
not a
in it.
rule. It's not a rule.
It is a rule because it always happens.
Yeah, because you change your position.
But it's not happening when I go east to west. I've changed my
Okay, so
position.
go north south. Good.
Do you not
But
see
that
what
has
the
nothing to do with
inference
shape.
is here? Do you not
It has
see the
nothing to do with shape.
inference? Why wouldn't it do it if I go east to west, but it would do it when I go north to south?
It
Because
has
you have to
nothing to do
cross
with
the
shape.
equator, bro. You
Why
have to
doesn't it?
cross the equator. You
Does it
have
not
to cross
imply
the
shape?
You have to
No.
cross the equator. It's
You're
really
just
easy.
saying no.
I'm telling you.
Listen. If I was in a ball, and this ball, let's say we were right, and if I go east to west, I shouldn't expect to see the moon flip. But if
Yeah,
I
and
go
if
north
my
to
aunt had
south,
balls,
I
she'd be
should
my uncle.
expect that, right? So there's the prediction. We could test the prediction, right? Now, if I was on a flat surface, you can say, well, there's a reason why you're seeing the moon flip, depending on if you're north or south. But you can't then say, but you shouldn't be able to expect the exact same left to right flip if you're going east to west. I would have to see it if you're going to make that case for a flat Earth.
Well, I stand by what I claim.
Yeah, well, you didn't prove anything. I won again.
Neither did you, Jack.
Yeah, I don't know. Your question is, are you saying that we don't? Well, I think what he's telling you is by changing our location across the right, and then you just keep saying east and west, right? Like someone traveling from the UK to the United States should also witness this flip in the moon, right? Going east and west.
Yes, it should be
Right.
like, look,
You
if
have to cross
if a change in position matters, and that's
the-
really what matters
Okay,
here, you
now we're
have to
getting
move somewhere else.
we are getting
Then the
somewhere.
moon should also be as
But
responsive to me moving north to south as it should be east to west.
answer, would you like the answer now? Well,
Right.
they have
I
to
got a
change.
video that you like.
Right? Crossing over the equator, you would need to cross that threshold of where this phenomena takes place. And that is along the equator in between the tropics. That's when you're seeing that flip happen. If you go from the UK to the US, you've just stayed in the northern hemisphere. You haven't crossed that threshold
All
point
right,
of
that you're just like it's like I'm talking to a globe earther here because this is exactly what a globe earther would say, right? Go east.
Just watching my
Let's
video.
draw a north to south equator, right? Let's draw a north to south equator going through the middle of the Earth, right?
Well,
And I
hey,
go east to
hold on a
west. Why
second.
am I not observing any difference in moon position?
Oh,
Northwest, east, south are all straight line headings, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
All right.
What's the other guy talking about?
Listen, can you make the sky change based on what shape you're on? Can you do
Bro,
that?
I'm not like who
Yeah.
am I
It's
with
a
here? Because you're disagreeing with the other flat earther, right? So who's going to make the case here for why I'm seeing the moon flip upside down?
No, he agrees. When you change your position, what happens in the sky changes.
exactly.
Wait,
have to
sorry, say that again. So I was replying to someone on RuneScape.
He agrees. When you change position, what happens in what you observe in the sky changes.
Yeah, but
Like,
okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna right. I agree. If you're
Good.
on a flat Earth and you move
No,
north
there
to
is no if.
south, let's
No, no,
say
no, no.
let's say there's a position change of the moon, right? Now,
Uh-huh.
if I'm going east to west, which is should be really on a flat plane, no different from going north to south, why am I not seeing that?
I can't explain everything for you. I can only
I
prove.
know you can't because there's an inference of
east
bull
and
there,
west are
right?
circles. East and west are just circles around absolute north. You have to cross the equator. That is the position change that
So
must happen to see the moon in this type of setting, right? To see it in parentheses upside down. You have to cross the equator.
okay.
That's
On a flat
that's
Earth,
what
on a flat Earth, that's not
I'm
gonna
I'm
matter
actually
though.
granting you. I'm
hard
granting
the
you.
north and the south as well. But
Yeah.
just traveling east and west is not it's not a
Okay.
big enough
I'm
position.
actually granting you. I'm being very fair to you because I could just say,
We're
right?
being fair to you.
If I put my phone up vertically, right, and I move north to south, east to west, my phone has not turned upside down at any stage. So I'm being very fair to you by skipping that.
Did you cut out?
I thought that was me.
Yeah, and everybody knows that the equator, is just a big flat circle, right?
Does it's not
Exactly.
about that. It's like did you hear me say if I put my phone vertical, no matter if I stand north of my phone,
Yeah, that made no
south of my
sense.
phone, east of my phone, west of my phone, it looks like it's vertical. It never turned upside down at any stage.
Yeah, you're changing, the equation drastically by just saying I'm putting my phone in front of me. You have to,
No, he's just giving
think
the
about
exact.
this on a much
That
larger scale.
you're thinking too
Like,
much about it. You're thinking
No,
too
we're
much
saying
about
that
it.
the equator is the midpoint, which you need to change your position in order to witness this phenomena, right? You saying east or west is just simply moving around in the northern hemisphere, right? You
Bro,
can
I think
go
you're not
east
really a
and west
flat
in the
earther
southern hemisphere and
because
still see it
I don't think you're a
inverted.
flat earther. But
Same thing with
you're
the
not a flat
stars.
earther. Like a flat earther would not say that north to south is a special sort of position over east to west. That's a globe Earth position.
And how finite we want to be with this whole equator thing? If I'm on one side of the equator and I take 2 steps over on the other side, then I can see it. Like, are we?
No, you have to travel a lot for it. It's just not 2 steps. You have to
On the
move.
equator is just a totally
Yeah.
irrelevant thing.
No,
You
it's
guys
not.
just don't understand it clearly.
Yeah, it's
Saying
definitely not
Meatball's
totally
not a flat
irrelevant.
earther, and his profile picture is literally proving it.
Anyway, yeah. So the point I was trying to raise is that you can't prove a globe Earth. You can't prove a flat Earth, but you can make inferential claims. And I think upside down moon is a very strong inferential globe there.
So you travel horizontally, and the moon flips. Therefore, you're not traveling horizontally.
If you're on a globe, who's to say if that's horizontally? It could be any fucking direction if it's on a globe.
Well, there is no horizontal on a globe, is there?
Exactly. It's whatever direction you're traveling in.
Yeah, you inserted horizontally there. Was it necessary?
Well, north to south is on a horizontal plane. Because compasses
If we're assuming flat
only
Earth
work
for a
when they're
second,
horizontal.
sure. If we're going straight horizontal across the entire plane, then you'd expect to see just as if it's true that I just have to be on the other side, north to south, east to west should create the same effect. There's no reason why it shouldn't. I've had this conversation with Heretic and Alpha yesterday, and the only thing they could say in defense of that is that perhaps we're seeing several suns, several moons, or it's apparent and not actually there, right? That's what came out of their mouths, right? So I don't know what you're doing.
Well, north to south is a horizontal heading, isn't it?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to what we're talking
Oh,
about.
okay. Yeah, it's irrelevant. I bet. And compasses only work when they're horizontal, right? That's weird.
So I've created a little model demonstrating this. Am I allowed to stream in here, or am I going to get told off? Brett. No, he's gone.
All right, let's do a little test, right? Or for all my flurfers in there. I want you all to get an object on a flat surface. Any object, I don't care what it is, as long as you can make heads to tails of it. So it has to be something you can observe being on the top side and the bottom side. Put it down on a flat surface. Stand north of it. Stand south of it. Stand east of it. Stand west of it. And tell me at what stage it flipped upside down. And then we'll talk.
Brett,
Why
I made
would
a
I
little
do that?
model. If you want to watch my stream demonstrating this.
I'm not the
I
one who
created
leaves
this on
an
a flat
explanation. You are.
plane and on a globe. And when I make it in a globe sense, we see what we see in reality. When I make it in a flat plane,
And
it
your
doesn't make sense.
explanation is to say, well, the ground must be a ball.
Well, I've created a model, and it seems to indicate that it's a ball.
But there comes problems with that, doesn't there? Like water.
Well, I don't think so.
And why would I put the moon on the floor again? Why would I do that to create the flat Earth? Why would I put the moon on the floor and then stand north, south, east, or west of it? Why would I do that?
To
So
prove
if
that
you're watching my
first.
stream, I've got like 3 cameras here. I've got one in the north, about where the UK is.
No, well,
One in the
above us?
south.
the only way to make this
And
thing
this is what
work
we
is
see in
to
reality.
travel horizontally from north to south. In
And
reality, it has nothing to